Chapter 1051, a huge hole was torn in the sky above the god-fighting field. The aura it released made most of the people unable to move. The 5 elders stood up in shock. They looked at the huge hole. The dangerous aura that came from it made their scalps tingle. They were all at the god monarch level. The energy they released made them feel extremely shocked. They were at the god monarch level. Even they felt a sense of danger. This meant that the thing inside the huge hole was extremely dangerous. What is going on? Which powerful expert is going to appear? Elder Gu Huang frowned. The 5 of them took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Suddenly, an expert came over. He must have come with bad intentions. Earth Monarch Tianqing looked up at the gradually torn space, reached out and wiped the blood from her mouth, then turned to Yi Tianyun and said, "It's starting. A new journey is about to begin. Congratulations on being selected." "What?" Yi Tianyun frowned, puzzled. "Do you know about this kind of thing happening?" There is no doubt that Earth Monarch Tianqing knows about this matter. Otherwise, she would not say that. Thinking carefully about Earth Monarch Tianqing, who desperately wants to get first place, it is very likely related to this matter. Of course, I know. You will know what the situation is like later. Earth Monarch Tianqing shook her head and looked at him with hatred. "Don't be happy too early. I can still compete with you." Hey, can you make it clear?" Yi Tianyun said. "It's coming out." Earth Monarch Tianqing looked up at the sky. Then, the void was torn open even wider with a tearing sound. A huge head stretched out from inside. It was not a human with a dragon head. It looked like a special demonic beast. The gigantic head was even larger than the god-fighting field. It could swallow everyone with its huge mouth. Star Territory Divine Beast, God Monarch Peak Cultivation. It possesses an extremely terrifying ability to tear through space. It can walk through the various god territory. It can travel extremely fast, and the spirit boat is far inferior. In the blink of an eye, it can travel from the god territory to another god territory. When it opens its huge mouth, it can devour all things. It can be guided to the designated region. With super strength and super strong defense, combined combat strength is 30 million star power under normal state. God Monarch Peak Cultivation. Yi Tianyun looked at this huge head and took a deep breath. This guy is a Star Territory Divine Beast, equivalent to a living spirit boat, able to travel through any space. I don't know where this came from, and I don't know what the purpose is. Star Territory Divine Beast, an exclusive Divine Beast of the 3rd grade God Territory? Elder Gu Huang and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely shocked by this scene. Just this Star Territory Divine Beast was enough to flatten the 5 of them. Their strongest cultivation was only at the God Monarch 6th layer. Against other powers at the peak level, they were still too far away. Especially since it was a Star Territory Divine Beast, an extremely terrifying Divine Beast, it could be said to be invincible at the same level. According to the bloodline, a Star Territory Divine Beast was ranked 5th, far surpassing the bloodline power of everyone present. If it erupted, everything would be devoured. This is the exclusive Divine Beast of the 3rd grade God Territory. What is it doing here? They wiped their cold sweat. When they saw the Star Territory Divine Beast, they felt very strange. Immediately, the Divine Beast did not speak. Its huge eyes glanced at everyone, and then it opened its huge mouth and sucked them into the sky. Not only she, but Yi Tianyun also felt that he was quickly absorbed. He didn't even have a chance to struggle before he was sucked into the sky. In addition to the 2 of them who were first absorbed, other participants were also sucked up, but not all the participants were sucked into the sky. Yi Tianyun was shocked. Could it be that he wants to capture someone and forcibly pull someone to the T3rd grade God territory? The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from this area. He moved outside the god-fighting field and easily broke free of this terrible suction force. He did not want to be pulled to the 3rd grade god territory. He doesn't know the situation of the 3rd grade god territory. What if he is caught and sold? When he disappeared from the god-fighting field, the Star Territory Divine Beast raised its giant eyes and looked in the direction where Yi Tianyun moved. It roared and rushed out of the crack. It rushed to the area where Yi Tianyun was. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why did the Star Territory Divine Beast come out? This Star Territory Divine Beast, did it capture our people? It seems like it is true. How can a 3rd grade god territory come to our place to rob people? Isn't this too much? That's right. Do they like our people? The 5 elders were shocked and angry. Although they only have their eyes on Yi Tianyun and Earth Monarch Tianqing, they were still unhappy to rob so many people. The giant body came out of the crack like a thick dark cloud covering the area. It was dark below. No one dared to speak, not even dare to attack. The 5 elders were strong, but dared to attack the exclusive Divine Beast of the 3rd grade God territory. They don't know which force the Star Territory Divine Beast belongs to, but they can't afford to provoke it. Yi Tianyun just stopped after teleporting and immediately saw the Star Territory Divine Beast continue to rush over and suck it in. Damn it, is it chasing me? Yi Tianyun's heart trembled. He took out the teleportation stone and immediately used it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Teleportation is useless, but is the teleportation stone useless? The next moment, he came to the Heavenly Edict divine territory, far away from the god-fighting field. The star territory divine beast instantly felt that Yi Tianyun's aura had disappeared. Its huge eyes began to search around, but it did not find Yi Tianyun. Roar! The star territory divine beast roared and quickly looked around but found no trace of Yi Tianyun. There was no trace of Yi Tianyun, so he couldn't see him even if he wanted to. Even though its cultivation had reached the peak of the god monarch, it was not an invincible existence. It couldn't detect the situation in the Heavenly Edict divine territory. Thus, it was like a headless fly. After it circled randomly, it helplessly returned to the crack and disappeared. When it returned to the crack quickly recovered. Soon, the torn space was no different from before. It was completely intact. After it left, everyone could only move. They saw fear in its eyes. What happened to it just now? What did it chase after? You asked me. Who should I ask? It seems that quite a few people have been captured. What is going on? All of them were very puzzled. No one knew what was going on. Fortunately, the Tar Territory Divine Beast did not attack them. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 1052, Chapter 1052. The Star Territory Divine Beast tore through space and returned to its original region. Following that, it spat out the cultivators that had been swallowed. The ones who were caught were the top 10, and the ones at the back were not seen. Among them, Ling Yunfeng and the others were outside the top 10, so they were not caught naturally. After they were spat out, their faces were full of doubt. No one knew what had happened. Only Earth Monarch Tianqing had a calm expression, as if she knew what was happening. Yuqin God Monarch, I did not expect you to obtain second place. Looks like your opponent is a bit stronger. At this time, a middle-aged man came from the side. His words were directed at Earth Monarch Tianqing. This meant that Earth Monarch Tianqing was not Earth Monarch Tianqing, but Yuqin God Monarch. Especially from the tone, it was obvious that the two were very familiar. It's just a small mistake. As long as I can control my body's power, I can win against him. Where is he? Yuqin God Monarch turned to look for Yi Tianyun and found that he was not there at all. What's going on? You said that the Star Territory Divine Beast didn't capture the first place. The middle-aged man frowned and turned to look at the Star Territory Divine Beast. The huge Star Territory Divine Beast was lying on the side with a wronged expression. It was clear that it had failed. I couldn't find the target. It seemed to have been moved away by a force, and it was moved far away. I couldn't lock onto its range. With its intelligence and cultivation, it was unsurprising that the Star Territory Divine Beast could speak. A force moved it away. Could it be that that brat has a backer and is a very powerful expert? The middle-aged man frowned unhappily. If that's the case, the elders won't be happy. This is the first place, an existence that even Yuqin God Monarch can defeat. Likely, he is also the reincarnation of a powerful expert. It can't be. Could he be the reincarnation of an expert? I can sense that Earth Monarch Tianyun has no other soul aura. As for his background, I remember that he should be a representative of a first-grade god territory. What background can he have? Yuqin God Monarch's expression was not too good. Originally, she had captured him and abused him, but who knew that he was gone? How could she be played? Now that he is gone, the first Star Territory Divine Beast made a mistake. It's a ghost. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Forget it. We can only send people to investigate. Right now, we are severely lacking people. After searching for so many second-grade god territory experts, very few geniuses can be found. Now, there is still someone so powerful. It is truly a great loss." Yuqin God Monarch clenched her teeth and snorted, "Let me go. I will find that fellow and bring him back." "Let you go? A defeated opponent. How can you capture him?" the middle-aged man mocked. God Monarch Yilong, don't be too proud of yourself. Don't forget, you were defeated by me before. Now, I still have an even stronger physique. How much do you think I will have a chance of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable? Yuqin God Monarch was already able to stand up, and the injuries on her body had recovered quite a bit. Obviously, the soul energy in her body had helped her recover from the injuries, and now she could move about instinctively. God Monarch Yilong's expression sank, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Don't use this to pressure me. I am just stating facts. You are his defeated opponent. Is it possible for you to capture him? There is nothing impossible. I will ask the elders for permission. God Monarch Yilong did not give up. Then go and apply for approval. I thought that it would be a battle to prove myself, but who knew that it would be a defeat to a human? What do the elders think? God Monarch Yilong mocked mercilessly. Yuqin God Monarch's gaze turned cold, and she could not speak. She knew that she had lost, and there was nothing to say about the loser. The others watched as Yuqin God Monarch and the others bickered. They did not know what was happening and only knew they had been captured. Earth Monarch Tianqing, what's going on? One of them got up and looked at them in confusion. Yuqin God Monarch glanced at them indifferently and turned to God Monarch Yilong. He said, "You can continue your work. I don't need you to tell me." God Monarch Yilong walked in front of them and waved his hand. A beam of light enveloped their bodies. Under the illumination of this beam of light, their legs weakened and they knelt on the ground, unable to move. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. They could only kneel on the ground, unable to move. Yuchin God Monarch was fine. God, Monarch Yi Long is targeting them. He waved his hand, and a mark floated over. It left a mark on their foreheads. Ah, they all covered their foreheads and screamed. A moment later, they released their hands. There was no mark on their foreheads. This mark was no longer just imprinted on their foreheads. It was engraved in their hearts. What is going on? They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. I have planted a slave mark on you. In the future, you must obey us. Otherwise, you will die. God Monarch Yi Long said coldly, Slaves? Slaves? They were stunned. They had worked hard to get into the top 10 and thought they could enjoy the honor. Who knew that the result would be slaves? After being slaves, life and death were not in their hands. It was the terror of the slave imprint. If they wanted to die, they would die. They would do whatever they wanted. Unless they were allowed to move freely, they would always be controlled. It was simply worse than death. That's right. From now on, you will become disciples of our St. Pete God territory. As long as you perform well, we will restore your freedom. God Monarch Yi Long said indifferently, You want us to be slaves. We are disciples who can join the 5 great God territories. If the 5 great elders pursue this matter, you will not be able to bear the consequences. One of them was furious. No one wanted to be a slave. 5 great God territories? God Monarch Yi Long sneered. Our St. Pete God territory is a 3rd grade God territory. Do you think the 5 great God territories would dare to pursue our responsibility? They would not dare to go west if we let them go east. 3rd grade God territory? They were stunned. An even more unreachable force. Now you know our power, right? As long as you perform well, you will be disciples of the St. Pete God territory. Your prospects will be much better than you have in those God territories. God Monarch Yi Long said. To be able to join a 3rd grade God territory, there was no need to say more. The resources were much stronger than a 2nd grade God territory. Refusing from a T1's grade God territory to a 3rd grade God territory was like a dream. Yukin God Monarch looked at their excited expressions, her eyes looking pitiful. More than that, she was still humiliated but did not say it out loud. At the same time, Yi Tianyun, who was teleported back, found no Star Territory Divine Beast there. This big guy, where will we take so many people? He knew nothing about the real situation, but fortunately, he felt something was wrong and ran away. Otherwise, he would be a slave. Chapter 1053. Chapter 1053. When Yi Tianyun returned to the God-fighting field, many people were still in shock. Many people have never seen a Star Territory Divine Beast, especially that terrible power, making most of the people present unable to move. This momentum is too awful, far beyond their knowledge. Elder Gu Huang, what should we do now? It seems that the top 10 participants have been taken away. Elder Tianfa was a little speechless. They could only watch helplessly as they were captured, but they were unable to stop it. They knew that they could not stop it. If they angered the Star Territory Divine Beast, they would suffer instead. The Star Territory Divine Beast pounced down. Who could stop it? Just by pressing it down, they could crush a group of people to death. What can we do? We can only follow the rules. The rules will not change. Elder Gu Huang sighed and looked at the participants in the arena. They couldn't move to the top 10 directly, right? That's true. Looks like this is the worst time. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Facing such a terrifying force, they could only lower their heads. Elder Gu Huang immediately walked out and said, Due to some unforeseen events, the top 10 are no longer here. Even so, the rankings at the back will not move forward. It will still be arranged according to the rules. We will choose disciples from among you. As long as we perform well before, we will choose them, so don't worry. When everyone heard this, they all revealed disappointed expressions. After all, the top 10 were gone. They all thought that they could join. This was no different from dying during a duel. No one knew where they had been captured. It was normal for them to be swallowed up by the Star Territory Divine Beast. Nian Siyu and the others did not know what to say. The first place had flown away. It was obvious that Elder Gu Huang and the others could not determine the resultiveness. The results showed that it was no different from death. What a pity. The results are directly invalid. The glory of the first place will belong to you. Fire Jade Territory Lord and the others could not help but laugh. They immediately felt extremely refreshed. Their originally best results were now equivalent to a cooked duck flying away. How could they not feel extremely refreshed? Heavenly Edict Territory Lord's face was ashen. Who would have thought that such an accident would happen? It was a success in front of them. If they said that it was gone, then it was gone. It made them so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. None of them wanted to speak now. They could only choose to remain silent. It was not just them. The top 10 and other divine regions all wanted to beat people up. However, when they thought of the Star Territory Divine Beast, they did not dare to investigate it. Who was the one who did such a thing? When they thought they had been captured, a familiar figure flew in and scratched his head. Well, did you announce the result? He had just returned. Naturally, he did not know if he had announced it or not. He also especially stayed in the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory to prevent the Star Territory Divine Beast from wandering around here and being discovered when they returned. It would be a waste of a teleportation Godstone opportunity. His appearance caused the entire audience to fall silent, looking at him like they had seen a ghost. Yi Tianyun Nyansiyu suddenly jumped up and flew to Yi Tianyun. She hugged him and screamed, "It's great that you are not captured. That Elder Nyan, so many people are watching. Isn't it good?" Yi Tianyun lightly coughed, indicating to Nyansiyu to let go. At this time, Nyansiyu remembered and quickly let go. She blushed and felt very embarrassed. With so many people watching, how could she not be ashamed? You were not captured? Elder Gu Huang and the others were also shocked. The Star Territory Divine Beast was so powerful, how could it not capture one person? Well, I guess I am not selected. Yi Tianyun smiled. Impossible. I saw that you were sucked up. An elder immediately stood up and said, "Cough, cough, I was still seen by the elder. I used a treasure and escaped instantly. Otherwise, I would have been caught." Yi Tianyun thought that he was not seen, but he was still seen. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that this was really good luck. I don't know what treasure it was. Let him use it and escape in an instant. Even if the Star Territory Divine Beast cannot be caught, it should be a good escape treasure. Fortunately, our people were not taken away, otherwise the first place would have been lost. Heavenly Edict Territory, Lord shrugged and began to slap his face. Fire Jade Territory Lord and 9 territories. Territory Lord snorted and said nothing. Who knew that Yi Tianyun was not taken away? Great, I thought you were taken away. Murong Shao also came over and was happy for Yi Tianyun. How could that be? I didn't even get the reward. Yi Tianyun smiled. Elder Gu Huang coughed and said, "Well, you are the only one in the top 10. Now you can choose which god territory you want to join." Yi Tianyun looked at the 5 elders and said, "I choose Elder Gu Huang. Undoubtedly, Elder Gu Huang is the strongest, so naturally he chose Elder Gu Huang. I knew it." The other 4 elders were filled with helplessness. Every time a genius ranked at the top would join Elder Gu Huang, there was no other way. Elder Gu Huang was the strongest. He would choose Elder Gu Huang first. All right then. I now announce that the first-rank Earth Monarch, Tianyun, will join the Heavenly Spring God territory. Elder Gu Huang said, "Let's begin the selection process." Those who did not make it into the top 10 also had a chance to be selected. Now, they began to choose their disciples. Those who ranked at the back were all looking forward to it. Even those who were ranked around 50 were looking forward to it. As long as they were in the top 100, there was a chance. As long as there was a bright spot, they could be selected. Of course, this chance was very slim. It was a little more reliable if they were in the top 30. Is the Earth Monarch choosing to join us? As expected, Elder Lu Yu had indeed fancied Murong Shao. This was the body of a wood god body. In the god territory he was in, it would have been able to display an even stronger effect. I am willing. Murong Shao nodded and agreed without thinking. She wanted to join the Heavenly Spring God territory, but the power that Elder Lu Yu belonged to was also not bad. It was also a good thing to be able to join. Soon after, many people began to be selected. Because the top 9 of the top 10 had disappeared, they specially chose a few more people. There were still many opportunities, but they could not select the God territory themselves. If they could choose independently, 9 out of 10 would choose Elder Gu Huang. The other elders of the God territory could only watch helplessly. Very quickly, the disciples were all selected. More than 20 were selected, one after another. Overall, it was still quite impressive. Those who were not chosen could only participate next time. After the perfect ending, they were all thinking about a question before everyone left. Where did those participants go? Chapter 1055, Chapter 1055. After agreeing to the request, Niansiyu led the way to the Divine Temple of Life to take the core. On the way, Niansiyu said, "How much life core do you need?" Although Yi Tianyun said he wants a small part, how much a small part is uncertain. "This won't cost too much, just a moderate amount." Yi Tianyun smiled. He wouldn't want half of the core, but not less. After all, this is what he deserves. He can only say goodbye if the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory doesn't give it to him. To win first place in the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven, he thinks this honor is enough for the Heavenly Edict's Divine Territory to give such a reward. No problem. If it is less than half, you can take it. Niansiyu was puzzled about what Yi Tianyun would do with it, but she still explained, life core can slowly recover and grow, but the surrounding environment can't be too bad. Otherwise, it can't be recovered. This is hard to say. Yi Tianyun thought of the situation in the 3 realms. The overall situation was not ideal, and he didn't know if he could let the life core slowly recover, but he didn't think about the follow-up situation. He only needed to see that it was useless to the spirit race. In addition, he was too lazy to pay attention to it. If he used up all of this, he would go to the other cores to dig up some more. If he wanted to change this situation completely, he would need the spirit race cultivators to make a breakthrough and reach the state where they had planets in their bodies. He should know how to change the current situation. Niansiyu looked at him deeply and did not say anything. She took him to the Divine Temple of Life. Soon, she arrived at the Divine Temple of Life. There were many cultivators in the Divine Temple of Life. Their appearance did not attract much attention. Soon, Niansiyu brought him to the bottom floor. Only then did people notice their situation. They looked over here one by one. They did not know what the problem was. "How much do you want? You can draw it now," Niansiyu said. Yi Tianyun looked up and down at the life core before him. He stretched out his hand and roughly drew out an area. "It's about this one, not a lot, right?" Yi Tianyun smiled. Niansiyu nodded. The area that Yi Tianyun drew was not big, not a lot. Of course, it was still very painful to be taken away. Okay, I will dig it out now. Nian Siyu reached out and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. It looked very strange. If you want to dig out the core easily, you need a special weapon to dig it out easily. After saying that, Nian Siyu stabbed the sharp blade into it and began to rotate and dig. The original hardcore began to be cut open little by little, but it was still quite difficult. Let me do it, Yi Tianyun said. Nian Siyu thought momentarily, handed the blade to Yi Tianyun, and said, Then let you do it. Your strength is stronger than mine. Cutting the core requires strength. Without a strong body, there is no way to move it. After Yi Tianyun took it, he suddenly pulled it down, and with a crash sound, the life core was like tofu, opening a huge hole. The cultivators watching from above stared at it, not knowing what was happening. They began cutting the life core. Sorry, I cut a little too much. Yi Tianyun felt a little embarrassed. He thought he needed strength, but who knew he would be pulled down if he used a bit of strength? Nian Siyu's face twitched. This was the difference between people. She put a lot of effort into breaking a little. If it were Yi Tianyun, it would be easy. There was no pressure at all. There was also a big gap. It's okay. It's within half of the range, Nian Siyu said calmly. Immediately, Yi Tianyun began to cut, digging out a big piece like a mountain. So big pieces were quickly put into the planet inside his body. The rich life force began to flow into the planet, and as soon as it was put in, it immediately began to nourish his body. It's really good, thank you, Elder Nian. Yi Tianyun smiled. You are welcome. This is what you deserve. Looking at the huge gap, Nian Siyu still felt very distressed. She didn't know how long it would take for the life core to recover. Then I will go first. Thank you for caring for me these days. Yi Tianyun was about to leave. He returned to take this life core. After taking it, Yi Tianyun leaves and goes directly to the Heavenly Spring God territory. We should thank you for taking care of us. Without you, we would not have been able to obtain such honor. Nian Siyu smiled knowingly, and her beautiful eyes showed sincere gratitude. I won't say any more. It's too sour to say too much. I will come back in the future. This is my first god territory, and I have 2 masters, although they have not taught me. Yi Tianyun shrugged. Yu Yanglong and the other 2 elders did not teach him. What qualifications do they have to teach you? Nian Siyu shook her head. It has only been a while. Most people have been defeated. After giving the order, Yi Tianyun left, leaving a group of stunned cultivators, looking down at the big hole dug below, not knowing what to say. They are here to cultivate. Others come here directly to dig up the core to grow. This is the difference in treatment. After Yi Tianyun left, he used this teleportation stone to go quickly. He directly returned to the 3 realms and did not continue to stay in the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. After getting this core, of course, he will go back to the spirit race immediately. After everything is done, he will go to the Heavenly Spring God territory. Not long after he left, the void near the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory began to be torn open. However, a figure flew out just as a hole appeared, and soon the hole closed. When it closed, the huge head appeared. If someone saw it, they would be scared to death. Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? He hasn't set off yet, right? Undoubtedly, the one who came here is Yuqin God Monarch. Her injuries are almost healed. She came here this time to find Yi Tianyun. The one who sent her here was naturally the Star Territory Divine Beast. After she circled, she began to ask. After asking around, she received a message that Yi Tianyun had already set off. Damn it, he already set off. Yuqin God Monarch revealed a helpless gaze as she shook her head. Forget it, it's equivalent to coming out to relax. Anyway, I don't want to stay in that damn place. Then she smiled and flew forward. She was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she burrowed into some prosperous planets and began enjoying herself. Chapter 1054. Chapter 1054. The God Territory's war of ascending to heaven had finally ended. There was joy and worry. Even if they were not selected, the rewards exchanged with tokens would help them. It could be said that there would be rewards as long as they survived. This trip was not in vain. Moreover, there was still a chance to participate. This was not a problem. He would make good use of the treasures he obtained this time. The next time he participated, he would get better results. This is the token. You can use this token to come to Heavenly Spring God territory. Elder Gu Huang gave the token to Yi Tianyun. Aren't you taking me with you? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. No, the rules of our Heavenly Spring God territory have always been like this. Take this token and come over yourself. If you don't even have this ability, don't join our Heavenly Spring God territory. Elder Gu Huang smiled faintly. Of course, I believe there isn't much of a problem for you. You can easily pass it. There is such a rule. Yi Tianyun shrugged helplessly and wanted to report on his own, but this was not a big problem. It was a small test. Then wait for your arrival. Elder Gu Huang smiled and left with his people. Elder Gu Huang did not leave any treasure or anything, only a token. The function of this token was to guide the way, and the rest were gone. It wasn't just the Heavenly Spring God territory. The other God territory were the same. They left their tokens for them to personally head there. They wouldn't take them away immediately. Doing this wasn't a bad thing. They could be given enough time to reorganize and settle the matters before leaving. Elder Gu Huang had just taken a few steps when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said, "That's right, that Star Territory Divine Beast must be exclusive to the third-grade God territory. We don't know where they were captured, but you must be careful. They will likely come back to capture you." A third-grade God territory level? Yi Tianyun frowned. He didn't expect it to be a third-grade God territory level. "Yes, you can only be careful. We will take you with us. Maybe it will be more eye-catching. We don't know what they think. We can only say we are careful on the road." Elder Gu Huang could only say this. Facing other third-grade God territory level forces, they were helpless. If they come to rob people, they can only accept their fate. The gap between the two was relatively large, and they could not stop the sudden attack. However, it was different for Yi Tianyun to go to Heavenly Spring God territory. Heavenly Spring God territory was not easy to deal with unless it was a large-scale attack. Originally, Elder Gu Huang wanted to take him with him. He thought that it was too eye-catching. If he turned back, he would look for them first. Therefore, it was better to go alone. Even if it was a third-grade God territory, finding it might not be possible. After all, a third-grade God territory was not so omnipotent unless it used extremely terrible power. Yi Tianyun was a genius, but using terrible power to search was obviously not worthwhile. After that, they left, and Yi Tianyun returned with the Heavenly Edict Territory Lord and others. This time, their harvest was not small. It could be said that they made a lot of money. Although they did not report, the reward was given in advance. The rest was after Yi Tianyun went to report, and then he gave it to them. The reward was very simple and crude. Directly 2 lower-grade Heavenly Dao level martial arts were thrown over. There were still more rewards that had not been given. As long as Yi Tianyun arrived there, he would hand it over with both hands. Of course, there was a limit to the reporting time. If the time were longer than a certain time, then failure would not be accepted as a disciple. "It's all thanks to you this time. Our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory can be said to be proud. Finally, no one dares to look down on us." Nianzi Yu was excited. Not to mention her, everyone else was excited. Not only were the rewards generous, but the most important person was also able to hold his head high from the beginning to the bottom and suddenly rush to the top. As for the other participants who came with them, they all silently followed behind. Most of them were jealous, but more of them were afraid of Yi Tianyun. Sima Kong didn't dare to look Yi Tianyun in the eye. Yi Tianyun was already so powerful that they couldn't catch up with him, especially Yuan Tianyu. He didn't even dare to raise his head. Before, he wanted to go against Yi Tianyun. Now that he thinks about it, he is nothing. The biggest contributors are Yi Tianyun and Murong Xiao. The rest are just for fun. As long as they are not selected, no matter how hard they try, it is bullshit. They only look at the results and not the process. It's just luck. Yi Tianyun smiled modestly, looked at Nianzi Yu, and said, "Elder Nian, there is something I want to ask you. What is it?" "Just say it." Nianzi Yu is very happy. He will agree if Yi Tianyun is not too excessive. It is very simple. "I want a small part of the core of the Divine Temple of Life. I don't know if it is possible," Yi Tianyun said simply. "This is related to the spirit race. He cannot give up." "A small part of the core of the Divine Temple of Life?" Nianzi Yu was stunned. She did not expect Yi Tianyun to make this request and thought he would say something. "Yes, this is very important to me. I don't know if I can give a small part. It doesn't need too much, just a small piece," Yi Tianyun said. "Yes, the core can slowly recover. You can take half of it," the Heavenly Edict Territory said. The elder beside him was shocked. If he said half of the core, it could be said that he was bleeding profusely. If he cut off half of such a huge core, it would be equivalent to destroying half of the Divine Temple of Life. "Territory Lord, the elder beside him was shocked and wanted to persuade him. There's no need to say too much. The glory that T-Earth Monarch Tianyun brings is enough to surpass everything," the Heavenly Edict Territory Lord said in a deep voice. "Besides, the reward I brought is nothing. It only takes a bit of time to recover, and this glory, even if the core has recovered several times, has never appeared once." Heavenly Edict Territory Lord's words were reasonable, which stunned many elders, and they nodded in agreement, not continuing to stop him. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Edict Territory Lord was sensible and generous. He couldn't bear to leave his child. He wants glory, and he is not willing to give benefits. Who will help Heavenly Edict Territory Lord? Sure enough, everything is based on strength. Without strong strength, not to mention half of the core, even a grain of sand is unwilling to be given. He said half, not because the Heavenly Edict Territory Lord is too generous, but because Yi Tianyun fought for it. "Thank you, Territory Lord. I don't need half, just a small part." Yi Tianyun was not too greedy, just a part was enough. Chapter 1056. Chapter 1056. After Yi Tianyun returned to the Three Realms, the familiar air here still made him feel comfortable. There was no change here. It was still running according to the previous situation. The only difference was that many cultivators began to spread to other planets. Since there are no rocks around, going out will be no danger. There are many planets around. The cultivation level is not low. You can explore, dig ores and materials, or dig spirit herbs. These are all very good. The materials of the Three Realms are always limited, so many people turn their eyes to the outside planets. Generally speaking, the rapid development of the situation is becoming more and more astonishing. Divine King stage cultivation, which is Star Monarch level cultivation, has become more and more popular. The overall problem is quite good, from the first to the current 8 and above. Especially under strict management, the three realms are completely unified and the basic disputes rarely appear. Normally, they would have already begun to rob territory. If someone unified it, it will be settled and live a stable life. Under the management of ch1051, many geniuses were screened out and focused on nurturing one by one. It could be said that they were rising daily, and he did not need to manage them at all. Dong, the sound of knocking rang in his ears. ch1051, who was busy, did not even look up and directly said, "Come in." After she finished speaking, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She had come in to report. Why would she knock on the door? When she wanted to look up, she immediately felt that she was being embraced. "Your stomach is so big, yet you are still working hard. You don't have a good rest." A familiar voice sounded in her ears, causing her heart to tremble. "Isn't it to take good care of your empire?" ch1051 rolled her eyes at him and lay in his arms. "You can leave it to others to manage it, not to let you do it yourself. Wouldn't it be tiring for you?" Yi Tianyun smiled. "This is an exaggeration. ch1051 is now a divine king. She can't be exhausted. Even if her work strength is several times stronger, it is impossible to tire her out." After meditating for a while, she immediately became very energetic. "Such a powerful cultivation is so willful. It's nothing. I like to do this. Otherwise, there is nothing to do." ch1051 rolled her eyes at him, but she was still very happy in her heart. He thought that ch1051 would give birth this time, but he didn't expect that she would still not. This little guy seemed stubborn enough not to bear to come out. If not for the fact that there was no problem with the life in her body, he would have doubted whether there was a problem or not. There was no problem at all, and it was quite healthy. It was just that the growth was relatively slow and did not reach the delivery time. "How long will you be back this time?" ch1051 asked expectantly. She didn't know how long Yi Tianyun would be back, but she was still looking forward to him being able to stay for a longer time, until our child is born. Yi Tianyun is not in a hurry. There is plenty of time. The time given by Heavenly Spring God territory is 100 years. There is still plenty of time. He is not worried about anything. The key is that his child is more important. He feels that his child is ready to be born. He has to stay with him. Really? ch1051 was very excited. She was also very worried that Yi Tianyun would continue to leave. After the child was born, he was not around. She must be very disappointed. "Do you think I will lie to you?" Yi Tianyun gently pinched her nose. "That's great. At least when the child is born, he can see his father." ch1051 smiled sweetly and leaned into Yi Tianyun's arms. After some warmth, Yi Tianyun quickly went to find Ye Qingxuan. Ye Qingxuan was also busy, and it could even be said that she was busy for a day. 3 realms is not big, not small, especially in the development. There are too many things to be busy with. You should train more successors. Yi Tianyun came in and said, "Tianyun, you are back." Ye Qingxuan looked up and saw Yi Tianyun. She was excited. "Yes, I am back." Yi Tianyun smiled. "Didn't you hear what I said? It's time to cultivate a successor, so you don't need to be so busy." "I'm used to being busy. There are some things that I have to do personally." Ye Qingxuan shook her head. "Then you can come alone, but I have something to tell you." Ye Tianyun smiled mysteriously. "What kind of happy event? Is the child born?" Ye Qingxuan's eyes lit up. For her, the current happy event was waiting for Yi Tianyun's child to be born. "No, but what I told you last time," Yi Tianyun said with a smile. "Did you find the life crystal?" Ye Qingxuan was excited. "You can put it that way. Now, take me to where you live and make a little arrangement," Yi Tianyun said. "Good." Ye Qingxuan immediately put down the work on her head and quickly took Yi Tianyun to their original residence. It was still the forest. Because of the difference in status, no one dared to come here casually. After stabilizing, they moved back to the forest where they used to live and rebuilt the symbolic tower, which was more magnificent than before. When Yi Tianyun came inside, he saw many spirit race people were busy expanding here, and their overall spirit was good. When Yi Tianyun came over, they quickly put down their work and came over to greet him. "Our king is back. Our king is back." He glanced at their expressions and felt their situation was not ideal. It was obvious that their spirit was a little weak because of the lack of vitality. However, there is no problem with cultivation. The biggest problem is fertility. "Ancestor, our king has brought a solution," Ye Qingxuan said excitedly. "The solution?" Their eyes lit up, and they all looked at Yi Tianyun. "I don't know if it is effective. I think it should be very effective." Yi Tianyun smiled and threw the life core into his body like a mountain. Boom. Just as it landed, a surge of life force surged over and enveloped this area. The spirit medicine that had just sprouted in the surroundings instantly grew. It didn't take too long for it to mature. As for the spirit race, when they felt this life force surge, their bodies began to emit a faint green light, merging with the life force core. Regardless of whether it was the ancestor or Ye Qingxuan, they immediately merged into the core of the life force. Logically speaking, they should have received some pressure. Who knew that there was no pressure at all? Regardless of age, they immediately resonated with the core of the life force. A green light shot into the sky and enveloped this forest. Chapter 1057. Chapter 1057. The green light in the sky made the cultivators in the distance look over, feeling the surging vitality here, making them want to see what treasure it is, but that is the territory of the spirit race. No one dares to come over to check it out. If it were before, they would come over. Who doesn't want to see the treasure have a share? Inside, Yi Tianyun saw that they were all immersed in the life core. The situation was slightly different to the naked eye. The mark on their forehead began to flicker, and the problem above was deeper. Including Ye Qingxuan's mark, it became more and more conspicuous, feeling as if they had been thirsty for a long time and began to absorb the aura of life greedily. Yi Tianyun didn't expect the effect of the life core to be so strong for them. It seems that they can further enhance their talent. Even Ye Qingxuan's talent can be recovered quickly. Ye Qingxuan gave Yi Tianyun the innate heavenly eyes' innate ability before. So far, it has not been repaired, and now, after passing through the life core, it has begun to recover little by little. This effect is quite amazing. It seems it must be the spirit race bloodline. I have no effect. He has the heavenly eyes' innate ability, but this life core does not affect him, unlike them, who can continue strengthening the innate ability mark. Obviously, this life core is very helpful to them, and it seems they can further strengthen it. Yi Tianyun found a place to meditate, and the others sat down to absorb it. It can be said that the entire spirit race is meditating on the side as if they have entered a special state. As for him, he is on the side as a guardian, protecting them. He waved his hand, and a huge shield appeared around him, covering the whole place. It immediately blocked this surging life force, preventing it from leaking out. After an unknown period, their bodies all burst out with dazzling light, and each cultivation began to improve rapidly, like a long-time dew. After full nourishment, they grew crazily. One by one, their cultivation broke through. Those originally at the 6th or 7th level of the Spirit King stage kept jumping up. They jumped to the level of a Saint King stage in one breath. Those at the level of a Saint King stage jumped to the level of a Divine King stage. They jumped to the level of a big realm. It was terrifying. The key is that their state is different. It feels like they have fully awakened. Ding, successfully let the 3 realms have 10 Divine King stage Star Monarch. Level, get 5 billion experience, 5 million crazy value, 5 million mastery. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. It seems that he can gain a lot of experience by enhancing the strength of the 3 realms. This is a pleasant surprise. There may be a task to strengthen it, but not for now. He looked at the spirit race around him and found that the strength in their bodies had greatly increased. More than that, their souls were crazily strengthened, like they had entered a new realm. Spiritual God bloodline possesses powerful divine power. It can draw stronger imprints and greatly increase the success rate of inscribing imprints. At the same time, with the increase in cultivation, spiritual power has greatly improved. Overall, bloodline power is ranked 4th in the overall data. Spiritual God bloodline. Yi Tianyun was shocked. It was still the power of the 4th rank. He didn't know the top 3, but the 4th rank was Spiritual God bloodline. They were originally Spirit Race bloodline. After awakening, they jumped to the 4th rank, far surpassing the Star Territory Divine Beast. This made him take a deep breath. He didn't expect his subordinates to be such a terrifying monster. The key was that they were extremely loyal to him. If he continued to train them, the 3 realms would become an extremely terrifying power. 2nd grade God territory, 3rd grade God territory, they can all be crushed. As long as there is enough time and resources, everything is not a problem. If they are transferred to God's territory, they will be able to withstand the baptism of God's territory and will likely be further strengthened. Very good. When the comprehensive strength is up, I will directly control the 3 realms to go to God territory. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. Anyway, the 3 realms can be turned into a spirit ship to fly, so going to God territory is not a big problem. He just had to be careful. So far, he did not want to do this. After all, this was his hometown, and he could not let them find out. Soon, they all woke up, and their eyes were full of ecstasy. I feel that my strength has awakened, and my cultivation has greatly increased. Me too, incredibly, my cultivation has increased greatly. This is amazing. If I continue to cultivate it, I can make a breakthrough. They are all crazy with joy. The most important thing is that the life in their body is surging, reproduction, and so on, and there will be no problem. Our king. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun. They all knelt and kowtowed to him, especially the old ancestor who kowtowed heavily, tears flowing down. This is the problem they have been worried about the most. Now that Yi Tianyun has solved it for them, they can't say how many thousand years they can use. At least for now, they can solve the problem temporarily. This is enough, at least. They can continue to reproduce. Ye Qingxuan also knelt. The excitement in her heart is needless to say, and her eyes are even red. Everyone get up, since I promised you I must solve this problem. Yi Tianyun lifted the void, and everyone was lifted, looking at their grateful eyes. He also felt very pleased, but this is only temporary. I want to solve this matter permanently. I need your strength. He could keep looking for the life core in his next life, but more of it was his strengthening, so it was possible to change all of this. This also proves what a correct choice we made to choose you as the king of the spirit race. The old ancestor and the others all got up one after another, and they were very excited in their hearts. Their faces were full of smiles, and their previous sad faces were now swept away. You don't have to thank me. It's not good to say more. Yi Tianyun smiled. Then let's put the life core here. It's not the best choice. Yes, yes, yes. Putting this in the ground to gradually seep out is best, which will greatly help us. They immediately began to work, digging a big pit for this huge life core so that they could put this thing down. While working, Yi Tianyun came to Ye Qingxuan and said, "Your bloodline seems to have awakened, reaching a new level. Do you feel it?" "I feel a little, but I can't say it. In short, it is very familiar, and the understanding of divine rune is deeper," Ye Qingxuan said after thinking for a while. "Use this well, it will break out in the future." Yi Tianyun thought about it and felt amazing. After becoming stronger, the fourth-ranked bloodline will find it difficult for anyone to take down the divine seal that was laid down. Chapter 1058. Chapter 1058. Yi Tianyun feels that the change in the spirit race is because of the mysterious expert, a ninth-grade god rune master, a legendary existence. The spirit race is likely their bloodline. Due to the problem of resources, the spirit race bloodline gradually deteriorated. Now that they have nourished the core of the god territory, they began to awaken one after another and are greatly strengthened. However, the three cores here should all be helpful, but they are all sealed. As for the meaning, it is only possible to know when you go to the cabin in front of the Forgetting Worries Bridge. Now I have a problem, Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking about this place before, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. This core can be used for a long time. It cannot be used casually. The rest of him is waiting for ch1051 to give birth. The matter of the spirit race can be done by himself. He doesn't need to worry about it. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and ch1051 finally ushered in the delivery period. Yi Tianyun and his father are waiting outside. As for his mother, he naturally went in to deliver ch1051. He walked back and forth outside, looking very anxious. "I'm going to be a father." Yi Tianyun was very excited. He didn't feel anything before, but when he was about to be born, he felt extremely nervous, and he didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. He could find out that it was a man and a woman, but he didn't do it. At most, he could feel the fluctuations of life, but he didn't sense anything else. He wanted to keep the surprise to the end. Whether it was a man or a woman, they were his children. "I want to be a grandfather." Yi Xingchen patted Yi Tianyun on the shoulder, even more excited than him. Yi Tianyun looked at his father, speechless. How could he be more excited and nervous than himself? Yi Xingchen rubbed his palms and smiled at him. "It's normal to be nervous. I was also very nervous back then. I stood outside for a long time, and I couldn't help but want to use my spiritual sense to explore. Of course, I still held back. If I were found, I would be beaten." Yi Tianyun smiled. He did think about this, but he didn't know the situation in the underworld, which made him very nervous. If he could investigate, he would see the problem. "I can only wait outside." Yi Tianyun could only wait outside. When they moved back and forth outside, the sky began to change. The wind and clouds changed as if something was coming. "The wind and clouds change. My grandson must be a dragon among men." Yi Xingchen saw the change in the sky, and his heart was excited. "The weather is changing." Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. "It seems that his child is destined not to be an ordinary person. Of course, he has his bloodline and ch1051's bloodline. Fortunately, there is no heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it will be even more heaven-defying." Yi Tianyun shook his head. "If there is a heavenly tribulation, it will explode. The birth of an absolute heaven-defying life at a super-genius level. Otherwise, God will not be angry and suppress this life." After a long time, they anxiously waited and finally heard a crying sound. "Hua, hua, hua, hua!" The sound of the fall sounded. Hua Qianyun's eyes burst with tears. He immediately rushed over and pushed the door open. He wanted to go in, but Yi Xingchen was even more excited. He just wanted to go in but was slapped out. "Get out of here. This is Tianyun's child. What are you doing?" Zhao Linga glared at him. "I just want to see my grandson's situation." Yi Xingchen scratched his head. Zhao Linga glared at him and said, "Qianyun must have seen it first. What are you anxious about?" "Get out!" After sending Yi Xingchen out, Zhao Ling smiled at Yi Tianyun and said, "Go in. The child is very healthy." Yi Tianyun hurriedly went in, and just as he walked in, he saw ch1051's pale face. In fact, with ch1051's cultivation, having a child is not a big problem, and the pain is basically healed instantly. The problem is that the child uses up all the spirit energy in his body, and the vitality is drained so that it will look relatively white. Seeing ch1051's situation, he felt a pain in his heart. He came to the side and held her little hand gratefully. "Thank you for your hard work." His eyes were full of tenderness. He even gently kissed her forehead. He did not look at the child first, but first went to see his wife. The child was very important, but the mother who gave birth to the child was even more difficult. "Let's see the child first." ch1051 looked to the side. Yi Tianyun smiled and picked up the child next to him. The delicate child immediately cried as soon as he picked up the child. However, he circulated his star power slightly, and the soothing energy wrapped around her body. She calmed down and followed him into a quiet sleep. "She is really like you, as beautiful as you, like a fairy." Yi Tianyun reached out, pinched her little face, and then looked at ch1051, meeting the happy gaze. Yi Tianyun's child is not a boy, but a girl. She looks petite and cute. Because her parents are strong, she seems very healthy. The spiritual power she emits is very amazing. Spirit King Stage Cultivation. It is incredible to reach the Spirit King stage as soon as she is born. This is the power of the bloodline. The stronger the power, the more amazing the child's birth is. However, she is not heavy. She is only about 6 pounds and has a very normal body shape. She has been pregnant for so many years and has been born for over 10 years. However, she was born a super genius. Her future is bound to be limitless. Nonsense. This child has not grown up yet, ch1051 said with a smile. Looking at the life in his arms, Yi Tianyun was full of emotion. Even more so, he still felt some heavy responsibility. He finally has a child, meaning he has to bear more responsibilities. Protecting them is his duty. Immediately, Yi Xingchen rushed in, and when he saw the child in Yi Tianyun's arms, he immediately became excited. What a beautiful child. Really cute, really like Shui-yun. I told you not to come in, but you still came in. Zhao Lingke grabbed Yi Xingchen and dragged him outside. Come out with me, don't stay here. Yi Tianyun looked at them, revealing a helpless expression. His father seemed crazy too. Be a grandfather. Huff huff. At this time, the child stretched out her little hand in a daze, grabbed Yi Tianyun's big hand, smacked her lips, and continued to sleep sweetly. Yi Tianyun smiled gently and sat next to Shui-yun. What do you think this child's name should be? Shui-yun asked. Yi Tianyun thought momentarily and said, How about Yi Shui-yun? Simple and crude. It is that simple when his surname and Shui-yun's name are stacked together. Chapter 1059. Chapter 1059. Yi Shui-yun's name is simple and crude, making Shui-yun roll her eyes at him, quite dissatisfied. You are too lazy. It seems that there is some meaning in it, but this is too simple. No, change to another name. She does not like such a simple and crude name. It needs a bit of a profound name. Yi Shui-yun reached out and scratched his head, thinking he would pass the test soon. He felt this name was good, but Shui-yun did not like it and could only think about it again. Let me think about it, he thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Shui-yun and said, Then how about Yi Shui-yu? Yi Shui-yun thought momentarily, smiled, and said, You only know how to choose some vulgar names, but I don't hate them, so choose this name. She stared at Yi Tianyun. Indeed, she missed Yi Tianyun very much. She often is not around. How can she not miss him? Yi Tianyun also missed Shui-yun very much, but there were many things he had to do. Okay, little guy, your name will be Shui in the future. Yi Tianyun looked at the child in his arms and smiled. A big knot in his heart has finally been settled. Being able to accompany Shui-yun to watch the child's birth is already one of his wishes. Only this means that he is ready to embark on the journey. He has said before that when the child is born, he must set off. Thinking of this, her eyes turned red, and she felt slightly sad. Her husband was not around, and the mood was obvious. Yi Tianyun felt her mood, so he sat next to her with his child in his arms, holding her waist with one hand. Shui-yun, it's not like I don't want to come back. As long as I want to come back, it's easy, no difficulty at all. As for danger, I can guarantee that there won't be any danger. It will be able to stump me. This is not nonsense. A teleportation godstone is enough as a tool to come back easily. As for life danger, there is no need to worry about it. He now has a teleportation godstone, this kind of cooperation. Basically nothing can stop him. Just like the Star Territory Divine Beast, the terrifying suction force is not even able to escape from the ordinary God Monarch. But he has no problem. After breaking free from the suction force, he quickly uses the teleportation God Stone to leave. Who can stop him? So far, he has never seen anyone who can stop him. Unless there is a heaven-defying imprisonment, he can lock him inside. Otherwise, he can easily escape. I believe you. Shui-yun gently leaned on his side and said slowly, I hope my husband can always be by my side. Even if you say it is safe, not by my side will always be a little worried. Yes, as long as we deal with the evil spirit race, everything will be over. He hugged Shui-yun a little more tightly. Only by dealing with the evil spirit race would they be able to solve a big problem and relax a little. There was no need to go back and forth, and they could live stable lives. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Yi Sishu grew very fast. Now she could run and jump. She could even unleash terrifying power. She was much stronger than other people of the same age. Father. When Yi Sishui saw Yi Tianyun come over, she threw herself into his arms and said happily, Is it good to teach little Shui to cultivate? I heard father has made a powerful move, teach little Shui. She was only 1 year old and looked very delicate and beautiful. She had long black hair that reached her waist and looked like a little beauty. It was nothing to know. If she knew, she would be shocked. At the age of 1 year, her cultivation was about to break through to the Saint King stage. This kind of breakthrough progress is amazing, even stronger than the geniuses of God territory. This is still a situation without the baptism of God's territory, otherwise it will be even more terrible. Don't worry, what you need most now is the amount of control. You can't hurt others. When you control it well, Father will teach you, okay? Yi Tianyun reached out and rubbed her little head. What Yi Sishui needs the most right now is control. We can talk about cultivation later, but Yi Sishui is bored and wants to practice those ultimate skills. However, Yi Tianyun did not dare to teach her. If she can't control it, it will scare people to death. Okay, Yi Tianyun was a little disappointed, lying in his arms, shaking her legs and raising them with dissatisfaction. Seeing his daughter so disappointed, Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "Little Shui, then I will teach you some other martial arts, okay? Really?" Yi Tianyun's watery eyes lit up and her interest was immediately piqued. Then look carefully. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and the sky before him changed. Snow fell quickly, and the name Yi Tianyun appeared on the ground. How magical, how magical! Yi Tianyun clapped her hands and blushed. How is it? Do you want to learn? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. I want to learn, I want to learn! Yi Tianyun grabbed her father's shoulder and began to shake, excited. Yi Tianyun smiled. This is actually to teach her how to control her strength. If she can control it well, she can change the weather. This is not a problem. Time quickly passed another year. He stayed here for 2 years. It was not long, but he felt it was about time to set off. After all, there were many things to do. If not for the fact that the 3 realms could move, he would not dare to be so extravagant. After all, the evil spirit race had always been moving. It was impossible not to be on guard, especially since the other side had a god monarch. He did not have the strength to fight against a god monarch. Shui-yun, it's time for me to go. Yi Tianyun came to Shi Shui-yun and said, Still want to go? Shi Shui-yun was shocked. She knew that sooner or later, but when Yi Tianyun said he would leave, she still felt a little sad. Yes, I will be back soon. Yi Tianyun reached out and gently hugged her waist. He did not say too much sweet words, just saying that he would come back. It was enough. When he was almost ready, Yi Tianyun used the teleportation godstone and returned to the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Just as he returned to the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, he heard the system's voice. Ding completed the side mission, side quest Win God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven, obtained 100 million PX, 10 million points crazy value, 10 million points mastery, and a chance to draw a lottery wheel in the God Territory Lottery Roulette. He did not expect that there would be a situation where the mission was completed at this time. It had been 2 years and the mission was completed. Wasn't it a bit too much? He guessed that it was because he left the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory that the mission could not be completed for the time being. After returning, the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven, the heavens was officially over. No matter what, it was enough to get the reward. Chapter 1060. Chapter 1060. In the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, Yi Tianyun did not stay long. He followed the token's instructions and began to fly quickly to the area where the Heavenly Spring God Territory was located. He took out the spirit boat and began to fly at an extremely fast speed. He spent the rest of the time rushing around. He needed to travel through many areas to reach the Heavenly Spring God Territory. There was a long distance between the first grade God Territory and second grade God Territory, equivalent to entering a whole new world. Even the previous God fighting field was still in the first grade God territory. This kind of war must be held in the first grade God territory, not the second grade God territory. Otherwise, it would take a long distance to reach the second grade God territory. This kind of test is time-consuming. Yi Tianyun can only refine the medicinal pill and weapon in the spirit boat. Not only can he gain proficiency, but he can also gain experience. Anyway, he has nothing to do. He never cultivates. He has always been killing enemies to earn the most experience. Just like other people, he can slowly absorb star power to cultivate. Half a year passed quickly. He stayed on the spirit boat for half a year. During this time, he refined many weapons and medicinal pills. They were all lower-grade rebirth level weapons. The quality of the medicinal pills was also not low. He has improved in all aspects so that he can refine them. Before, he could not refine them. Friend, wait a minute. At this time, a loud shout came from outside. Yi Tianyun stopped the spirit boat and checked the situation outside. He found that a cultivator was standing in front of him. He frowned and flew out of the spirit boat. He put away the spirit boat and asked doubtfully, Friend, what's the matter? The person before him was not a human, but a tree. Roots wrapped around his whole body. Human. The tree race looked at Yi Tianyun up and down, but there was no contempt in their eyes, and they were more surprised. No problem. Are you going to ride a spirit boat through this land of stars? Land of stars? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. Yes, it seems that you know nothing about this place. How about taking our ship if you want to pass through this area and reach the second grade God territory? We can guarantee that you can pass smoothly. If you can't pass, we don't want your money. The tree race finally said their purpose. Yi Tianyun looked up and saw countless stones not far away, which seemed quite dense, constantly rolling around. If he were not careful, he would be killed. Seeing the situation, he immediately remembered what he had previously paid attention to. The Land of Stars, as the name implies, was a place where many meteorites were constantly rolling, and there was even a sea of stars inside. If they rolled over, even a heaven monarch would die inside. If you just take an ordinary spirit boat, the result will be certain. There is no rule that someone can pass. That is only possible when the luck is very good. Most of them are difficult to pass. You must pass through one kind of person, the ship owner. The tree race is a ship owner trying to rope guests in front of him. Take me there. Yi Tianyun did not say much. It seems that it is not easy to walk. There is a strong spirit boat and an experienced guide. Only then can he pass smoothly. Okay, come with me. The tree race smiled happily and immediately took him to the side. There was a huge spirit ship not far away, which was much more spacious than Yi Tianyun. The key is that this is a grade Heavenly Tao level spirit ship, much better than his broken spirit boat. When he was brought to this huge spirit ship, Yi Tianyun immediately felt many eyes looking at him. After looking up and down, some were surprised, most retracted their eyes and didn't care about it. Yi Tianyun looked around and found that there were unfamiliar faces all around. There were a lot of people riding this spirit ship. At a glance, at least hundreds of people were riding spirit ship. Many wanted to pass through this land of stars and reach the second grade god territory area. Everyone's cultivation was at the 5 refinements Earth Monarch rank level. Many Heaven Monarchs were also here, preparing to pass through this land of stars. Shu Feng, are you still unable to leave? Some of the cultivators began to get impatient. It was clear that they had been waiting here for a long time. Ready, ready. The tree race that led the game was Shu Feng. Please wait for another day. Regardless of whether or not anyone comes up, we will set off. Only then did everyone suppress their dissatisfied expressions and continue to wait. They all wanted to leave quickly but could not recoup the cost if they went so quickly. Passing through this land of stars required too much energy, especially when the hard meteorite smashed over. At that time, they would have to repair this spirit ship. Therefore, it is necessary to have enough guests, otherwise it will cause a loss of business. I wonder if you will pay with starstone or treasures. Shu Feng turned to Yi Tianyun and said, Weapons. Yi Tianyun said without thinking, Well, if it's a lower grade rebirth level weapon, you need 30. If it's a middle grade weapon, you need 5, and grade only needs 1, Shu Feng said. Is it that expensive? Yi Tianyun was shocked. According to this calculation, it would be crazy to make a trip. There are hundreds of people here. If they all handed over lower grade rebirth level weapons, there would be thousands or tens of thousands of weapons. This guest, is this your first time here? This price is relatively low. You don't know how much we consume. To repair a spirit ship, we need a lot of materials. Shu Feng rubbed his palms and smiled. Yi Tianyun doesn't believe that they are losing money. However, if he wants to pass through the land of stars, he has to do this. Otherwise, he really can't pass. It will take a lot of effort. There are no other Heavenly Tao level spirit ship. They will be annoyed to death by those meteorites along the way. If you can't afford it, then go down there. Humans are humans. Poverty is poverty. A giant rock race on the side was already tired of staying there, and when they saw Yi Tianyun talking, they felt very uncomfortable. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and just as he was about to say something, someone stood up and said coldly, Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch, it seems that you are very arrogant. Who said that our people can't do it? If he can't afford it, I will pay. At this time, a big man stood up from the side and glared at Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch. So it is Heaven Monarch Fa Wen. Sure enough, humans like to group up. Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch said disdainfully, I'm just stating the truth. Do you think that this land of stars is so easy to pass? The price here is still very good. Don't sit if you don't have money. Who said I can't afford it? Yi Tianyun looked at him indifferently. Chapter 1061. Chapter 1061. Yi Tianyun's words made Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch shake his head and laugh sarcastically. If you can afford it, why are you talking so much? This is the first time I've ridden a spirit ship. Why can't I ask? Do you buy things without asking for the price? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch was speechless for a moment. When he sat for the first time, he was shocked by the price. However, how could he not refute it? He said lowly, Anyway, you have achieved your goal. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen is a good person. He will pay for you. No, I can pay for it myself. Yi Tianyun looked at Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and smiled. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, thank you for your help, but I can still pay for this. Then he took out 30 lower grade rebirth level weapons and handed them over. Shu Feng quickly took them and said with a smile, Thank you, thank you. After that, he went outside. When Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch saw the situation, he snorted and did not speak. Seeing Yi Tianyun take it out so readily, I know he still has some family background. This little episode made Yi Tianyun feel that his position was very low. There were hundreds of people here and less than 10 people from the human race. Little brother, come here and sit. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen ignored this Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch and took Yi Tianyun to the side. It was not that he did not want to scold Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch, but that Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch had a stronger cultivation, and it was not a good thing for him to be in a deadlock. Yi Tianyun followed him to sit down, and the humans around him gathered around him. Little brother, how should I address you? Heaven Monarch Fa Wen asked with a smile. I am Earth Monarch Tianyunin, have seen all the fellow cultivators. He smiled. The people beside him were all very enthusiastic about him. They had already surrounded him earlier. They would still be together when facing the outside world, and there wouldn't be any internal strife. So it's Earth Monarch Tianyun. Are you going to the second grade god territory alone? Heaven Monarch Fa Wen asked. Yes, I am alone, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. If you go alone, you will have no one to rely on. Why don't you join us? We are all rogue cultivators here. We plan to go to second grade god territory to create a world. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen considered Yi Tianyun single and wanted to go to second grade god territory to fight. This kind of person is not rare. Most of them are rogue cultivators. After staying in the first grade god territory for a long time, they want to go to the second grade god territory. The second grade god territory is a bit difficult, but at least there are more opportunities than the first grade god territory. The others looked at Heaven Monarch Fa Wen with the burning plane and planned to go to the second grade Godi with Heaven Monarch Fa Wen. I'm very sorry, I don't have this plan for now. I am used to being alone and want to stay in the second grade god territory for a while. Yi Tianyun did not tell them his purpose. He was not familiar with them, and he had to be careful. When these words came out, everyone revealed looks of disappointment. They felt that he didn't know how to appreciate favors. Since Earth Monarch Tianyun has such thoughts, I won't force you. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen didn't reveal a disappointed expression. He just felt that it was a bit of a pity and didn't force anything. Then, they didn't continue to chat. Since they were different, there was no need to chat anymore. When the time came, they would leave this place and go their separate ways. There was no need to talk too much with each other. In any case, they didn't plan for each other. There was no need to talk too much. A day later, the spirit ship finally began to move, shaking the massive spirit ship as it began to fly towards the land of stars. Everyone, please sit down. If you go out, please do not fly out of the barrier. Otherwise, we will not be able to save you. Shu Feng walked in and explained. At the same time, you may encounter unavoidable dangers on the road. If you encounter them, please listen to our instructions and participate in the battle. In the land of stars, many demon beasts were moving around. They specialized in hunting and killing cultivators. Their intelligence was not low. They all knew about spirit core or the effects of various treasures. Thus, they were equivalent to robbers in the land of stars. If they saw them, they would come over and rob them. Otherwise, many people would go alone. If they went alone, they would not even know how they died unless they were very strong. Are there still demon beasts coming to intercept? Yi Tianyun is a bit curious about this. He knows the danger of this land of stars but doesn't know much about it. Earth Monarch Tianyun has not known about this place in advance. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen smiled and explained, you will encounter star monsters through this land of stars. However, they are generally not very strong, can be killed easily, and can get a lot of materials. Why not? If you have the ability, go up and resist. The materials you get from killing the star monsters will naturally belong to you. The price is still quite high. If you kill more, the basic road fee will come back. There is such a thing. Yi Tianyun nodded. There were still many things that he did not understand. Generally speaking, we, Heaven Monarch, make a move. Even Earth Monarch does not need to make a move, so there is no need to worry about danger. Of course, you can also try if you have the ability. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen explained patiently without any impatience. This is not an act, but patient. People look good, but Yi Tianyun has to go to Heavenly Spring God territory to report so he won't join other rogue cultivators. I see. Thank you, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, for your explanation. Yi Tianyun said gratefully, it's fine. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen laughed. The cultivators nearby felt a bit dissatisfied. They didn't know how Yi Tianyun dared to come here. They didn't know anything, so they dared to come here. The most important thing was that Yi Tianyun didn't want to join them, so they didn't have a good impression of him. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to care about their thoughts. After passing through the land of stars, they couldn't meet him. A month passed quickly. Everyone was meditating and cultivating. The journey was very long. Yi Tianyun heard it would take at least 1 or 2 years to pass through this land of stars. It is easy to imagine how far this area is. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire spirit ship shook. Everyone inside was shocked and jumped up from the ground. Before they could use their spiritual sense to check the situation outside, Shu Feng rushed in from the outside and shouted, enemy attack, enemy attack. A lot of star monsters are coming. A lot. Everyone's face changed, and they all ran out of the spirit ship. Yi Tianyun followed them out and saw a dense group of star monsters. This star monster is a bit like a bat, but it is much bigger than a bat. Its body is pitch black, and it is one with the dark space outside. If there are too many of them, and the spirit ship is densely packed, Yi Tianyun glanced at them. There are at least tens of thousands. Chapter 1062, Chapter 1062. So many star monsters. The cultivators were all stunned. Many cultivators had come for the first time as well. They had never seen such a big battle. Tens of thousands of star monsters continuously attacked the spirit ship's barrier. They emitted a boom sound as they tried to break through the barrier and enter. Their faces were ferocious. Their huge fangs fiercely bit at the barrier, wanting to tear it apart. Fortunately, this was a Heavenly Tao-level spirit ship. It had a barrier. Even God Monarch might not be able to break through it easily. Although they would not be able to break through the barrier quickly, if this continued after the energy was exhausted, it would definitely break apart. This was especially so because they could not see the road ahead. There was a possibility that they would crash into a meteor. That would be the end. The spirit ship will not be damaged, but it will greatly weaken the effect of the spirit ship's shield. Yi Tianyun glanced around. These star monsters are generally at the 4 refinements Earth Monarch rank level. Their cultivation is not high, but there are too many of them. They are densely packed. Even if their cultivation is stronger than theirs, they will be easily torn into pieces. It has been long since we have seen so many star monsters. This is enough for us to work. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen took out a long sword and was ready to enter the combat state. The other Heaven Monarchs all took out their weapons, preparing to enter a state of battle. Powerful Earth Monarchs, please participate in the battle. Shu Feng was drenched in cold sweat. They had all seen star monsters, but they had never seen so many star monsters. There were simply too many of them. They were tens of times more than the ones they usually encountered. How could they not be frightened? Just relying on the Heaven Monarch alone was not enough to defend this place. There were hundreds of cultivators on the entire ship. Most of them were cultivators below the Heaven Monarch realm. The number of Earth Monarchs was huge. There were only a dozen or 20 Heaven Monarchs. It was not a lot. It would be too difficult for a dozen or 20 people to resist tens of thousands of star monsters. When the time came, they would be exhausted to death. Everyone looked at each other. Most of the Earth Monarchs did not want to face these star monsters. If they were not careful, they would be dragged out. I am willing to participate in the battle. Yi Tianyun stood up. Undoubtedly, he has to come out to fight, otherwise it will affect his journey. Yi Tianyun was the first to stand up and fight and immediately attracted a lot of praise from Heaven Monarch. If he didn't even have this courage, how could he become stronger? With his first start, others followed, but a few people still chose to hide and not participate in the battle. I have to pay so much money to ride the ship, and in the end, I have to resist the monsters. Whoever kills will go. I am too lazy to go. That's right, there are so many star monsters. Once we undo the barrier, we will die. All of them walked into the spirit ship with extreme dissatisfaction. Their cultivation levels were not low, but they were unwilling to face these star monsters. Just as they were about to enter, they were immediately blocked by a tall and sturdy figure, throwing them back. All of you, get out of here and prepare to kill the star monsters. The one who walked out of the spirit ship was an extremely tall and sturdy Trent. His cultivation had reached Heaven Monarch peak rank. In the first grade god territory, he could already be considered a territory lord level. Captain, you came out? Shu Feng hurriedly ran over and said, how can I not come out? My ship will be destroyed if I don't come out soon. The captain looked coldly at the crew around him and said in a deep voice, no matter who it is, we must participate in the battle. The situation is urgent now. If we do not participate in the battle, we will die here. Why? We paid so much money and let us resist the star monsters. Isn't the safety of the guests your responsibility? The cultivator angrily contradicted. The captain looked at him coldly and said, that's right, but the situation is urgent now. If you don't join the battle, I will be the first to throw you out and feed the star monsters. When the man felt the captain's spirit, his legs went soft and he did not dare to refute. If he continued to deny, he would be thrown out. Long story short, there are so many star monsters. No one knows how they came over. But since it has already happened, we can only resist. The captain walked to the middle of the crowd and said in a deep voice, I will activate the enchantment later and release some star monsters. When the time comes, you will form a formation and attack. As for me, I will take the lead and protect the safety of this ship. I wonder if you have any suggestions. No suggestions. I will listen to the captain. Someone immediately agreed. It wasn't that they didn't have their own opinions, but that they were following the captain's instructions. Those who could make a living here must have some skills. It would be best if he were the one to command them. All right, if you have no objections, listen to my instructions. The captain didn't say too much. He raised his head and looked at the star monster wrapped around the ship. He said lowly, we are divided into 2 teams. 1 Heaven Monarch and 10 Earth Monarchs are included. If there are familiar companions, try to gather together. Under the command, they quickly began to split up. Yi Tianyun and others did not need to move, just stay with Heaven Monarch Fa Wen. It was enough to meet the conditions of the captain. In less than a minute, they are all divided into teams. Some are acquaintances. Some are strangers. If they are acquaintances, they are familiar with each other's abilities, and cooperation will undoubtedly increase the survival rate. Get ready for the next wave. When the captain raised his hand, the group of people were ready, holding their weapons in their hands, ready to start the bloody battle. Open. Under his control, the thick shield quickly disappeared, followed by a large group of star monsters rushing over from outside the shield like a flood. Soon after, the captain made a hand seal and said, close. Soon, the barrier quickly closed up, forming an unbreakable barrier blocking the piles of star monsters outside. They slammed into the barrier, letting out ear-piercing screams, unable to enter. In just a few breaths, several thousand star monsters came in, and when they saw the cultivators, their eyes glowed with green light, and they rushed towards them one after another. The cultivators who were already prepared all blocked and fought. Yi Tianyun held the Sky Dawn Divine Spear, aimed at the star monster, and stabbed it. It was one shot. A huge amount of experience immediately rushed over, making his eyes light up. The time to level up is here. Everyone stands beside me. I will protect everyone. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen shouted, indicating they would surround him. The others gathered around, facing so many star monsters they dared not move. When the others of the same clan gathered around, Yi Tianyun flew out alone and suddenly threw out his spear. Shoo, 3 times, 3 huge star monsters were pierced in the chest and fell from the sky. Before these star monsters fell, they were put into his inventory, from killing to collecting, without any pause. A, plus a bit more. Mua everyone. Chapter 1063. Chapter 1063. Yi Tianyun's action shocked his teammates. He didn't fight with them but went out alone. This action is really surprising. They didn't expect him to be so bold. It's not wrong to be bold, but doing this is simply suicide. Yi Tianyun's performance was in one go, killing 3-star monsters in one breath. It was surprising. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, you guys gather here. I will guard this side alone. You guys guard the other side. Yi Tianyun simply communicated with Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and single-handedly went to guard one side. More than 100 star monsters were on that side, much more than those in other directions. What is he trying to do? He charged out alone. Isn't he courting death? What does it have to do with us if he doesn't listen to our instructions? Does he think that he's invincible just because he has some ability? He only killed a few of them, and there's still a large group behind him. If it were me, I would have done the same. Why is he so arrogant? That's right, they all don't listen to Heaven Monarch Fa Wen's instructions. If they die, they die. When they saw Yi Tianyun rushing out, they all thought that Yi Tianyun was dead, especially when Yi Tianyun rushed to so many star monsters. Earth Monarch Tianyun, come back here. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen hurriedly shouted. It is difficult to resist so many people alone. We need to stand together to resist. This is good for us. Yi Tianyun turned a deaf ear and ignored Heaven Monarch Fa Wen. Instead, he swung his spear and instantly killed several star monsters. Then, he quickly put the corpses into the inventory. It was extremely easy. He knew it would be easier to join forces, but he didn't need to do this. He was not weak at all. Especially when he handed his back to them. If he couldn't even handle his back, then they would just die. He either left the team battle or chose to guard a place alone. Ding, kill star monster, 4 refinements, Earth Monarch. Received 13 billion experience, 8 million crazy value, 700,000 sin points. Obtained Star Sea Monsters Fang Rare, Star Monsters Skin Rare, Star Monsters Bone Rare, Star Monsters Bone Rare. Ding, kill Star Sea Monster, 3 refinements. Earth Monarch, gaining 12 billion points of experience, 7 million crazy value. Ding, kill Star Sea Monster, the experience kept coming. It has been a long time since he has experienced so much. This time, he will be able to break through to 7 refinements Earth Monarch, even 8 refinements. Earth Monarch is not a problem. Yi Tianyun quickly defended one of the areas. No matter how many star monsters came, he easily killed them. None of them could pass. He could only kill them from other directions. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and the others standing behind Yi Tianyun saw Yi Tianyun's bravery, and their faces changed. They thought that Yi Tianyun was looking for death, but who knew that he was so cruel and that his strength was much stronger than theirs? Earth Monarch Tianyun are guarding us. We just need to guard this place. As for the support, let me help. Heaven Monarch. Fa Wen immediately instructed them to guard the side. Everyone nodded heavily and couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun. This fierce fighting strength, can it be that he can always hold on, or just hold on for a little? They felt that Yi Tianyun was still trying to show off. He definitely won't be able to hold on for too long, but they don't care. Since Yi Tianyun wants to play like this, let him do it. Anyway, if he dies, it has nothing to do with them. If he doesn't want to listen to their persuasion, he is too lazy to persuade them. Next, Yi Tianyun defended the front and killed the star monster crazily. His sin value seems too high, causing the dense star monster to attack him. He killed many star monsters himself. Can he not attract the main target? Yi Tianyun's action attracted the attention of many people. He was an Earth Monarch, and his level was far beyond everyone's expectations. He was even more ferocious than a Heaven Monarch. He was crazily killing with the spear and taking a wandering soul under his spear. He originally thought that he would not be able to hold on for long, but who knew that he could not stop killing one after another? In a short time, nearly 100 star monsters were easily killed by him. Almost all the star monsters in the field had been eliminated at this time. No one showed any smile or pride. This was just a small part, and there were a lot of star monsters surrounding them. Prepare for the second time. The captain did not give them time to rest, nor did he give them any time to relax. Soon, the second batch of star monsters arrived. This time, the number of star monsters that came in was several times higher. There were several thousand of them originally, but now it had risen to 10,000. It was not that the captain deliberately did this, but because too many came in simultaneously. When the barrier recovered, many of them had already rushed in. Kill. One by one, their eyes turned red with killing intent. They continuously slashed forward. Piles after piles of star monsters scared many Earth Monarchs. They wished that they had not ridden on this ship. It was simply a nightmare. But now, there was no other choice but to resist. If they did not resist, they would die. Along with a miserable scream, one of the cultivators was picked up in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless star monsters swept over and gnawed at him, leaving no bone behind. This is the fear of numbers, even if their cultivation is lower than theirs, but the swarm of them is catching them off guard. Most of the 20 teams began to suffer casualties gradually, but there is no sign of death for now, and that is Yi Tianyun's team. Yi Tianyun's team is quite relaxed and divided into 2 areas. Yi Tianyun guards one location, and Heaven Monarch Fa Wen guards the other area without pressure. If most of the pressure is absorbed by Yi Tianyun, they have Heaven Monarch guarding. How can there be casualties? If there are casualties, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen is too weak. He thought Yi Tianyun would retreat soon, but who knew that guy could hold on? Hundreds of star monsters died in his hands, and as time went on, more and more of them died. If the corpses were not taken back, they would be all over the ground. This Earth Monarch Tianyun is too strong. He has been holding on for so long. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen was shocked. He thought it would soon be his turn to take over the defense, but who knew that Yi Tianyun would become more and more courageous and could not stop? Not to mention him, the teammates next to him were all dumbfounded, and there was only one thought in their hearts: is this guy the god of killing? Chapter 1064, Chapter 1064, Why Tianyun's madness scared many people. Everyone could understand if it was a Heaven Monarch, but this is the first time they have seen such a violent Earth Monarch. Even an ordinary Heaven Monarch can't do this level of cruelty, but Yi Tianyun does it as if he is taking medicine and slaughtering the surrounding star monsters. It seems he is happy and not tired. How can he feel tired when he can quickly earn a lot of experience? When he is crazy, he can't stop. Ding, congratulations, player Yi Tianyun reached the 7 refinements Earth Monarch level. Do you choose to break through now? Not for now. Yi Tianyun doesn't want to break through now. If he wants to break through now, dealing with the heavenly tribulation will be too troublesome. After refusing, he continued to enter the slaughter. The experience is constantly accumulating. According to so many star monsters, breaking through another layer or even 2 layers is possible. There are so many, and with the addition of 64 times crazy value, the experience is crazy. This is too weird. Is this guy a human? Nonsense, he must be a human, but I don't know where he came from. He is only a 6 refinements Earth Monarch, and the power he can unleash is much stronger than ours. Is he a disciple of some extremely powerful god territory? No, if he is a disciple of an extremely powerful god territory, how can he go alone? There should be someone going together, or he has a spirit ship himself. Why should he go with us on a spirit ship? Everyone was stunned by the situation here. Yi Tianyun killed 3 or 4 star monsters. Only one person can compare with him, and that is the captain. The captain was very violent. Countless tree vines wrapped around him, and the star monsters that were wrapped around him were instantly sucked dry or crushed. Even the rock dragon Heaven Monarch was inferior to Yi Tianyun. At least, he did not dare to rush forward too much. What is the background of that kid? Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch's face is not very good. He used to hurt Yi Tianyun, but now it seems that Yi Tianyun shows slightly better strength than him. However, there is a super weird person, so there must be more surprises. There are so many star monsters around, and everyone wants Yi Tianyun to kill more so that they can be safe. Yi Tianyun's combat strength also attracts the captain's attention. Still, he is the vanguard, so he has no time to divert his attention to communicating with Yi Tianyun for the time being. His eyes are full of surprise, thinking that Yi Tianyun is a surprise, and his combat strength is stronger than many Heaven Monarchs. He would have fought and retreated if they were not as timid as the Heaven Monarch, but he did not dare to charge too fiercely. Those Heaven Monarchs who retreated caused those star monsters to pounce on his teammates and let them be captured and torn apart. Yi Tianyun's appearance surprised him. Prepare to start the 3rd wave, the captain shouted, ready to start the 3rd wave. After everyone heard this, their expressions changed. They had just killed almost all of them, and they were about to come to the 3rd wave. Those who knew the captain wanted people to rest, but these star monsters were too strong. If they didn't continue to let them in, the outside world would burst this barrier. They would all be finished. They had to hurry up and eliminate the pressure on the outside world. Only then would they be able to last longer. As soon as he finished speaking, the barrier was activated again. Tens of thousands of star monsters pounced down again. When the captain was about to open the barrier, a shout came from the side. "Captain, please don't activate the barrier." The captain was stunned, and then a few figures broke through the void, forcibly blasting a large hole in a pile of star monsters. After a few figures landed, the captain made a hand seal and erected the barrier, because he was a few beats slower and had originally planned to let in 10 star monsters. Now, it had turned into tens of thousands of star monsters. The densely packed star monsters roared inside and began to gnaw at the team members madly. There were 3 men and 1 woman among those descending figures. No one knew where they came from. They had just entered and immediately joined in the slaughter. The violent power swept towards these star monsters. In an instant, a large number of them died. Undoubtedly, those who suddenly joined were super experts and were not a burden. Ha! Terrifying flames enveloped the surroundings, burning the star monsters that pounced over to ashes. They died to the point where they could no longer die. The violent sacred flames frightened everyone. A woman does this. How can even a woman be so strong? What is the background of this group of people? When Yi Tianyun saw this woman, his eyes narrowed. When the other party saw him, they were also stunned, but soon they continued to kill and did not stop. How can Earth Monarch Tianqing come here? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. The woman before him is Earth Monarch Tianqing, not someone else. He didn't expect to meet her here. The key is that the Star Territory Divine Beast captured her. How could she be released? Earth Monarch Tianyun, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Earth Monarch Tianqin should be called Yu Qin God Monarch. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yi Tianyun, not knowing what to do. You are not here to catch me, right? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes, feeling that things were not simple. He knew that Yu Qin God Monarch had some relationship with the Star Territory Divine Beast, otherwise he would not have said that before. He guessed that Yu Qin God Monarch was probably here to catch him. Catch you? This is their intention, I don't mean that. I just came out for a walk and took a breath. But after the matter is over, don't run away. I have something to tell you. Don't worry, if not for me, I wouldn't have run away. Yi Tianyun continued to kill the star monsters around him. When the sound transmission ended, the other side began to talk, but it was not a sound transmission. Captain Shu, I didn't expect we would meet again in this dangerous place. One of the giant bears waved his big palm and killed several star monsters, which showed how violent it was. Captain Zheng, what is going on? Your ship has fallen? Captain Shu's face sank. This meant that the problem was very serious. There are too many, no less than hundreds of thousands of star monsters. I have no idea what's going on. Captain Zheng said a piece of news that made people feel despair. Hundreds of thousands of star monsters, not tens of thousands. Chapter 1065. Chapter 1065. The news that Captain Zheng had brought was not good. Rather, it was news that made people feel even heavier. They had originally thought there would only be tens of thousands of star monsters, but now there were hundreds. Captain Zheng's original spirit ship had already been destroyed. Only 4 people had survived. The 4 of them were extremely powerful existences. Only they could kill their way out of so many star monsters. Otherwise, they really would have died inside. They didn't know how many people Captain Zheng's spirit ship had, but only 4 people had escaped. When everyone saw their situation and looked at the situation outside, they had already predicted their future. Hundreds of thousands of star monsters. What kind of situation is this? This has never happened before. The captain of the trees was stunned, not knowing how these came about. We were all caught off guard when we suddenly rushed out. We suffered countless casualties, and our former brothers did not know where we were. When we saw the ships on your side, we immediately rushed to ask for help. Captain Zheng ruthlessly slammed the star monsters to the ground, turning them into meat paste. His anger could be reflected here. This is strange. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there would not be so many star monsters. Could it be? Captain Shu's expression changed, and his movements became a little sluggish. Have you also thought that way? Captain Zheng smiled bitterly. I hope that we haven't met the Star Overlord. That thing is so mysterious that we can't see it. Why did we meet it? The Star Overlord. It was an extreme form of address. The king of the star monsters would generally not appear when their cultivation had reached the God Monarch rank. Once it appeared, it would mean that they would be completely wiped out. The land of stars was quite vast, and the Star Overlord was very rare in the first place. It was impossible to encounter it in this extensive place. The chances of experiencing it were negligible. It was not even 1 in 10,000 or 100,000. The Star Overlord in the entire land of stars probably would not exceed 1 palm. In such a vast place, it could be said that they had encountered a peerless treasure. When everyone heard the title Star Overlord, their faces paled. Cold sweat poured out in a flash, their eyes filled with despair. Seeing so many star monsters flying all over the sky, they likely have encountered the legendary Star Overlord. If they meet the Star Overlord with their current situation, it can be said that they are dead. The difference between the two is too big. Even if there is a Heaven Monarch peak rank, it is still too difficult to deal with other Star Overlords with God Monarch rank. Star Overlord? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes, which was tricky. It could be said that it was an unlucky year. This was his first time coming to the Land of Stars, yet he had already encountered the Overlord of Stars. Wasn't this asking for his life? Of course, he was still very calm. With the teleportation god stone in his hand, he could instantly escape. What was there to be afraid of? As for the lives of the others, that had nothing to do with him. He couldn't even save them if he wanted to. The problem was whether there was a Star Overlord or not. That was another matter. Regardless of whether they are the Star Overlord, it might not be true. We should still focus on now. Kill all these fellows and ruthlessly charge out. If we come to the Star Overlord, even if we die, I will drag a group of star monsters down with me. Captain Shu roared. Countless tree vines turned into sharp thorns that shot out in all directions, stabbing over 10 star monsters to death in one go. They were incomparably domineering. Captain Shu roared so loudly that the morale immediately rose. He knew that no matter what the result was, if the morale were gone now, they would be finished now. There was no need to wait for the Star Overlord to show his face. Well said. Kill as many as you can now. Slaughter all these guys. Captain Zheng also knew the drawbacks of things. Their conversation affected many people's moods. The main thing now was to raise morale, otherwise they would die. That's right. Even if I die, I will kill a few more star monsters. We can't let them eat us so easily. Before we die, we have to fight them to the death. Damn it, I don't want to die so easily. Kill a few more of them. Their morale has recovered quickly, and they are more ruthless than before. They know that this is a critical moment. If they are not cruel, who will save them? They can only save themselves now. After Yi Tianyun heard this, he smiled slightly. This is the mentality of a strong person. He continued to fight and kill these star monsters easily. Although their morale has risen, they still can't kill all the star monsters, killing wave after wave. On the other hand, there are many casualties on their side, especially more injuries. If they consume too much, even if they use the medicine pills, it will be too late to recover quickly, especially after killing for a long time, even if the Heaven Monarch gradually loses strength. The barrier won't be able to hold on for long. Captain Shu's face changed. He already felt that this spirit ship was about to reach its limit. Captain Shu, I have an idea. Do you want to try it? A voice sounded in his mind, making him glance at Yi Tianyun. Speak, the situation is urgent. Captain Shu made a long story short. I can break through to a higher level now and attract heavenly tribulation. I will increase the power of heavenly tribulation, and then I can hurt these star monsters. The biggest problem is that heavenly tribulation will attack indiscriminately, and it may affect our people. Yi Tianyun said in a low voice. However, I plan to kill my way out and cause a heavenly tribulation. When that happens, I will be safer. The problem is that I need someone to help me open a path. I will need the two captains to open up a path for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to get too far. He is strong, but two fists can't fight against four hands. If there are too many, it will be difficult to kill. As for wearing the Sword Saint suit, sacred tools are meaningless, completely unable to cut them. Unless there is a higher level set, but the higher level set, he can't equip it at all. Whether it is the evil demon god suit or the higher level, it requires the cultivation of Heaven Monarch level. He has not reached the cultivation of Heaven Monarch, so he can't use it. Heavenly tribulation? Captain Shu's eyes lit up, and this method is quite feasible. The premise is to anger the heavenly tribulation, but the biggest problem is that after the heavenly tribulation, Yi Tianyun may be killed by the heavenly tribulation. There is no time to think about it. Let's do it, Captain Shu. Yi Tianyun immediately reminded. Good. Captain Shu clenched his teeth, but could only do this now. No matter success or failure, you are our hero. If I survive, my life will be yours. Chapter 1066. Chapter 1066. Yi Tianyun had thought of heavenly tribulation before. After all, this heavenly lightning, whoever gets too close will be struck, especially the densely packed star monsters. One heavenly lightning will kill a large area. Under normal circumstances, if you don't get close to the range, it will be no problem. Once you get close, it will be easy to anger the heavenly tribulation, which is equivalent to being recognized by the heavenly tribulation as cheating, let other people help to resist, and then it will burst out even stronger heavenly tribulation to suppress. However, Yi Tianyun is not in a hurry to say this idea. If he said it too early, the other party would not be willing to do so. After all, he needs someone to help him open the way, meaning he had to leave this place temporarily, which is a bit equal to staking everything on this. Now, the situation is critical. Captain Shu and the others must try it, otherwise they will die. Soon, Captain Shu contacted Cheng. After a simple exchange, Captain Cheng looked at Yi Tianyun with huge eyes. Brother Tianyun, you are good whether you fail or succeed, Captain Zhang shouted. 5 heaven monarchs prepare to protect this friend and let him cross the tribulation. What? Captain Zhang's words shocked many people. How could they not be surprised by such a strange idea? Crossing the heavenly tribulation among many star monsters was sacrificing themselves to help others. Without any hesitation, a heaven monarch immediately surrounded them. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen was one of them. Thank you, everyone. Yi Tianyun flew to Captain Zhang's side. At this time, there are no star monsters around. We should thank you for this. It is worthy of our respect for you to do this. Captain Zhang did not say anything, and the other heaven monarchs were also the same, their eyes full of gratitude. No matter the result, Yi Tianyun established a tall image in their hearts. Heaven Monarch Fa Wen nodded to Yi Tianyun. His participation was enough to show his sincerity. After all, the situation was so critical that they might not be able to return even if they rushed out. Then I am ready to activate the shield and fly out. Everyone, get ready. There were a lot of Heaven Monarch guards, a total of 10 people. It could be said that the general number of guards was the most violent situation to send Yi Tianyun out. As for the internal situation, it will depend on them to support it. All of them looked serious and were fully prepared. Then Captain Shu waved his hand, and the shield in the air disappeared. A large number of star monsters rushed up. At this moment, Captain Shu and Captain Xiang quickly opened the way in front. The other 10 Heaven Monarchs were also the same. They madly rushed forward like a meat grinder, constantly spinning and opening a hole. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Tianyun quickly flew out and rushed into the inner part of star monsters. Now they are inside star monsters, surrounded by dense star monsters, surrounded by circles, and can't see the situation outside. It is enough to see that there are more than hundreds of thousands of star monsters, right? Level up! Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he quickly let himself level up. Ding! Successfully deducted experience. Congratulations, player. Yi Tianyun broke through to 7 refinements Earth Monarch Cultivation. Boom! As soon as he successfully leveled up, a thick cloud of tribulation appeared in the sky. When the cloud of tribulation was about to be released, it felt that there were star monsters around it, and it immediately became angry. Rumble! The heavenly tribulation began to roar crazily, and countless thick heavenly lightning and heavenly fire began to rise, even more terrifying. This power continued to condense, becoming stronger and stronger. First, it doubled, then increased by 4 times, then 8 times. The terrifying energy made people feel numb, which meant that Yi Tianyun also suffered from terrible power, and whether he could resist it was another matter. Get ready to evacuate. Their faces changed when Captain Shu and the others saw this terrible catastrophe. They had never seen such a horrible catastrophe. Usually, they would hide and cross the tribulation. Who would cross the tribulation in so many people? Usually, they would only see a few people or dozens of people. Now, hundreds of thousands of star monsters were here. Even if there were only tens of thousands of star monsters in the range of the catastrophe, it was unimaginable. Everyone can leave now, Yi Tianyun said. But if you leave now, won't you be exposed to the attacks of star monsters? They did not retreat immediately, at least when the heavenly tribulation came, they quickly left. Suppose star monsters kill them on the way. In that case, the heavenly tribulation will soon disperse, and the people going through the heavenly tribulation are all dead, so there is no need for the heavenly tribulation to exist. When the time comes, this plan will be a miscarriage. Everything will be in vain, and they will continue to fall into a dangerous whirlpool. It's almost time, just let these star monsters surround us, Yi Tianyun hurriedly said. Captain Shu and Captain Zhong looked at each other and immediately followed Yi Tianyun's words, and they quickly flew into the spirit ship. Just as they flew back, they immediately closed the barrier and blocked the star monsters outside. Although this is the case, many star monsters have already come in, as many as tens of thousands of star monsters, making this place densely packed. During this period, many cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and without the help of heaven monarchs, they would naturally fall into a trap. What kind of plan is this, causing me to be seriously injured? One of them was lying on the side, not a single piece of flesh on his body, looking very miserable. That's right, why don't we just stay here for a while? Maybe they will retreat, now we are all finished. If that kid doesn't have any effect, we will all be in vain. The other one was also in great pain. He had no arms, so how could he not be angry? Bang, bang. The 2 people were kicked into the sky by a figure and were eaten up by the star monster that pounced down. The people around were shocked. What a bunch of trash. You don't have any ability, yet you still talk nonsense. The one who attacked was actually that Yuchin god monarch. He did not hesitate to kick those 2 trash into the sky. You, what are you doing? The cultivators beside him were dumbfounded. Was this killing each other? I didn't do anything. I just couldn't bear to see someone making sarcastic remarks. If I cannot, I will just stand here and shout. This plan has a narrow escape, but I will die if I don't implement it. Yuchin God Monarch said coldly, a bunch of trash. With your ability, do you want to become strong? If you become an idiot, you will have your share. The cultivators on the side were immediately enraged. Just as they were about to say something, the voice of the captain of the tree exploded. If not for this girl, I would have already done it. Captain Shu said coldly, he doesn't understand the big picture. He is selfish. Whoever talks nonsense, I will immediately throw him out to feed the star monsters. Captain Shu and even Captain Sheng were very angry. He hated this kind of person who had no ability the most and still talked nonsense. Chapter 1067, Chapter 1067. The return of the Heaven Monarchs immediately eased the battle situation and gained some control. Many people were very unhappy with Yi Tianyun's actions but could only endure. The captains are so overbearing, what else do they dare to say? They can only hope that Yi Tianyun succeeds, otherwise they will all die here. One must succeed. Yuchin God Monarch looked at the flashing lightning outside, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. It was not that she was very afraid of death, but she felt that Yi Tianyun was so courageous that he should not die. This made her recall the past, and scenes flashed through her mind. When was she not such a person? But as time went by, everything changed, and she became somewhat numb. She thought there was no such fool in this world, but who knew that there was one here, and it was a super fool. Now Yi Tianyun is carrying the life and death of many experts. Whether he is dead or alive, it depends on whether he can persevere. The power of this heavenly tribulation is terrible. I am afraid it is close to the late stage of the Heaven Monarch realm, right? The power of the heavenly tribulation is not particularly amazing, but it can penetrate all enemies and kill them all in a chain, and the range is extremely wide. Compared to Captain Shu and the others, it is many times stronger. They can't compare it with the terrifying range. Otherwise, they would not have heard Yi Tianyun's heavenly tribulation and would have immediately chosen to take him out of the encirclement. When the surrounding star monsters sensed the terrible heavenly tribulation, they were scared and fled to the side, and some of them rushed to him, wanting to tear him to pieces. The heavenly tribulation will immediately dissipate as long as Yi Tianyun is killed. You want to kill me? You are still too young. Yi Tianyun held the Sky Dawn Divine Spear and became Evil Demon God instantly. The terrifying flame covered his whole body, especially the black flame of the burning heaven sacred fire. When it touched them, it immediately burned them to ashes. For a time, no matter how many star monsters came, they could not get close to him. They were just a distance away, but they were immediately burned to death outside, turning into a big wave of experience. If he were alone, there would be no problem. If he couldn't win, then he would run. There was no difficulty. The problem was that he had to save the entire spirit ship now. He naturally wouldn't run away immediately. It wasn't that he was being benevolent and had flown so far away with great difficulty. It was a waste of time to follow him again. He's here. Boom. The thick thunder finally broke out. It pierced through a lot of star monsters in one breath. A large number of star monsters were burnt to ashes. They were dead. Almost in an instant, the dense star monsters were immediately blasted out. At least 1,000 of them died. This was the first time that heavenly thunder was struck. After piercing through many star monsters, it hit Yi Tianyun. Boom! Yi Tianyun felt a sharp pain. His body seemed to be hit hard. He looked down and saw that his body was charred black. It looked a bit terrible. However, he quickly operated the longevity suit and promptly recovered from his injuries. Sure enough, the heavenly tribulation that was angered is really powerful. It just doesn't give me experience. It's too much. Yi Tianyun was more concerned about the experience. He didn't get any experience from the star monsters that the heavenly thunder killed. Obviously, the heavenly tribulation had nothing to do with him, so he didn't get any experience. If he had been slaughtered to his heart's content, he would have already reached the level of Heaven Monarch, but now he can only dodge first and summon the heavenly tribulation to attack other places. Bang, 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 bang! The heavenly tribulation kept roaring and rushing in the direction Yi Tianyun flew. Wherever it went, there would be countless casualties. It was basically at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed was quite amazing. It was much faster than killing them. At this time, the cultivators below the spirit ship, if Yi Tianyun can't withstand the attack of star monsters or the attack of the heavenly tribulation, everything will be considered a failure. Now, it seems that they can still bear it. Many star monsters were killed, making them want to cheer. But now they also have to deal with star monsters on the inner side, so they have no time to watch the situation outside. However, with Yi Tianyun's transfer, this area has changed greatly. Many star monsters have shifted their targets and have not continued to attack this spirit ship. As time passed, the heavenly thunder and heavenly fire Yi Tianyun endured became more and more ferocious. Still, he persevered, constantly drawing attacks to attack star monsters, and at the same time, he continued to kill them to gain more experience. He will not waste so many star monsters. Killing them is a lot of experience. If this continues, breaking through to 8 refinements Earth Monarch Cultivation, there is no pressure. Under his guidance, these star monsters were also scared to run around. They did not dare to approach at all. They were finally afraid, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of them died. How could they not be scared? Originally, they were not afraid, but now it is hard not to be scared. They all fled to the side. But how can Yi Tianyun let them go? He chased them and shouted, "Why are you running? Weren't you very arrogant before? Now come and continue to fight with me." Yi Tianyun sneered. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand continued to attack. Every time he attacked, several star monsters died in his hands. He didn't know how many star monsters he had killed. His experience was about to break through to the 8 refinements Earth Monarch. While chasing, he suddenly saw a golden light flashing before him. He subconsciously looked over and saw a small golden star monster flying in the distance. Its eyes were fierce. Star Overlord, a small star overlord who cultivates 5 refinements Earth Monarch. It can control star monsters. It also has a strong defense. The cultivation of Earth Monarch is comparable to a heavenly Dao rank treasure. It is difficult to destroy. Well, I finally see my master. I didn't expect it to be a newly born guy who came here to cause trouble. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. If he kills this guy, these star monsters will leave and will not continue gathering here. However, he did not want to kill it but chose to subdue it. This guy's cultivation is not high. If he is a god monarch, he will retreat. Now he is an earth monarch. If subdued, he can walk sideways in the sea of stars. He thought it would be a god monarch cultivation, but who knew it was an earth monarch cultivation? This is a pleasant surprise. Chapter 1068. Chapter 1068. After locking down the Star Overlord, Yi Tianyun quickly rushed towards it. After it found that it was being targeted, it promptly fled to the side and, at the same time, issued an order to the surrounding star monsters to stop it. Its cultivation is the same as theirs, but it can control them. This is the bloodline relationship of a king. It is golden and looks like an overlord, surpassing other star monsters. Want to leave? It is not so easy. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and instantly moved to the side of Star Overlord, swinging the spear in his hand and ruthlessly stabbing it down without showing mercy. Squeak! Star Overlord was frightened by the sudden appearance of Yi Tianyun and hurriedly waved his wings to block, like a golden shield. Boom! This Star Overlord was sent flying. The violent power only left a shallow mark on it, but it did not penetrate this terrible defense. As expected of super strong defense, I used most of my strength, only leaving a shallow mark on it. Yi Tianyun was a little surprised. Although he had expected it, he was still shocked. These guys are too hard. It is difficult to break through this defense easily. Squeak! The Star Overlord screamed, his voice full of anger, indicating the star monster beside him to rush up. Yi Tianyun grinned. At this moment, he smiled. Boom! The terrifying thunder came at this time, piercing through a large number of star monsters and also striking the Star Overlord. The Star Overlord screamed and flew to the side. His body was burnt black. He was able to withstand the attack of a late-stage heaven monarch. This guy only looked like he was charred black. It was not a big deal. However, being hit by this terrible attack, he still felt very uncomfortable. Yi Tianyun swung his hand and pierced through the lightning with his spear, easily scattering the lightning. Thank you for helping to resist. Yi Tianyun smiled, reached out, and grabbed Star Overlord, who was almost knocked out, and at the same time used the catching skill. A faint light quickly enveloped Star Overlord, wanting to take it as a pet. Feeling strange, Star Overlord began to twist and resist Yi Tianyun's capture. This strong resistance made it difficult for Yi Tianyun to catch it successfully. You don't want to surrender? Let's see how long you can endure. Yi Tianyun's heavenly tribulation didn't end there. He shot the Star Overlord into the sky, followed by the lightning, and sent it flying again, leaving another mark on its body. If this continues, it can still be killed. There seems to be no problem on the surface, but the body's condition has become very serious. The lightning is constantly flowing inside the body. If this continues, there will be no problem outside, but the inside will be seriously injured. The star monsters on the side quickly rushed up, wanting to save their king, but Yi Tianyun swept his spear and easily killed them all. Are you willing to surrender? Yi Tianyun reached out his hand again, and the Star Overlord struggled again, refusing to let Yi Tianyun capture him. A king always has his own dignity and is not willing to be caught as a pet by a human. It seems you think I am not qualified to be your master? Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Likely, his strength could not convince the other party, and naturally, he would not recognize Yi Tianyun as his master. The Star Overlord's eyes were cold, still full of arrogance, but he did not bow his head. As a king, he would rather die than surrender to an existence weaker than himself. In that case, I will let you see my strength. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He twisted the Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand, releasing a violent power from his body. Crazy Damage Mode, activate. The violent power exploded in his hand, and with the help of the Crazy Heaven Secret Art, his power instantly reached 74 times. The Sky Dawn Divine Spear in his hand released a dazzling light. Under the support of the terrifying power, the Sky Dawn Divine Spear began to tremble as if it was going to explode at any moment. The Star Overlord immediately smelled the dangerous aura, waving its wings to block it. Boom! The terrifying power smashed into its wings, sending it flying. Its wings were broken open, and its body was almost pierced through. After all the power is condensed at one point, it is impossible to be weak. Squeak! Star Overlord screamed, his voice full of horror. He did not expect Yi Tianyun to burst out with such terrible power. Even the defense he was proud of was broken. Strength 64 times, even more powerful, Star Overlord's defense can still be pierced by him. If you don't surrender, the next shot will be your head. Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and continued to cover the Star Overlord. He wanted to continue to capture it. If the other party insisted on not surrendering, he would be pierced by his spear. Since he could not take it as his pet, there was no need to keep it. He could only kill the other party and solve the problem in one breath. Squeak! The Star Overlord did not struggle this time, but eased up and let Yi Tianyun take it as a pet. Yi Tianyun saw this and smiled with satisfaction. As long as you follow me, I promise I will make you stronger. Yi Tianyun smiled. He could see that this Star Overlord was very strong. As long as he had more training, he would be a powerful help. Ding successfully subdued Star Overlord Ultra Rare. Gained 1 billion experience, 10 million crazy value, and 5 million grappling proficiency. Ding, congratulations player Yi Tianyun, reached the 8 refinements Earth Monarch, choose to break through. There is no need for that now. Now that he hasn't completed his tribulation, how can he continue his tribulation immediately? If they overlap, who knows what will happen? After subduing the Star Overlord, Yi Tianyun immediately ordered the Star Overlord to retreat quickly. Sure enough, under the orders of the Star Overlord, they left one after another and did not continue to stay here, finally left. Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. He has consumed too much energy now, and if he continues to fight, it will be difficult to hold on for too long. At the same time, in the situation on the spirit ship, the star monsters were wiped out, and the star monsters on the outside quickly disappeared. However, Yi Tianyun's heavenly tribulation is not over yet, and it has to go through several days before it can be completely over. Then let's end it now. Yi Tianyun's eyes focused, and he swung his spear. With a boom sound, he blasted the thick heavenly tribulation again. Before, it was directly broken, and this time was no exception. Chapter 1069, Chapter 1069. The heavenly tribulation was easily destroyed, and the power that Yi Tianyun erupted with was very cohesive. Naturally, he can easily destroy the heavenly tribulation. In particular, he has blocked so many heavenly tribulations that the power is naturally far less than the first attack, but the effect is almost the same. After breaking the heavenly tribulation, the star power quickly came down, bathing his body, giving him more star power, strengthening his body. No matter what, he has to keep breaking the heavenly tribulation like before, stopping the greatest benefits from the greatest. It's over, Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly put the Star Overlord into his pet bar. He cannot let others see the Star Overlord, otherwise people will suspect that Star Overlord is with him. Although he doesn't mind the opinions of these people, it is better to have less trouble. Looking at the star monsters leaving quickly, he felt a little pity. If he could kill them in front of him in a row, his level would rise rapidly. After all, the difference in cultivation level was not big, so he gained more experience. If he killed those star monarchs, he would not be able to raise his level. If he had broken through to the Heaven Monarch realm and killed these Earth Monarchs, the significance would not have been very big. He needed to kill a lot of them. Not to mention Heaven Monarchs. Now Yi Tianyun saw that long string of experience. He felt the end was big. Killing one can get 100 billion experience. If he wants to upgrade, he must kill tens of thousands. Now, he is still at Earth Monarch level. If he reaches Heaven Monarch's level, he doesn't need to kill hundreds of thousands or even millions. Sure enough, the further he goes, the more difficult it is to upgrade. Yi Tianyun turned and flew to the spirit ship. Without the package of Star Monster, he saw that the spirit ship was broken. It seems that many places are about to be penetrated. Fortunately, he stepped out in time. Otherwise, it will be finished. Without the protection of the spirit ship, these cultivators will die. Even if he has a spirit ship, it is useless. After all, the spirit ship he brought is not as good as Captain Shu's spirit ship. Without any defense, it will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. At this time, he saw that star monsters were not killed in the spirit ship, but were running around. Without the control of Star Overlord, they were like headless flies running around everywhere. Of course, if they are forced to attack, they will attack. Open this barrier, they have been driven away. Yi Tianyun signaled them to open the barrier outside. They were overjoyed when Captain Shu and the others saw the situation outside. They activated the barrier and fled with the star monsters, not daring to stay longer. After the star monsters fled, the people sat directly on the ground, their expressions crying and laughing. It's over. It's finally over. I thought I was dead for sure. Yeah, I thought I died here. I didn't even report to the second grade god territory and died here. It's a loss. By the way, it's all his help. If not for his help, we would all be dead. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Tianyun. They would have already died if he hadn't triggered the heavenly tribulation and chased away these star monsters. Although they suffered heavy losses now, at least not all of them were wiped out. I'm really ashamed to say that. Our cultivation is high, but a junior saved us. Captain Shu shook his head, feeling helpless but even more fortunate. If not for Yi Tianyun, they would be finished. Now, they don't have anyone to attract the heavenly tribulation. Even if they can attract the heavenly tribulation, can they withstand such a sharp heavenly tribulation? It can be said that the heavenly tribulation is not the main point. The main point is that Yi Tianyun can withstand the strengthened heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, everything is nonsense. All plans are in vain. Yes, this is a young hero. Captain Shang and the others saw Yi Tianyun and were very grateful. Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch on the side was ashamed. Thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth, bowed his head, and said, Earth Monarch Tianyun, I am sorry for my rudeness just now. I, Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch, have always known right and wrong. This time, you saved me. After that, you can tell me what you want to do. As long as I can do it for you. Rock Dragon Heaven Monarch took the initiative to admit his mistake. This made Yi Tianyun feel a bit surprised. He did not expect such a proud cultivator to choose to bow his head. This person's discrimination seems a bit serious, but he is more respectful to the strong. Yes, our lives are saved by you. I owe you a life. If there is anything, just tell me. If the difficulty is not very high, I will do it for you. Yes, me too, owe you a favor. Everyone showed their gratitude. This is a huge favor. Cultivators are like this. After being saved, they will leave a thought. If it is unclear, sometimes it will form a heart demon. Of course, to some evil people, saving them was equivalent to killing them. They did not have anything to say. If they saved them, they would only be treated as fools. Little brother, we won't say anything more. We will always run back and forth in this land of stars. If you want to pass through the land of stars, just tell us, and we will guarantee that we will bring you here. We will not accept anything, even if you bring your friends here. Yes, if there is anything simultaneously, just tell us. We will not refuse anything that we can help you with. Each one was more heroic than the other. The feeling of surviving a calamity was too wonderful. He almost died here. This favor must be repaid no matter what. Yes, if there is something, I will ask everyone. Yi Tianyun smiled. Everyone is sincere, and they can see their favorability rising. If they don't die, they can do it for him. Ding! Complete the rescue quest, gain 100 billion experience points, 10 million crazy value, 5 million mastery, prestige points 1,000 points, and get a God Territory Lottery Roulette. At the same time, he also completed a small task and gained a little harvest, which was a pleasant surprise. Following them, they began to heal. The consumption was astonishing. Some of them were even seriously injured. Therefore, they had to recover quickly. At the same time, Captain Shi and the others began to repair this spirit ship. After all, they had been injured so much. Crossing this land of stars would be difficult if they did not fix it. I didn't expect you to be a good person. I really can't tell. Yuchen God Monarch walked to Yi Tianyun and smiled. Yi Tianyun saw her smile and remembered it was her first time. He felt strange. What, you think I am a tyrant? Yes. Yuchen God Monarch answered very bluntly. Yi Tianyun rolled his eyes. She is not cute. Chapter 1070. Chapter 1070. Yi Tianyun found a place to sit down and rest. Yuqin God Monarch directly sat beside him, seemingly worried that he would run away. Yi Tianyun raised his eyebrows, frowned, and said, "What, are you afraid that I will run away? I am not afraid. Where you go, what does it have to do with me?" Yuqin God Monarch said indifferently, "I am just recovering here. What is the problem? This is not a problem." Yi Tianyun shrugged and ignored Yuqin God Monarch. Yuqin God Monarch sat on the side and said nothing to him. She was really recovering from the consumption of her body. Although she was not injured, her consumption was not low. There were so many star monsters. She could not hide even if she wanted to. She could only bite the bullet and kill them. There were a lot of them. However, she did not have any other acquaintances. Naturally, she was meditating beside him. This action attracted the attention of many people. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to know this expert. Yuqin God Monarch's previous performance was far beyond everyone's expectations. It was comparable to Yi Tianyun. This made them doubt life. They wondered if they were living on a dog. They were both Earth monarchs. Why was the difference so big? After resting for a few days, Captain Shu and the others repaired the spirit ship. They didn't fix it for too long before flying back in a flurry, all frowning. "Captain Shu, what's the situation?" Captain Xiong asked when he saw that Captain Shu's situation wasn't quite right. "What sort of situation could there be? This spirit ship is seriously broken. There's no way to pass through the land of stars. A few waves of star sea will likely strike, and this spirit ship will be sent flying." Captain Shu shook his head and sighed. "It seems that we can only return on the same path." Then he looked at everyone and said, "Now we will return on the same path. The spirit ship must be repaired. Right now, we cannot repair it. Or rather, whoever is present here is a God Rune Master. They must be of a high grade and only need a first-grade God Rune Master. Divine Imprint is not very high level." One by one, they shook their heads. How could it be so easy to become a first-rank, once-grade God Rune Master? First-grade Divine Imprint, right? Yi Tianyun stood up and asked. "Yes, don't tell me." Captain Shu's eyes lit up. "Yes, I am first-grade God Rune Master. My level is not high, but repairing some simple Divine Imprint is not a problem. Yi Tianyun is still an I am first-grade God Rune Master. Of course, if he wants to level up, there is no problem. He can easily level up with more proficiency. You are still a first-grade God Rune Master?" Beside her, Yuqin God Monarch revealed a look of surprise. It exceeded her expectations. Although there was only a first-grade God Rune Master, one must not forget that other major realms were ahead of her. That was called Divine Rune Master. His realm was completely different. His cultivation was also strong. This made her suspect that he had awakened from the reincarnation of an expert. Of course, she was the reincarnation of an expert. It was just that she had not grasped any divine rune power in her previous life. She was only an alchemist, and the meaning was different. After all, she had the burning heaven's sacred fire. There was no doubt that the best choice for an alchemist was. "Is there a problem?" Yi Tianyun looked at her and said, "No problem." Yuqin God Monarch shook her head. She just thought it was incredible. "Then come and help me repair it." Captain Shu was excited. He pulled Yi Tianyun and flew to the spirit ship, leaving a group of cultivators looking at each other. Among them, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and the others didn't know what to say. They asked Yi Tianyun to join them before, but now they seemed too naive. Not to mention, joining them, even if they join Tekken Grade God territory, is not a problem. No wonder they don't want to join us. Based on this ability, I guess they will join second grade God territory. Yes, this is the gap between people. It is incomparable. I thought he didn't know what was good for him, but now it seems he is too low-key. They all shook their heads, feeling that they were thinking too much. Earth Monarch Tianyun, I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. It sounds a bit familiar. One of the cultivators seemed to have thought of something, and after thinking for a while, his eyes revealed a look of horror. I was chatting with a friend before. That friend is from the first grade God territory. He participated in the recent God territory's war of ascending to heaven. The one who won first place seems to be called Earth Monarch Tianyun. I also remember this. The first place in the God territory's war of ascending to heaven is called Earth Monarch Tianyun. I heard that he is very powerful. No wonder when I heard him introduce him, I felt that it was a bit familiar, but I didn't remember it for a while. Is he Earth Monarch Tianyun? No, it can't be the same name, right? Everyone was shocked. They all wanted to go to the God territory's war of ascending to heaven. They are all rogue cultivators. They are not qualified to go to the God territory's war of ascending to heaven, so they don't know Yi Tianyun. Now that they thought of something, their hearts trembled. If they were first, wouldn't they invite the other party to join them? Wouldn't that be asking for a beating? But he didn't say he was first in the God territory's war of ascending to heaven. Moreover, he even said that he was going to the second grade God territory for a stroll. He's just keeping a low profile, understand? Who cares? When the person comes back later, can't we just ask? The news of Yi Tianyun quickly spread here. On the other hand, Yuqin God Monarch, who was in second place, was not discussed. Soon, Yi Tianyun recovered, and Captain Shu praised him. This is amazing. I thought this was a secondary return, but I didn't expect Earth Monarch Tianyun to repair the divine imprint. This level is desirable. If Earth Monarch Tianyun doesn't join any forces, can he join us? As long as you join us, you will gain many benefits. Our sect is quite good. Captain Shu also issued an invitation, but after he said it, he felt the atmosphere was not quite right. When he turned to look at everyone, he found that they looked strange. What's wrong? Captain Shu asked. Cough, cough, cough. Captain Xiang coughed, walked over to Yi Tianyun, and asked, Earth Monarch Tianyun, are you the first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven? The first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven? Captain Shu stared at Yi Tianyun as if he saw a ghost. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. His identity is exposed. He thought that he was not clear about it. Sure enough, he has to change his name to keep a low profile. I am the Earth Monarch Tianyun, the winner of the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and did not deny anything. He originally wanted to deny it, but there was no need to think about it. Yuqin God Monarch was here, so there was no point in denying it. Originally, he was wary of the God Territory. Now that Yuqin God Monarch is here, what is there to worry about? Chapter 1071. Chapter 1071. It's true, it's the first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Everyone stood up in horror. This amount of gold far exceeded everyone present. Yes, it is to surpass everyone. Even Captain Shu is inferior. Even if his cultivation is not as good as Captain Shu's, his future is much brighter than that of Captain Shu. Don't look at how many Heaven Mozome broke through to Heaven Monarch in 3 or 4 refinements Earth Monarch, but their level is ordinary. Even Captain Shu is a 6 refinements Earth Monarch who broke through to Heaven Monarch, so there is too much difference between him and Yi Tianyun. His level can enter 2nd grade God territory, but Yi Tianyun can't train him. The value is completely different. After all, Captain Shu missed most of his golden period when he was an Earth Monarch. For 2nd grade God territory, the high-level Earth Monarch is the most valuable. 5th or 6th refinements, Earth Monarch is nothing. Without an 80 or 9 refinements Earth Monarch, the cultivation value is too low. After that, they surrounded Yi Tianyun one by one. No one would have noticed if Yi Tianyun had said that before. They thought that he must be bragging, and now, saving the entire spirit ship, there must be credibility. This is the first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. I can brag to my friends for a lifetime when I return. It is amazing, the first place is different. Yes, my friend said that the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven is ordinary. Now I can refute him. Such a strong power in a first-grade God Rune Master. When I first saw him, I knew he was a super powerhouse. Bullshit. I was too lazy to even look at you before, and I even saw you first. The atmosphere of the entire spirit ship became lively. After all, how could a famous person not cause a discussion? It just so happened that most of them had recovered and had the extra strength to discuss it. The feeling of surviving a calamity was more of a relaxing feeling. Yuqin God Monarch glanced at him indifferently from the side. She didn't say anything and just sat there meditating to recover. She was too lazy to care about these things and resumed her arrogant appearance. No one would try to strike up a conversation with her. Previously, her actions of throwing her out were truly shocking. She would be thrown out if she managed to strike up a conversation with her. That would be a trap. Especially since she was so powerful, no one dared to talk with her. I never thought Earth Monarch Tianyun would be the winner of God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Just pretend that you didn't hear my previous invitation. Captain Shu laughed, feeling a little embarrassed. It's okay, thank you Captain Shu for your invitation, but I already have a force to join, I'm sorry. Yi Tianyun felt very sorry. He turned to Heaven Monarch Fa Wen and said, Heaven Monarch Fa Wen, I rejected you before, I was also very embarrassed. Yi Tianyun's attitude made them feel very comfortable and modest, unlike those super geniuses who were very arrogant, making them look down on him. After chatting with them briefly, Captain Shu let everyone disperse and was ready to continue forward. Yi Tianyun also returned to Yuqin God Monarch and sat down. He has a lot of things to ask. He had no time before, but now he can ask slowly. Earth Monarch Tianqing, no, I don't think this is your real name, right? Yi Tianyun said. Just call me Yuqin God Monarch. Yuqin God Monarch looked at him lightly and sent a message. I know what you want to ask. I will not say it out. You better hide well. Otherwise, if you are caught, it has nothing to do with me. Yi Tianyun knew she would not say it. This is unsurprising. Why didn't you choose to arrest me? Wouldn't you be punished if you were to be found out? Yi Tianyun continued. Punished? What's there to punish? They won't take you back unless they see me meet you. Yuqin God Monarch looked at him and said, Who knows now unless you go back and talk? That's true. Then you can take your time. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to continue asking. Anyway, the other party was not interested in telling him. Then, he was too lazy to ask too much. Following Captain Shu, he began to control the spirit ship and quickly flew to the destination. Although it was not completely repaired, at least through the Land of Stars, there was no problem. As the spirit ship moved, they continued to stay here and could only cultivate for a day. Soon, the spirit ship passed through the area, surrounded by stones, and entered a strange area. Looking around, there are special water areas, but this water area is very dark and the spirit ship is directly on top. Yi Tianyun, sitting on the spirit ship, can feel the bottom of the spirit ship constantly shaking, feeling as if layers of waves pushed it. Although this was not a wave, the effects were almost the same. If a cultivator fell, it would be fatal. The land of stars would directly swallow them up. It would be very difficult to escape. Those with low cultivation would be unable to come up after falling. However, everything was very stable. There were no major problems. The biggest problem was that the star monsters and the star monsters were all killed. There would be no problems. Unless the spirit ship suddenly broke, there would be no accidents. I advise you to stay in Heavenly Spring God territory for a while so you won't be captured. Yuchin God Monarch suddenly sent a voice transmission. After a while, they will be too lazy to pay attention to it. After all, if you hide in there, although they are overbearing, they will not force you to go to them. Yi Tianyun raised his eyelids, looked at her momentarily, and smiled. I can't tell that you are quite caring. What benefits does this have for you? Of course, there are benefits. I can stay outside longer and not go back immediately. Yuchin God Monarch's answer made him feel a little speechless. He thought he would answer and believe he was a good person so he would not arrest him. Who knew that it was for his freedom? However, Yi Tianyun immediately grasped the point. He narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, So, you are firmly controlled? Yuchin God Monarch stared at him coldly and said, I am not controlled, I just owe them a favor. I have not paid them back for the time being. Do not ask more about these things. Just hide well. If you are caught, I am afraid you will not be able to escape for the rest of your life. Yi Tianyun shrugged and smiled. I think, so far, no one has been able to catch me. Come to think of it, you have escaped the pursuit of the Star Territory Divine Beast. How did you do it? Yuchin God Monarch suddenly remembered this matter. You tell me the details, and I will tell you the situation here. Choose for yourself. Yi Tianyun smiled. Yuchin God Monarch rolled her eyes at him, too lazy to continue asking. Chapter 1072. Chapter 1072. Yuchin God Monarch naturally won't take the bait. If Yi Tianyun doesn't tell her the way, she will be too lazy to say more. Compared to Yi Tianyun's way of escape, it is even more impossible for her to tell her situation. After all, Yi Tianyun's method will definitely not be explained in detail and is not necessarily learned. For example, what kind of special treasure is it? If she doesn't have it, it is useless to know. Forget it. Yuchin God Monarch was too lazy to pay attention to him, and she closed her eyes directly. Yi Tianyun was also too lazy to say more than half a sentence. Captain Shu controlled the spirit ship to move forward slowly. It was not fast or slow. In the current situation, traveling at a very fast speed is good. They did not need to arrive at a very fast speed. There are still a few days before we can go out. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Star Monster will not appear again, so let's relax. Captain Shu's voice came. This time, everyone was relieved. They were not as vigilant and nervous as before. Yi Tianyun did not worry about the star monsters from the beginning, and unless they came back to the Star Overlord, it was unlikely that many star monsters would attack. Star Overlord will attack purely because he has nothing to do, and he is too playful, so he sent so many star monsters to attack. This is the truth that Yi Tianyun knew when communicating with Star Overlord. After hearing it, he felt funny and did not expect that it was fun, so he came to kill and play. Of course, this was the same principle as cultivators hunting demon beasts. It was no different from killing and playing if one wanted to cultivate. There was nothing to say about this. The races were different, so the situation was naturally different. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, no star monsters appeared. Only then did some people completely relax. When they raised their eyes, they could see that there were already no rocks in front of them. This meant that they had already flown away from this land of stars. Previously, the journey had been bumpy, and all kinds of rocks had smashed them. Even if Captain Shu was more familiar with this place, hiding was still not simple. We have already come out. In front of us is the area, the worldly jade star. At this time, Captain Shu began to speed up and soon saw a planet full of jade inlaid. They did not go down, and they could see that the jade star was full of piles of jade. All kinds of houses were piled up with jade and looked extremely luxurious. These jade stones were not valuable at all. They did not contain any star power, and they were purely decorative products. These priceless things in the mortal realm were like soil here and could be taken anywhere. The star power in the second-grade god territory is much richer. Yi Tianyun felt that after arriving at this area, the biggest feeling was that the star power was even denser, at least several times the effect of first-grade god territory. No wonder everyone wanted to come here to cultivate. Such dense star power was naturally a very good cultivation field. Because of the harsh conditions of coming here, it was enough to stop a group of people. 30 lower-grade rebirth-level weapons were enough to intercept a large group of people. Captain Shu was relatively cheap. Others who did not have more than 35 would directly get lost. It would take a longer time to save, at least the level of Earth Monarch and above, to be qualified to ride this spirit ship to second-grade god territory. Some of the more wealthy ones did not intend to come to second-grade god territory. Because people who came to second-grade god territory were unfamiliar with the land, it was better to be strong in first-grade god territory. When they came to second-grade god territory, Earth Monarch was like a cabbage on the ground. In the first-grade god territory, it could still be considered a place. It would not be as awkward as the second-grade god territory. Those with such thoughts were usually relatively weak and had no ambition. The star power of the second-grade god territory is naturally not bad, but in the third-grade god territory is even more astonishing. Yuchin God Monarch said from the side, "When you reach a higher level, you will find that the things you were proud of before can only be considered ordinary. Just like how you beat me, you think this is it. Your strength is only average in third-grade god territory. I have not even reached third-grade god territory. How can you attack me like this?" Yi Tianyun said with a smile. If you are too proud, it will be good for you if I attack you like this." Yuchin God Monarch looked around and said, "Get ready to leave. Hide well." She was already prepared to leave. Even Worldly Jade Star did not intend to enter. "Wait a minute," Yi Tianyun stopped her. "Although I don't know what you think, it seems that you don't want to deal with me and also remind me. In any case, I have to thank you." Yuchin God Monarch was stunned. Her beautiful eyes stared at him momentarily, and then she slowly sighed. "Indeed, under normal circumstances, I will catch you back. And you also beat me, making me a little unable to swallow this. It is just that when I see you, it is like seeing me of the past, able to maintain a cold heart, much better than those heartless guys. If not for this, I plan to take you back. Don't think that I can't catch you." The third-grade god territory is not something ordinary people can imagine. Her tone was sharp. She wanted to explain the terrifying nature of the third-grade god territory so that Yi Tianyun could pay attention to it. "I see otherwise, I would be caught." Yi Tianyun smiled casually. He believed that these special things could not catch him. The other party thought that he could not imagine it. He felt that the escape skills that he possessed were things that the other party could not imagine. "Keep a good heart. The higher the level of the world, the less there is. Take care of yourself. The next time I catch you, it might not be me. Of course, it is also possible that I will not catch you again." She left these words and turned around to fly away. The payment had already been made, so she did not need to say anything and could go directly. When Captain Shu saw her leave, he said nothing and continued driving to the Worldly Jade Star. He was not used to this kind of thing. Usually, he would do this because he was more familiar with this place. There was no need to go to the Worldly Jade Star. Soon, other than the Yuchin God Monarch, other cultivators also left. They did not continue to stay here. At least half of them left. They were all taken away by the Heaven Monarch. It was obvious that they were all in the same group. The remaining half was naturally the first to arrive here. They were willing to stay longer on the Worldly Jade Star. "Captain Shu, I should leave now. We will meet again if we are fated." Yi Tianyun did not intend to go to the Worldly Jade Star. He just wanted to go to the Heavenly Spring God territory. "See you if you are fated." Captain Shu nodded and did not say anything more. When he left, many people came to see him off but did not ask him to stay. They knew that Yi Tianyun was different from them. He was a flying dragon. They could only climb slowly like snails and could not be compared. Chapter 1073, Chapter 1073. After Yi Tianyun left, he took out the spirit ship and flew directly toward the token. Generally, there is no danger in entering the base unless there is a robbery. There is no danger. The task given by Heavenly Spring God territory is not very difficult. It is a very simple errand task. The problem is that there are no variables along the way. For example, they encountered Star Overlord in the Land of Stars. They certainly did not expect this. Almost there. Yi Tianyun felt that the direction of the token was not far away from him. Soon, he will reach the destination. As he advanced, the sense of the token became more and more intense, meaning that he would reach the destination soon. Sure enough, not long after he moved forward, he saw a huge passage before him. Just like before, when he went to the God territory, special passages in the rest of the places were difficult to enter. Only through these passages could one enter God's territory. When he approached, a guard immediately intercepted him and blocked in front of him. "Who are you? I am here to report." Yi Tianyun took out the identity token and handed it over. After the guard took it, he checked it a little and said without a change of expression, "Come with me." Before he took Yi Tianyun in, he told the guard next to him, and he took Yi Tianyun in. It is enough to see the strict guards here, and it is not easy to enter. Of course, powerful beings can still go in as they please. For example, the Star Territory Divine Beast suddenly appearing in the current God territory is not strange. The Star Territory Divine Beast has an amazing space bloodline. It can freely travel through the major God territory, and it can be said that as long as it wants, it can come out of their heads and swallow them. This is the horror of the Star Territory Divine Beast. Fortunately, this thing is very rare, not everywhere. If it can be seen everywhere, it is estimated to be the world of the Star Territory Divine Beast. There is no need for other races to dominate. Under the leadership of the guards, Yi Tianyun was brought into the temple on the inner side. When he came in, he found that there were other people in the temple, and there were many people. Looking around, all of them are at the Earth Monarch level, but their cultivation level is above the 7 or 8 refinement level, full of talent. Through the exploration eye, Yi Tianyun saw that their comprehensive level is far beyond the same level of first-grade God territory. These are all genius disciples born in God's territory and cultivated? Yi Tianyun looked at them. He had seen them all when he was born in God's territory, and the foundation was stronger than others. It is not born God's God territory. It must be heaven-defying. It still needs to be nurtured to become just starting. It is naturally much stronger than the ordinary realm. This new disciple came through the God territory's war of ascending to heaven. He just arrived. The deacon in front of the guard said, "A new disciple from the God territory's war of ascending to heaven?" Kun Hao Heaven Monarch nodded at Yi Tianyun. "I know. Let him enter the line. You go over there and line up." The guard pointed to the group of cultivators on the side. There were not many people, only 4, plus Yi Tianyun, just 5. Compared to the group on the side, it was too far away. Yi Tianyun could see that the group he was assigned to was all born in the mortal territory and came to join Heavenly Spring God territory. However, they are all unfamiliar faces. The people chosen by Elder Gu Huang probably arrived here a long time ago. They are not as slow as him. On the other side, there are experts born in God's territory. When they heard that Yi Tianyun came from the God territory's war of ascending to heaven, they looked over there a few more times. Most of their eyes are full of contempt. In their eyes, the difference between mortal territory and God's territory is like heaven and earth. Even if it is the God territory's war of ascending to heaven, they look down on it. This is like a pile of trash. The one who got a good ranking is not the overlord of trash. In the end, he is still trash. Therefore, they look down on him at all. It is the same as other races looking down on humans. Feeling their contempt, Yi Tianyun did not pay attention to anything. However, if they do not say it, no one will know they came from mortal territory. On the surface, there is no difference between the two. Even if it is a deep investigation, there is no difference. If there is no distinction, no one will discover they came from the mortal territory. This made Yi Tianyun feel uncomfortable. If there is no distinction, it is estimated that the relationship will not be so awkward. Of course, he knows why there is a distinction. It is based on talent. Natural talent is the biggest difference between the mortal territory and the God territory. Therefore, it is divided. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Almost. You can choose the heavenly palace you want to join now." He pointed to the side. There were many teleportation arrays of the Heavenly Palace on the side, namely the Sword Palace, Blade Palace, Axe Palace, Spear Palace, Pill Refining Palace, Divine Imprint Palace, Divine Construct Palace, and Special Divine Palace. These were all different types of palaces. There were palaces with other domains, and one was very conspicuous. It was called Special Divine Palace, and he had no idea what it meant. I don't need to explain the front. As for the Special Divine Palace at the back, it is a mess. For example, my weapon is relatively small, or my ability is small. I can choose Special Divine Palace. There is no type of palace that you think is suitable. It is right to choose Special Divine Palace. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch explained. After his explanation, everyone came to a realization. It turned out to be a chaotic palace. The Sword Palace was very popular. Of course, it was the first choice. Most of them used swords. Now, you can choose the palace you want to go to. After Kun Hao Heaven Monarch explained, he let them choose independently. Soon, they swarmed forward. Most of them chose the popular palaces in front of them. These were all popular palaces. It would be a fool not to choose. When the 5 arrived and were about to make a choice, Kun Hao Heaven Monarch pointed to the Special Divine Palace at the side and said, "The 5 of you, go directly to the Special Divine Palace." "What? I specialize in cultivating longswords. I should go to the Sword Palace." "Yes, I am refining pills. I should go to the Alchemy Palace." "Let us go to the Special Palace." This is not our ability at all. No one chose the Special Palace. Except for them, they were forced to go there. They were not chosen by themselves. If I tell you to go over, then go. Don't talk so much nonsense. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch pointed at the Special Divine Palace and said, "Hurry up and get in, quickly. Don't force me to throw you all in one by one. A bunch of trash, and you have such high requirements." Kun Hao Heaven Monarch's eyes were filled with contempt. He had not expected that deep down he was another existence that rejected the existence of the mortal territory. He felt they were vermin who had come here, making him even more disgusted. Chapter 1074, Kun Hao Heaven Monarch finally revealed his true thoughts. Previously, he seemed to be hiding his true thoughts. When he chose the palace, he would completely reveal his thoughts. This is different from what we said before. We all relied on our strength to reach this place. We all have our strength. We are not inferior to anyone. That's right, we are not trash. Our strength is not the slightest bit inferior to the experts of the God territory. Kun Hao Heaven Monarch, please take back your insults. We have our own choices. We want to find the elders. All of them were furious. They had worked hard to come here, but this was the result. They did not know what the special palace was. Even if it was the best choice, they were not willing. Because they were not only insulted, but also could not choose the palace they wanted to go to. This was what made them most angry. There was no choice. Today, they could not choose the palace. Today, they were afraid that they could not select more things. Find an elder? Kun Hao Heaven Monarch sneered. Elder, you want to see me whenever you want? I'm the biggest here, so you have to listen to me. You will be punished for betraying me if you don't listen to my orders. The long sword in his hand flashed with a bit of killing intent. The extreme punishment here was directly killing them. It seemed that there was no lie. When the time came, he would kill them without mercy. When the other cultivators saw this scene, they all revealed mocking smiles. Most of them were gloating. They felt that there was a good show to watch, and they liked to watch this scene. The cultivators from the mortal territory felt his killing intent, and their hearts trembled. They did not doubt that Kunhao Heaven Monarch would kill them. Here, Kunhao Heaven Monarch was the biggest. He had the power to destroy the gods. It was easy to kill them. Kunhao Heaven Monarch. I remember that we have not joined the Heavenly Spring God territory, right? Yi Tianyun interrupted at this time. Since we have not joined the Heavenly Spring God territory, we are qualified to refuse. Of course, I have no interest in joining the Heavenly Spring God territory now. I choose to leave now. Although he had expected that there would be all kinds of rejection, being rejected here obviously disgusted him. Since this side does not want him to stay, he does not need to stay here. He can do whatever he wants. After saying that, Yi Tianyun turned and left. They were just brought in, not officially joining Heavenly Spring God territory, so there is no problem for Yi Tianyun to refuse unless he joined Heavenly Spring God territory, which is another matter. What a glib tongue. Do you even know how to refute me? Kunhao Heaven Monarch's eyes are full of coldness. The moment you step into the Heavenly Spring God territory, you are already a disciple of the Heavenly Spring God territory. Even if you die, you will die here. I will give you a chance. Kneel on the ground and crawl past me. I will forgive you for your words. After saying that, he opened his legs and let Yi Tianyun crawl over. Kunhao Heaven Monarch, you are too insulting. We have never heard of it before. We immediately became disciples when we came in. Yes, we want to see the elders. Brother, don't go over. We want justice. The other 4 people were completely angry. Although they are not of the same race as Yi Tianyun, they came from the same area. Since they are so discriminated against, how can they not be angry? Justice? I am justice. When the sword in his hand was about to stab, he heard Yi Tianyun's voice. Wait, I have thought it through, Yi Tianyun said. Are you sure you want to go through me? A wise man is a wise man. This is the right choice. If you go through it, I may be in a good mood. What if you choose another palace? Kunhao Heaven Monarch laughed, and his legs grew bigger. The other cultivators of the god territory shook their heads, their eyes full of contempt. They thought they would have some backbone, but who knew it was still a weak shrimp? Brother, you can't get in. The cultivator beside him felt insulted and immediately stood up to stop him. The next moment, Yi Tianyun's figure flashed. His right foot seemed to gather all the strength, and he kicked the space between the legs of Kunhao Heaven Monarch. Boom! Kunhao Heaven Monarch was kicked directly into the sky and smashed into the hard wall. The whole person's legs opened, and the space between his legs was blurred. This was not his lifeblood being kicked out, but the entire person was kicked out. If you want me to crawl under your crotch, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Yi Tianyun looked at the paralyzed Kunhao Heaven Monarch. His eyes were extremely cold. Letting him crawl under his crotch was equivalent to an insult to him. He would not take this lying down. A heavy kick was not enough to kill him, but the whole person was crippled. If he was not worthy of the divine pill, he really could not recover quickly. Because of his cultivation, he can still recover, but this kind of shameful thing, I am afraid he will be with him for a lifetime. You injured Kunhao Heaven Monarch. The people next to him were stunned. No one thought that Yi Tianyun would suddenly attack. This is a second-grade god territory. Casually attacking a deacon is equivalent to a slap in the face. If you want to pursue it, it is a terrible thing. Chase to the ends of the earth, but unless you join a stronger force, it is another matter. So what? Those who insult me must pay the price. Yi Tianyun's eyes are cold, making the heart of the cultivator who looked at him cold. After saying that, he wanted to leave here, but the cultivator soon stopped him in front of him. You can't leave, you injured Kunhao Heaven Monarch. You must be severely punished. Yes, it is our negligence to let you go. They all stood before Yi Tianyun. They wanted to take credit and express their loyalty to Heavenly Spring God territory. Who said I am leaving? Yi Tianyun looked at them and said indifferently, I'm going to ask the elders about this. Of course, he wouldn't simply leave. Instead, he wanted to question the elders and see what kind of attitude they had. If they still had this attitude, staying any longer was unnecessary. It was simply a waste of time. What's going on? At this time, the guards outside rushed in one after another, and when they saw that Kunhao Heaven Monarch was injured and was paralyzed on the ground, their faces all changed. He suddenly attacked Kunhao Heaven Monarch. The cultivators of the god territory immediately pointed at Yi Tianyun. Bullshit, it's all Kunhao Heaven Monarch who insulted us first. The cultivator from the mortal territory who was with Yi Tianyun retorted, no matter the situation, offending the superiors is a capital offense. The guards were too lazy to listen to their explanation. In their eyes, injuring Kunhao Heaven Monarch was a capital offense. Chapter 1075, Chapter 1075. The guards surrounded Yi Tianyun one by one. All of them are at the Heaven Monarch level. Although they are called Heaven Monarch, they are all at the first layer and second layer of Heaven Monarch, not very strong. Kill them without hesitation. The guards did not hesitate to take out their weapons and attack Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun was suddenly angry. There is no doubt that these guys are in cahoots. It is impossible to expect them to get justice for him. Get lost. Yi Tianyun didn't show any mercy. He kicked them, and they all exploded into blood mist. They all died. At first, he didn't want to kill them. Since these guys insist on killing them, then don't blame him for being impolite. The guards who wanted to rush over felt their hearts tremble and didn't dare to continue moving forward. As for the other cultivators, they were even more shocked. Was this a cultivator from the mortal territory? He kicked a heaven monarch to death. Even if a heaven monarch was an ordinary heaven monarch, he was still a heaven monarch, but he couldn't withstand a single kick. Who wants to stop me? Yi Tianyun glanced at them. Just his aura alone was enough to force them back. No one dared to stop him. Immediately when he wanted to pass through here, the guards at the side gritted their teeth and stopped him. You can't go in through here. They finally stopped him. If Yi Tianyun went in, it would be equivalent to letting a dangerous person into the room, and they would not let him in. If he was let in and something happened, they would be punished as if they had a death sentence, so they might as well stop Yi Tianyun and not let him in. Even if they died, at least they can prove that they have some backbone. Yi Tianyun looked at them coldly, and after a moment, he said in a low voice, Okay, I cannot go in, but you go and inform the elders. It's good to say there are dangerous people here and ask them to come out. So, either I go over, or the elders come in person. These words made everyone take a cold breath and let the elders come personally. This is big, but letting Yi Tianyun go in person and violate their principles is not good. Okay, the guard gritted his teeth and crushed the token in his hand. It was equivalent to sending out a letter of relief. At that time, there would be experts coming over. Only a portion of the guards had this token to send out a letter of relief in time to avoid serious matters from happening. Not long after he crushed it, the space beside him was quickly split apart. A figure walked out from the space in a threatening manner. He was an extremely violent god monarch. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Only god monarchs of other levels could easily break through space and teleport over here. What happened? The one who walked out was not Elder Gu Huang. Instead, it was another elder from the Heavenly Spring God territory. His name was Elder Shi Hong. His cultivation had reached the God Monarch second layer. Although he was only at the God Monarch second layer, he was enough to suppress a faction. As soon as he came out, he looked around and saw the bloodstains on the ground, and the unconscious Kunhao Heaven Monarch frowned. Elder Shi Hong, he injured Kunhao Heaven Monarch. He even killed us and several guards. The guard quickly ran over and explained. Huh? Elder Shi Hong turned his eyes and looked at Yi Tianyun. His eyes almost nailed Yi Tianyun to the wall. Yi Tianyun didn't feel anything at all. He stood motionless, ignoring Elder Shi Hong who was looking at him. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared by this momentum. Elder Shi Hong, it's all because Kunhao Heaven Monarch first insulted us. He also let this brother crawl under his crotch. Kunhao Heaven Monarch also forced us to join the special divine palace, not giving us a choice. The cultivators next to him immediately stood up and explained. Yi Tianyun did not need to stand up to explain. Someone helped to define it. Yi Tianyun's kick just now was too satisfying, so he stood up to help explain. Did I let you speak? Elder Shi Hong glared at him. His oppressive aura rushed over, making his feet soft and directly falling back to the ground. He did not expect that he could not stand firm with just his aura. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun. Under this gaze, Yi Tianyun is completely fine. Isn't the gap too big? Immediately, Elder Shi Hong turned to look at Yi Tianyun and said coldly, You are quite arrogant. What does Kunhao Heaven Monarch want you to do? If you still dare to resist now, committing the crimes below is a capital offense. This rule has always been in Heavenly Spring God territory. There are no exceptions. His words have been put down. It is to carry out the capital offense regulations. Want to punish him. Yi Tianyun laughed. What a joke. I didn't expect this to be the strongest Heavenly Spring God territory. I am so disappointed. Heavenly Spring God territory is just so, and I don't want to stay. This act of protecting his shortcomings made Yi Tianyun angry, but it was understandable. Understanding is understanding, so staying in Heavenly Spring God territory is unnecessary. He turned to leave, but Elder Shi Hong flashed in front of him and said coldly, You're here, and you still want to leave? As long as I want to leave, no one can stop me. Yi Tianyun stared at Elder Shi Hong. As expected of the powerful Heavenly Spring God territory, he was big enough to discriminate against anything. He did not know how valuable first place in the God territory's war of ascending to heaven was, but he was treated like this here, so how could he not be angry? Then I would like to see how you will escape. Elder Shi Hong was also furious. He had always been respected, but now someone was going against him. How could he not be angry? Just as he was about to reach out and grab it, the space beside him was broken open again. A familiar figure walked out. It was Elder Gu Huang. What's going on? He crushed the emergency token. After Elder Gu Huang came out, he saw Elder Shi Hong was about to pinch Yi Tianyun's neck. He asked in confusion, Stop. Tell me what is going on. Elder Gu Huang. When Yi Tianyun saw Elder Gu Huang coming over, he shouted, Elder Gu Huang, I respect your invitation, and especially came to join the Heavenly Spring God territory. This was originally my honor, but who would have thought that after coming over, you would insult us and not allow us cultivators from the mortal territory to choose any divine palace? What is the meaning of this? Elder Gu Huang frowned and casually glanced around, roughly understanding what it meant. Elder Shi Hong, stop, Elder Gu Huang said in a stern voice. Elder Gu Huang has violated the rules. This has already violated our greatest rule. Elder Shi Hong said in a low voice. He won the first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. He is a rare genius. Even the super geniuses here are not inferior to him. Elder Gu Huang said in a low voice. Elder Gu Huang said in a low voice, do you think this is very appropriate? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Elder Shi Hong was also astonished. He won first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. Chapter 176, Chapter 1076, God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. There had always been only a bit of gold content, and the overall gold content was not very high. Only the top 10 could be seen in the eyes of many second-grade God Territory elders or other disciples. However, in their eyes, they were far from the disciples on their side. At least there was a great gap, so overall, it was half a joke. To put it bluntly, it was actually for diplomacy. This diplomacy was to build a good relationship with the first-grade God Territory. This was not a bad thing for them. How could a battle of diplomacy not be called a joke? Therefore, when the guard saw that Yi Tianyun had come from the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven, his expression was calm, as if he were looking at a very ordinary disciple. The others disdained Elder Gu Huang's words and felt it didn't matter. However, Elder Shi Hong's face suddenly changed. He had heard of the detailed situation and even looked at the record. The elders used the record plate to record the battle scene so that he could see the battle situation of Yi Tianyun. At that time, he immediately believed that Yi Tianyun was a genius and must be accepted as a disciple. He didn't care about the mortal territory or anything like that. It was just that he was very protective of his people. If Yi Tianyun caused trouble, he would also be very protective of them. It is not interesting to him at all. He is also a rigid person. It is very difficult to forgive his sins. If you do not punish him severely, there may be a second time. If too many of them existed, wouldn't the whole God territory be in chaos? Knowing that Yi Tianyun is Earth Monarch, he suddenly feels very embarrassed. He was looking forward to when Yi Tianyun would come, but now Yi Tianyun was shouting at himself, making him very embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. Tell me, what mistake did Kunhao Heaven Monarch make? Think about it. It is better to solve the process. Elder Shi Hong coughed lightly. Such a change left everyone stunned. Is the name of the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven exaggerated? Yi Tianyun saw the change in Elder Shi Hong and immediately shook his head. As expected, only with strength can one be treated equally. Yi Tianyun immediately told everything, which made Elder Gu Huang very angry. What is he trying to do? Elder Gu Huang said sternly. Isn't this already rectified? We must treat him equally. This Kunhao Heaven Monarch has also violated the rules. Lock him up in prison and let him stay for 1,000 years to reflect on himself. Yes. The guard beside him quickly came over to drag Kunhao Heaven Monarch down. Not only was he kicked to death, but he was also locked up in prison for 1,000 years. It was really hard. Who would have thought this mortal territory disciple would be so famous? The elder immediately changed his expression. The other cultivators had already seen through the truth. They all gasped in their hearts. No wonder Yi Tianyun is so overbearing. It turns out that he has some ability. People with ability are often not afraid of trouble. Earth Monarch Tianyun, this matter is indeed not managed well. I hope you don't mind. Elder Gu Huang felt very embarrassed. Originally, he was an elder, so there was no need to talk to the younger generation like this. However, this kind of thing had a great impact. He could see Yi Tianyun's anger. He spent a lot of money to recruit him, but who knew that such a bad thing would happen? If there was a problem, how could he work for Heavenly Spring God territory? Yi Tianyun frowned. He had to admit that the situation made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, Elder Shi Hong repeatedly insulted him and stopped him. This made him feel very unhappy. Although he already knew about it, he still felt very unhappy. Earth Monarch Tianyun, let me tell you this. I like to protect my people. No matter what my people do, I will protect them. You are a newcomer. You don't follow the rules and beat my people. My character of protecting my people is coming out. In other words, even if I do this, I will protect my people. Elder Shi Hong said in a deep voice, I admire your ability. I think you can do a great job. Don't be arrogant if you can intimidate those little guys. Yi Tianyun raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Elder Shi Hong to apologize. As a person, this is a taboo. After all, this is harmful to his identity. He won't say it. Even if he made a mistake, he will believe he is right. Elder Shi Hong's words made him smile. This character is simple and crude, but it is a bit disgusting. However, it is only limited to outsiders. Elder Gu Huang winked at Yi Tianyun, indicating he should give Elder Shi Hong a stage quickly. An elder bowed to apologize. This is incredible, especially the elder of Heavenly Spring God territory. Can it be easy to do this? He would be wrong if it were any other elder of God territory. Elder Shi Hong, I understand what you were thinking. I am still not satisfied with the management. If I listen to the arrangements and enter a palace that does not fit me, wouldn't I be unknown? Yi Tianyun asked. The one Yi Tianyun feels the most unhappy is naturally Kunhao Heaven Monarch. Elder Shi Hong is not a problem. When did he not have the protection of his shortcomings? More importantly, he is still in management. He did not do well in this aspect. Many cultivators from the mortal territory cannot be treated fairly. This is the most disgusting thing. We have set this rule before, but this kind of thing still happens. It can only be said that it is neglected in management. Elder Gu Huang frowned. This was not for Yi Tianyun's sake, but they considered doing it. As time went by, they found more and more geniuses in the mortal territory, and they were not inferior to their geniuses. If they want people to work hard for them, they don't even have the most fair treatment. How can they be loyal to themselves? Who knew that someone still relied on his position as a deacon to decide things at will, making them angry after hearing it? Thank you, Elder Gu Huang. This junior only wants the cultivators from the mortal territory to be treated fairly. Yi Tianyun cupped his fists and said, since the other party said so, Yi Tianyun does not have to worry about it. The result is very satisfactory, and he does not feel disgusted. The eyes of the other cultivators of the mortal territory lit up, and they showed gratitude to Yi Tianyun. They did not expect to reward themselves with treasures, but to give normal treatment. Chapter 1077, Chapter 1077. The sudden turn of events made the cultivators of God territory stunned. They felt that if they said this, they would be slapped half to death. At this time, they all wondered where Yi Tianyun came from. It was incredible that he could make the elders change their minds. They had never seen this scene before, including the guards. They felt that they were wrong. Is this still their elder? This is for sure. In the future, we will strengthen the management of this side. Elder Gu Huang nodded seriously. This was not Yi Tianyun's words, but he wanted to do this. He had been doing this all along, but there were still loopholes. There were so many people, and there were many passages. If he wanted to abide by them completely, this was still impossible. Thus, he could only carry out strict management, or else he wouldn't be able to do it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I wonder what divine palace you will choose. Elder Shihong changed the topic. Why don't you come to our sword palace? The sword palace is very powerful. You should be using a sword, right? Generally speaking, they all use swords. Hee, Elder Shihong, you guessed wrong. Earth Monarch Tianyun is using spears, so he wants to join the spear palace. Elder Gu Huang laughed from the side. Spear palace? Elder Shihong showed a disappointed expression. He is from the sword palace, of course. He wants Yi Tianyun to come to the sword palace. Cough cough, two elders. I am sorry, I do not intend to join Spear Palace, but to join Divine Construct Palace. Yi Tianyun said his intention. What? Divine Construct Palace? They were dumbfounded. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to choose the Divine Construct Palace. It's not that the Divine Construct Palace is not good, but joining the Divine Construct Palace is difficult. If you don't master a demon fire, you won't join. Yes, I intend to join the Divine Construct Palace. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyun asked. There is no problem. I didn't expect that both of us had guessed wrong. Elder Gu Huang looked at him and smiled. If I think about it carefully, it makes sense. I remember that you have a demonic fire. It is not a problem to join the Divine Construct Palace. So that's how it is. No wonder you want to join the Divine Construct Palace. Elder Shihong was disappointed. By the way, who did you let in the Special Divine Palace? Or is it that bad? Yi Tianyun is good for the Special Palace. This, Elder Gu Huang's expression was awkward, but he immediately nodded and said, it is indeed lacking. All aspects of resources are lacking. If the master is too biased, we won't be able to take care of too many practitioners from the side sects. The Heavenly Spring God territory was already very strong, but that did not mean there were all kinds of resources. Some practitioners from the side sects did not have corresponding martial arts or resources. They could only pile up together. Such a chaotic place. The environment was naturally not too good. It seems that if we go in, we will never be able to make a comeback, Yi Tianyun said. Not really. If we perform well, we will also do our best to cultivate and find ways to get corresponding martial arts. Elder Gu Huang said, although this is the case, it is difficult to enter the early stage, and it is very difficult to break out. Yi Tianyun did not say much about this, and immediately went directly to the Divine Construct Palace's teleportation array. The rest of the cultivators also chose the Divine Palace they wanted. Before leaving, they thanked Yi Tianyun one after another. They would have to join the Special Divine Palace if he did not resist. Earth Monarch Tianyun, when you stabilize, come to me. I will take you to steal the heaven-stealing divine land, the promise I made before. Elder Gu Huang urged. No problem. Yi Tianyun nodded. Of course, he knew about this heaven-stealing divine land. It was a very good holy land for cultivation. He wanted to see what was going on. It might be of great help to him. After he stepped into the teleportation array, he quickly disappeared from it. The two elders exchanged a glance. This old face of mine is going to be lost. Apologize to a junior. Elder Shihong shook his head, feeling very helpless. What's wrong with that? You've already seen the record plate. This kid is very strong and doesn't look like a reincarnated soul. I think his master must be very terrifying. He might be an extremely strong god monarch or heavenly venerable, Elder Gu Huang said. Elder Gu Huang said, a heavenly venerable would let his disciple come to our place? Elder Shihong shook his head. This is an experience. Who knows? Elder Gu Huang shook his head. Even if he is not a disciple of heavenly venerable, he will have a lot of opportunities. In short, it is a good way to let him polish those boys. This way, we can have a greater chance to take down the new god territory. They looked at each other and saw the burning eyes as if their goal was the same existence. Yi Tianyun did not know that he was like a shit stirrer arranged. These experts of God territory are extremely arrogant, especially those who look down on the experts from mortal territory. Even if the regulations do not discriminate, they will still discriminate. This is not a simple thing to say. The thoughts in the heart cannot be changed. With the appearance of Yi Tianyun, Heavenly Spring God territory will become active. Because of this, Elder Shihong and the others chose to try their best to persuade him to stay. After all, there are very few mortal territory cultivators with such powerful strength. If it is a strong God territory cultivator, although they can also suppress those arrogant experts, the cultivators of the mortal territory are always more straightforward. Yi Tianyun was sent to the Divine Construct Palace in the blink of an eye. Just as he arrived here, a burning sensation immediately came from all around, making him feel a bit hot. The place he was currently in was a temple. When he walked out, the outside was like a furnace, and his feet could feel the bottom, sending a terrible heat. Many plants were around, but these were fiery red. All of them were fire attribute plants that could withstand such high temperatures, and ordinary trees, estimated, could not stay longer and withered. In addition, all kinds of flamestones were everywhere, all containing amazing flame energy. When checked, let alone the surface, most of the planets under his feet were flamestones. No wonder he built the Divine Construct Palace here. With such a high temperature bonus, he must be able to forge a good weapon. Yi Tianyun chose this place to strengthen his forging ability. He wants to forge a weapon that is extremely suitable for himself. Although he can get a good gun whenever he kills an enemy, the weapon forged is the strongest and most ideal for himself. He chose the Divine Construct Palace. He wanted to advance himself. Chapter 1078, Chapter 1078. When Yi Tianyun left the temple, no guards were blocking him. He has already been examined, so there is no need to check again. Looking up, there is a row of different temples in front of him, as if the whole planet is wrapped up, endless. Although there is no end, there is a door in front of him, and guards are patrolling the edge of the city wall, watching the surrounding situation vigilantly. Yi Tianyun can see cultivators coming here from time to time, and when they are ready to approach the city gate, they will choose to land and then go through the gate. Whether in the God territory or the mortal territory, most forces are forbidden to fly, and these key areas absolutely cannot fly randomly, lest something happen. For example, those who make a big mistake must fly to escape, and once they see that they are flying to escape, they will immediately be stopped. If they fly casually, they will not be able to control the scene easily. Of course, the most important thing is the problem of respect. Except for the elders and deacons level, all of them cannot fly. This is the rule suitable for most of the key areas. It is even forbidden to fly in Yi Tianyun's imperial city, only to walk normally. These are for the convenience of management. The rest of the cities do not need to be banned, so there is no interference. When he approached, the guards immediately stopped him and asked, "Identity token." Yi Tianyun took out the identity token and handed it over. After checking it, they nodded and immediately let him go. The degree of security was not big. After all, the identity of those who could come here had been confirmed, so there was no need to be particularly strict. Although not strict, it still needs to be confirmed. Otherwise, there is no way to come in. After entering, it is like a city. People come and go. It looks like a palace specially set up for disciples, but it is a huge city. Isn't this a city? Yi Tianyun was stunned. It differed from what he had seen before. When he looked around carefully, he knew the purpose of doing this. There are shops around selling all kinds of forging materials. The quality is different, and the price is also different. The currency is mainly starstones or can be replaced with other things. Many people were coming and going here. One look and one would know that it was a blacksmith. Whether or not it was a god craftsman was another matter. A god craftsman was an existence that could truly forge divine weapons and above. A blacksmith could only forge weapons that were within the divine artifact realm. However, this did not matter. There was a difference in cultivation levels. Although there were countless experts in the second-grade god territory, it did not mean that there were no weaknesses. Many native cultivators had similarly low cultivation levels, and some lacked talent. However, it just so happened that they discriminated against the cultivators of the mortal territory. Even from head to toe, they were inferior to the cultivators of the mortal territory. They viewed themselves as superior. This was like a crown prince who did not know how to wash his clothes and cook. He could not even do the government properly and was still incomparably arrogant, looking down on everything. Fortunately, there shouldn't be many of these people. Only those geniuses would have this feeling. Along the way, Yi Tianyun saw a lot of new materials. This place is lively. But what is more vibrant is the divine hall at the front. A group of people lined up in a long line as if they were going to enter a place. Yi Tianyun walked over and saw that all of them were registering and handing out their tokens. After paying a certain starstone, they could enter the examination. You want to join Divine Construct Palace, right? Go to the back and line up. When the cultivators in line saw him, they immediately waved to the back, looking very skilled. It was obvious that they had done it many times. Many people want to see the truth and line up or cut the line, but these have to go back to line up, not cut the line. You all want to join the Divine Construct Palace? Yi Tianyun was stunned. Didn't they say that recruiting disciples was very harsh? Now there are so many long dragons and they all have demon fire? Isn't that obvious? We won't join the Divine Construct Palace. Are we going to watch the scenery here? That's right, line up at the back if you want to join the Divine Construct Palace. With one look, you can tell you are new and don't even know the rules. Isn't it normal that you don't know the rules? There are always new people who want to join the Divine Construct Palace. But is it so easy to join the Divine Construct Palace? There are too many people. I don't know how many were eliminated this time. It's too cruel. Yi Tianyun glanced at them. Their cultivation level is around Star Monarch level, which is not very high. As for the body, there is no demon fire. Fire attribute constitution is fine, or some special one, such as the Fire Dragon constitution, can satisfy the blacksmith's level. These should not be the inner hall disciples. It is likely to be related to the miscellaneous type, but even if they are doing odd jobs, they need a high level of ability to do odd jobs. Yi Tianyun looked up. If he lined up individually, wouldn't he be stupid here? If he doesn't queue for a few days and nights, he won't be able to hit himself. The key point is that he is not here to join the chores, but to join the Divine Construct Palace. Brother, come to my side, I have a seat here. At this time, someone on the side waved to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun turned his head and found that the person who beckoned him did not know, but there was one characteristic, human. He is of the same race, so he will care for him. What are you doing? Asking someone to cut the queue? Someone shouted angrily from behind. So what if I asked someone to cut the queue? Didn't you ask someone to cut the queue before? Didn't the person in front also cut the queue? So what if I cut the queue for my friend? The human brother retorted. We can cut the line, but you can't let people cut the line. If you want him to come in, get out of here. That's right, the human race is so mediocre and they want to join the Divine Construct Palace, it's a daydream. Yes, this is a waste of space, letting you line up here is kind. Yi Tianyun thought that the sense of rejection would be less, but who knew that it was also born in God's territory, and now it's time for racial problems. No need, I won't cut the queue, you can just line up. Yi Tianyun smiled and nodded. This kid seemed to be a good person. Brother, no need to be so polite, hurry up and come over, don't be afraid of them. They cut the queue more, I will let you come alone. The young man waved his hand. It's not necessary. Yi Tianyun waved his hand. He doesn't appreciate it, but doesn't want to join the odd jobs. He wants to see how he can enter and register. It's not a good idea to wait in line. Joining a divine palace is a lot. There are too many problems. Chapter 1079. Chapter 1079. Yi Tianyun refused to line up, so the man could only give up. The cultivators next to him began to laugh at him. They think your line is too long and want to see if there is a place in front to cut in line. You brat, go to the back and line up. You are an eyesore standing here. There is no human in front, and you are delusional to cut the line in front. It is very simple to cut the line. Come to me, only 100 starstones, and you will cut the line. 100 starstones, isn't this too bad? The registration only requires 10 starstones. Is the meaning the same? If you want to sign up quickly, you must pay the price. One by one, they began to laugh at Yi Tianyun. The one in front of them even offered a high price to let Yi Tianyun cut the queue. They thought he wanted to line up faster, so he did not choose to line up with his kind. This action undoubtedly hurt his kind, who wanted to take care of Yi Tianyun. He also felt a little embarrassed. He did this out of kindness, but the other party did not appreciate it. Brother, thank you very much. It's just that I didn't sign up here. It doesn't mean anything to me. Yi Tianyun thanked the young man. Immediately, when he looked carefully, he found a front desk in front of him. There was no one in front, and a very bored person was sitting there, seemingly waiting for something. His eyes lit up, and he walked forward. When the cultivators on the side saw it, they were puzzled. Don't tell me that kid wants to sign up over there? Looks like it. Isn't that place recruiting inner hall disciples? The conditions are very harsh. Did that kid reach the standard? Up to the standard, my ass. How long has it been since someone reached the standard? He must be a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules here. That's right. He must be a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules. He's going to make a fool of himself. They all laughed. This kind of thing was not uncommon. When a newcomer came over and saw no one in line, he came over to line up. Who knew that the requirements were very harsh? Let alone reaching the standard, even the most basic requirements could not be reached. Yi Tianyun came to the deacon and said, I am here to join the Divine Construct Palace. He handed over the identity token, and the other person casually took it and checked it casually. The first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven has demon fire. No, what? The first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven and demon fire? He suddenly bounced up, and his voice was so loud that it startled everyone in the queue. Yes, is there a problem? Yi Tianyun said. Am I qualified? Yes, absolutely qualified. Please come in with me. The deacon was extremely excited. He could finally recruit someone, but no one came. He wanted to die. Then can you bring a friend with you? Of course, he is not going to the inner hall with me. He is going to the ordinary examination. As he spoke, he pointed at the young man who had just helped him. The cultivators in the queue were stunned at this time, including the young man who had been pointed at. They were instantly dumbfounded. The deacon glanced at him and nodded. Come over, I will bring you in. Anyway, it is on the way. The sudden situation lit up the cultivator's eyes, and he quickly ran over. The dissatisfaction he had with Yi Tianyun immediately disappeared. Immediately, the deacon led them directly in, the guards in front did not stop them, and with the deacon leading the way, they naturally wouldn't stop them. What's the situation? That kid has a demon fire? Yes, he is the champion of the God Territory's War of Ascending to Heaven. Damn it, no one has come to sign up in 100 years. How come this time? Damn it, we don't have to line up. The key is that the deacon will introduce us. The pass rate will be higher. They are full of regret. If they treat Yi Tianyun better, it will be their turn. Now, they only need to think about it. Yi Tianyun will not retaliate against them. When they become disciples, they will have the power to kill. They can easily be kicked out of here. When the time comes, they will cry. The mocking expression on his face now turned into a bitter melon face. It was worse than eating a fly. At the same time, Yi Tianyun followed the deacon forward, followed by the young man, who was a bit nervous. He did not know what to say. Relax, there is no need to be so nervous, so there is no need to line up. Yi Tianyun patted his shoulder, indicating he should not be so nervous. The young man wiped his sweat and nodded. Thank you, brother, for bringing me in. I didn't expect you to be qualified to sign up here. I was wrong. I thought you thought the team was too long and you looked down on my side. It's okay. Work hard. You will be able to establish yourself here in the future. This is a gift for you. Thank you for your kindness. This is a lower grade rebirth level weapon. It's too precious. I can't accept it. His hands trembled. This was an extremely precious treasure to him. Take it, work hard. Yi Tianyun patted him on the shoulder. The deacon beside him looked at him and said, We are here. You can directly go in and register. Whether you will be hired or not depends on your own ability. The young man nodded heavily and bowed deeply to Yi Tianyun. Thank you, brother. When you have achievements in the future, I will repay you. After that, he took his weapon and ran to sign up. There was a good basic condition for him to walk more steadily, so he accepted his gun and no longer refused. Immediately, Yi Tianyun followed the deacon and continued to walk forward. He asked while walking, Excuse me, are there very few people here to sign up? The conditions of the Divine Construct Palace are so harsh, even if there is a demon fire, it is not necessarily accepted, so very few people sign up. Originally, fewer people have demon fire, and the registration is more difficult. The deacon was very helpless. Fewer people exist in my place or the other passages. Those who have demon fire are not everywhere on the street. It is not easy to find. If he can't find someone, he can't get any benefits. How can he not be in a hurry? Yi Tianyun nodded. Demon fire is rare, 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the pill refining palace also robbed people, and the demon fire could go to the pill refining palace, making the number of people smaller. From a practical point of view, more people go to the pill refining palace. After all, weapons are always external objects. Refining a good pill can improve your cultivation, which is obviously more important. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise, I will be punished. The deacon was excited. Please choose to be a disciple so that I can benefit a little. Such a straightforward word made Yi Tianyun speechless. Chapter 1080, Chapter 1080. Under the guidance of the deacon, they walked all the way. The deacon seemed to have not spoken for a few hundred years. He kept talking to him along the way. The content of the deacon was complaining about the things here. He complained one after another. All the problems in the Divine Construct Palace were complained about, which made Yi Tianyun's head explode. However, he got a lot of useful information from it. The conditions are extremely harsh. Demon fire is the only basic point, and it requires various abilities. Therefore, it is very good for many people who come to participate in the selection of disciples. It is very good that one of the 10 people can be admitted. It is enough to see how harsh the conditions are. It is very difficult to have demon fire. It is very harsh to choose disciples among the owners of demon fire. It would be fine if it were any other faction, as long as they had demon fire. They could take it slowly later on. There was no need to be so harsh. The Divine Construct Palace was different. It had to be extremely strict. Just having a demonic fire was not enough. It also needed all kinds of stable foundations. For example, if one's comprehension of forging were too poor, they would not be accepted as a disciple. If one were not careful enough, they would also not be accepted as a disciple. The requirements for selecting a disciple were more harsh than the last. The key was that the disciple was here and the situation was outside. No matter who it was, they would take turns to make trouble if they joined. Even if they qualified, they would be blasted away. As a result, the Divine Construct Palace became fewer and fewer people. On the other hand, the Pill Refining Palace continued to accept disciples to strengthen themselves. This was because the management was too arrogant and indulgent that this situation occurred. Why do I feel like I've entered the Black Palace? Yi Tianyun looked at the deacon who led the way and said, Can I join another place? How can you? You are already here. You can't join. You go to other divine palaces. How can the deacon let Yi Tianyun run away? As long as he brings people in, he can benefit. Whether he succeeds or not, there will be some benefits. If he succeeds, the benefits will be doubled. Yi Tianyun was dragged over by the deacon and walked to the refining divine palace before him. This refining divine palace is no different from other palaces. They are all made of flame stones and are not close, only the heat waves. If the cultivation is too low, it is cooked. This is the place. Let's go in. The deacon dragged Yi Tianyun inside. After walking in, he first saw no big battle. Instead, it was empty. An old man was sitting next to him. He looked very bleak, like a declining family. No one came to join. When he just came in, the old man who looked sleepy suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light shot out from his eyes and hit Yi Tianyun as if he wanted to see through him. Elder Dongyun, this is a disciple who has come to take part in the assessment. The deacon walked over with an attentive expression. He rubbed his palms together and said, he has a demon fire and he won first place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven. He is qualified to take the assessment. First place in the God Territories War of Ascending to Heaven? Elder Dongyun's eyes widened. He slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at him up and down. A genius from the mortal territory and a demon fire. This is quite rare, but very good. It's finally a bit fun. That, Elder Dongyun, he rubbed his palms together and looked at Elder Dongyun like a child asking for candy. Go, go, go. I know what you were thinking. Go and get your reward. Elder Dongyun waved his hand impatiently. Thank you, Elder Dongyun. The deacon was happy and quickly turned to leave. When he passed Yi Tianyun, his eyes showed pity. Kid, good luck. You can do it. After encouraging him, he quickly left to get the reward. Yi Tianyun frowned, feeling like he was being sold. Following this, Elder Dongyun clapped his hands, and with a few pa sounds, it echoed in the divine refining hall. Nothing happened next, no different from before. Following Elder Dongyun, he came over with a smile. Seeing his smile, Yi Tianyun suddenly felt creepy, like a prey that was targeted. I haven't had a new disciple in 2 to 3 years. I wonder how strong you are? The last one was weak and couldn't even pass the most basic. Elder Dongyun grinned at him. If you pass our test, you will be able to join the Divine Construct Palace, and we will also do our best to nurture you. We can even give you the right to cultivate in the heaven-stealing divine land. As long as we can get it, we will give it to you. It was such a shocking temptation, as if it was saying that as long as I had it, I would give you all the good things. Yi Tianyun was expressionless. To be able to provide so many benefits, it must be a very cruel test. This Elder Dongyun likes to play the test more. Not a moment later, a group of people came in from the outside and quickly made the place lively. Finally, a newcomer. He looks quite young. I wonder how capable he is. Let's see if he can pass our group of senior brothers first. It's not easy to join. Oh, humans? Humans can also control demon fire. It's not simple. I just don't know if they can withstand our abuse. Oh no, our test. Not only the other elders, but also some senior brothers and sisters. There were not many people who came, only a dozen or so. However, the lowest cultivation level was the 8 refinements Earth Monarch rank, and the strongest was the 6th or 7th layer Heaven Monarch. There were many geniuses. They looked at Yi Tianyun up and down, their faces full of excitement, as if they found something fun. Seeing that they were so excited, Yi Tianyun's heart suddenly sank. These seemed to be regarded as fun, but he did not know any disdain in their eyes or look down on him. They wouldn't look down on him just because he was a human, and they would all be excited. Junior brother, we will call you Junior brother for now. If you can join us, we will each give you a greeting gift. If anyone bullies you, just tell us in the future, and we will immediately avenge you. Hey, senior brother Yulong, is it really okay for you to say that? What's not good about it? The one from before was immediately scared away by us. If you don't show us some respect, they won't be able to take the power assessment. One by one, they started to discuss. Their eyes kept looking at Yi Tianyun. Among them, Yi Tianyun felt very creepy. It was still a beautiful woman next to him. Her lovely eyes were burning. She even licked her lips at him as if looking at food. Junior brother, if you perform well, senior sister will take you to a fun place. She smiled slightly. Yi Tianyun was speechless. This is called Divine Construct Palace. It is a group of lunatics. Chapter 1081. Chapter 1081. Yi Tianyun can't stand their enthusiasm. This is his first time facing these tests, and they are so enthusiastic, making him very uncomfortable. Of course, it is better than a group of discriminatory guys, which is more annoying. At least these are not disgusting people. At most, they are enthusiastic. It seems there is still a test, as if they found something fun. This, I am here to take the test, senior brothers and sisters. Are you all an examiner? Yi Tianyun saw more than a dozen people surrounding him. This was the first time he had seen this situation. That's right. Otherwise, why do you think we came here? They looked at each other and smiled, seeing mischief in each other's eyes. Rumble. The door behind him was directly closed at this time, making a loud noise spread through the area. Yi Tianyun turned his head to look back and found that the 2 senior brothers had run behind and closed the door. What's going on? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. Nothing. I just don't want others to disturb your examination. This is a very important test. You can't be disturbed at will. Senior brother Yulong is the biggest among all the senior brothers and sisters who came, and his cultivation is the highest, reaching the level of the 7th layer Heaven Monarch. The second strongest is the temptation of Yi Tianyun. Her name is Huo Lian, and she has reached the 6th layer Heaven Monarch. They are all broken through by 8 refinements Earth Monarch, not 9 refinements. However, this is already quite strong. After all, in 8 refinements, Earth Monarch breaks through to Heaven Monarch. This level is already different from an elder in first-grade god territory. In this place, you can only be regarded as a disciple. The difference in treatment is like heaven and earth. Yi Tianyun was speechless. This is not because he does not want to be disturbed, but because he fears running away. What is the content of the assessment? Yi Tianyun looked at them as if he had thought about the content of the test hundreds of times, and now he put all his strength on him. The content, we have thought about it. We will test you 10 times. One of them jumped out and said, 10 times? Yi Tianyun almost vomited blood. 10 tests? Is this not a torture? Ahem, don't go too far. Elder Dongyun came out and glared at the disciple. He smiled at Yi Tianyun and said, there are 3 tests. Yulong, Huolian, and I will answer the questions. After passing, you can become a disciple of Divine Construct Palace. You can't leave on the way. Can't leave the stage on the way? If I can't pass, why should I continue? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. Of course, if I can't pass, I will jump to the next round. Even if I can't pass, I still have a chance to become a disciple. Elder Dongyun smiled. There is such a reason? Yi Tianyun was shocked. This rule was messy, and he could still become a disciple even without passing. This means that it depends on the overall level, not just on one side, but on all aspects. If there is a bright spot, it will be recruited. If there is no bright spot, recruiting will be even more difficult. As for completely passing, it must be selected. Of course, you can't retreat halfway. You must finish our assessment, understand? Their eyes lit up, and they refused to let him leave. Yi Tianyun felt like a sheep in a tiger's den, wondering whether he had come to the wrong place or whether he should use teleportation to escape from there. This test? Is there any life danger? Yi Tianyun asked. They looked at each other and hesitated. This hesitation meant that their lives were in danger. Seeing Yi Tianyun look at them, they smiled embarrassedly. Life is in danger. There is still a bit of danger. Our test will not be so simple. But you can rest assured it will not be very dangerous. Senior brother Yulong smiled. Yi Tianyun suddenly felt speechless and could only say, well, can we start the assessment now? Yes, yes. They nodded repeatedly, and after looking at each other, Elder Dongyun came out and said with a smile, then let me take the first test. After he came out, he looked at Yi Tianyun and said, the first round will not be difficult to give you. The first thing to master is fire control. If fire control is not good, everything is nonsense. So the first test I give you now is to burn this piece of ice into a thin needle. After that, he raised his hand and threw this piece of ice in front of Yi Tianyun, indicating that he would burn this piece of ice into a thin needle. Yi Tianyun was suddenly stunned. This was a test of abnormal. Burning a piece of ice into a thin needle, the strength that needs to be mastered, is not only difficult, but also simply abnormal. The control is very detailed, especially since this piece of ice is very ordinary. It is made of very ordinary water, which means that as long as the fire is slightly increased, it will be directly burned down. It may be okay if it is burned a little, but if it is melted into a thin needle, the difficulty is quite abnormal. The thin needle was originally small enough, just a little touch would have completely vaporized it. If you can cut a small hole in it and let the needle go through it, I will reward you with a high-grade rebirth-level treasure. Senior brother Yulong added a condition next to him, his face full of excitement. Not to mention him, everyone else looked at Yi Tianyun, wanting to see what he would do. Yi Tianyun was speechless. Isn't this making things difficult for him? If he uses energy to carve, he can cut it into thin needles in less than a second. Now, it is too difficult to change it into flames. Isn't this a bit too difficult? Yi Tianyun frowned. Can your fire control ability do this? He has experience on this side, of course. He knows how difficult it is. If everyone can reach this step, it can be said that they are super fire control masters. Very few of us can do this, but it is not impossible. A strict standard can prove your ability. Senior brother Yulong said very plainly, making Yi Tianyun roll his eyes. This simply makes things difficult for himself. That's right, our excellent standard is here. It depends on how much you can complete it. Elder Dongyun's words made Yi Tianyun understand something. That is, there is no need to complete it all. After all, the difficulty is indeed very great if it can be made very thin. Even if it is not a thin needle, it is very good. Yi Tianyun looked at them and said helplessly, okay, I will try. Don't worry, we will give you 3 chances. After 3 chances, take the best one as your result this time, Elder Dongyun said. Yi Tianyun looked at the ice in front of him. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. It was too simple for him. He was just pretending. He believed that his fire control ability was not weak. With the help of the investigating eye, everything was not a problem. In addition, he was also a God Rune Master, and his control of spiritual force was beyond ordinary people. Chapter 1082, Chapter 1082. The opening was so difficult. Many senior brothers looked at each other and smiled. They felt that it was interesting to test new people. They wanted to see how Yi Tianyun would solve it. They were both equivalent to judges. They wanted to see if new people could become their future junior brothers. At least Yi Tianyun did not look down on them at all. This made Yi Tianyun feel very comfortable. There was no rejection. They are quite united. They have a good relationship with each other. They are not like other forces. They are incompatible with each other. Only the status and talent are equal. There is a topic to talk about. As for the big gap, Yi Tianyun is too lazy to care about it. This kind of atmosphere is quite bad, not the environment Yi Tianyun likes. It is different here. The atmosphere is quite good. Hehe, I thought of that kid from last time. He was burned to nothing. Isn't his ability to control fire a little too bad? It's normal that he didn't burn anything. Some only had a fire, but his ability to control fire was terrible. I remember that there was a fire control ability that was good, but unfortunately it was burned like a stick. The difference between it and a thin needle was too big. I can't even do this, let alone drill a hole in it. You can't do it, but it doesn't mean others can't. Senior Sister Huo Lian can do this, let alone a thin needle, even the hair is fine. While Yi Tianyun was preparing for the test, they were discussing. Yi Tianyun didn't think too much about it. He raised his hand and used the white flame bone fire. When this kind of demon fire appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. The white flame bone fire was a very good demon fire. They nodded repeatedly. Then, Yi Tianyun quickly threw the flame on the ice, and with a bare sound, the violent flame directly wrapped the ice, and almost instantly, the ice was completely wrapped up. Everyone was stunned. It was so simple and rough, didn't it directly burn the ice? A moment later, the flame quickly disappeared. What was left behind was a thin needle. It was similar to the usual thin needle. This ice piece was burned into a thin needle in just the blink of an eye. This fire control ability was terrifying. After everyone saw it, they were immediately stunned. It turned out that they had encountered an expert in playing with fire. He easily burned the thin needle. It was obvious that he was very experienced. Damn it, I didn't see wrongly, right? Is this fire control simply smoother than Senior Sister Huo Lian playing? Bullshit. Senior Sister Huo Lian can cut out the thin thread. It's thinner than a thin needle. Well, it's much better than mine. They were all shocked by Yi Tianyun's move. They thought that Yi Tianyun would fail, but they did not. Instead, they succeeded instantly. I almost forgot. I still need to open the hole. Yi Tianyun smiled, stretched out his hand, and he shot out a little flame, which easily penetrated the head of the thin needle and completely formed a thin needle. After taking it, Elder Dongyun picked it up, looked at it, and nodded with great satisfaction. It seems that this stage is not difficult for you. It can be said that your fire control ability is very amazing. It seems that you have practiced a lot of fire control skills. They are very satisfied with this and are all amazed at Yi Tianyun's performance. Are all the new people so strong now? One of them reached out and patted his face. His level was not as good as Yi Tianyun's, so he did this. Yes, it seems that we are old, we have practiced for so long, but none of the new people are powerful. It is shameful. They all shook their heads, feeling a blow. Their fire control ability is less than half of Yi Tianyun's, but they can join. From here, it can be seen that it is necessary to test the ability to control fire, but it does not need to be at such a terrifying level. The ability to control fire can be done slowly in the later stages, but it is not the most important test here. Yi Tianyun immediately saw this. It is estimated that strictness is not particularly high from the first stage. You little kid, powerful, I just said it casually. You completed it. Senior brother Yu Long took the thin needle and looked it up and down, clicking his tongue. Then, according to the agreement, I will give you a high-grade rebirth level treasure later. You can choose. This senior brother Yu Long was very straightforward. He would give whatever he wanted without any regrets. However, to him, this was not a big problem. With his ability, he could forge a high-grade rebirth level. Although it was difficult, he was still able to forge it. Little brother, your fire control ability is comparable to your sister's. Senior Sister Huo Lian smiled sweetly. When you join the Divine Construct Palace, can you spar with sister for a while? Wait for me to join. Yi Tianyun wiped his cold sweat. These people are enthusiastic. Cough cough, you passed the first stage perfectly. It is indeed beyond my expectations. Your foundation is very good. Beyond our expectations, your ability is very good. Elder Dongyun revealed a smile. So many disciples have come here to take the test. You can be considered one of the top disciples. Then I will leave the second test to Yu Long. Senior brother Yu Long waited for a long time. He excitedly ran out and said, I will take the second test, and the content is still fire control. Fire control? Yi Tianyun was stunned. He had tried fire control before him and still wanted to test this. Of course, it is not a simple fire control. You can refine a weapon or anything. We will keep disturbing you. If you can complete this weapon, you can pass. How about it? Senior brother Yu Long laughed. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Yi Tianyun immediately knew what these guys were here for. They were here to help interfere with him, right? However, it was unprecedented to participate in this group as a judge. They were united to help the junior martial brother who joined them. No problem, let's give it a try. Yi Tianyun nodded. He wanted to see how far these people could go. It's good that there are no problems. We will still give you 3 chances. We will constantly interfere with you. I hope you can maintain control of the fire before then. Don't be disturbed by us. Senior brother Yu Long laughed. The others looked at each other and smiled as if they were laughing at something. I remembered something. We interfered with that guy before and directly blew up the cauldron. Puff, I almost forgot. It was too much interference that caused the explosion. They all laughed, but Yi Tianyun was speechless. He once again felt that they were a group of lunatics. Chapter 1083, Yi Tianyun didn't say anything more. He quickly removed a pile of materials and prepared to refine the lower grade rebirth level weapon. He won't choose the ones that are too difficult. Just select the ordinary difficulty. God knows how these guys interfere with him. He quickly threw out a pile of materials and mobilized the white flame bone fire to melt the materials. Without any furnace, he began to refine. Without a stove, he can refine. This is not difficult for him. This move made them sigh. They felt that Yi Tianyun was bold. He doesn't even need a furnace. He is good at controlling fire. He doesn't even need a furnace. I wouldn't dare to do this. Yes, although it is only a lower grade rebirth level weapon, without a cauldron, the difficulty is still not small. They all have some recognition of Yi Tianyun's ability. To play like this, they must be very good at controlling fire. They dare not do this, but others dare to do it. When Yi Tianyun was melting, a piece of iron suddenly smashed into the flame and quickly mixed with other materials. Add it to me, don't throw it out. Senior brother Yulong laughed and added a bit of seasoning to him. Yi Tianyun was stunned at first, then quickly controlled the white flame bonfire to melt the mixed material and then remove the impurities, quickly overlapping with the melted material. With this material, the material of the whole weapon will change, and the difference in comparison will easily lead to failure. However, Yi Tianyun controlled it perfectly, directly removing the impurities, leaving the purest thing, and throwing another new material. This material is perfect with the material that senior brother Yulong threw in so that they can complement each other and will not affect anything. But compared to before, this weapon will have more effect. When the other senior brothers and sisters saw this scene, they all praised it. This kind of decisive ability proved that the experience was quite good. If Yi Tianyun did not add new materials, this weapon would still have problems. After all, it is impossible to eliminate the negative effects of this material by controlling fire. For example, if it is thrown into the ice stone, it must be stored with other materials that can withstand the ice stone. Only then can the weapon be successfully refined. Yi Tianyun quickly found suitable materials that were perfect to control. There is no doubt that the foundation is very good. Interesting, then I will add this thing. Then someone threw out another ore. After falling into the melted liquid, Yi Tianyun quickly wrapped it up, and after melting it, he threw out new materials to make a perfect ratio. I also throw one. They all felt that the matter was not big, constantly throwing out new materials. This is what they said, interference. Not to say that they want to beat him up when Yi Tianyun was refining. This is not interference, but deliberately driving away. The content of their assessment was very rough. At the same time, it was also the foundation they needed. It was a test of his ability to adapt and control fire. Everyone was throwing out ores, special materials, and even spirit medicine. He had all dissolved them and integrated them into this pile of materials. He did not know what he could create and only needed to pay attention to one thing. He could not fail or explode. Even if a brick were forged later, it would at least be one that could smash people to death, not a pile of powder. If normal refining failed, it would directly explode, turning into a pile of abandoned materials that could not be used. In the end, all the onlookers threw in a material. Yi Tianyun didn't refuse, and he couldn't refuse either. He solved the fusion problem perfectly every time. So far, there has been no big problem. The biggest problem is a large mass of liquid. I don't know what kind of weapon can be produced. It seems so mixed. It is estimated that there are all kinds of attributes. This kind of weapon is relatively poor. No one can have all the attributes. Being too comprehensive means that it is mediocre. Of course, now it is not that the weapon is strong, but it is enough if the gun is functional. This newcomer is powerful. He is the strongest newcomer I have seen so far. He threw so many materials, but nothing happened. That's right. If it had been me, I would have already failed, right? He is completely fine. Damn, why is it that the more the test, the more I feel inferior? They couldn't help but scratch their heads. They originally wanted to see how long Yi Tianyun could hold on, but who knew that Yi Tianyun would hold on all the way? Nothi nothing jeaned. Ning. Yi Tianyun shouted and quickly made a hand seal. This ball of liquid promptly flew up, and under his technique it was constantly rubbed in the air. Then it fell heavily from the ground, and at the same time it condensed into a giant hammer with energy, continually smashing down. This ball of liquid continued to smash. Because there were too many materials, he constantly widened the materials, and then the appearance of an incomparably huge sword gradually appeared in everyone's sight. With so many materials, it can only be made into a relatively large weapon. The giant sword is a good choice. Under his constant tempering, a giant sword quickly took shape and flashed with various colors, which looked very strange. This meant that too many materials were fused. If it were someone else, it would be a waste of materials. However, to merge and not explode, this already proves that Yi Tianyun's ability is amazing. Dang. With a crisp sound, Yi Tianyun collected the Void Giant Hammer, a 5-colored giant sword, and it appeared in front of everyone. The grade is not low. It is almost close to the middle grade rebirth level weapon. The materials they threw out are not very precious but not very bad. Usually, they do not take any trash with them, so the materials they throw out will not be bad. Now that they can forge a nearly middle grade rebirth level weapon, it is shocking. It's done. Yi Tianyun threw the giant sword at senior brother Yulong. After senior brother Yulong took it, he reached out his hand and touched it. He said, "You are amazing. You have perfectly forged it. With your reaction speed, you are at the middle and upper level." It is not that they are arrogant. Yi Tianyun performed very well, but some still performed better than Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun is not surprised. He is only a first-grade Divine Forging Master and 2 third-grade Divine Forging Master here. It is not surprising that he is stronger than him. Chapter 1084, Chapter 1084. When Yi Tianyun forged the giant sword, they all couldn't help but praise him. They were not stingy with their praise. They were increasingly satisfied with Yi Tianyun, including Elder Dongyun. They looked at him with admiration. Undoubtedly, he has already reached the level of Divine Construct Palace through these two stages. I wonder if I can pass this stage. Yi Tianyun smiled and asked, if you can't pass, then no one in the world will be able to pass. Your control and adaptability are both excellent. Senior Brother Yulong smiled. We are very satisfied with this. You passed the second stage easily and perfectly. Although you performed perfectly in the first two stages, there is still the third stage. If you can't pass the third stage, the assessment will be more difficult. Senior Brother Yulong looked at Senior Sister Huo Lian, and the last one to answer the question was Senior Sister Huo Lian. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He thought that they would hire him without going through the third stage. Who knew that there was still the third stage? And from their tone, the third stage was the most important. Senior Sister Huo Lian came out and looked at him with a red face. She smiled and said, Junior brother, your ability is not small. It makes me more and more interested. She also came over, reached out her fingertips, and drew circles on his chest, looking quite amusing. Yi Tianyun gently moved back, keeping a distance, and smiled. Senior sister, your temptation is too big. I am afraid I can't control it. If you can't control it, don't do it. Senior Sister Huo Lian smiled. It was really like a beautiful lotus blooming. It looked red and had 4 colors. It looked quite stunning. Let's talk about the content of the third test. Yi Tianyun said, you don't know how to appreciate beauty. Senior Sister Hua Lian smiled and said, the content of the third stage is very simple. Take this weapon and come with me to the Flame Secret Realm to kill demon beasts and obtain the Flame Scale. Flame Scale? Yi Tianyun still has some impression of this thing. It is one of the materials used to make a high-grade rebirth level, and it is still relatively precious. Only the demon beast has it. Generally speaking, there was no need to kill the demon beast. After subduing it, it would be fine if it was taken away. If it were dead, it would be impossible to obtain it. Thus, they would choose to capture it. From time to time, they would peel off a bit of the flame scales. After resting for some time, it could grow back again. This was still quite cruel. However, some places would give it delicious food and drink. They would cultivate it into their companions. This way, they would not need to subdue it. They would be able to obtain the flame scales. They would usually fall off. That's right, we have a flame secret realm here. There are many materials inside. There is also a demon beast. We can work together to subdue it. It will be considered a success if we can also pull out the flame scales. Yes, we have a flame secret realm here, Senior Sister Huo Lian said. This is fine, no problem. Yi Tianyun nodded and said, it was not difficult to subdue the demon beast. To him, he could suppress it with one punch and knock it out. He could easily take the scales. Then let's go to the flame secret realm now. Senior Sister Huo Lian waved to Yi Tianyun and led him forward. Senior brothers, are you not going? Yi Tianyun looked at them doubtfully. Go to the flame secret realm, what will we do? We will wait here for you to come back. Senior Brother Yulong smiled. We are very optimistic about you. This time, we will succeed in getting it back. Yi Tianyun was a little puzzled. He thought that they would come together to watch. Who knew that they would stay here alone? It made him feel strange. But thinking about it carefully, they will get the flame scale. If a group of people come, they will scare the demon beast. After they left, everyone smiled at each other and disappeared. Under the lead of Senior Sister Huo Lian, they came to the transfer entrance of the Flame Secret Realm. When they explained to the guards that it was a test, they immediately let them go. They easily came to the Flame Secret Realm through the transfer array. When they arrived here, Yi Tianyun felt the temperature was hotter than above. Looking around, there were still piles of flame stones, no difference from the outside. The only biggest difference was that there were volcanoes on the side and magma rolling on the side, forming a river of lava. With their cultivation, it was not a problem for them to fall for a short time, and the damage to them was not big. Yi Tianyun glanced at the side. Just as he was about to say something, a figure directly jumped into his arms. Junior brother, aren't we going to do something? Senior Sister Huo Lian jumped into his arms, her beautiful eyes full of temptation. This is not to take the flame scales. It is to seduce people and do some private things. Fortunately, no one is around. Otherwise, there is a misunderstanding. Senior Sister Huo Lian, what are you doing? Yi Tianyun grabbed her shoulder, pushed her forward, and said in a deep voice, we are here to get the flame scale. Please behave yourself. Senior Sister Huo Lian was very attractive, but he was not interested in it. He had Shi Shuayun in his heart, and everything was enough. Senior Sister Huo Lian waved her hand and said, you are so boring. I think you are better than others. Can't I play with you? Senior Sister Huo Lian, I will be very embarrassed if you do this. Yi Tianyun said in a low voice. I know, mission. You are just so boring. It is just a flame scale. I have it here. Senior Sister Huo Lian took out a flame scale and waved it in front of him as she spoke. She smiled and said, how is it? There are flame scales now. You only need to play with me here for a while, so let me do as I please. These flame scales are yours. There is no need to find the demon beast. It is so difficult to find a demon beast, so it is better to take the ready-made ones back. Moreover, I am now the supervisor. The flame scales are not considered to be on us. It is just that you took them. Her face was full of temptation, and she still had the completed task, so she didn't need to go to find the demon beast. She just needed to accompany her. I'm not interested. I will get the flame scales myself. Yi Tianyun didn't even look at her. He turned and walked forward. Looking at his back, Senior Sister Huolian's smile became even stronger. She raised her foot and followed him. Well, you are so rigid, but I like you. I will go with you to find the flame scales and not play with you this time. Yi Tianyun looked at Huolian and nodded. No problem. He smiled with a meaningful feeling. Chapter 185. Chapter 1085. Under Yi Tianyun's appeal, Senior Sister Huolian finally became more obedient and did not touch Yi Tianyun again. Yi Tianyun checked the surroundings. There are many demon beasts here, and there are many forging materials. It can be said to be a material treasure house. It should be stored inside the Divine Construct Palace. It is not open to the public. Otherwise, this place would have been full of cultivators. Even if it is dangerous, it can be accepted. Especially if you want something good, you are not willing to take the risk. It is very unreasonable. As they went deeper, the demon beasts began to become scarce. There were even no demon beasts around here. At the same time, the quality of the materials nearby became higher and higher, and the number became more and more. It's not that no one is collecting here, but this is the territory of a powerful demon beast. It's very likely that we will come to the territory of demon beast. Yi Tianyun turned and looked around. He smelled the dangerous aura. The demon beast is not weak, at least above the Heaven Monarch level, and is very powerful. With the bloodline of Qilin, how can it be weak? The Qilin bloodline was one of the top 10 existences, and the power it erupted with was absolutely above most existences of the same level. Yes, that's right. We are already in the demon beast territory. Senior Sister Huolian's expression became serious and wasn't as exaggerated as before. As soon as she finished speaking, a roar sounded from the forest of flames in front of her. It was as if the roar from the underground abyss was terrifying. It is warning us not to get close, Senior Sister Huolian said in a deep voice. In that case, let's hurry over and take the scales. Yi Tianyun nodded, ignored the warning, and ran forward. Senior Sister Huolian followed, and a long whip appeared in her hand. It was very suitable for her personality. Roar. Roar. At this time, a huge figure jumped out of the forest of flames. The first thing that Yi Tianyun felt was the extreme heat, as if it could burn people to ashes. Following in front of them was the huge flame Qilin. Its body was covered with a thick layer of flame scales. Every flame scale contained amazing fire energy. Even Heaven Monarch level experts would not dare to take the flame scales casually. Otherwise, they would be burned. Of course, Yi Tianyun is not worried about this. They don't need to worry about the flame scales burning themselves. What they need to worry about now is how to dig out the flame scales from its body. Flame Qilin is a super divine beast, 5th grade Heaven Monarch cultivation, and has super strong demon firepower that can burn everything. At the same time, the flame scales on its body can resist all damage and have a strong defense that is enough to resist fatal attacks. 5th grade Heaven Monarch cultivation, this flame Qilin is strong. This is a great divine beast. Seeing a divine beast, he wants to subdue it for his use. With such a powerful divine beast as a companion, how can it not be at ease? Roar. The flame Qilin once again roared at them and issued a stern warning, indicating that they should not approach. Go. Senior Sister Huolian rushed towards the flame Qilin without hesitation. She whipped the whip in her hand and lashed it at the flame Qilin. With a paw sound, the whip landed heavily on the flame Qilin's body. Such a heavy whip only left a shallow mark on the flame Qilin's body, and it quickly recovered. It was completely fine. Roar. Senior Sister Huolian's attack completely infuriated the flame Qilin. It roared at her, and a huge fireball whistled over. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. A huge fireball descended from the sky and enveloped the entire land. Senior Sister Huolian's expression changed, and she quickly dodged to the side. However, her speed was still too slow. Even the fireball had already exploded towards her. At this moment, a figure blocked in front of her. A cold light flashed. Whoosh! The huge fireball was split into two. Yi Tianyun grabbed Senior Sister Huolian and ran to the side. Senior Sister Huolian was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun to come so fast and pierce through this terrible fireball. You stay here, I will deal with it. Yi Tianyun motioned her to stay on the side. It was enough to deal with this flame Qilin alone. Wait, Senior Sister Huolian quickly stopped him, but Yi Tianyun had already rushed up alone, ready to shoot the flame Qilin. Seeing Yi Tianyun rush up, the flame Qilin was stunned and turned to look at Senior Sister Huolian, his big eyes showing confusion as if asking for instructions. Senior Sister Huolian pointed to Yi Tianyun and nodded simultaneously. Roar. The flame Qilin suddenly became furious. It aimed at Yi Tianyun and spat out a few balls of flame. The power of each ball was bigger than the other, directly blocking his escape route. Break. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he used Crazy Heaven's secret art. Violent power was released along with the spear, directly piercing this huge fireball and easily stabbing the fireball coming at him in half. The next moment, he rushed out of the explosion fireball. He ran to the flame Qilin and threw his spear at it. With this sudden throw, the flame Qilin was smashed down from the sky like a fool. Boom! The flame Qilin slammed into the ground, creating a big hole. Yi Tianyun did not stop. He quickly chased after the flame Qilin and prepared to attack it again. Wait a minute. At this time, senior sister Huo Lian quickly stopped in front of the flame Qilin. She opened her hand and blocked the flame Qilin. Junior brother, don't attack it. What's wrong? Are we going to take the flame scale? Yi Tianyun smiled faintly, as if he had already noticed something. This is our test. You don't play according to the routine. How can you be so strong? Senior sister Huo Lian was very helpless. What do you mean by not playing according to the routine? Yi Tianyun pretended to be enlightened. Is it true that the flame Qilian is your companion, just trying to test me? Yes, it is to test you. I have to say, the last test didn't seem to succeed. At this time, a group of people flew over. These were the previous senior brothers and sisters and the elder Dongyun. They were all hiding on the side, and now they knew they were exposed, so they could only appear. Yi Tianyun looked at them, and there was no expression of surprise on his face. It could even be said that he had guessed it long ago. This was all a trick. Chapter 1086. Chapter 1086. The flames Qilin got up from the ground. It was not injured at all. Yi Tianyun did not use much strength at all. The spearhead was not directly aimed at its body. Instead, it was smashed with the spear shaft. Therefore, there was no damage at all. It did not even hurt the skin. At most, it would be painful when it was smashed down. For the flames Qilin, this was just a superficial injury. There was no big problem. Yi Tianyun deliberately did this. He just cooperated with the performance of senior sister Huo Lian. Since the first time senior sister Huo Lian came in, she knew that everything was an act. She estimated that he was tricked. The talent of senior sister Huo Lian was extremely high. He knew the true character of senior sister Huo Lian. She would never be so indulgent. Everything was a routine. He just wanted to trick her. Now, it was completely proven that his guess was right. It was just a test. From the beginning, senior sister Huo Lian had set him up. From all sides, she was showing her interest in him. She was also trying to seduce him from other aspects. He was sure that if he did, no matter how perfect his performance was, he wouldn't be chosen as a disciple. Junior brother, aren't you too strong? You ruined our plans. You ruined the trap we thought of with great difficulty. Senior brother Yulong was a bit mad. He walked over and said helplessly, "It's fine. At least we managed to resist the temptation at the very front. We didn't choose to hand over Hui Lian's flame scale and instead chose to protect her. This is already in line with our criteria for choosing a person. As for the latter part, there should be no need to take the assessment." Elder Dongyun walked out and smiled. However, this is indeed beyond our expectations. It was a very powerful attack. Even with this, it was broken through, and our plan was ruined. Elder Dongyun, what is the original plan? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Huo Lian was injured and took you away. Hide in the cave and reveal all kinds of precious treasures simultaneously. See if you will be tempted, take the things, and run away. It is not your fault to be killed by the fire Qilin. Some people will take the treasures and run away. Instead of saving people first, they will destroy the corpses and the evidence. Elder Dongyun shook his head with a fierce look in his eyes. It was obvious that he had encountered this situation before. Yi Tianyun felt helpless. Isn't this a trap? It is equivalent to seducing a crime. If other people saw someone injured and were dying, they would easily take the treasures and leave. This was a test of human nature. Did he insist on saving people and leaving? Even if he was on the verge of death, he had to save them first. He didn't want to secretly take a few treasures, destroy their corpses, or even throw away their servants. Junior brother, I know what you were thinking. In the eyes of the outside world, our divine construct palace is a divine palace that deliberately makes things difficult for newcomers. We just want a sincere person who can give his back to someone else's companions, not scheming against each other and all kinds of jealousy. We are a family. We help each other and support each other. Senior brother Yulong had a serious expression. The others also nodded. There was no discrimination or mockery. Instead, they huddled together, only helping each other and supporting each other. This was a true senior brother from the same sect, not scheming and scheming all day. They were secretly stabbing each other. Yi Tianyun appreciated this attitude the most. He wanted this feeling. There was no discrimination. It was the best choice to help each other. It was unlike some sects. From the moment they joined, they had to scheme against each other. If they were slightly stronger than each other, they would think of ways to belittle themselves or secretly stab them. This kind of sect would not last long. There were too many intrigues. How could it develop? Therefore, he would not casually join any forces. If he joined, he would stay for some time. It was impossible to keep for a long time. Now, this divine construct palace was very suitable for him. It could even be very united. From the rumors, it was indeed very difficult for newcomers. The test was very difficult, but the ability was only a part of the test. The real test was to test a heart. There was no need to have a particularly heaven-defying ability. It only needed a good foundation. After all, no matter how heaven-defying the fellow disciples were, they were always high up. No matter who they were, what was the use of coming? Although many factions would rather have a strong one than a bunch of ordinary ones, they needed a sincere fellow disciple for this place. Only by going out to fight would they be able to let their backs out. At this time, senior sister Huo Lian had already appeased the flame Qilin. She looked very close and could be considered a master and servant relationship. After a simple exchange, senior sister Huo Lian came over and asked, "Junior brother, did you notice it long ago? I don't quite see it." Yi Tianyun said with a serious face. He already knew it. He would be too easily deceived if he couldn't see these tricks. Just to comfort them, he didn't say it out loud. If he knew it from the beginning, he wouldn't know what kind of blow they would suffer. Is it? Senior sister Huolian nodded and chose to believe him. Oh right, your senior sister Huolian isn't that unrestrained. She is usually very strict. If you tease her casually, be careful not to get burned. Senior brother Yu Long laughed. You have to sacrifice yourself for every test. Otherwise, how could you choose a true disciple from the same sect? Senior sister Hua Lian rolled her eyes at him and stroked the flame Keelan. She smiled and said, "Junior brother, you have passed our test this time. We welcome you to join our Divine Construct Palace. Yes, you have passed the 3 tests perfectly. You have passed all 3 tests easily. It can be said that you have passed with the best results in history." They all cheered for Yi Tianyun's participation. "Elder Dongyun, aren't you going to treat me?" Senior brother Yu Long looked at Elder Dongyun and smiled. "It's a treat, let's go." Elder Dongyun patted Yi Tianyun on the shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. Let's celebrate the newcomers joining the Divine Construct Palace. I'll treat you to a drink with Drunken Stars." "Go to Drunken Stars to drink?" "Elder Dongyun is generous. I have never seen you treat us before." Cough, cough, that was in the past. Now, this Tianyun is very capable and the best in history. Can you not celebrate? Elder Dongyun's face was red, so how could he not be happy to receive an all-around genius? When he is happy, he must be willing to spend much money to go to Drunken Stars. These other people have nothing to refute. Senior brother Yu Long reached out and grabbed Yi Tianyun's shoulder, smiled, and said, "This time, we are lucky. It's all thanks to junior brother Tianyun. Let's go and celebrate together. Let's go celebrate together." They were all full of smiles, as if they had received a brother, making them happy. Yi Tianyun smiled. This feeling was not bad. Chapter 1087, under the lead of Elder Dongyun, they flew directly to Drunken Stars. Drunken Stars was not far from the Divine Construct Palace, and through the transmission array, they only needed to teleport to 2 places to reach Drunken Stars. Drunken Stars was a good place full of restaurants, wine everywhere, and delicious food. When he came here, Yi Tianyun was indeed shocked by Drunken Stars. Drunken Stars was full of rich wine fragrance. Even he wondered if he had entered a wine pot. Otherwise, how could it be so sweet? Although he did not enter the wine pot, it is almost the same as entering the wine pot. What can bring this rich fragrance is not wine, but the many drunken trees here. The trunk seems full of wine. Otherwise, how can the fragrance constantly float out? It was not that the drunken tree had wine, but that a lot of wine was buried under the roots of the drunken tree. Drunken tree surrounded every restaurant. They could not dig it out casually. Otherwise, they would be cut off by the boss here. Through this drunken tree, they could add a rich and sweet taste to the wine and attract customers. We are here. Let's go to this Apricot Rain building. Elder Dongyun pointed. Apricot Rain building. Elder Dongyun, this isn't as simple as bleeding out, right? Senior brother Yu Long and the others exclaimed. In the past when we joined, you weren't so generous. Isn't this a bit too biased? Cough, cough. This isn't being biased. You guys have been working hard all this time. Is it all right for me to reward everyone? Elder Dongyun waited for them and said, Hee, Elder Dongyun is generous. Then let's go and drink a few pots of good wine. They all laughed and rushed to the Apricot Rain building. The atmosphere was harmonious. Yi Tianyun smiled and followed them in. This atmosphere is really good. This is the same sect, brother. Junior brother, you didn't see it? At this time, Senior Sister Huolian couldn't help but ask. Looking at Senior Sister Huolian puzzled eyes, Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and could only nod and whispered, I see a little. It's that Senior Sister Huolian acting is a bit bad, not natural enough. His voice was very soft, and only the 2 could hear him. After Senior Sister Huolian heard this, her beautiful eyes became a little, Is it that bad? You can tell it will? This is a bit exaggerated. It is okay for other people, but I have seen more details. For example, taking the lead is my task. Why are you taking the lead? And you are even flirting with the flame Chilan. It is hard not to know. Yi Tianyun said helplessly. In the future, Senior Sister Huolian should make a detailed plan so we can be absolutely safe. Senior Sister Huolian suddenly smiled. Are you saying that fighting is not natural enough? The rest have not been discovered? Yes, there was a little problem with the battle. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. That's great. I will improve in the future. Thank you for your reminder, junior brother. I almost lost my confidence. Senior Sister Huolian smiled happily and patted him on the shoulder. She smiled. When you pushed me away, you said it so righteously. It is really attractive. If possible, I will introduce a sister to you. There is no need for that. Yi Tianyun quickly waved his hand, indicating no need. What do you mean, no? It is good to get to know each other. Senior Sister Huolian smiled and said, let's go drink. Seeing her relaxed mood, Yi Tianyun shrugged. In fact, from the very beginning, he saw that Senior Sister Huolian was so entangled she must have said something. Otherwise, she would have gone crazy. The others saw that Senior Sister Huolian was suddenly in a good mood, and they didn't know what happened. Immediately, the group of them entered the apricot rain building. As soon as they entered, they saw that everywhere was filled with apricot trees. It looked very beautiful. Some of them were even planted in the air. The dense apricot flowers fell. It looked like an apricot rain. This kind of very ordinary fruit, they did not expect it to become a theme here. So, it is Elder Dongyun. I haven't seen you in a long time. At this time, the boss came over with a smile. Indeed, I haven't been here for a long time. Give us a private room. Elder Dongyun waved his hand. No problem. Everyone, please follow me. As an elder, Elder Dongyun naturally had to lead the way. They heard a surprised voice when they were about to come to the private room. Isn't this Elder Dongyun? Why are you so generous this time? Why did you invite so many people to drink? Everyone turned around and saw an old man. He followed the three people to taste the wine slowly. His eyes were full of ridicule when he saw them, but there was more disdain. Yi Tianyun noticed that the clothes this person wore were similar to Elder Dongyun's, meaning he was also an elder. Of course, there was more than one elder in the Divine Construct Palace. However, the situation was very different. There were also internal conflicts. Each elder had a different management method. Elder Dongyun liked to be united. The foundation could be lacking, but the character had to be qualified. So it's Elder Xiaotian. I was wondering who it was. I was generous and liked to invite my disciples. Is there a problem? Elder Dongyun sneered. There isn't. After all, money is yours. How to waste it is your business, eh? There is also a human. Skit, skit, skit. Elder Dongyun is going back as he lives. You even accepted a human as a disciple. What does this look like? A garbage recycling center? Elder Xiaotian said bluntly that Senior Dongyun was recruiting trash. Everyone was instantly enraged. Senior brother Yulong stood out and smiled faintly. Elder Xiaotian, speaking of which, your disciple seemed to have lost to us like a dog before. As he walked, he barked. He is a stray dog. Elder Xiaotian's expression sank. He waved his hand, and a few chopsticks flew toward Senior brother Yulong. Elder Dongyun quickly caught them. Elder Xiaotian, what do you mean by this? Elder Dongyun said with a cold gaze. Elder Dongyun, please take good care of your disciples. When the elders speak, the disciples should not interrupt. Do you not understand this kind of etiquette? Elder Xiaotian sneered. Don't worry, we still understand this bit of etiquette. It's just that what I recruit is my own business. It has nothing to do with you, Elder Dongyun said coldly. That's right. What kind of race are we recruiting? They are all our junior brothers. Yes. They are all our junior brothers. They all echoed individually, making Yi Tianyun feel a little touched. Even if they were opposing others, they had to stand by their side. Become a patron, read up to chapter 164, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could jaw chapter 188. Chapter 188. Here is the reading point on the phone. Yi Tianyun is very rare to see such a xenophobic person. From here, he knows that this group of people is sincere. As long as they are determined, there will be no change. The two elders of the same divine palace have different ideas. One is biased towards only recruiting geniuses, and the other focuses on character. I thought that the divine construct palace would be a pure land. Only Elder Dongyun has this idea. Elder Dongyun has different ideas, not as extreme as Elder Xiaotian. Even more people like Elder Xiaotian would choose elites, and not just elites. The disciples of Elder Dongyun were very outstanding, but they were still a minority of the super geniuses and super elites. As for Elder Xiaotian, he only recruited people with great potential and belonged to the elite level. Elder Xiaotian looked at them with a disdainful smile. What a joke. In the Divine Construct Palace, you are the ones with the least number of people. In the Divine Construct Palace trials, your rankings are all lower. This is Elder Dongyun leadership. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten such a good result. Elder Dongyun's face turned green and white. His complexion was not good. It could not be denied that Elder Xiaotian's words were the truth. Because he was too stubborn about his character and unity, very few cultivators had successfully passed. Some had astonishing innate abilities, but their characters were not good enough. They were directly eliminated. The ones who were excluded were naturally the other elders. This meant that their resources were continuously added in. On the other hand, Elder Dongyun had not joined for several years or even 100 years. It was not that no one came to test them, but that they could not pass every time. The content of the examination was too abnormal for them. Most people who had cultivated to this level were selfish in their hearts. It was impossible for them to become tolerant and associate with the weak suddenly. As time passed, the result was that no one joined the party. When Yi Tianyun came here, no one was in line. The transmission array he went to was the area that led to the management of Elder Dongyun. Naturally, he met Elder Dongyun. As for the passage in other directions, that is, to face different elders, Elder Dongyun became increasingly fierce in the long term, and finally, no one came to sign up. This is the most embarrassing thing. Elder Dongyun is right, but most cultivators do not want to be with the weak or do not like this binding feeling. Everyone has thoughts. Yi Tianyun likes this feeling, and at least he will not be stabbed. This is my business. Elder Xiaotian, you don't have to worry so much, Elder Dongyun said in a deep voice. Of course, this is your business. However, if the many divine palaces try, it will not be your business but the entire divine construct palace. When the time comes, I will be held back by your people. I wonder what palace master will think, Elder ch1051 sneered. Every divine palace had a palace master. Normally, the master wouldn't appear in the entire divine palace, and many elders would manage him. Unless it were necessary, he wouldn't come out. I know what I'm doing. After saying this, Elder Dongyun felt he was wrong and led the disciples to the private room in front. When they sat down, senior brother Yulong said with dissatisfaction, Elder Dongyun, Elder ch1051 has gone too far. I'm not afraid of them at all. He's considered a genius, and we have quite a few here. Just me and Huilian alone are enough to suppress that bunch of idiots. None of them wanted to drink, and they felt extremely aggrieved. No one liked being slapped in the face, especially in front of their elders. It was even more unpleasant. What he has said so far is indeed the truth. If you want to fight back against him, it would be best to fight back in the Imperial Palace. Elder Dongyun gnashed his teeth. He wanted to make a move, but the elders were also not allowed to make a move. Private fights were not allowed, especially the two god monarchs. If they were to start a fight, these drunken stars would explode. I hate that group of tall fellows the most. They look down on everyone. I admit my talent is lacking, but am I not working hard? I believe that one day I will be able to chase after those fellows. That's right, talent is not enough, but how can you look down on us like this? If you have the ability, don't cultivate. A group of arrogant fellows. One by one, they began to drink angrily. The wine they drank didn't taste at all like a cow chewing on a peony. One by one, they were filled with anger. Yi Tianyun lightly drank the wine he brought and slightly narrowed his eyes, thinking about something. There was a burst of cheers downstairs, and it began to be lively, attracting their attention. When they looked down, they didn't know when a fighting arena was built. Fighting competition was spacious, so building a fighting arena was not a big problem. Welcome everyone. Today is the same as before. There is a special program. If you send people to fight, the wine will be free if you win. Of course, those who do not come down to fight can bet as usual. The shopkeeper of the Apricot Rain Building stood in the arena and explained the situation to the guests. The Apricot Rain Building was a bit special. In this world where martial arts were respected, there was naturally no lack of fighting. The Apricot Rain Building built the arena here, and there were special activities. If they win, they will be able to get free wine rewards. If they did not like it, it would be a bet, which was a small bet. This kind of entertainment program was pleasing to the eyes. The essence was to bet. The banker was naturally the Apricot Rain Building. From here, it was undoubtedly more profitable. This is our fighter. Who is interested in challenging him? The shopkeeper pointed at the fighter that he had sent over. His cultivation level was still relatively strong. He had reached the 6th-layer Heaven Monarch. Those who are here to challenge cannot have a cultivation level that is too high. The highest level cannot exceed the 1st-layer Heaven Monarch. Otherwise, I will lose my life. As for those with low cultivation levels, that's fine. There was a shift in their gazes. This slightly eased the mood of the crowd. They all looked at the situation below the stage. Very soon, there was a guest who was challenging them. This was something that could avoid drinking. How could they not give it a try? The price of the wine here was rather high. Why wouldn't they be happy if they were to drink it for free? Good, now guests are coming to challenge us. I hope you can defeat our fighters and get free drinks. The shopkeeper smiled happily, indicating that the fight had begun. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1264, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could prash chapter 1089. Chapter 1089. Before the fight began, everyone began to bet. Everyone began to bet was different, but more or less there was a bet. Some bet on guests and some bet on fighters. Everything depended on their preferences. Come, bet. Who do you choose? I choose the guest. Choose the guest. The fighter is a bit stronger. The fighter may win. The guest is a bit stronger. That fighter cultivation is a level higher. Senior brother Yulong and the others discussed who should place their bets. They were a bit idle and had to drink more now. How could they not have some fun? Not to mention them, even Elder Dongyun had started to place his bets. They would have nothing to do here if they could earn a little. Soon, they all placed their bets, and the waiter came to collect them. They would settle it when they left. Junior brother, which one do you think? Senior sister Huolian asked. I have faith in that fighter. His cultivation is lower than the customer, but his foundation is stable enough. His strength is especially important. He is an existence that can crush the opponent. Too many skills are unnecessary. Strength alone can defeat the opponent. Yi Tianyun simply analyzed. There is more detailed content, but he did not say it out loud. If he said it, it would scare senior sister Huolian. Even if the other party has martial arts, how much comprehensive strength and where the weakness is, will it not scare people? With the investigating eye, there was nothing that could not be seen through by him. Does that fighter look very powerful? His aura is weak, and his explosive power is not too strong. Someone interrupted from the side. This is a hidden strength. Why did the shopkeeper send people here if it is so easy to be seen? He is not doing charity but to win money, creating a situation where he will lose. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. His further analysis made everyone feel it made sense, but some people still felt the guest would win. Let me think. It's better to vote for the warrior. Me too. Let's listen to Junior Brother. It sounds quite reasonable. I am firm with my choice, and the guests will win. I have seen the guests win before, and sometimes I will make a mistake. Some people chose to believe in Yi Tianyun. Some decided not to believe. This is nothing. They all believe in their own eyes and think they are not wrong. Then I bet 1,000 star stones on the warrior. Yi Tianyun threw out a lot of money. This is not a big deal, just a casual game. There is no need to throw so much. Soon, everyone finished their bets and began to fight. They began to fight like crazy. In the early stage, the fighters were still suppressed for a while. Then, the fighters suddenly jumped up and waved their arms wildly. They threw the opponents out and won the fight. It is the warrior who won. This is a god. That power is hidden. It broke out at the critical moment, catching the opponent unprepared and throwing them out directly. Those who followed Yi Tianyun to bet laughed, but the one who failed the bet had a bitter face. There was no profit, and it must have been a bitter face. Junior brother, you are right. Senior sister Huo Lian smiled and clapped her hands happily. She just listened to Yi Tianyun and bet on the fighter. Yi Tianyun smiled. Unless the other party deliberately admitted defeat, he would not make a mistake. Soon, it was the next batch. The fighter went to rest, and senior sister Huo Lian continued to ask, Junior brother, what about this round? Who do you think will win? Is it the fighter? I think the warrior is powerful, the other party is strong, and the equipment is strong. They all looked at Yi Tianyun to see what he said this time. Judging from the eyes, he must be a strong fighter, and the guest is ordinary. The guest can win this time unless he deliberately admits defeat. Yi Tianyun smiled. His cultivation is weak, but his foundation is there. I can still feel the aura of fire. He is likely to have the power of demon fire level. When combined, there is an unexpected effect. That's amazing. Junior brother, you can see that the other party has a demon fire? Senior sister Huo Lian covered her mouth in surprise. This is just a feeling. Whether it is accurate or not, that is another story. Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. Well, I believe in you. I bet 5,000 star stones. Senior sister Huo Lian boldly pressed down 5,000 star stones. This star stone was not a lot, but it was a lot. If she lost it, it would make people feel distressed. Senior sister Huo Lian, you are bold. Do you believe in junior brother? They all felt that it was very strange. It's okay. It sounds a bit reasonable. Do you want to bet with me? Senior sister Huo Lian laughed. Then try it. I'll listen to junior brother. Forget it. The warrior seems stronger. He chose the fighter. Some of them continued to choose from Yi Tianyun. Some chose the warrior, and the choice was still different. Soon, the game started again. Yi Tianyun's judgment was not wrong at all. The guest displayed the demon fire, and he easily defeated the other party with martial arts. There was no difficulty at all. It was a complete victory. God, it is really like this. Junior brother, you are amazing. This vision is much stronger than ours. It's too little if I invest more. They were both happy and worried. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to make the right judgment twice in a row. It was amazing. If it was a lie, there was still a half chance. However, Yi Tianyun's analysis was very accurate. He knew what the other party could do. Junior brother, I earned again. It's all thanks to you that I can earn so much. Senior sister Huo Lian smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. This is your choice. It has nothing to do with me. I just said it casually. Don't blame me if you lose. Yi Tianyun smiled. Then, the third round continued. They all looked at Yi Tianyun, hoping he could answer accurately. After winning 2 games in a row, can they not look forward to it? In my opinion, the probability of customers is higher. Buy, 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 buy. If you don't buy, you are not a disciple of the Divine Construct Palace. That's right, I bought this customer. I bet 5,000 star stones. Yi Tianyun didn't finish his words, and all the other people bet crazily, except for a little bit of not buying. Most of them chose to buy. This made him not know whether to laugh or cry. If the other party deliberately admitted defeat and performed abnormally, wouldn't he lose a lot of face? However, based on his current appearance, he wouldn't lose. Unless it were someone the shopkeeper could place in, he definitely wouldn't lose. Become a patron, read up to chapter 169, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could pry chapter 1090. Chapter 1090. The shopkeeper had deliberately arranged for them to enter and lose. So far, they had never heard of it, so everyone was not worried about this. If they were discovered, this apricot rain building would definitely be scolded to death. This was not a problem. The most important thing was whether or not they could really judge it accurately, and only by saying its highlights would there be a chance of winning. Yi Tianyun was able to say the highlights of the other party, which undoubtedly made them believe even more, which prompted them to place their bets one after another. It could be said that they all believed his choice and regarded him as a divine mathematician. Soon the result of the third match was Yi Tianyun's choice to win. This result shocked them again. They did not believe it at first, but now they completely believe it. If the first and second time were accidental, then what about the third time? The third time is not a coincidence. The key is that even the other side's highlight is revealed. It is impossible to be a coincidence. Great, we won again. If I had known this, I would have placed a bigger bet and earned more. Yes, but it doesn't matter. We can still continue to bet. As long as Junior Brother tells us, we will bet a bit more. It's a pity that the top is 10,000 star stones. Otherwise, I will definitely bet even more. They definitely had more than a few star stones. Some of them even had several 100,000 star stones. However, the highest limit here was 10,000 starstones. If it was too high, the Apricot Rain building would be afraid of not being able to afford it. Although he had confidence in the people he sent, it did not mean that he was absolutely confident. This was the Heavenly Spring God territory. There were so many geniuses here. If a heaven-defying genius came out and someone bet tens of millions of starstones with him, wouldn't the Apricot Rain building lose everything? 10,000 starstones is a good number, not high or low. To put it bluntly, it is just a simple entertainment. It can't be too much of a loss. Of course, if too many people are on the fighter side, the shopkeeper will definitely let the fighter lose. Otherwise, it will definitely be a loss, pretending to be a bit better. This time the two are equally matched. Their abilities are almost the same, I really can't estimate. Yi Tianyun helplessly spread his hands. Their abilities are almost the same. If they fight, they can only rely on their own experience to win. Yi Tianyun really judged this point. The situation between the two is almost the same. It is hard to say. Are they evenly matched one by one? They were disappointed? This is awkward. If they are evenly matched, it is not very accurate to say that they are at the level of an elder. They can see the experience and the ability of all sides, but who can see the combat experience? Soon the result came out again. It was the fighter who won, the two of them were really fighting, and the fighter almost lost. Just to verify Yi Tianyun's words, the two of them are equally matched. It is really hard to say. Who will win this round? They looked at Yi Tianyun with anticipation, wanting to hear what Yi Tianyun said. I think that Doja will win. The guest's cultivation is still one level higher, but this Doja is stronger. He looks very ordinary, but he cultivates speed martial arts. Under this logic, he can win this victory. Yi Tianyun quickly determined. Well said. Then I bet on him 10,000 starstones. Then I also bet 10,000 starstones. They are all fighting to bet, which really scared Yi Tianyun. It's hard for me to do this. If I lose, won't I have to take the blame? Yi Tianyun felt very helpless. After all, this is not a small number. It's okay. If we really lose, we won't blame you. Anyway, you let us make a lot of money before. At worst, we will lose back. Yes, we chose it ourselves. Who can say for sure? They all smiled. If they had really lost, it could only be said that there were more surprises. I said that the guest will win. At this time, Elder Xiao Tian, who was at the side, walked out. His gaze was sharp as he said, I didn't expect Elder Dong Yun to have such a simple-minded disciple. This match was clearly won by the guest. You all don't even know who this guest is? He is a great genius of the Spear Palace. His spear technique are like a shadow following him. Who can dodge an extreme spear technique? What kind of speed can he dodge his spear technique? Following him, 3 of his disciples came out. The wooden token in their hands represented that the person they were betting on was the guest. A genius of the Spear Palace? I remember now. He is the Spear Palace's heaven monarch, Ru Ying. His spear art is indeed extraordinary. One of them suddenly recalled this person's identity, causing everyone's expressions to change. From this, it could be seen that this person was quite famous. On the other hand, that fighter was not that famous. It could even be said that he was unknown. Who cares what he is? I believe in Junior Brother's judgment. That fighter wins. Yes, it is the fighter who wins. What Spear Palace genius, the person invited by the shopkeeper, isn't he also a genius? Yes? It must be the fighter who wins. What blind eyes? I think you are the real blind one. Each of them didn't change their faces. Instead, they all supported Yi Tianyun's judgment to read the book to face the enemy meant to be on the same side. Elder Xiao Tian, how to choose is our business, right? Elder Dong Yun said indifferently. Of course it is your business. It's just that you have placed all your hopes in the hands of a human. It's really a bit funny. Moreover, you even smashed 10,000 starstones one by one. It's really ridiculous. Elder Xiao Tian said indifferently. Let's wait and see. That Heaven Monarch Ru Ying is the real winner. Elder Xiao Tian is so confident. Naturally, he knows the foundation of this Heaven Monarch Ru Ying. Otherwise, how can he have such confidence? Yi Tianyun didn't say anything. He was too lazy to refute anything. He had observed this person before. His ability was indeed not bad, but from a comprehensive perspective, he was naturally not as good as that fighter. Soon the fight began. Heaven Monarch Ru Ying was like a dragon. Each spear was accompanied by a shadow, like a shadow. However, the fighter was more domineering. The long sword in his hand flashed with a light. Most people could not see it. He had already drawn a sword in the body of Heaven Monarch Ru Ying. Following that, he displayed an even more gorgeous sword technique. It made people dizzy, and they could not see it clearly. This speed was too fast. They had never seen a sword technique of this level. It could reach a level where even they could not see it. In the blink of an eye, countless swords were stabbed out. Heaven Monarch Ru Ying was forced back repeatedly. Finally, under the sword, he was sent flying, completely defeated. I didn't expect the great genius of Spear Palace to be killed so easily. He couldn't fight back at all. Just like Yi Tianyun said, the only thing that cannot be broken is speed. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Yi Tianyun as if they had seen a ghost. Their judgment was correct. As for Elder Xiao Tian, his mouth was wide open. He didn't know what to say. His face was swollen from the beating. It was so embarrassing. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1069, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could double chapter 1091. Chapter 1091, Elder Xiao Tian's face is not swollen, but everyone thinks that his face is really swollen. Just now, he was very willing to say that the opponent will lose, and with the genius of Spear Palace, the opponent will definitely lose. Now that his face is slapped, it is very heavy. Nobody knows who is blind, it is completely his eyes. It can't be seen that Yi Tianyun exposed the real situation, making Elder Xiaotian embarrassed. That's great, it's really that fighter who won. That sword technique is really too fast. I can barely see it clearly. Is there such a great person in our Heavenly Spring God territory? That's right, it's the first time I've seen such a fast attack. It looks very unfamiliar. If there is such a shocking sword technique, it should be very famous. No matter what, we won. 10,000 starstones, now doubled to 20,000 starstones. It's really a big profit. One by one they cheered, but most of them still went to watch Elder Xiaotian make a joke. Elder Dongyun naturally won't let go of this opportunity. He looked at Elder Xiaotian with a smile and said, "Tisk tisk, Elder Xiaotian, your eyes are really good. What Spear Palace will win? Now? We have more than a dozen people earning more than 100,000 starstones in one go. Although it is not a lot, it is entertainment. We can win." Elder Xiaotian glared at them and glared at Yi Tianyun. He didn't expect to make a big fool of himself. This made him not know how to refute. Who asked him to be so full of words just now? He can't change the situation. Hey, isn't this super genius who just joined the Sword Palace, Heaven Monarch Jian Yutian? I didn't expect that the shopkeeper would be able to find him as a hired thug. A newcomer? No wonder I haven't seen him before. So he is a new genius from the Sword Palace. Rumor has it that he had become the #1 sword genius in the past 1,000 years in the Sword Palace. The audience below immediately began to discuss. Only then did the audience know the background of the fighter. The #1 sword genius in the past 1,000 years in the Sword Palace, so naturally, it was much stronger than Heaven Monarch Ru Ying. Heaven Monarch Ru Ying was at most ranked in the Spear Palace, but Heaven Monarch Jian Yutian was the #1 sword genius in the past 1,000 years, and the ability he displayed far surpassed Heaven Monarch Ru Ying. Elder Xiao Tian turned green when he heard this. This was because he wasn't well informed enough. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have said such words. In the end, it was because he was blind. Junior brother, you are really too amazing. You even saw through this. You really are our lucky star. You just joined, and we made a lot of money. That's right. We all suspect that you are from the Heavenly Trigram's Gate. Only the Heavenly Trigram's Gate can deduce this. The Heavenly Trigram's Gate? It can't be? If it was the Heavenly Trigram's Gate, would they join the Heavenly Spring God territory? They all looked at Yi Tianyun and wanted to hear his answer. Heavenly Trigram's Gate? I am not from Heavenly Trigram's Gate. I just made a guess. It is just luck. Yi Tianyun said modestly. The Heavenly Trigram's Gate they are talking about is actually a secret force. It is not a god territory force. It is a very secret sect. It is very mysterious. It is rumored that even a third-rank force doesn't dare to provoke it. You've already guessed 4 rounds. No one would believe you even if you said you were lucky. They all laughed, feeling that this newly joined junior brother was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. A human, how could the Heavenly Trigram's Gate accept him? This is simply a daydream, Elder Xiaotian said coldly. Since you can see so accurately, Elder Dongyun, why don't we go down and draw around? Let's see if we can see it. He was really too angry and wanted to take back some face from Elder Dongyun. You think we are afraid of you? Senior brother Yulong and the others had wanted to do this since a long time ago. If they kept saying that they were collecting trash, then who was the real trash? Elder Dongyun didn't say anything. They were eager to fight. The 3 people brought by Elder Xiaotian were also eager to try. The cultivation of the 3 people was not low. They were all at the level of 5 Heaven Monarch. They were considered strong. The disciples invited by Elder Xiaotian were definitely not simple. If they were too ordinary, it would really be a slap to the face. Elder Xiaotian, since you want to fight, then no problem. How do you want to win? Elder Dongyun naturally won't admit defeat. He feels that there is no lack of geniuses on his side. Of course, we will go down to fight. We will send one person, and you will be sent out by that kid. Don't you believe in his judgment? Then let him choose. How about it? Elder Xiaotian looked at Yi Tianyun. He wanted to regain his face. However, to go against a junior, he really did not have the bearing of an elder. Elder Xiaotian really did not have any bearing to speak of. No matter who the opponent was, the most important thing was to regain face. Everyone looked at each other. They did not expect that there was such a move. Elder Dongyun did not think too much about it and said, "No problem, let him choose. I have no objections. Since he is my disciple, I believe in my disciple's choice." Senior brother Yulong nodded and said to Yi Tianyun with a smile, "Junior brother has a good eye, you can choose." Yi Tianyun smiled. Elder Xiaotian really knows how to make things difficult for others. He is really petty. "No problem, since all senior brothers believe me, then I will choose." Yi Tianyun looked at Elder Xiaotian and said, "How do you calculate this? 1 match to determine the winner." "Of course it is not 1 match to determine the winner, 3 rounds and 2 wins, how about it?" Elder Xiaotian smiled and said, "Otherwise, don't think that we are bullying you and give you more opportunities. Of course, I believe that you will only send Heaven Monarch Yulong or Heaven Monarch Huo Lian. How can others send them?" Elder Xiaotian laughed. He looked over and saw Heaven Monarch Yulong and Heaven Monarch Huo Lian. The rest could only stay on the side as spectators. Oh, I don't think so. Don't worry, I don't need to send Heaven Monarch Yulong or Heaven Monarch Huolian deal with your disciples. If I send one of them, I will lose. Yi Tianyun pointed to his eyes. It should be said that I was wrong. How about it? Yi Tianyun's words surprised them. Although they are very unhappy with Elder Xiaotian's words, their strongest are Heaven Monarch Yulong or Heaven Monarch Huolian. If both of them are not sent out, how can they win? Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is what you said. Elder Dongyun, you said just now that he will be in charge of picking people. Elder Xiaotian was about to burst into tears from laughing. How could the disciples he brought be ordinary? In his opinion, if not for Heaven Monarch Yulong or Heaven Monarch Huolian, it would be impossible to deal with them. Yes, he will pick. Elder Dongyun was not unhappy with Yi Tianyun's words at all. After so many games, he believed that Yi Tianyun is absolutely confident. Since he can say it out loud, there won't be a problem. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1269, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1092. Chapter 1092. Elder Dongyun was so confident that Yi Tianyun felt a bit comfortable. He wanted this sense of trust. If there is no trust, then nothing will work out. Thank you for your trust, Elder Dongyun, Yi Tianyun said gratefully. If I say I believe you, I believe you. I am not the kind of person who would go back on my word, especially someone who talks even more big and thinks too highly of himself. The words of Elder Dongyun were clearly directed at Elder Xiaotian. Elder Xiaotian was furious. His face was ashen as he said, Then I will send out Heaven Monarch Jin Yu on my side. Who will you send on your side? Just as you said, we cannot send out Heaven Monarch Huolian and Heaven Monarch Yulong. He wanted to see the other party make a fool of himself. If he didn't send out Heaven Monarch Huolian and Heaven Monarch Yulong, he would be courting death. This was no different from sending them away. All along, only the two of them had some ability, and there was nothing else. Heaven Monarch Jinyu? Yi Tianyun looked at him and smiled. Then we will send out Senior Brother Fengyu. This round, Senior Brother Fengyu. Heaven Monarch Fengyu walked out with a serious expression. In fact, he did not have much confidence in his heart. However, he did not want to be at a disadvantage in front of Elder Xiaotian. He could not let himself be humiliated. The others were shocked. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to send out Heaven Monarch Fengyu. Heaven Monarch Fengyu was not very high in the crowd. She could only be regarded as moderate. As for Heaven Monarch Jinyu, his level was not low. It could even be said that he was almost at the same level as Heaven Monarch Huolian. Elder Xiaotian could not bring out a weak disciple. It could even be said that he was very strong. Heaven Monarch Fengyu? Heaven Monarch Jinyu's eyes were filled with disdain. His opponent was still a level weaker than him, so there was no longer any suspense in the outcome. Alright, can we go down and try now? Elder Xiaotian was already impatient to see Heaven Monarch Jinyu cripple Heaven Monarch Fengyu. Wait a moment, I have something to talk to Brother Fengyu. You can send someone to go down first, Yi Tianyun said. Good. Elder Xiaotian motioned for Heaven Monarch Jinyu to go down first, and at the same time he sent a message. Be a bit more ruthless and directly cripple them. There is no need to beat them to death. Just cripple them and teach them a lesson. Elder Xiaotian, this disciple has the same intention. Heaven Monarch Jinyu smiled coldly. He already had this idea in mind. Since the fight was over, it definitely would not end so casually. If there were no problems, it would be meaningless to them. Yi Tianyun said something to Heaven Monarch Fengyu. After a while, Heaven Monarch Fengyu was puzzled and seemed to be a bit strange about what Yi Tianyun said. I understand. Heaven Monarch Fengyu nodded. Brother Fengyu, I will leave it to you. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. No problem. Heaven Monarch Fengyu was full of confidence and walked downstairs. At this time, the people below were ready. The shopkeeper saw that someone wanted to fight and welcomed them. The next show is a fight between the guests. Everyone can also bet, the shopkeeper immediately announced, making it easier to place bets. Junior brother, what did you say to Fengyu? They asked nicely. Cough cough. I actually didn't say anything. You guys will see it later. Yi Tianyun smiled and didn't say what it was. After keeping them in suspense, everyone looked down with doubts. The difference in strength between the two was still relatively large. How could Yi Tianyun dare to let Heaven Monarch Fengyu play? There was someone stronger than Heaven Monarch Fengyu here, but there was no choice. It was him who was chosen. What was it? He still had to see the final result. For their own people, they did not hesitate to bet on Heaven Monarch Fengyu. Everyone bet 10,000 star stones without mercy. For their own people, they would definitely support them greatly. The starstone felt like it was nothing and kept betting. When Elder Xiaotian saw this, he sneered, he is really stupid. Even if he believes in his own people, he will not be so stupid. They naturally believe that they will win. It should be said that when Yi Tianyun said that he will not send Heaven Monarch Huolian and Heaven Monarch Yulong, they believed that they will win. Soon the battle began. Heaven Monarch Jinyu held a golden longsword in his hand. The golden light was extremely dazzling. This was a golden sword that he had personally forged. It was absolutely in line with his own attribute power. It was able to unleash its strongest power. Heaven Monarch Fengyu, if I were to attack too heavily, you can't blame me. You have to blame your junior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Heaven Monarch Jinyu had already flown over. The golden sword in his hand glowed with a golden light. It was as if a Buddhist light had enveloped him. His entire body flickered with a golden light. Like light was illuminating the world. It enveloped this entire land, causing all the evil spirits to be unable to hide. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu also took out the longsword he had forged himself. He flew over, wanting to fight against Heaven Monarch Jin Yu head-on. When this scene caught everyone's eyes, they all shook their heads. This was undoubtedly the most unwise choice. On the contrary, it was like dragging them into the water. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu's ability was originally very strong. If he confronted Yi Tianyun head-on, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. But now he is facing only Feng Yu. Isn't this courting death for Feng Yu? Haha, this is your eyesight? Elder Xiaotian laughed, thinking that Yi Tianyun is very ridiculous. Is it his plan to let Heaven Monarch Feng Yu fight head-on? Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to him. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Everything is within his control. There is no need to worry about anything. At the same time, when the two were about to touch each other, the attack of Heaven Monarch Feng Yu changed, ignoring the attack of the other party, directly throwing a sword at Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Countless flying feather sword pierced through the long sword, like a dense rain of swords continuously running through. This trash sword rain, how can it break my defense? You are courting death. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu quickly waved his long sword, breaking the sword rain, but there are too many sword rain, it is impossible to resist all of them. Following that, a small portion of the sword rain broke through, and it ruthlessly struck Heaven Monarch Jin Yu's body. In many places, there were no problems at all when it came to life. When Heaven Monarch Jin Yu was struck, his expression changed. The originally fierce attack suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the disappearance of the star power. The attack dissipated. The overbearing attack suddenly dissipated. No one knew what had happened, including Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. None of them knew what they had done. However, Heaven Monarch Feng Yu did not stop. While he was ill, he wanted to take his life. He continued to use countless flying feathers and continuously pierced towards Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. At this moment, Heaven Monarch Jin Yu was covering his abdomen. He did not know how long he had been there, but he was already bleeding. It was obvious that the wound had been pierced by the flying feathers. His face was pale, and he waved his sword to block, but his momentum was weaker than before, and his star power was even more difficult to continue be used. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Become a patron, read up to chapter 1276, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 1093, Despicable, Heaven Monarch. Jin Yu covered his waist, continuously waving his hands to block the flying feather, but his strength was getting worse and worse. The wound on his abdomen was like a dam that was about to burst, continuously pouring out star power, unable to store up energy to attack at all. Under the forced back of Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, he continuously retreated. He did not have the strength to resist at all. Logically speaking, even if he was injured, he should be able to quickly stop the bleeding or ignore his wounds. He should be able to fight. However, Heaven Monarch Jin Yu seemed to have withered. He was completely unable to hold up and fight. He could only continuously be forced back. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Damn it, what exactly is going on? Elder Xiaotian saw his disciple being forced back repeatedly and roared angrily. Don't worry about that wound. Fight him. He did not want to lose this match. He only wanted to win perfectly. He wanted to win 2 out of 3 rounds. He needed to win both rounds instead of losing one. What he wanted was perfect, not a scar. Heaven Monarch Jin Yu was forced back repeatedly. Of course, he wanted to fight back. However, he seemed to be out of control and kept retreating. Very quickly, under the fierce attacks of Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, he was sent flying. After falling to the ground, he vomited blood continuously. Especially the area in his abdomen, blood continuously flowed out. The key was that he could feel the star power constantly flowing out. He had seen blood before, but he had never seen one that flowed star power. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that Heaven Monarch Feng Yu would win like this. Not to mention the others, even Heaven Monarch Feng Yu himself was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that it would be so easy to succeed? How could he not be shocked that he could easily defeat his own strong opponent? Damn it. After Elder Xiaotian cursed angrily, he quickly flew down and landed beside Heaven Monarch Jin Yu to inspect him. Then he was shocked. Your inner world is damaged. The star power is flowing out. As a genius, he definitely had an inner world. Moreover, it was more complete. The inner world was extremely important. If it was broken, it would be extremely lethal. Now, the inner world was broken, and the inside was in a mess. In this situation, not to mention fighting, it would be good if he could hold on and explode. You are so ruthless. You actually broke my disciple's inner world. Elder Xiaotian was like a dog as he started barking. Elder Xiaotian, what do you mean by this? We all saw the fight just now. I didn't see that my disciple was very heavy-handed. They were all very normal attacks, and they didn't even fight to the death. He had some problems himself, and he actually slandered my disciple. Elder Dongyun also flew down, his expression furious. Not to mention Elder Dongyun, everyone saw this. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu did not do anything. It was a very normal attack. It just happened to break the opponent's defense and then became like this. Such an irregular attack just broke through. Everything is so coincidental. This is at most accidental injury. How can it be said to be intentional? Is this your doing? Elder Xiaotian looked at Yi Tianyun. Everyone is chosen by Yi Tianyun. Other than him, who else can it be? What can I do? I am here, and then simply send out Brother Feng Yu. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyun said helplessly. At this time, everyone remembered that he was the one who sent Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. He really succeeded in defeating Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Not only did he defeat him, he could even be said to have a complete victory. The process was not important. What was important was the result. Elder Xiaotian gritted his teeth. He just said it casually. How could he slander something? Moreover, it was his own problem. He could not blame others. Immediately, Elder Xiaotian took people to heal his injuries. His inner world was damaged, so he needed to repair it quickly. Otherwise, if his foundation was damaged, it would be easy for him to have sequela. When the fight stopped for the time being, everyone gathered around and praised Yi Tianyun's judgment. It's really a success to defeat Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. It's really incredible. When I first chose Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, I was worried. Now it seems that I was worried for nothing. Yes, who could have thought it would be so easy? It was easy. The other party didn't even touch a hair on Heaven Monarch Feng Yu. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, what did Junior Brother say to you before? The most important thing was that Yi Tianyun had whispered something to him before. They were still fine. Now they could finally let Heaven Monarch Feng Yu say it out and solve the doubts in their hearts. Junior Brother didn't say anything to me. He told me to attack with all my strength. What moves do I usually use? However, I needs to fight head on. Don't be afraid, just fight attack head on. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu said helplessly. It's that simple? Everyone was shocked. So simple. Heaven Monarch Feng Yu shrugged and said, At that time, I wasn't sure. In any case, I listened to Junior Brother and displayed my usual attacks. My attacks were simply unable to withstand a single blow from Heaven Monarch Jin Yu, who knew that there would still be a few attacks. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have caused any damage to him, but it still easily broke through his defenses. It must be Junior Brother. He only said that because he saw that there was something wrong with Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Heaven Monarch Long Yu laughed. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun, trying to get an explanation from him. This is about the same. I saw that his body is a bit strange, and his star power is not stable enough. Therefore, I speculate that he must have been injured during his recent cultivation. As long as he attacks a little, he can easily break through the defense, Yi Tianyun explained. He easily grasped the biggest weakness of Heaven Monarch Jin Yu through the investigating eye. He does not need too much strength at all, as long as there is an attack. But why don't you just directly attack that weakness? Someone on the horse asked. If you tell me, it is too deliberate, and Heaven Monarch Jin Yu is on guard. As long as we guard against that weakness, our chances of winning are high. Yi Tianyun smiled. Everything was within his expectations. After listening to his explanation, everyone knew what was going on. It turned out that they had planned everything well. If they told Heaven Monarch Feng Yu, who had just been staring at the other party's weakness, wouldn't it be telling the other party that they were going to attack their weakness? Too powerful, you saw it, we can't see it at all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, even more shocked by Yi Tianyun's observation. This is something that even Elder Xiaotian does not know, but he observed it. It is incredible. Yi Tianyun smiled. As long as he knows the weakness, everything will be easy, so there is no need to send any powerful Imperial Heaven Monarch Yu Long. It is enough to deal with. Soon, Elder Xiaotian came back. His face was pale, and he said, In the next round, I will send Heaven Monarch Shan Yun. Who will you send out? The matter has been settled, and I can only find some face through the next round. I wonder who Yi Tianyun will send in the next round. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1276, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1094. Chapter 1094. Everyone looked at Yi Tianyun, wanting to see who he will choose this time. They all looked at each other. So many people who will choose. The opponent is Heaven Monarch Shan Yan, a stone. Whether it is defense or strength, he is a strong existence. There are very few people present who can defeat Heaven Monarch Shan Yan, unless Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and Heaven Monarch Yu Long, but he can't send them. This is awkward. They want to see who Yi Tianyun will choose this time. Such a troublesome opponent, could it be that he also had some weakness? Or perhaps there was something that he could use other powers to attack? Hurry up and choose. If you want to find something wrong with Heaven Monarch Shan Yan, then save your worries. His body is strong, so there won't be any problems. Elder Xiaotian sneered. This time, he had already thoroughly asked Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. He did not wish for the situation of Heaven Monarch Jin Yu to happen again. If he lost another match, then they would completely lose. Everyone looked at each other. Is there really no other way? Didn't I already choose? The next one is me. Yi Tianyun came out and looked at Elder Xiaotian. You? Elder Xiaotian was shocked. No matter what they thought, they never thought that Yi Tianyun would personally fight. It was really beyond their expectations. Yi Tianyun is only at 7 refinements Earth Monarch. Originally, he could have broken through to 8th refinements Earth Monarch, but he was not in a hurry. Recently, there are a lot of things that can only be delayed. Therefore, in the eyes of others, he is at most the 7 refinements Earth Monarch. This cultivation base is on the 5th layer Heaven Monarch. Isn't this courting death? Yes, it is me. What's the problem? Yi Tianyun said. It doesn't seem to violate the rules, right? Of course there is no violation of the rules. Are you sure you want to do this? Elder Xiaotian suspected that Yi Tianyun is crazy. The difference in cultivation is so big, but he chose to personally fight. He suspected that Yi Tianyun is crazy. I am sure, Yi Tianyun said. Good. Elder Xiaotian looked at Elder Dongyun and said, Elder Dongyun, I didn't do it on purpose, but he chose it himself. It has nothing to do with me. Elder Dongyun and the others were shocked. Who would have thought that Yi Tianyun would personally fight? We believe in Junior Brother. Since he chose this, we have nothing to say. Senior Sister Huo Lian and the others nodded and did not persuade Yi Tianyun to not do this. Even Sister Huo Lian smiled because she remembered that during the assessment, the Flames Qilin was smashed by him, which was enough to show that his strength was quite overbearing. She did not know how much potential Yi Tianyun had not burst out, but his strength was definitely not bad. Since he can make this request, then there must be a chance of winning, otherwise why would Yi Tianyun raise it? Well, I respect my disciple's choice. Elder Dongyun also said. Elder Xiaotian was shocked. He thought he would try to persuade Yi Tianyun to stop him, but he didn't expect Yi Tianyun to do it himself. Very good, since you are so bold, then let me see how strong you are. Elder Xiaotian glanced at Heaven Monarch Shanyan and sent a message. This kid will definitely fight to the death. Don't show any mercy. Also, be careful. I don't know what the kid is thinking. He can go all out. Elder Xiaotian, you are too nervous. This kid's cultivation is so low. At most, he has some tricks up his sleeve. In the face of absolute power, these schemes are all trash. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was filled with confidence in himself. The other party was so far away from him. If he couldn't even win this, then he might as well commit suicide. Since you have such confidence, then I'll leave it to you. If you lose, Elder Xiaotian's gaze was cold. There was no need to say what he wanted to say. He knew what he wanted to say. Heaven Monarch. Shan Yan nodded his head vigorously. Elder Xiaotian paid great attention to his face. He originally looked down on Elder Dongyun. If he lost to Elder Dongyun's disciple, where would he put his face? Then they all started to fight. When they stood on the stage, all of them exploded. There was such a great disparity in cultivation, yet they still sent a match. Wasn't this a gift? Cough cough, I won't bet this time. The situation is special. If the difference is too great, it won't make a bet. The shopkeeper's words greatly disappointed many of the customers who wanted to bet. He originally wanted to earn a lot of money by instinct. He closed his eyes and invested in Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. He did not need to choose anything else. Who knew that he would not bet? It was really disappointing. The shopkeeper was not a fool. It seemed that there was such a great disparity. If he returned the bets, wouldn't he lose a lot? He did not want to lose money. After all, opening a restaurant was not for charity. It was for the sake of making money. It seems that the shopkeeper has taken care of you. If you all continue to bet, it will be a big loss. Elder Xiaotian didn't forget to stand by the side. Our junior brother will not lose. Yes, don't think that your Heaven Monarch Shan Yan can win. Our junior brother is even more powerful. They have full confidence in Yi Tianyun. After experiencing these things, they have a deeper understanding of Yi Tianyun. They think that he is unfathomable, absolutely a great expert. Powerful? Are you kidding me? Elder Xiaotian shook his head. The difference in cultivation is so big, what can a human do? If it was another race, I would still have a chance. A human? While they were talking, Yi Tianyun and Heaven Monarch Shan Yan had already started fighting. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was unarmed. It was not that he did not have a weapon, but the power of his fist was stronger. His whole body doesn't look bright, but his heavy body, when he swung his huge fist down, it was like a mountain. I want to see what tricks you have. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan faced the attack head-on, and at the same time stared at Yi Tianyun, not relaxing at all. He wanted to see what tricks Yi Tianyun has, such as sneak attack from the side, or what tricks he used. Who knew that Yi Tianyun did not move? When he came over, he also waved his fist at the same time, fist against fist, without any tricks. It was a very simple and crude fist against fist. Is he a fool? A fist against a fist? I am dying of laughter. It is his ability to fight with Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. Before his voice fell, the next scene was like a palm, grabbing Elder Xiaotian by the neck, making him unable to speak. He saw Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was sent flying by a punch, but Yi Tianyun took 2 steps back. Nothing happened at all. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1276, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could tie a chapter 1095. Chapter 1095, Heaven Monarch Shan Yan and Yi Tianyun exchanged fists. In the end, Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was sent flying. This result is unbelievable. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan is a giant rock race. But the point is that his cultivation is higher than Yi Tianyun. Who knew that he would still be crushed? Everyone felt incredible. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan, who was sent flying, began to crack the thick rock on his arm. It was obviously shattered by Yi Tianyun's overbearing fist. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun's fist is not a problem. Except for a few steps back, nothing happened. It's really hard. Yi Tianyun smiled, mobilized the dragon god bloodline in his body, and constantly circulated it in his body. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan's cultivation is stronger than his own, but who is he afraid of? From the investigating eye, it can be seen that Heaven Monarch Shan Yan is not as terrible as he imagined. Especially when he improved his cultivation and absorbed more star power from heavenly tribulation, his body was greatly strengthened. Even Heaven Monarch Shan Yan might not be able to defeat him. What? Heaven Monarch Shan Yan quickly stopped and felt the pain of his fist. He felt very incredible. He thought that Yi Tianyun would use some tricks. But now it seems that there is no trick at all. He directly fought with him, and yet he lost. When he was stunned, Yi Tianyun suddenly stepped on the ground, turned into a dragon, and rushed over here. He activated all the strength in his body, especially the dragon god bloodline must be activated to the strongest. The equipment effect of his body is also activated to the maximum. If it is not like this, how can he fight above his level? After all, his cultivation is a lot higher. If there is no other comprehensive strength, no matter how talented he is, he can't deal with it. What are you doing? Yi Tianyun swung his leg, and Heaven Monarch Shan Yan quickly reached out his arm to block. Boom! Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was kicked back again and again. The hard rock wall on his body was immediately smashed into a depression, and dense cracks appeared on his arm. The violent power, even the strong defense of Heaven Monarch Shan Yan could not easily resist. This scene shocked everyone. Most of them thought that Yi Tianyun would use some kind of scheme or use some kind of positioning to trick Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. Now it seems that they are naive. Yi Tianyun did not need to do this at all. He directly smashed Heaven Monarch Shan Yan with the most violent force. This kid is so powerful. He is a human? Not to mention Elder Xiaotian, even Elder Dongyun and the others were shocked. Although they knew that Yi Tianyun was not weak, they did not expect that he would crush Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. While they were shocked, Yi Tianyun did not give the opponent a chance to breathe and continued to attack crazily. Without using any special moves, he simply smashed with his fist. Don't be arrogant. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was also angry. The cracks on his body began to repair quickly, and soon he built a thick layer of rock on the surface of his body. The power began to rise rapidly, completely releasing the power of the fifth layer Heaven Monarch. Heaven Shaking Body Secret Technique. Crazy Heaven Secret Technique. Yi Tianyun instantly turned into a very heavy body, and at the same time, he released the Crazy Heaven Secret Technique to increase his combat power by 10 times. The star power inside his body was running crazily, and it didn't seem to be a huge body. It was like a giant planet rushing towards Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. Boom. The two collided directly, and with a loud bang, Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was sent flying, and the thick rock was smashed into pieces. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun was completely fine, not even a scratch on his body. Yi Tianyun is wearing the evil demon god set, and his defense is so strong, so he is naturally not afraid of Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. From the surface, he seems to wear very ordinary clothes, but the real situation is, it is the evil demon god set. How can his defense be bad? However, when they collided, he still felt that the other party was quite hard. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was not an ordinary person, and his body was also extremely strong, and he was able to be hit by Yi Tianyun like this. It was already shocking. The giant rock race had always had an astonishing defense, but they were actually knocked into such a state by the human race. This was truly a great humiliation. Shan Yan, quickly use your weapon. Use your fist, use your weapon. Elder Xiaotian, who was below the stage, hurriedly shouted. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan definitely had a weapon that could be used, and could even be combined to release an even stronger power. However, Heaven Monarch Shan Yan ignored him and continued to use his hard body to collide with Yi Tianyun. Damn it, he doesn't listen to me. Elder Xiaotian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. If Heaven Monarch Shan Yan used a weapon, the chance of winning would undoubtedly increase greatly, even to the extent of crushing him. However, Heaven Monarch Shan Yan didn't use it, which made him angry. Elder Xiaotian, it seems that you don't understand your disciple's heart. As a giant rock race, he uses his fist and body to fight against himself. These two are the things that he is most proud of. Do you think he will use other moves? Elder Dongyun sneered. Your disciple knows the rules. He knows how to do it. The giant rock race is most proud of his fist and body. Now that he is suppressed by Yi Tianyun, how can he admit defeat? Taking out his weapon is equivalent to admitting defeat. Therefore, even if he lost, he had to use the most basic method to fight to the end. Nonsense. The process is not important. The result is important. Elder Xiaotian did not care about that. He only wanted to win this match. Elder Dongyun shook his head. He was too lazy to care about his thoughts. He did not even know his own disciples' thoughts. How could he be a master? However, Heaven Monarch Shan Yan ignored him and continued to use his most primitive ability to collide with Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun also didn't use any weapon. He still used all kinds of fists to smash him. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was sent flying again and again. It was the same move. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan lost. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan had used martial arts. Combined with his own bloodline defense, he should be able to fight many opponents of the same stage. However, in the face of Yi Tianyun, he was full of a deep sense of powerlessness and was completely crushed. Under the final punch, Heaven Monarch Shan Yan was sent flying and vomited blood. When he fell heavily to the ground, he did not faint. Instead, he collapsed to the ground and laughed. He even laughed with tears. He did not expect that he would lose to a human, an opponent that he could never imagine. It's really hard. Yi Tianyun shook his hand, looked at Heaven Monarch Shan Yan lying on the ground and smiled. However, thank you for being so persistent in fighting against me. Our giant rock race will not use any weapons when facing such an opponent. Heaven Monarch Shanyan sat up and said in admiration, "You are the first human I have ever met to be so hard. I admire you. How can a man not be strong?" Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1276, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1096. Chapter 1096. Yi Tianyun won this round in the most overbearing manner. They had won 2 rounds in a row of the previous 3 rounds set by Elder Xiaotian. There is no need to try the remaining round at all. He won directly. Not only that, but he also made Heaven Monarch Shanyan admire him very much. He vaguely regarded him as a friend. This is not an enemy. He is about to become a friend. Elder Xiaotian, you lost. Elder Dongyun looked at Elder Xiaotian and was so happy that he almost burst out laughing. Elder Xiaotian's expression was ugly. He never thought that he would lose to Elder Dongyun, who was at the bottom of the Divine Construct Palace. He had always been extremely dissatisfied with Elder Dongyun's way of doing things. He did not reply. Instead, he raised his foot and walked over to Heaven Monarch Shanyan. He said coldly, "Shanyan, what do you mean by this? Just now, I asked you to take out your weapon. Why did you do this?" "Elder Xiaotian, we Giant Rock Race have our own rules. The other side doesn't use weapons, but they use our greatest advantage to attack. We can't violate the rules." Heaven Monarch Shanyan had already climbed up, and his injury was not very serious. Although he was beaten to spit blood by Yi Tianyun, it was just a normal injury, not a very serious injury. The loser is the loser. What's the point of violating the rules? You are the loser now. Get out of here. I will not accept you as a disciple, especially this kind of rotten head. Elder Xiaotian was completely enraged. This was equivalent to not listening to him, so there was no need for him to stay by his side. Heaven Monarch Shanyan's body stiffened. Then he slowly knelt down and said in a deep voice, "This disciple is unfilial. I am sorry, Elder." After he finished speaking, he heavily kowtowed 3 times, completely severing all ties with Elder Xiaotian. From now on, the 2 of them would no longer have any relationship. "Humph!" Elder Xiaotian snorted coldly. He turned to look at Elder Dongyun and said, "It seems that your new disciple is not bad. He also knows how to make use of this kind of death rule. I am looking forward to the palace battle after a period of time. At that time, I will see what other abilities you have besides strength." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and left with his people. He also left with the defeated Heaven Monarch Jin Yu. Although Heaven Monarch Jin Yu lost, he listened to Elder Xiaotian. This was the main point. Losing was not scary. What was scary was not listening to his instructions and losing. This was what he could not tolerate the most. After Elder Xiaotian left, they all looked at Heaven Monarch Shanyan, feeling even more sympathetic. "Heaven Monarch Shanyan, how about you join us?" Yi Tianyun came over and smiled. Heaven Monarch Shanyan is not a sinister person, always straight to the point, from the rules to the knowledge. This guy is less stubborn, always abiding by the rules of the clan. Join your side. Heaven Monarch Shanyan was stunned. He was originally a disciple of the Divine Construct Palace, but at most he would just change his master. There was no problem. Can I really do it? He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still asked. He still wanted to stay in the Divine Construct Palace. There's nothing that can't be done. The premise is that you can pass our examination. Heaven Monarch Yulong walked out and grinned. Your character is good. I admire you. It's just that you have to pass the examination, otherwise you won't be able to join. The others nodded with a smile. Although Heaven Monarch Shan Yan and Elder Xiaotian were on the same side, the relationship between the two wasn't too deep. Especially since he didn't listen to Elder Xiaotian, they were happy. Some people had their own bottom line in their hearts. Heaven Monarch Shan Yan had his own bottom line. Only cultivators with a bottom line could allow themselves to go further. Thank you so much. Heaven Monarch Shanyan was extremely grateful. I will work hard to pass all of your tests. If I can't pass, I won't have the face to join you. Let's not talk about the test for now. Let's drink first. Elder Dongyun was in a very good mood. He had just won against Elder Xiaotian. How could he not be happy? Immediately, they returned to the private room and continued to taste the fine wine. This time, without Elder Xiaotian, they immediately felt that the fine wine was exceptionally sweet. Junior brother, I didn't know that you understood the rules of other races. If that Heaven Monarch Shan Yan used a weapon, how confident do you think you would be in winning? Heaven Monarch Huo Lian asked. The others all looked over, including Heaven Monarch Shan Yan. What if he used a weapon? Yi Tianyun slowly put down his wine glass and smiled. Let's drink. Let's not talk about these things. Seeing that Yi Tianyun was not willing to answer, they can only stop asking. Some think that he can win, and some think that he can't win. Yi Tianyun continued to drink a cup and did not say anything. The result was needless to say, not to mention that Heaven Monarch Shan Yan used a weapon. Even if it was burning his essence blood to fight with him, it would not be empty. It's about time. It's time to improve my cultivation. The matter on his side was temporarily settled. The next step was to go to Heaven-stealing divine land to cultivate so as to improve his cultivation. Soon the matter here ended. Through this banquet, their relationship improved a lot, especially after this duel. Let them understand him deeply, and the relationship between them was undoubtedly greatly improved. After saying that he will go to the heaven-stealing divine land, they all looked at Yi Tianyun with envy. Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and the others did not have a chance to go to the heaven-stealing divine land. It was a very strict place, and it was not so easy to go there. It takes a lot of contribution points to go to the heaven-stealing divine land and stay there for a while. For example, if Yi Tianyun wants to go to the heaven-stealing divine land to cultivate, he can only stay for a month at most, which is enough to see how precious it is. Yi Tianyun, according to Elder Gu Huang, he can go after he is ready. If he wants to go to the heaven-stealing divine land, he must be approved by these high-level elders, not even Elder Dongyun. Soon, under the guidance of the guards, he saw Elder Gu Huang. There was no trouble this time. It was obvious that Elder Gu Huang gave instructions under the token to avoid unnecessary trouble, which would be much more convenient. You're finally here. I already know about your situation. You've just joined the Divine Construct Palace and caused such a huge ruckus. Elder Gu Huang shook his head and smiled. Furthermore, you joined Elder Dongyun's faction. It seems that your character is not bad. Elder Dongyun's faction is not bad. In the past, Elder Dongyun was a super genius, but his personality was different and his path of cultivation was different. No matter what, he was definitely a good elder. There is nothing here that can hide from the eyes of these elders. As long as he wants to know, he can know everything in the next second. Elder Dongyun, of course, is a very good elder. Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. Then Elder Gu Huang, I wonder if you can go to heaven-stealing divine land now? Of course there is no problem. I was waiting for you. Elder Gu Huang grabbed him, tore open space, and brought him in, disappearing from the palace. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1276, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could pry. Chapter 1097, Chapter 1097. Elder Gu Huang took Yi Tianyun the tier space and quickly came to the transmission array. This teleportation array is special. There are 2 guards guarding it. The rest of the teleportation arrays are not guarded here, which proves that the place where the teleportation array is very important. Elder Gu Huang. The 2 guards bowed one after another to show their respect. Elder Gu Huang nodded. He took Yi Tianyun to the teleportation array and pressed the stone tablet next to him. After transferring star power into it, the teleportation array soon began to light up and quickly envelop them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the place. In the next moment, another area appeared. Yi Tianyun looked around. There was nothing there. Everything was empty. The place where the teleportation array was located was even more special. It was a huge floating rock surface. It was not a star face. There was no doubt that this place was very remote. The heaven-stealing divine land was actually in such a remote place. It looked very strict. He could see that there were not many people who could really touch the stone tablet. It meant that if they wanted to come over, the elder had to lead the way personally, otherwise they could not come over at all. It was really amazing that it was so strict. It seems that it is very difficult to come here through other ways. If nobody even know where the location is, how can they come here? Isn't this heaven-stealing divine land too strict? Yi Tianyun sighed. Heaven-stealing divine land is the cultivation area of our 5 great god territories. It will definitely be stricter. There is even a strict time limit. How much time can be allocated in each god territories is determined. Elder Gu Huang said, because there are many cultivators, the time it takes to spread out is very small. Unless there are more outstanding disciples, they will not get this reward. I can see that they are here. Are the other teleportation arrays in the god territory nearby? Yi Tianyun turned his head and looked around. It was empty, and he did not see any other teleportation arrays. Almost, it's not far from here. I will take you to the heaven-stealing divine land now. If you use it well, it will be enough for you to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Only when you reach 9 refinements Earth Monarch can you stand on a high platform. Elder Gu Huang is very much looking forward to Yi Tianyun breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Although 8 refinements Earth Monarch is good, 9 refinements Earth Monarch is the real top. They will only let cultivators who can break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch to cultivate in this kind of peak cultivation place. If they stop at 8 refinements Earth Monarch, then there will be no such opportunity. Unless they are disciples who have great contribution points, they cannot even take a look. Heaven Monarch Yulong and Heaven Monarch Huo Lian are good, but they are not judged to have the qualification to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. They do not have much contribution points, so they are not allowed to come. Just think about it. The heaven-stealing divine land was originally so big, and the resources would definitely not be endless. Now that it was under the management of the 5 great god territories, it was absolutely strictly restricted to send people. Otherwise, if they were casually let in, the heaven-stealing divine land would become a wasteland. Yi Tianyun nodded. He also wanted to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. After all, this was the goal of his current mission. Immediately, Elder Gu Huang took him directly to the front. Under Elder Gu Huang's lead, the front could be said to be pitch black, and nothing could be seen. It should be said that all the light seemed to have been sucked away so that they could not see any light. Yi Tianyun clearly felt that the star power around him had been sucked out, and it could even be said that there was no star power around, which was an extremely vacuum zone. Are you ready? Elder Gu Huang stretched out his hand and pointed. There was a dark light in front of him, which looked like a black ball. This could not be judged from the eyes, but from the perception. Originally, the space around was dark enough, and then it emitted a dark light. It was still so dark. Yi Tianyun could feel that this dark ball contained a special and strange energy, as if all the extracted energy was gathered here. Heaven-stealing divine land, how did it form? Yi Tianyun is very good to this. No one knows this. When we found it, it was already here. It is just between the 5 great god territories, and it is a cultivation place. Older Gu Huang took out a jade pendant and handed it to Yi Tianyun. This jade pendant can only allow you to stay in the heaven-stealing divine land for a month. Of course, this time is for the outside world. The time inside often changes. I can't say what the situation is, but you have to remember one thing. When this jade pendant is about to disappear, it is time for you to leave. If you don't leave, you won't be able to come out of it and will be completely trapped inside. His expression was serious. It didn't seem like he was lying, but he was really serious. Is this cultivation field actually so dangerous? It seems that this jade pendant is like a protective talisman. If the protective talisman is gone, then it will be swallowed and will never be able to come out. Got it. Yi Tianyun held the jade pendant tightly. I will come here to pick you up in a month. Elder Gu Huang patted him on the shoulder and smiled. But there's no need to be so nervous. With this jade pendant, it will be very safe. As for what's inside, there will be super geniuses from other divine regions. Just ignore them. Yi Tianyun nodded, and after saying goodbye to Elder Gu Huang, he directly went into the black ball and disappeared in front of Elder Gu Huang. Kid, I hope you can obtain a great fortune here. Only when you break through the Heaven Monarch of 9 refinements, Earth Monarch, can you be considered a true Heaven Monarch. He shook his head and turned to leave. A month later, he will come here to pick him up. When Yi Tianyun passed through the black ball, he immediately felt that the jade pendant in his arms became hot, followed by a little white smoke drifting from the surface. He could clearly feel that the jade pendant began to disappear little by little, but the process of disappearance was very slow. At the same time, this jade pendant turned into a shield and firmly wrapped him inside. When he completely entered, it was no longer pitch black inside, but a special world with 5 colors. It was completely different from the pitch black outside. This place looked like a paradise. There were spirit medicine and spirit tree everywhere. There was also a large pile of spiritual springs on the side. Only the water belonged to the spiritual springs. Only the trees were all of high-quality spirit trees, and the grass were of high-quality spirit grass. Even a stone was a good material for forging. This could be said to be all treasures. There was no waste or ordinary item. This scene deeply shocked him. This was heaven-stealing divine land? It really was a divine land, and treasures were everywhere. Heaven-stealing divine land? Do you mean to steal all the energy in the surroundings, and even old heaven is stolen to form this treasure land? Yi Tianyun was shocked. Become a patron, read up to chapter 176, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1098. Chapter 1098. There were treasures everywhere, and none of them were scraps. This was equivalent to entering a mountain of gold and silver, and the entire street was filled with treasures. Even if the air here was absorbed, it felt like it was absorbing extremely dense star power, echoing in his body. Just breathing here was 10 times more than outside. This means that just breathing for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. This gap can be imagined. If you cultivate, doesn't that mean flying? This place is really too amazing, worthy of being called heaven-stealing divine land. The nearby world has been stolen. Yi Tianyun was still deeply shocked. He had seen many cultivation places, but he had never seen such a heaven-defying existence. When he scanned all the way with his probing eyes, he saw that there was an extremely terrifying power in the end. There is no doubt that there is an extremely huge and violent core inside heaven-stealing divine land. If it is not a violent core, how can it swallow the surrounding world? Not to mention devouring the surrounding world, even he was gradually being devoured, but because he was wearing a jade pendant, he was able to survive here. After coming in, he finally understood what it meant. This place had always been devouring intruders. If it was just an external object, it would quickly be devoured and assimilated. This was the terrifying nature of heaven-stealing divine land. If the jade pendant was gone, the result would be very obvious. It would be devoured. As for what it would become, it was not very clear. Of course, without this jade pendant, he believed that the horse would not be devoured, and it would also disappear bit by bit. It should be related to cultivation. The stronger it was, even if he did not rely on the jade pendant, he would be able to hold on for a while longer. Just to be safe, he must have left before the jade pendant disappeared. If he was trapped here, then everything wouldn't be worth it. Yi Tianyun immediately landed on the ground and walked all the way. The feeling of his feet was no different from the outside. It could be said that it was the same. He reached for a stone. This was a rare jade flower stone. It was a material for making a high-grade rebirth-level treasure. When he picked it up, he immediately felt a serious sense of rejection coming from the material, as if he was unwilling to let him touch it. It was as if it came alive, constantly beating his hand, trying to break free from his hand. There is such a sense of rejection? Yi Tianyun felt a bit strange, and immediately put the jade flower stone into his storage ring finger to see if this jade flower stone will break free. Who knew that he found the storage ring finger he could not put it in at all, directly stuck outside, completely unable to enter. Space repulsion. This place is really strange. This heaven-stealing divine land, it doesn't bring anything out at all. Yi Tianyun looked around at the treasure materials. No wonder after so long, there are still materials here. If he can take it away, he will definitely sweep them away. There are so many materials, although some of the grades are not very high, it is not a problem to give it to Star Monarch or Earth Monarch rank. In particular, there are so many disciples in God territory. No matter how many resources there are, it is not enough. If he can take it away, he will definitely take it away. Who knows that he can't take it away? So many treasures can only be seen. This is a pity. Let's take it away. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. The jade flower stone in his hand disappeared in his hand, and he forced it into the inventory. At this time, the jade flower stone is lying in the inventory and can no longer go out. No matter how stubborn it is, it can still be taken away by him. This is the wonderful use of the system inventory. It seems that it can still be taken away. I thought it cannot be taken away. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This means that he can take away a large number of treasures. Others can't take it away, but he can take it away. The items in his body can be said to be endless. Immediately after, he took everything he needed. It was useless to let them struggle, so he directly took them in, cut off the connection between them. Cool. Yi Tianyun felt very comfortable and easily plundered a lot of treasure materials, but he didn't see everything, just that he thought it was good. If he took everything, it would be crazy. After roughly looting a pile, he checked his surroundings. There were no cultivators. It was obvious that there were very few people. The jade pendant was the most expensive. He could feel that this jade pendant was very special. According to the price, it was at least equivalent to a low-grade Heavenly Dao treasure. Using a lower-grade Heavenly Dao level treasure to send someone in was a very high price. Therefore, it was certain that there were few people here. Other than the high price of sending someone in, there was also the restriction to enter. As for what the restriction was, it was not very clear. It's almost time to cross the tribulation. Yi Tianyun felt that now he has time, he can choose to cross the heavenly tribulation to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. Upgrade to 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. Ding, deducted experience. Congratulations, player. Successfully broke through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. Boom. Soon after, thick clouds began to form in the sky. Although this place devoured everything, it could still form a heavenly tribulation. However, when the heavenly tribulation appeared, it began to be devoured at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the heavenly tribulation began to get angry. Violent lightning began to fall from the sky, and its power increased rapidly. However, the speed of devouring here was also not just for show. It began to devour at a crazy speed. Of course, Yi Tianyun suffered, and soon he was hit by the violent heavenly lightning. After he resisted, he found that more than half of the heavenly lightning had been absorbed, and the rest was completely withstood. It seems that it will be easy to break through here. Yi Tianyun noticed the problem. This world can devour heavenly tribulation, which means that it can help to slow down the power of heavenly tribulation. The reason why 9 refinements Earth Monarch is so rare, if the test of 9 refinements Earth Monarch is too terrible, it is simply a life-threatening existence. Of course, the most important thing is that when 9 refinements Earth Monarch breaks through to Heaven Monarch, it is the most difficult, because 9 refinements Earth Monarch is terrible enough, and Old Heaven is not willing to accept it. Therefore, many 8 refinements Earth Monarchs thought that breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch was a success, but they did not know that breaking through to Heaven Monarch is the most terrible thing. If you cross tribulation here, it will be a lot easier. Maybe it is still limited, but at least it can be greatly reduced. No wonder Elder Guhuang asked me to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level here. This opportunity is indeed not small. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. This heaven-stealing divine land is really stealing the energy of heaven, even absorbing the energy of heavenly tribulation. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1276, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 1099. Chapter 1099. Boom. The heavenly tribulation was getting more and more intense. It seemed that it was angered by this heaven-stealing divine land. The heavenly lightning was getting stronger. However, Yi Tianyun did not wait for it to continue condensing. He directly rushed forward, wanting to blow up the heavenly tribulation with a punch. Just as he approached, the heavenly tribulation was completely enraged. If it was disturbed by external forces, he would be fine. Unexpectedly, the tribulation would dare to break him. In an instant, the heavenly lightning turned into several thunder dragons and rushed down crazily, swallowing him. Break! Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with light, and the crazy damage mode exploded. He punched directly, and the whole heavenly tribulation was easily blown up. Nothing could withstand his violent power, not even the heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it was actually impossible to be too strong. Under the crazy damage mode, it was directly crushed. Under his heart attack, the heavenly tribulation was easily blown up, and it was no different from before, even weaker than before, without a doubt. This was all thanks to heaven stealing divine land. Fortunately, the reward that should be given will still be given. The destructive power of the heavenly tribulation began to descend, turning into star power that poured into his body, constantly nourishing his body and strengthening his meridians. This kind of refreshing feeling made him feel very comfortable. This was the feeling he wanted, so he broke the heavenly tribulation again and again to obtain the purest energy. Finally passed, after Yi Tianyun woke up from meditation, the place that was originally damaged by the heavenly lightning was quickly repaired. This kind of repair method, even he was speechless. What a huge life! It could quickly recover the wounds on his body. Next, he could charge into the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. This process would not be particularly long, especially with so many resources here. For him, it was not a problem to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. It was very problematic for others, but it was not a problem for him at all. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, could it be as powerful as his own crazy damage mode? Shortly after, he flew away to see if there was anything else to plunder. Not long after he left, a few people flew over from the side and looked at the area. Damn it, he ran away. The young man frowned. Yeah, he crossed the heavenly tribulation so quickly, he clearly felt that he was going through the heavenly tribulation just now. It hasn't even been a while, and he has already succeeded? Another young man asked doubtfully. We can only say that we are late, and the other side just passed the tribulation. Otherwise, we will definitely be able to grab the jade pendant of the opponent so that we can stay here for a while longer. Another young man felt very regretful. The 3 of them were undoubtedly in the same group, and wanted to rob Yi Tianyun's jade pendant. Fortunately, he left, otherwise it would really be a fierce battle. It's okay, that guy must still be here. Let's split up and look for him, one of them suggested. The other 2 nodded, then quickly disappeared and split up to look for other places. Yi Tianyun was not aware of the situation here. He flew all the way and saw a lot of treasures. He felt that they were good for him, so he put them into his inventory. After searching all the way, he saw a special island with a rainbow around it, which looked like a fairyland island. The key is that there are many cultivators here. He thought there would be fewer people here, but he didn't expect to see more than a dozen people sitting on this island. It feels like everyone is gathered here. All of them are meditating here. There is no doubt that the cultivation environment here is excellent, otherwise they will not come here. There is no treasure here. They can only find a good cultivation place, otherwise they will definitely not gather here. When Yi Tianyun approached, they all looked over. When they saw a strange face, they looked at his face a few more times. At the same time, the token in Yi Tianyun's hand flashed, meaning that there are people from Heavenly Spring God territory. Only when they met their fellow disciples would they flash and look up. One of them opened his eyes and said, as he got up and walked over, Junior brother of the Heavenly Spring God territory. The one who walked over was a 5th layer Heaven Monarch. His cultivation level was quite high and his overall level was astonishing. He was definitely a genius. This place is also suitable for the cultivation of the Heaven Monarch realm, so it can still improve a lot. After all, the star power here is too strong. Yes, I didn't expect to see Senior Brother here. How should I address you? Yi Tianyun saw that the other party is quite friendly. It seems that he is not a cultivator who discriminates against races. Just call me Senior Brother Ziguan. Where is Junior Brother come from? He really has a purple crown on his head. Calling him Senior Brother Ziguan is quite interesting. Heaven Monarch Ziguan is not a human, but a phoenix clan. This is very kind. I am Tianyun. Yi Tianyun introduced himself. So it's Junior Brother Tianyun. I didn't expect you to come alone. Is there no one else? Heaven Monarch Ziguan asked. No, Elder Guhuang asked me to come down myself. He didn't ask anyone else to come with me. Yi Tianyun was puzzled. Is there a problem? Yes, Heaven Monarch Ziguan's face sank as he sent a voice transmission. If I were to go alone, it would be very easy for me to be ambushed. That would be a dead end. Even though I don't have any evidence, I feel that someone is thinking the same thing. It's better to be careful if they aren't from the same god territory. There is such a thing? The elder said there is no problem. Yi Tianyun frowned. He knew that this will happen, but Elder Guhuang said there is no need to worry. Yes, they did it very secretly. I can only find a little clue, but who it is, I really do not know. Heaven Monarch Ziguan said, the elder said it's okay. It's based on the fact that there are people watching. If we act alone, we will be ambushed, but we don't know who it is. This is the most troublesome thing. If we know, we will be punished. Fortunately, Senior Brother Ziguan is here. Other than Senior Brother Ziguan, there are no other Senior Brothers? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, but they are not here. I am cultivating on Divine Dream Island to deduce the future situation. Heaven Monarch Ziguan explained, you just came here, cultivate here, it is still very safe here. No one will dare to attack, especially when there are so many people. Divine Dream Island? Yi Tianyun looked at the island, and the investigating eye immediately showed a message. Divine Dream Island can allow people to enter sleep to cultivate. Cultivation speed greatly increases. The main function is to deduce the cultivation method of martial arts in the future, or the future path of cultivation. The success rate of deduction varies from person to person. For this explanation, Yi Tianyun was shocked. It is really amazing. This is equivalent to the legendary divine mathematician. It can deduce a little bit of the later life. How can he not be shocked? Become a patron, read up to chapter 1279, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could W. Chapter 1100. This heaven-stealing divine land was truly amazing. To have such a thing was undoubtedly equivalent to a treasure. It could deduce martial arts or even the problem of comprehension. In other words, if he encountered a bottleneck, he could cultivate here and enter this dreamland state. He could deduce how to break through the bottleneck. This was naturally an astonishing function. No wonder this group of people comprehended it here. It was not necessarily a bottleneck. It could be a breakthrough in martial arts. It would be difficult to break through when one cultivated it to the upper levels. This Divine Dream Island was undoubtedly a very good choice. If one wanted to enter and develop, it would depend on one's contribution. Although all the people present are geniuses, geniuses also have a bottleneck. For example, Heaven Monarch Ziguan has a bottleneck. This is nothing to be ashamed of. If there were no bottleneck, he would have rushed all the way. Of course, Yi Tianyun does not have a bottleneck. If it is difficult, it is a problem of experience. But the accumulated knowledge is more than enough. There is no bottleneck. Yes, this Divine Dream Island is very divine. You can cultivate and comprehend in sleep. Heaven Monarch Ziguan pulled him over, smiled and said, "We don't have much time. Come and cultivate quickly. We will meet up with the other senior brothers when the cultivation is over." Yi Tianyun nodded and sat down to cultivate. Soon, Heaven Monarch Ziguan entered a state of cultivation. However, Yi Tianyun did not go to sleep immediately but began to draw prizes. He still had 2 lottery tickets that he did not use. He took advantage of his free time to see what he could draw this time. He felt that he should still draw duplicates. After all, he had been drawing duplicates recently. He did not feel anything. Of course, there was no problem with drawing duplicates. After all, this could save a lot of crazy points. It was a good choice. Lottery draw. Following that, a huge lottery wheel appeared in the void and began to spin in front of him. He silently activated his luck halo, and a powerful luck halo enveloped him. He wanted to see what he could draw. In the end, the pointer of the lottery wheel stopped at the martial arts category. Martial arts? Yi Tianyun was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this type, but he was still full of expectations. Then the crystal box fell. He picked it up, opened it, and immediately saw a familiar martial art. Heaven-shaking divine art. Heaven-shaking divine secret art enhanced version, lower grade rebirth level martial art, can greatly increase his weight and shock the world. Enhanced version? Yi Tianyun was happy. Heaven-shaking divine secret art is still very useful and has already reached the maximum level. The previous heaven-shaking divine secret art was only at the heaven level, not particularly high. Now that he has a higher version, he can continue to improve. Under the violent gravity, what will not be crushed by him? Very good. Although it was repeated, he still felt very happy. After all, he liked this kind of martial arts very much. Thinking carefully, I see he still has fewer martial arts, especially high-level ones. The previous pile was a waste. The highest level was heaven level. Without rebirth level martial art at the level, it would be hard to look at. Again, Yi Tianyun once again drew the lottery. The huge lottery wheel continued to spin, and he would be excited every time he got something. After all, this is a brand new lottery wheel. It can be considered a duplicate, and he can get a higher level. He still thought it was good. Ding! The pointer of the lottery wheel finally stopped at martial arts. It was still martial arts, which made him laugh. He did not expect what he wanted and what he wanted. The crystal box fell from the surface and was held in his hand. Looking at the crystal box, he shook his head and smiled. I hope it can surprise me. Then he slowly opened it, and a new martial art appeared in front of his eyes. The Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art. Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art, lower grade rebirth level martial art, greatly enhances its speed and sensitivity and works best with Heaven-Shaking Divine Secret Art. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art can also be matched with the Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art. When using the Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art, due to the increase in weight, whether it is speed or skill, it will be greatly reduced. Now that the Heaven-Flying Divine Secret Art can greatly increase speed and skill, it is a perfect match. He didn't expect that he would be able to get a good reward in 2 lottery draws, which made him feel very good. Do you want to continue to draw? Yi Tianyun looked at the current crazy point. There is still much left. He was willing to use it to draw the lottery, but now he can't get good martial arts if he doesn't win the lottery. Killing others can get good martial arts, but it seems better to draw the lottery unless you get a stronger Heavenly Tao martial art. It is a bit funny. Forget it. I'll use it for the time being. I'll draw the lottery when I need it. Yi Tianyun did not continue to draw the lottery. After all, the lottery was a secondary 10,000,000 crazy point, which was more painful. When he wanted to meditate and cultivate, he found a shocked look in his eyes. When he turned his head, he first saw not who was looking at him. He found countless light spots around him, coming to him. Unconsciously, he had several tens of millions of experience points in his body. What's going on? So many star powers gathered in his body? This is too amazing. This is too strange. We risked our lives to absorb it. He took the initiative to gather star powers. What is going on? Could it be that he has some treasure that can attract the star powers in the surroundings to cultivate without any effort? They were all stunned, and they were even more envious. If they could have this treasure, it would undoubtedly increase their cultivation greatly. Junior brother Tianyun, what is going on? Could it be that the elder gave you some treasure? Heaven Monarch Ziguan was shocked. The light-covered Yi Tianyun, how could he not be surprised? Yi Tianyun remembered that his luck halo was not closed. It was luck halo that caused the surrounding star power to gather. He did not expect luck halo to be able to guide the surrounding star power, which shocked him. He immediately stopped luck halo. Just as he stopped, the surrounding light spots quickly disappeared, but there were still some that slowly gathered, just not as terrifying as before. Prestige points is high, and you can also attract this star power? Yi Tianyun immediately knew that it was not only luck halo that attracted star power, but also these prestige points. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1279, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could talk chapter 121. Chapter 121. Yi Tianyun didn't expect Lucky Halo and Prestige Points to have this kind of effect here, making him feel very magical. There is no such situation outside. This kind of situation will happen in Divine Dream Island. Taking the initiative to let star power come over undoubtedly greatly increases his cultivation speed, making him not particularly tired. Although the star power here is very rich, and he can absorb a lot of it with a casual breath, it is like pulling something from the wall when it is really absorbed. Because the star power is fixed by heaven-stealing divine land, you have to spend more effort to absorb it if you want to absorb it. Yi Tianyun took the initiative to come closer. The gap between them can be imagined, making the surrounding cultivators envious. I wonder what kind of treasure he holds to have such an effect. He doesn't know what kind of treasure he has. His value completely attracts it. Other people don't have this kind of effect, which means their value is not good. When he turned off the terrible luck halo, the light spots quickly disappeared, leaving only a small part of star power to take the initiative to come over. Junior brother Tianyun, what's wrong? You don't need that treasure? Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw that the star power around Yi Tianyun was gathering, which was obviously reduced significantly. This is not a treasure, but I took the initiative to absorb it. Yi Tianyun shrugged helplessly. He wanted to keep using Luck Halo, but the consumption of Luck Halo was calculated in a second, and the consumption of Crazy Point was too much. Is this ability so magical? Heaven Monarch Ziguan said with envy. It seems that the martial arts you cultivate are special. We can't absorb that much. Then, he continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. After all, Yi Tianyun is not a treasure. He can't enjoy it and can only rely on himself. Yi Tianyun ignored the surrounding eyes and closed his eyes to cultivate. He wanted to see what this Divine Dream Island could give him. As he immersed himself, he quickly felt that he entered a strange dream realm and was facing crazy heavenly tribulation. In front of him was countless divine lightning, covering this world, even covering every corner of the world, leaving him no place to escape. This is the heavenly tribulation that 9 refinements Earth Monarch will break through. In this dream realm, the scene Yi Tianyun saw was very exaggerated. The surroundings were covered with divine lightning, much stronger than before. It felt like they were not on the same level of existence, more like they were going through some punishment. However, that's all. This is the only scene he can see. The result remains the same even if he wakes up again and enters this dream realm. Divine Dream Island cannot perform many scenes. At most, it can provide 1 or 2. Yi Tianyun only has 1 scene facing this terrible divine thunder. As for whether or not 9 refinements Earth Monarch needs to face the test, it is unclear. He just feels that the divine lightning around him is terrible, making him feel powerless as if he is facing a god monarch suppressing the world. If my heavenly tribulation becomes like this, the difficulty is too great. It must be improved in all directions. He felt that the difficulty was not ordinary. Even if he used crazy damage mode, he might not be able to withstand it. This was the reason why he was worried. He could blow it up with a punch if it were the same as usual. However, the increase is limited. After all, cultivation is the foundation. Without the foundation of cultivation, it is still difficult to resist by defense and such. It should not be 9 refinements Earth Monarch's heavenly tribulation. If so, no one can pass it. Yi Tianyun shook his head, denying this information. This was an attack on the level of a divine lord. How could it be a test of a 9 refinements Earth Monarch? After all, the amount of information he received now was very little. He wasn't too sure if it would be the heavenly tribulation of a 9 refinements Earth Monarch. After repeatedly experiencing it several times, he finally stopped feeling it. Instead, he began cultivating here, quickly rushing to absorb the surrounding star power. Obtained 3 billion experience points, 31 billion experience points, 32 billion experience points. The experience points continued to rise. The knowledge gained was quite crazy. Compared to the knowledge gained from the Divine Temple of Life, it was much more, no less than 10 times. No wonder it was said that this was an excellent training ground. Cultivating here for a month was equivalent to several years outside. Of course, he didn't stay here for more than a month. He speculated that it was far more than a month from the consumption. At least 2 or 3 months. Elder Gu Huang had said that a month was different for the outside world. The time passed was slower. As for how long it would take, it would be based on consuming the jade pendant. It might only be used up in a year or so if it took a long time. If it were fast, it would take more than a month. He had been maintaining the cultivation state here and absorbing the experience crazily. This was under the state where he didn't need to use the crazy damage mode. He could obtain 1 or 200 million experience points each time using it. With this speed, he can break through to the next level faster. It seems that there is no pressure in trying to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. He meditated here to cultivate. Breaking through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch is very good here. As time passed, he crazily absorbed the experience point here. After an unknown period, he finally heard a clear and melodious voice. Ding, congratulations player, successfully reached the experience of breaking through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Do you want to level up now? Not for now. Yi Tianyun is not in a hurry to level up. He is staying on Divine Dream Island. How can he level up at will? No matter what, he has to leave this place to level up. Immediately, he opened his eyes and saw the original scene. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was still a cultivator next to him, but he was not hurrying to leave. I have been cultivating here for almost 2 weeks. Time has passed fast. He took out the jade pendant. It has already consumed a small part of it. It can last a few more months. In just 2 weeks, he has reached the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. The effect is really surprising. Following him, without alarming Heaven Monarch Ziguan, he turned around and flew outside Divine Dream Island, intending to find a place to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch and complete the task. Not long after he left, the 3 cultivators on Divine Dream Island opened their eyes simultaneously and looked at each other. They could see a bit of brutality in each other's eyes. There was no dialogue between the 3 of them. At the same time, they left Divine Dream Island and chased after the area Yi Tianyun flew away from. The rest of the cultivators ignored these people and continued to cultivate. Everything was the same as before. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1279, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could cur chapter 102. Chapter 102. After flying away, Yi Tianyun quickly found a remote place to stop. After looking around for a bit, he revealed a strange smile. Level up. Right after, he began to activate the Heavenly Tribulation. He believed the Heavenly Tribulation he would encounter later would not be the scene he saw in Divine Dream Island. If this is the case, he still has to activate it. The effect will be greatly reduced here, so he can only do this. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun, who successfully broke through 9 refinements Earth Monarch Cultivation. Boom! At this time, the sky began to be covered with dark clouds. Countless divine lightning began to flash around, unlike the scene where divine lightning was everywhere. Only the terrifying divine lightning above his head began to be enraged under the interference of heaven-stealing divine land. However, even if he was angered, it was not a problem. At most, it is several times stronger than the situation of 8th refinements Earth Monarch. It is normal to have some enhancement, but if it is not for the effect of God Monarch rank, Yi Tianyun does not need to worry about anything. When he was about to cross the tribulation, 3 figures suddenly appeared beside him, surrounded him, and looked at him with cold eyes. This friend, we will give you 2 choices now. Either to bear the effect of strengthening the divine lightning, or to throw out all the treasures on your body. Choose by yourself. Tisk. This is the breakthrough of 9 refinements Earth Monarch. If the breakthrough succeeds, he will become a super genius. In the past, I didn't even dare to break through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. 8 refinements Earth Monarch is already very terrifying, let alone 9 refinements Earth Monarch. Yes, if he dies, it will be a big loss. The 3 cultivators first found Yi Tianyun to cross the tribulation. Now that they saw him moving alone, they immediately caught up. Who knew that Yi Tianyun would cross the tribulation, and this is even more so taking advantage of the situation. The 3 are Heaven Monarch Hu Hua, Heaven Monarch Hu Hu, and Heaven Monarch Hu Sing. They are not 3 brothers, but in a good relationship, so the names are naturally the same, which means their relationship is very good. Quote, Yi Tianyun ignored their threat. From the beginning, he knew that someone was lurking on the side, and he was too lazy to pay attention to it. He will not dislike it since he came to give experience. The 3 are geniuses, and although they are not the best, they are still very good. They gain many benefits after killing them. Throw all the treasures to you? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. That's right, this is your only choice. Otherwise, if we interfere a little, how much do you think the power of your heavenly tribulation will increase? They stood a little closer to Yi Tianyun and said threateningly, this kind of threat will work, especially the stronger the cultivation, the more terrifying the power of the heavenly tribulation will become. The heavenly tribulation will not care whether the other party is doing it intentionally. They will anger the heavenly tribulation and become stronger if they are close to the tribulation. From its point of view, even if they come to help defend, they will all increase their power. Therefore, those facing tribulation must have a protector. Otherwise, it is very easy to be threatened. The 3 people in front of him are very simple and crude threats. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Heavenly Spring God territory? Yi Tianyun looked at them indifferently, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Kid, don't you know it is easy to attract death by talking like this? Hu Huaqian's eyes were cold, and the corner of his mouth curved into a sneer. Yi Tianyun's words are indeed courting death. If the other party did not have the intention to kill, then it would completely anger the other party to kill him to silence him. A fatal disaster? Yi Tianyun looked at them and smiled. Do you think I am a fool? If I listen to you, I will die faster. You plan to kill me from the beginning. Otherwise, you will be severely punished if you are exposed. The choice they gave was to play with Yi Tianyun before he died, and they would not let him go. Once they go out, they will be severely punished. 5 great god territories have already made the corresponding rules, and they cannot kill each other. Once they find out, they will be punished by other god territory. However, this kind of thing is just verbal talk. We can only let it go if we can't find it out. There are so many geniuses here. It is impossible to kill the wrong person. It is too harsh. No god territory is willing to do this. As for soul-searching and the others, it is unlikely. In their situation, they will never allow this to happen. If there is any problem, who will compensate them? It seems that you are not stupid. Since you can see it, there is no need to say more. Die. Before his voice fell, Yi Tianyun rushed directly to them. He did not care about the heavenly tribulation at all. After rushing over, they were shocked. They originally wanted to threaten him, but who knew that Yi Tianyun directly rushed over, ignoring the heavenly tribulation in the air? If you want the heavenly tribulation to strengthen, it will be even more exciting. Yi Tianyun quickly circulated his heaven-flying divine secret art. With a shoe sound, his speed instantly increased. The next moment, he arrived before the weakest heaven monarch, Hu Yu. He grabbed him and directly flew above the heavenly tribulation. Before heaven monarch Hu Yu could react, he was already caught. As they rose, the power of the heavenly tribulation suddenly increased, and the thick divine lightning immediately came down. The terrifying power, even heaven monarch would have to retreat 3 times. When heaven monarch Hu Yu wanted to struggle, he was firmly frozen. The terrifying power made him feel powerless to struggle. Quick, let go of me. Heaven monarch Hu Yu was scared to death when he saw the terrifying divine lightning. No problem, I will let you go. Get out of here. Yi Tianyun suddenly kicked, and with a dong sound, he directly kicked Hu Yu into the heavenly tribulation, and with a bang sound, the divine lightning came down and directly penetrated Hu Yu's body. Hu Yu barely managed to resist, but his body was already burnt black, and he seemed to be injured. Then, another powerful divine lightning came from the sky and hit Yi Tianyun's body. However, it only left a black mark on his body and quickly disappeared. The recovery speed was amazing. Hu Yu didn't fall to the ground. Tianyun grabbed the divine spear and threw it at them. He pierced them into the air with a pussy sound. He looked at them coldly and said, "Don't you want to trigger the heavenly tribulation? Come on." The other 2 were still stunned on the side. The series of actions were too fast for them to react. One of their brothers was nailed in the air by Yi Tianyun. He couldn't move at all. He didn't die, but he was nailed in the air. The divine lightning continued to fall, and he was burnt to ashes. This time, they knew that they had kicked an iron plate. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1280, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could draw chapter 103. Chapter 103, Yi Tianyun didn't give them a chance to recover. He swept the Sky Dawn divine spear in his hand and directly cut Hu Yu, struggling into 2 pieces. Ding. Successfully killed Hu Yu, gained 87 billion experience points, 15 million crazy points, and 5 million sin points. Obtained martial art, myriad. Absolute kill, middle grade rebirth level martial art, broken teeth sword high grade rebirth level weapon, ancient spirit necklace. Ding. Successfully killed Hu Yu, gained an extra 100 billion experience points, 10 million crazy points, and 5 million mastery points. At the same time, get a lottery. With 64 times experience, he gained more than 8 billion experience points. It was amazing. It had to be said that killing these experts was the fastest way to earn experience points, and he could also get a lot of treasures. If he can obtain a heavenly Dao level martial art, it would be even better. However, they don't have this kind of heavenly Dao level martial art to cultivate. At least they are not qualified to develop it. Second brother, when they saw that Hu Yu was dismembered, they immediately screamed and rushed to Yi Tianyun without hesitation. They had been working together all the time. They didn't expect that this time, their brother was killed in an instant. "I want to kill you." Heaven Monarch, Hu Seng roared and used all his strength to rush towards Yi Tianyun. Hu Seng's shadow immediately appeared behind him, and it was a giant python. The poisonous gas was quickly released from his body, turning the sky into darkness. The other Heaven Monarch, Hu Hua, was also the same. They all released their strongest power, wanting to take revenge for Heaven Monarch Hu Yu. However, as soon as they entered, the heavenly tribulation immediately struck them with terrifying divine lighting. They could only resist. Boom. The 2 of them were directly pushed back dozens of meters, and their bodies were scorched black. The power of the heavenly tribulation against them was much stronger than the power against Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun directly withstood the heavenly tribulation and flew over to them. "What, you want to rob me with your ability?" Yi Tianyun sneered. They were both shocked and angry. The divine lightning that angered's heavenly tribulation was too strong. It was good that they could withstand it. If it were any other ordinary heaven monarch, they would have been killed. In other words, their cultivation is at the 5th layer heaven monarch, so the power of the divine lightning is at least at the 6th or 7th layer heaven monarch. This is the punishment for those cultivators who sneak in. Although it can strengthen the heavenly tribulation, it also protects the tribulation transcender. The heavenly tribulation that Yi Tianyun endured is much stronger, but overall, it is not as abnormal as theirs. Damn it, should we wait for him to finish the tribulation? Heaven Monarch Hu Sung quickly retreated, not daring to continue to break into the heavenly tribulation. That's fine too. Let him successfully break through to the 9 refinement Earth Monarch. We'll make plans later. Heaven Monarch Hu Hua could only bite the bullet and leave. After being struck by the divine lightning, they sobered up a lot and did not dare to approach further. This was like a pot of cold water being poured down quickly, cooling down for the time being. Come with me to undergo the tribulation. Yi Tianyun laughed and rushed towards them, scaring them so much that they ran away. But how could he be faster than Yi Tianyun? Phoenix Blood Vein, open. Heaven Flying Divine Secret Art, open. Double speed continuously activated. The speed directly exploded, turning into a light shadow, and instantly caught up to Heaven Monarch Hu Sing, scaring him to burst. What kind of speed is this? He stuttered. This speed was too terrifying. He almost caught up in the blink of an eye. Didn't I say, how about staying and crossing tribulation together? Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he raised his fist and smashed I Heaven Monarch. Hu Sing quickly waved his snake sword to block, but Yi Tianyun completely ignored this snake sword and punched it again. Heaven-shaking divine secret art. The violent power overlaid on his fist, like a giant planet condensed on his fist, matching with 2 martial arts that increased speed. Under the condition that the power was not weakened, it still had an astonishing speed. Dong. The hand that Heaven Monarch Hu Sing used to hold the snake sword trembled. This violent power directly shattered his palms, and he was sent flying along with his sword. Boom! A huge crater was created on the ground. Third brother, Heaven Monarch, Hu Hua, was scared out of his wits and stopped running. He didn't expect that both of his brothers would be defeated. What are you screaming for? Why did you do that? Yi Tianyun sneered. Want to leave? It's too late. The next moment, he charged forward with the heaven-shaking divine secret art. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Hu Hua. He used his body to collide fiercely. There were no fancy moves. He simply charged forward. He directly smashed Hu Hua into a bloody mist. The violent power could not be stopped at all. He exploded with a single crash. The upgraded heaven-shaking divine secret art was too terrifying. Combined with the heaven-flying divine secret art, it was like a flying giant planet. Who dared to stop it? Ding! She successfully killed Hu Hua. Obtained 9,300 billion experience points, 20 million crazy points, and 5 million sin points. At the same time, obtained the Wrapping Snake Sword high-grade rebirth level weapon. Myriad absolute kill, an ancient spear bracelet, lower grade rebirth level. Ding successfully killed Heaven Monarch Hu Hua, gained 100 billion experience points, 10 million crazy points, 5 million mastery, and a lottery ticket. A series of sounds popped up, giving him much experience far away from leveling up. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It exploded with a hit. Yi Tianyun helplessly spread his hands. He thought that, at most, he would be seriously injured, but who knew that the collision would turn into a blood mist? The power of the heaven-shaking divine secret art is certain, and with their physique, they are not as strong as Yi Tianyun. Immediately, he turned his eyes to Heaven Monarch Hu Sing, who was lucky enough to block his attack with the snake sword. Otherwise, the punch would blow him into a blood mist. Of course, the situation is not good now. The snake sword seems to be embedded in his body, and it seems to be dying. The violent fist directly punched the weapon into his body, almost penetrating. How can this not be dying? Boom. Following that, a flash of divine lightning struck down and struck him to death. Ding successfully killed Heaven Monarch Hu Sing and obtained. Ding completed the exciting level kill and obtained. When Yi Tianyun heard this news, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. It seems that this heavenly tribulation is helping him. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1285. And bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could tanga chapter 104. Chapter 104. The 3 heaven monarchs were easily killed by Yi Tianyun, no different from drinking water. They can't deny that they are all geniuses, but with Yi Tianyun's great increase in strength, how can they be his opponent? Therefore, it is not difficult to deal with them, especially with the combination of the heaven-shaking divine secret art and heaven-flying divine secret art. The 2 divine arts, the power directly exploded. It is almost a crushing victory, directly crushing the other side's power. It can even be said that this is the power of 9 refinements Earth Monarch. When breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch, the power has become a lot stronger. It can be said that the power of the 9 refinements Earth Monarch is several times stronger. Sure enough, there is a different level of existence. No wonder 9 refinements Earth Monarch is a real Earth Monarch. Let's break this heavenly tribulation first. Yi Tianyun looked up at the heavenly tribulation and quickly flew up, using the heaven-flying divine secret art to fly up soon, and with the heaven-shaking divine secret art, he smashed the heavenly tribulation. After breaking the heavenly tribulation, the sky began to descend with rich star power, strengthening his body and the planet inside his body. He meditated here to recover, feeling this amazing energy. This is the feeling of 9 refinements Earth Monarch, really good. Yi Tianyun felt comfortable all over, and when he was almost there was a burst of shouts from the side. You killed our 3 senior brothers. What came into view was 2 cultivators flying over here, and when they saw the blood and corpses on the ground, they suddenly became angry. Judging from this familiar aura, it was undoubtedly his senior brother. Following that, other cultivators also flew over. Divine Dream Island's cultivators clearly sensed the tribulation fluctuations here, so they all flew over. Even Heaven Monarch Ziguan flew over. When he saw the situation in front of him, his face changed. Junior brother Tianyun, you are reckless. Even if you want to fight, you can't do it here. You have to choose a remote place to fight. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he were discovered, Yi Tianyun would be punished. Yi Tianyun is from the same sect. He is biased towards his people. As for the other cultivators of God territory, how they die has nothing to do with him. The other cultivators flew over, and when they saw this scene, they all looked at him with gloating eyes. They were all witnesses to this scene. I killed 3 of your fellow disciples. That's right. Yi Tianyun stood up and agreed very readily. At the same time, he took out the spoils of war from the corpses, which contained the jade pendant. With 3 jade pendants, he can stay here for a longer time. When the time comes, he can ask someone to send him a letter, and Elder Gu Huang will not stay outside for too long. When the cultivators saw Yi Tianyun answer so readily, they could not help but be stunned and immediately scolded. Put down your things. It seems that you are still robbing money. How can such a disciple appear in your heavenly spring god territory? Do you want to destroy the relationship between god territory? No one can bear this big accusation. Yi Tianyun looked at him indifferently and sneered, destroy the relationship between the god territory? Then you can see who broke the rules first. After saying that, he threw out a record plate and the previous conversation fell into the eyes of many cultivators. I'll give you 2 choices. Either hand over all the treasures, or we get close and increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. You want to kill me to silence me. Don't treat me as a fool. All kinds of scenes and voices appeared in everyone's sight. Yi Tianyun was not a fool. He knew the seriousness of the situation. He used the record plate from the beginning to record all the situations. Everything would be fine if he proved that the other party threatened him first. When this picture came out, Heaven Monarch Ziguan rushed to the other side and scolded, well, the one who destroyed the relationship between the divine realm is you. I didn't expect you also to threaten my junior brother to cross the heavenly tribulation. If my junior brother were not stronger, he would have been killed by the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly turning, the other side didn't know what to say and was suppressed by the painting of the record plate without any ability to refute it. When the others saw this scene, they all shook their heads. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to hold back. This time, the one being punished is not Yi Tianyun, but the other party. Yes, overcoming this heavenly tribulation took a lot of effort. I will explain it to Elder Gu Huang, and then we will pursue the responsibility of your god territory. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He didn't believe these people. He didn't know that Hu Hua and others did this. They must know, and now they failed. They will be angry. Now that he had the record plate, there was no need to explain too much. The picture was the simplest and crudest explanation. This is all their actions and violations of the rules. It has nothing to do with our divine realm. We will mention this matter to the elders. When the time comes, we will discuss the matters of this side. The other party's tone immediately weakened, and anger flashed in his eyes. He did not expect that everything would be wasted like this, and he died in vain. Good. I hope that you can give a reasonable explanation when the time comes. Yi Tianyun snorted, then flew to Heaven Monarch Ziguan and said with a smile, Senior Brother Ziguan, let's go. Heaven Monarch Ziguan nodded and left with his people, leaving the group of people looking at each other. Heaven Monarch Ziguan gave a thumbs up and praised. Junior Brother Tianyun, you are amazing. You know how to use the record plate. Otherwise, you really can't wash it off. This must be recorded. Otherwise, it is really big trouble. The movement is so big, if the other party takes a hat, I can't bear it. Yi Tianyun smiled. He had known this before. No matter what, the mouth is not as good as the several pictures of the record plate. Although the picture can be fake, there is no condition to fake it here, so it is not considered fake. Oh right, I almost forgot to congratulate Junior Brother Tianyun. You have already broken through to the level of a 9 refinement Earth Monarch. This is too shocking. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head and said, At most, I will break through to the 8 refinement Earth Monarch. Otherwise, I will fail. In this way, you will become one of the few disciples who have broken through to the 9 refinement Earth Monarch. How many people have broken through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch in the Heavenly Spring God territory? Yi Tianyun asked. There won't be more than 10 of them. It's easy to imagine how heaven-defying you are, right? Heaven Monarch Ziguan said enviously. You will be greatly nurtured in the future. However, there is one thing that I must remind you of. You must be strong enough. Otherwise, you might die here when you break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. His expression was extremely serious, without the slightest hint of a smile. Become a patron, read up to chapter 2085, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could seek a chapter 1005. Chapter 1005, 8 Refinements. Earth Monarch broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm and was about to die, not to mention 9 refinements. Earth Monarch breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. It was not that Heaven Monarch Ziguan was not confident of breaking through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch, but that he was not optimistic of breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. I know that. I have to improve myself before I can break through. Yi Tianyun thought of the scene on Divine Dream Island. Was he facing the heavenly tribulation that broke through to the Heaven Monarch realm? If that was the case, he needed to improve himself. Otherwise, he would only be dead. However, he would have to face other attacks comparable to the Heaven Monarch realm to break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Wasn't this a bit too much? At that time, he would only be able to block it. He wouldn't be able to be so burdensome. He would be able to destroy the heavenly tribulation with a single punch. It would already be pretty good if he could block other Heaven Monarch realm attacks. How could he explode with a single punch? If he provoked the heavenly tribulation and released an even stronger Heaven Monarch attack, that would be fatal. Ding completed the main mission, broke through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarchs. We have obtained 500 million crazy points, 500 million sin points, and 500 million mastery points. Ding successfully accepted the main mission, to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch or break through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Breaking through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch, obtaining 1 billion crazy points, 1 billion sin points, and 1 billion mastery points. At the same time, obtaining the title The First Earth Monarch, breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm, obtaining 500 million crazy points, 500 million sin points, 500 million mastery points. Choose one of the 2 main missions. You can choose to break through. What? When Yi Tianyun saw this new main task, his whole body was dumbfounded. It was not that there were 2 main tasks, but a new word appeared. 10 refinements Earth Monarch. 10 refinements Earth Monarch? Don't you know that there are only 9 refinements Earth Monarch? How come there is a 10 refinements Earth Monarch? It makes him shocked. Junior brother Tianyun, what's wrong? Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw Yi Tianyun suddenly shout and felt strange. Senior brother Ziguan, I wonder if there is a saying about 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Yi Tianyun calmed down, looked at him and asked, 10 refinements? Earth Monarch? Heaven Monarch? Heaven Monarch Ziguan suddenly smiled and immediately denied. I have never heard of this saying. 9 refinements Earth Monarch is the ultimate. There is no 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Do you think there are 10 levels in the other levels and all 10 refinements Earth Monarch? That's right. Yi Tianyun nodded. There's no such thing. 9 refinements Earth Monarch is the limit. I've never heard of 10 refinements Earth Monarch at all. If there is a 10 refinement Earth Monarch, wouldn't the sky explode? Heaven Monarch Ziguan laughed. It's okay, I thought about it a long time ago, but later I found that there was no such thing. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not hesitate to deny it, thinking there were no 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Of course, Yi Tianyun will not say it, but there are 10 refinements at the Earth Monarch level. The system is not lying. Since it has been given this condition, it will have it, absolutely not false. 10 refinements. Earth Monarch, Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. If he successfully breaks through, he can also get a special title, Eternal First Earth Monarch. This title is absolutely powerful. I don't know what effect it will add, and only after getting it will I know. But what special conditions will be needed to break through to 10 refinements Earth Monarch? When he checked, there were indeed special conditions stacked on it. 10 refinements. Earth Monarch, the basic conditions to break through the need to condense a second planet in the body and operate in the body. At the same time, both need to share star power to reach the state of mutual birth. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. Note, a planet with a core is needed. When he saw this condition, he frowned. This difficulty was not just a bit higher, especially in the state of 2 planets. It was very easy to cause problems. The most important thing was that there needed to be a core, not just a stone, but a planet with a core. It had to be said that the difficulty was quite high. If they could not condense a second core, they could not collide with each other or they would die. The difficulty is high. Yi Tianyun shook his head. No wonder no one has succeeded for so many years. This condition is so harsh. How can he succeed? Otherwise, this strange title will not appear. What an authoritative title. This is the first time in history that the 10 refinements Earth Monarch has reached. There are still 10 levels like other levels, but it is too difficult. People think there is no 10th level or impossible to achieve, so no one can successfully cultivate it. As time passes, no one successfully cultivates it. Naturally, they will deny the 10th level. Although the difficulty is very high, how can it be challenging if there is no difficulty? Yi Tianyun roughly knows what Divine Dream Island has given him. It may be the heavenly tribulation of the 10 refinements Earth Monarch, or when it breaks through to the Heaven Monarch realm, the heavenly tribulation he will encounter may be a hint from Divine Dream Island. 10 refinements. Earth Monarch, the number one Earth Monarch in history, breaking through to the Heaven Monarch. Will the old heaven allow it? Therefore, the most terrible divine lightning will descend. Whether it can withstand it or not depends on the individual's ability. Immediately, he followed Heaven Monarch Ziguan and flew forward. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not take him back to Divine Dream Island, but directly flew ahead with him. We will meet up with the other disciples now. That place is the heaven-stealing divine land, the best place to cultivate. You have just broken through, so you must go there and consolidate your strength. Heaven Monarch Ziguan said enviously. You have also obtained 3 jade pendants. You can stay here for a while longer. Senior Brother Ziguan, how much time do you have left? Yi Tianyun asked. It won't be long. We will leave here in less than 10 days. Heaven Monarch Ziguan said with a smile. How about this? This jade pendant is for you. Yi Tianyun picked one of them and handed it to Heaven Monarch Ziguan. He obtained 3 jade pendants, allowing him to stay for a long time. He doesn't need to keep it for so long. It's almost enough. Moreover, he thinks that Heaven Monarch Ziguan is a good person. He can give him the last time. Heaven Monarch Ziguan quickly said, Junior Brother Tianyun, you must not do this. You have just broken through to the 9 Refinements Earth Monarch realm and need to consolidate your cultivation. It is obvious that 9 Refinements Earth Monarch has broken through to the Hevar Monarch realm, and there is a slim chance of survival. Don't think you are enough. In fact, everything is not enough. His eyes are full of determination, and he does not want the jade pendant given by Yi Tianyun, but he is very concerned about him. Good people from the same sect are still in Heavenly Spring God territory. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1285, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1106. Chapter 1106, The Words of Heaven. Monarch Ziguan made Yi Tianyun feel very touched. If it were anyone else, they would not be polite to him. It is too difficult to come in here. It will be more difficult to wait for a while, especially when Yi Tianyun has 3 jade pendants and Heaven Monarch Ziguan still chooses to give up. This action makes Yi Tianyun feel a little admiration. Few people can refuse like this, proving Heaven Monarch Ziguan is thinking for him. Senior Brother Ziguan, I have 3 of these, so I will choose 1 less for you. It seems that you have encountered a bottleneck. I don't know when you can come in next time. You don't have to be polite to me. You said I have broken through to 9 Refinements Earth Monarch Cultivation. The elders will nurture me. When the time comes, you will give me more resources. Maybe it won't be long before I can come in again. Yi Tianyun still insisted on giving Heaven Monarch Ziguan Jade a pendant. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was a good person, especially now that he had encountered a bottleneck. It was a favor for him. If he had not encountered a bottleneck, he would not have stayed in Divine Dream Island for so long to study and see if he could break through this bottleneck. Hearing Yi Tianyun say this, Heaven Monarch Ziguan hesitated a little and then gritted his teeth and said, That is, I owe Junior Brother Tianyun a favor. I have encountered a bottleneck recently and have not been able to break through. If Junior Brother Tianyun has any problems in the future, feel free to come to Sword Palace to find me. I will help. Of course, Yi Tianyun believed his words. At least his favorable impression of himself was not fake. He looked at people with favorable impressions. If his favorable impression were low, then it would be a lie. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was not one of them, so he was still worthy of a deep friendship. Then I will have to rely on Senior Brother Ziguan, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Immediately, he handed over one of the jade pendants. After Heaven Monarch Ziguan received it, he carefully put it away. This was a hard-to-come-by opportunity for him, so he naturally had to be careful. This time, I can cultivate for another month. Thank you so much. Heaven Monarch Ziguan just checked. This paid pendant can be used for at least a month, which is a long time. The other 2 jade pendants were almost the same, and the 3 came in together, so the time was nearly the same. Under the lead of Heaven Monarch Ziguan, they soon arrived at their destination, Heavenly Venerable Road. Heavenly Venerable Road is a long passage. Looking at it, a long passage, circling all the way and finally leading to the top of a mountain range. When they saw many cultivators sitting in the aisle before them, to put when they came here bluntly, they were sitting next to the road. This road is very strange. There are no trees around, not even spirit herbs. It is a very empty passage. Only a few thousand meters away from the aisle are all kinds of spirit trees and spirit flowers. Here is a bare aisle, including the aisle leading to the top of the mountain. It is also bare. Even though the hill is bare, it looks very ugly. But this aisle is to attract most cultivators who come here, and they all stay here cross-legged to cultivate. Yi Tianyun glanced over. There are more than 100 people in total. These are the super geniuses of the 5 great god territories. Each of them cost a lot to cultivate. More than 100 people are here, and it will cost more than 100 jade pendants. The price is equivalent to 100 Heavenly Tao ranked treasure. It is extravagant. This is just one of the batches. After all, another group of people will be sent in as time goes by. The consumption will be even more amazing. No matter how talented a cultivator was, they would not be able to pile up without astonishing resources. There are quite a few experts. Some are even at the 8th or 9th layer Heaven Monarch realm. It seems they are trying to break through to the God Monarch. Yi Tianyun nodded. Breaking through to the God Monarch here was not a big problem. After all, the star power was much denser than outside. There was no need to mention outside if they could not even break through here. This is the Heavenly Venerable Road, the best cultivation place in heaven, stealing divine land. Although this place is bare, it is the best place to absorb star power. Unlike other places, the sense of rejection is stronger. Heaven Monarch Ziguan explained. Why isn't anyone climbing up the Heavenly Venerable Road? Yi Tianyun saw that many people were meditating along the way, but the more they went up the mountain, the fewer people there were. At the very top, no one was there at all. Because they can't climb up, there is no one. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head. According to the legends of the Heavenly Venerable Road, whoever can climb to the highest peak will become a generation of Heavenly Venerable. A generation of Heavenly Venerable. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. The cultivation of a Heavenly Venerable is stronger than a God Monarch. He is a top expert in the third-grade God territory. As a territory lord, there is no pressure at all. You can become a Heavenly Venerable just by climbing up. Isn't that too exaggerated? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. This is indeed a bit exaggerated, but if you want to climb up, the chances of me becoming a Heavenly Venerable in the future are not low. At least, it is much higher than most God Monarchs. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shrugged and said, Anyway, I don't have to think too much about it. Right now, even God Monarch has nothing to say, let alone a Heavenly Venerable. That is a godlike existence. Yi Tianyun nodded. This explanation was a bit reasonable. It would be too exaggerated if he really ascended to the top and became a Heavenly Venerable. There was only one possibility. After he ascended, he would have the enlightenment of a Heavenly Venerable. This would be of great help to his future breakthrough. This explanation is more reasonable. He doesn't believe he can become a Heavenly Venerable just by climbing up. Although the difficulty is quite high, many people still tried to climb up. Yi Tianyun watched many of them move forward step by step, and a group of Heaven Monarch powerhouses were climbing the mountain. It was really funny. Isn't that for sure? Coming here, you must try the Heavenly Venerable Road. Otherwise, it would be a waste to come here. Moreover, this is the best cultivation place. Cultivation is the main, climbing up is just in passing, and there is no conflict between the two. Following Heaven Monarch Ziguan, he flew down and soon landed at the beginning of the corridor. Junior brother Tianyun, you can start from here. Under normal circumstances, as long as you walk through the place, you can fly directly, and there is no need to walk again. Heaven Monarch Ziguan said, so you don't have to worry about leaving this place, or the next time you come, you will have to come back again. Still so reasonable? Yi Tianyun nodded. This way, there was no need to start walking again. It was quite reasonable. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1285, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could, Peter. Chapter 107. Chapter 107, many types of tests could only be passed from the beginning to the end, and they couldn't leave from any place. The next time they came back, they could still stay in this place. This was what the Heavenly Venerable Road was like. If they could climb up to the mountain peak, they could fly directly over next time and not walk in from outside the passageway. This would undoubtedly save a lot of time. The key was that the concentration of star power was completely different. It is indeed more humane. Junior brother Tianyun, you stay here first that day. I will go over it first and wait for you to catch up. I believe you can catch up soon with your level. If there is a problem, just call me. After Heaven Monarch Ziguan explained it to him, he flew forward. It was obvious that he had been here before. Heaven Monarch Ziguan's talent is not bad. It is not the first time he came here. He can't go up with Yi Tianyun again. This is undoubtedly a waste of time. Moreover, although this passage is very far, it is all within the sight range. There is no need to worry about someone interfering with Yi Tianyun. If someone interferes with Yi Tianyun, Heaven Monarch Ziguan will immediately see it, so there is no need to go so close. After Heaven Monarch Ziguan left, Yi Tianyun turned his eyes to Heavenly Venerable Road. This name is Domineering Heavenly Venerable Road. Since it can be called this, it must have its meaning. Become a Heavenly Venerable? Yi Tianyun lifted his foot and walked towards the Heavenly Venerable Road. As soon as his foot landed on the ground, he immediately felt thoughts rushing into his head. This was not a martial arts secret book, but a concept. Instantly, he felt that he was in a state of mind. The next moment, he thought he was in another world, becoming a small farmer, farming, and feeling the hard work. However, Yi Tianyun calmed himself down and quickly woke up from this state. He felt that he had been here for several years, but it was not that long. He only stayed in the real world for a short time. The most important thing is that if he doesn't move, this is the most important thing, he doesn't take a step forward and directly stops here. So that's how it is. An illusion test? Yi Tianyun calmed down and immediately knew the problem of the Heavenly Venerable Road. It is to experience these illusions. However, this illusion is so real. He felt the pain of the farmer's labor. Fortunately, in the process of experiencing it, the star power around him also poured in, constantly turning into experience. He found that the star power here was very rich and stronger than the outside world, which was easier to absorb. The key is that he will fall into this illusion realm. It is possible to fall into it for a long time. When he wakes up, the protective effect of the jade pendant will be gone. At that time, he will be finished here. Therefore, he must be pulled back. Otherwise, he will fall into this illusion realm. However, it was just the beginning, so the difficulty was not very high, so Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not come over to protect him, and he did not say it very clearly. Only after experiencing these things personally did he know that everyone's situation was different, so there was no point in saying it too clearly. Immediately after he stabilized his mind, he continued to walk forward step by step. Because his mind was very stable, let alone falling into an illusion, there was no pressure. As he kept walking forward, Yi Tianyun was surprised to find that the effect absorption was improving, which went to the Temple of Life, which was also going down. The closer to the core, the better the effect. It was the same here. The closer he got to the front, the more amazing the effect would be and the more experience points he gained. As he walked forward, he caught up with the new cultivators and continued chasing after Heaven Monarch Ziguan. The Heavenly Venerable Road was at least 100 miles away. Normally, he could reach it instantly if he flew, but now it was different. Step by step, his speed would slow down. Of course, Yi Tianyun directly ran forward and continued to run forward. When this scene fell in everyone's eyes, it was like looking at this fool. Is this kid crazy? It will be troublesome if he breaks into a special illusion realm in one breath and accidentally gets stuck in it. It seems to be Heavenly Spring God territory. The geniuses of God territory are so arrogant. Forget it, they can do whatever they want. Anyway, the one who dies is themselves. One by one, the cultivators shook their heads, thinking that Yi Tianyun was crazy. Others walk step by step. At most, they walk faster. As for running, they have never seen it. Even the more arrogant geniuses climb step by step instead of rushing forward in one breath. This would bring a great negative effect. The impact of the illusion of the Heavenly Venerable Road would accumulate, and it would look very stable and be able to withstand this illusion. Still, the explosion would be even stronger once they ran too far. To put it bluntly, every step should have an illusion, and it could be said that every step was a world and no one could escape. At most, they would accumulate to a certain extent, enter the illusion realm, and then break out of the illusion. The further they went, the more shocking the illusion became, and if they accumulated a large distance, once they stepped into the illusion, they might not be able to wake up. If this place is the same as the outside, the problem is that it is different from the outside. After the jade pendant is used up, it will be a dead end, completely swallowed by this heaven-stealing divine land. It's over. I didn't explain it to him clearly. I can't go that far in one go. When Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw Yi Tianyun running over, his heart jumped, and he felt bad. When he just wanted to go over and persuade him to stop, Yi Tianyun suddenly stopped, obviously entering the illusion realm. He ran for several miles in one breath, too fierce, Heaven Monarch Ziguan gasped, and after a little calculation he felt that what Yi Tianyun was facing this time was a terrifying illusion. Generally, one can break it by force after falling into an illusion. If they carried someone away, they could come into contact with this illusion. However, if they were to do this with the help of external forces, they would have to do it head-on. Therefore, if someone were to sneak attack them, it would be considered a failure. Of course, there were so many people here. Who would sneak attack them, unless they didn't want to stay here any longer? It was clearly stated that they couldn't attack each other. If anyone were to do this, they wouldn't even know how they would die if they were to be seen by so many people. It was precisely because the 5 great god territories knew where the problem was that they made all sorts of rules. They didn't have to attack each other. It was beneficial to everyone. Haha, that kid has fallen into an illusion. He has already run for several miles. With such a shocking distance, he should be able to break through for at least a month. At that time, the barrier on his body will be gone. I think it will take a longer time. It seems that this trip was wasted. It is such a waste. It is good to leave this time for me to go up step by step. It is so cost-effective. Everyone thinks that Yi Tianyun is a fool and believes that he is wasting the jade pendant. When they think it will take Yi Tianyun a long time to wake up from the illusion, the next moment, he suddenly opens his eyes and continues running forward. Instant break. Everyone was stunned. This guy was an instant break. Become a patron, read up to chapter 28.5. And bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could, chapter 1288, chapter 1288. According to reason, it will take a long time to break out of the illusion after gathering so many illusions in one breath. After all, after accumulating, the difficulty will rise greatly. It is not a lot of small illusion accumulation, but it directly increases the difficulty. Otherwise, they would have run away instead of walking slowly. They will mostly walk and stop, deliberately letting themselves enter the illusion. This is equivalent to the accumulation of the illusion realm before entering. After breaking it, it is comparable to solving a small problem. Many people follow this method, and it is the most reliable. If you run wildly, you can run a distance at most, not run a few miles like Yi Tianyun. This distance is too far. Once it breaks out, it is possible not to break the barrier of the jade pendant. This time is too long, so no one is willing to do this. It is too dangerous. When Yi Tianyun does this, he will be laughed at, but when he breaks it in seconds, everyone is shocked, wondering whether they are seeing things. It seems it has only been a few seconds, but it has already been broken? It is too exaggerated. I suspect he has not entered the illusion realm but just stopped to rest? Impossible. He must have entered the illusion realm. The aura fluctuation just now is different. The aura will calm down once he enters the illusion realm, and the whole person will be dead. In this case, does he break it in an instant? How did he do it? Everyone was stunned and wanted to see it. They watched Yi Tianyun finally move away, but they didn't expect anything to happen. Yi Tianyun ignored their eyes and continued to rush forward. It is undeniable that the illusion here is very strong, but for him, this illusion can still be bearable. Under the strong spiritual force, any illusion can be broken directly. This is his spiritual force, an existence far beyond the same level. Don't forget that he is a powerful God rune master, and his spiritual force must be much stronger than others. With his extraordinary willpower, how can this little illusion block him? Continue. Yi Tianyun rushed up all the way and continued to throw a distance of several miles away. Then, under everyone's surprised eyes, he stopped in place and entered the illusion realm. At this time, everyone began to discuss again. They all guessed how long Yi Tianyun would wake up this time. No one thought that Yi Tianyun could wake up instantly. After all, the later he went, the more difficult it was. He couldn't wake up instantly like before. When they all thought this, it was not long before Yi Tianyun woke up quickly. Although it was a bit slower, their difference was not big. It only took less than half a minute to break it. In theory, it was still broken in seconds. The group of people was dumbfounded. The result was still the same. At most, it was a little slower than before, not a few days or even a month. Following Yi Tianyun, he rushed forward, chasing after Heaven Monarch Ziguan. Heaven Monarch Ziguan was still quite far, about 30 miles or so, almost half the way. I don't know how long he walked, but it seems that catching up with him is not a problem. Junior brother Tianyun, you will catch up to me so soon. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head. What he said before was encouragement. He knew that Yi Tianyun needed to walk slowly. It will take a long time to catch up, but in the blink of an eye he has closed the distance of almost 10 miles. If this continues, he will catch up soon. It took him 2 months to get here, and the progress was relatively fast. Who knew that Yi Tianyun could catch up to almost 1/3 of the distance in one breath? It was a hit. The others looked at Yi Tianyun one after another. They don't know where he came from. How can he be such a monster? They are also in the Heavenly Spring God territory, and they are even more shocked by this scene. When did they have such an abnormal fellow disciple? The key is a human who can be judged at a glance, an existence that can suppress all the people present. Yi Tianyun didn't care about anything. He just kept running every time it was fixed, first running 2 or 3 miles, then stopping to break, and then continuing to chase. The time of each break is a little longer than before, but the time is very short. It takes a few minutes to stack up. It can be said to be quite brief, at least for them, it is very short. It should be known that when they have walked this road before, even a few hundred meters away, it can take 2 hours. Yi Tianyun is 2 or 3 miles away, and it only takes a few minutes. This gap makes them want to vomit blood. They can come here, who is not a super genius, but compared to Yi Tianyun, it feels like a pile of shit. There is no way to compare. How long has this guy been? He has already traveled more than 10 miles. Isn't that too fast? That's right. This speed is comparable to that of Heaven Monarch Lu Yun. Let's not talk about that Heaven Monarch Lu Yun. He is simply heaven-defying. He seems to be a second. They all can't help but think of another genius who is so heaven-defying, just like Yi Tianyun, both instantly broke even faster than Yi Tianyun. He is not here for the time being, so now the limelight has been overshadowed by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun has been under everyone's attention. He quickly rushed up and promptly caught up with Heaven Monarch Ziguan. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not move. He just stayed in place and waited for him to come. He wanted to see how long Yi Tianyun took to catch up with him. It took less than 15 minutes. Heaven Monarch Ziguan smiled bitterly. This was too fast. Senior brother Ziguan, I caught up. Yi Tianyun came to Heaven Monarch Ziguan and said with a smile, Hey, junior brother Tianyun, how did you do it? How did you break such a powerful illusion so easily? Heaven Monarch Ziguan asked. This is to use spirit force to break the illusion. Yi Tianyun shrugged and said, It's just that I've spent more and more time in the future, causing senior brother Ziguan to laugh at me. I did laugh. Heaven Monarch Ziguan did not know whether to laugh or cry. You spent less than a quarter of an hour to catch up to me for 2 months. It makes me not know whether to laugh or cry. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1287, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could see chapter 1W9. Chapter 1W9, Heaven Monarch Ziguan didn't know what to say, but felt a little depressed. How could there be such a big gap between people? Is this our fellow disciple? A Heaven Monarch looked up and down at Yi Tianyun and was surprised. A human can have such an amazing ability. You are the first human I have seen who is so strong. I have seen many humans before, but their talent is poor. Cough cough, Heaven Monarch Yu Hua, pay attention to your words. Heaven Monarch Ziguan knew the situation very well. If his race were being said like this, they would feel unhappy. Therefore, he hurriedly reminded his companions. I am not wrong. Humans are indeed not generally low. Of course, I am not discriminating against humans. I do not discriminate against any race. What I hate the most is those who are lazy and greedy. They lack talent, but they are still unwilling to work hard. Humans are a race that I have seen as very hard-working. It is just that their talent is too poor. It is difficult to make up for it just by relying on diligence. However, I am still very impressed. It is just that the average status is low. The cultivation is too low, and the status can only be like this. It is a bit too difficult to change the current situation. Heaven Monarch Yuhua seemed to have opened up a chatterbox as he began to speak out continuously, completely ignoring the words of Heaven Monarch Ziguan. This, junior brother Tianyun, Heaven Monarch Yuhua, is just like this. Sometimes he likes to say these words. Heaven Monarch Ziguan felt very awkward. It's fine. What senior brother Yuhua said is the truth. The average talent of the human race is too low. We can only rely on hard work to make up for it. Yi Tianyun looked at the Heaven Monarch next to him. This was true, and he didn't feel disgusted at all. Moreover, there was no discrimination in the tone of Heaven Monarch Yuhua. That is true, but there are still no bright points. I have seen 3 human experts before. Their talent is a bit poor, but they are all working together. The level they show is very strong. The ability of human learning is still very strong. Of course, the most important thing is that there are many people. Which god territory doesn't have humans? Heaven Monarch Yuhua seemed to think of the past and smiled. 3 human experts? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes and asked, Senior brother Yuhua, what are their names? The 3 people's collective action reminded him of the 3 humans. Maybe it was them. He had been out for so long but had never heard of them. In the vast sea of people, it was difficult to find them. Of course, I remember. One is Heaven Monarch Chuang, the other is Heaven Monarch Gaming, and the other is Heaven Monarch Feng. I also made friends with them, drank good wine, and their abilities were pretty good. Their cultivation bases are all in 5 or 6 training. Having such a level is not easy for the human race. Yuhua said with a smile. Sure enough. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, staring at Yuhua. He said, Brother Yuhua, I wonder where the 3 of them went, or did they say anything about it? I don't know. They said they wanted to wander around the 2nd grade god territory to see who would take them in. You also know about the situation in the 2nd grade god territory. The difficulty is too great if you want them to take you in as disciples. No one will take you in if your talent is not up to standard. Heavenly Monarch Yuhua shook his head. I wonder which god territory they have joined now. It is not good for them to be wandering cultivators all this time. How many years ago was this? Yi Tianyun hurriedly asked. Not long ago, roughly a few years ago? Yuhua thought momentarily, then smiled and said, Do you know each other? Yes, they are from the same hometown as me. Yi Tianyun is very grateful for the information given by Heaven Monarch Yuhua. At least it proves that the 3 of them are still alive. No wonder they are very hard-working, and their cultivation is extremely hard. This is the first time I have seen them cultivating so hard. It feels like they are unwilling to tell me their purpose. Heaven Monarch Yuhua shook his head and smiled. But forget it, we met by chance. I naturally can't interfere with their situation. Yi Tianyun nodded and clenched his fists. They were cultivating so hard, what else could they do? It must be to quickly become stronger and then return to the 3rd grade god territory to protect everyone. Little did he know that he had solved the situation, at least temporarily. I wonder where they appeared in the end? Yi Tianyun asked. I remember it very clearly. A rogue cultivator gathering camp is in the 3rd grade god territory. Rogue cultivators will go to that place. Sometimes, other god territory will recruit disciples from there. Yuhua said. Thank you, Senior Brother Yuhua, for the information. Yi Tianyun has already decided that he will find their whereabouts after he goes out. This is a surprise. I didn't expect to get news of them here. They've contributed so much to the 3rd grade god territory, as long as they are safe. Could it be that Junior Brother Tianyun wants to find them? Yuhua Tian asked. Yes, after this is over, I will find them. Yi Tianyun said bluntly. Then I wish you good luck. 3 days god territory is very big. Maybe it is not there. Yuhua shook his head and said, However, seeing a human as strong as you is rare. Let me tell you one more thing. Heavenly Spring God territory is very impetuous now. Be careful. Thank you. As expected, Heaven Monarch Ziguan could do this. Both of them did not discriminate against other races, and they did not discriminate against the weak. Yi Tianyun immediately said goodbye to them and continued to run forward. He would not stay here and move forward with them step by step. Do you think Junior Brother Tianyun will reach the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road? Heaven Monarch Ziguan asked. If this can be maintained, there should be no problem. The premise is that it can be maintained. Heaven Monarch Yuhua said enviously, I don't even know how he cultivates. He is the weakest human, yet he can suppress everyone. I'm not sure about that. This proves that even the weakest race has the chance to turn things around, Heaven Monarch Ziguan said with a smile. That's right. We have to work hard as well, Senior Brother. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was a hint of determination in their eyes. They were also carrying some responsibility. Everyone had different responsibilities. Many looked glamorous on the outside, but they were all working hard inside. Most of the cultivators present have a lot of responsibilities, but each person is in a different situation. Yi Tianyun's responsibility is to protect the 3 realms. Everything is so simple, except that everything is false. Heavenly Venerable Road, Yi Tianyun looked at the mountain peak with burning eyes. He wanted to rush higher. He does not want to be in the hands of others. Become a patron, read up to chapter 28-7, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 111 Mine. Chapter 11 Mine. Yi Tianyun continued to rush forward crazily, basically 2 or 3 miles. This distance has been maintained and can be broken through quickly. In one breath, he directly rushed to more than 60 miles and reached the foot of the mountain. As long as he climbs to the top of the hill, he will reach the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road, and what he will get at that time is something to look forward to. But for many years, there have been less than 10 people who can reach the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road. To be precise, only 8 people can climb to the end. Knowing that only 8 people can climb to the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road, the reason is very simple. Above the cliff of the mountain peak, there are 8 names engraved which are very conspicuous. As long as one could pass the Heavenly Venerable Road, they would be able to leave their names on this cliff. This was a great honor. No one knew why there was a Heavenly Venerable Road here. They also didn't know how the heaven-stealing divine land was formed. They only needed to know one thing, and that was to climb the Heavenly Venerable Road. Then, they would have a chance to become Heavenly Venerates. The 8 names carved on the top did not all become Heavenly Venerates. However, there were indeed people who became Heavenly Venerates. The rest of the time was not enough. After all, climbing up did not mean immediately becoming a Heavenly Venerate. It was just an additional enlightenment. We finally reached the foot of the mountain. As long as we climb up this mountain, we will be able to comprehend the rules of Heavenly Venerate. Yi Tianyun shook his head and looked at it. The difficulty was not very high, but there was one surprising thing. The star power concentration here was quite high, providing him with a lot of experience. Unknowingly, he has gained a lot of experience. It's just that if he wants to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch, just relying on experience alone is not enough. He also needs to meet other conditions to be able to achieve it truly. Unless he directly breaks through to the Heaven Monarch, he only needs experience, and there is no need to meet other conditions specially. In theory, this is the first time he has encountered a bottleneck. This bottleneck needs to meet different conditions to be achieved. The situation where he can level up just by accumulating experience is temporarily impossible. Unless he chooses to break through to the Heaven Monarch, then he will be at the bottom. He wants to do his best. 9 refinements. Earth Monarch breaking through to the Heaven Monarch is already quite amazing for others. However, to him, becoming the #1 monarch in all of history was his goal. Fellow disciple, how did you do it? What kind of treasure did you rely on? At this time, a young man on the side looked at him with contempt, determined that Yi Tianyun did not rely on his ability but on external forces. Yi Tianyun frowned. This guy was obviously from Heavenly Spring God territory. Otherwise, he would not call him a fellow disciple. Yi Tianyun glanced at him. He was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he just walked forward without talking to him. Wait, do you know who I am? The cultivator stopped him in front of Yi Tianyun. Why do I need to know who you are? Yi Tianyun is very disgusted with this kind of person. He thinks that others can't do what he can't do. Hey, you are so arrogant. I am your senior brother. When I see your senior brother, I don't respect you and don't know etiquette. Heaven Monarch Gujian was very dissatisfied. Senior brother? There is a rule that when you see your senior brother, you must be respectful and greet him. Yi Tianyun sneered and wanted to go around him. Don't go, Heaven Monarch Gujian coldly said. What treasure did the elder give you? Otherwise, how can you break the illusion so easily? Take out that treasure and let me see it. I'm sorry, don't think that everyone uses some kind of treasure to support them instead of relying on their abilities, Yi Tianyun said coldly. What else do you humans have? Heaven Monarch Gujian suddenly smiled. If you don't rely on treasures, can you come here? What a joke. I wonder how you got in here. I think you have some great opportunity, right? Heaven Monarch Gujian. What's wrong? A Heaven Monarch walked over and asked. I'm teaching a junior brother etiquette, who knew that he would not know what was good for him and was quite arrogant. Heaven Monarch Gujian was extremely dissatisfied. Heaven Monarch Gujian? That's cheap. Yi Tianyun stepped forward and directly went around Heaven Monarch Gujian, not wanting to pay attention to him. You brat, if you have the ability, try to take another step. Heaven Monarch Gujian was about to explode from anger. He was a senior brother, but he couldn't even call him a junior brother. Yi Tianyun turned a deaf ear. He continued to walk forward, step by step, faster and farther. Fuck, stop him! Heaven Monarch Gujian rushed over, blocked Yi Tianyun, and angrily said, I told you to stop. How dare you disobey me? A good dog doesn't block the way, Yi Tianyun said coldly. How dare you call me a dog? Heaven Monarch Gujian was furious. Do you believe that I will throw you out and let you have a taste of your own medicine? Yi Tianyun looked at him coldly and sneered. If you have the ability, you can try. Even if he were an elder, he wouldn't show any respect, let alone a mere senior brother. He can do whatever he wants. It has nothing to do with him. You are courting death. Heaven Monarch Gujian roared, and without hesitation he sent out a palm strike, the strength of the 6th layer. Heaven Monarch was more than half used. The fierce palm wind was not trying to hit Yi Tianyun, but directly sent him flying. Get lost. Yi Tianyun used Heaven Flying Divine Secret Art, and his figure kicked over faster, hitting the face of Heaven Monarch Gujian and kicking him out of Heavenly Venerable Road. Heaven Monarch Gujian rolled dozens of times in front of everyone and finally stopped. His mouth was swollen and he was vomiting blood. Yi Tianyun showed mercy. If he wanted to kill someone, his head would have been broken by his kick, and if he were in Heavenly Spring God territory, he would leave his life to his fellow disciples. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. This fellow disciple killing each other was exciting. It was good that people were not in the illusion, otherwise they will be willing to come back. If he hadn't been interrupted in the illusion realm, he wouldn't have come back, but now that he was sent flying, he wondered if the other side would be able to swallow this anger. You kicked Heaven Monarch Gujian out. If you tell the elders, you will be severely punished. The fellow disciple next to him scolded him. What a joke. If I don't fight back, I will be sent flying. Am I not losing anything? Yi Tianyun coldly retorted. What a fool. Don't think that you can get the support of the elder just because you have the treasure given by the elder. I won't fight with you today. After I go out, I will help Heaven Monarch Gujian to get justice. The Heaven Monarch did not fight with Yi Tianyun and flew to find Heaven Monarch Gujian. What an idiot. Not long after senior brother Yu Hua said that I immediately met this idiot fellow disciple. It's impetuous. Yi Tianyun was suddenly in a bad mood, making him feel very disgusted. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1296, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could my chapter 111. Chapter 111 Yi Tianyun's action in the eyes of Heaven Monarch Ziguan and the others has just begun, but they have already kicked their fellow disciples out. This hot temper made them all gasp. Junior brother Tianyun, isn't it a bit too ruthless? Heaven Monarch Ziguan was slightly worried, but the situation was still relatively serious. It is forbidden to fight here, but between fellow disciples, although there is no rule, it will be very troublesome to be known by the elders. It is a good opportunity not to cherish it and to play fighting here. How can the elders not be angry? Hee. After saying, these guys are arrogant, they are immediately taught a lesson. Isn't this a good thing? Every one of them is arrogant and conceited. If they think that they can't do anything, they think that others can't do it too. Yu Hua suddenly smiled, thinking that Yi Tianyun did a good job. You are right, but those elders won't blame him, right? Heaven Monarch Zigu shook his head, thinking it was still too reckless. Blame him? Then let's see how far junior brother Tianyun has reached. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua laughed. Rules are dead. Whoever has the biggest fist is the true truth. If junior brother Tianyun is getting closer to the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road, do you think those elders will blame him? Moreover, the cause is all because those guys are too stupid. What treasures do they want to see? I don't believe the Heavenly Venerable Road has any treasures that can suppress that illusion. Even if they do, why not give them to them but to junior brother Tianyun? Just thinking about it makes me understand. They are a bunch of self-righteous idiots. When Heaven Monarch Yu Hua spoke, he was extremely vicious. Fortunately, none of them could hear him. Otherwise, they would come looking for trouble with him. All right, just say these words in your heart. It will be bad for us if those people know about it. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head. He felt that it was better not to say these words directly. It was not good to affect himself like this. Forget it, I can't be bothered to say anything more. Let's continue forward. I hope junior brother Tianyun will charge forward and ruthlessly defeat those high and mighty geniuses. They think they have a good background and bloodline, and they think they are invincible? Heaven Monarch Yu Hua sneered, thinking that everything was so ridiculous. Heaven Monarch Ziguan patted his shoulder, indicating that he should calm down. He looked at Heaven Monarch Gujian, and his eyes were also full of indifference. For some people, there is no need to be too sympathetic, and there is no need to be good friends. After kicking off Heaven Monarch Gujian, Yi Tianyun continued to climb up. His speed remained the same as before, but for caution, he shortened from 2 to 3 lili to about 1 lili. It undoubtedly takes a little more time to climb to a higher level, but this is more reliable. Everything has to be done safely and not too recklessly. Sure enough, every mile of road will stop and fall into a relatively difficult illusion. From the time originally not needed for a quarter of an hour to several hours, even to almost a day later, this time keeps pushing forward. This seems to be a lot slower, but it is much faster than others. People have not climbed to the bottom of the mountain peak, and they need a few days to go forward. Yi Tianyun reached the side of the mountain peak, which takes much less time and really can't be compared. The cultivators on the upper side are scattered, no more than a dozen at most, much less than below. Many people can climb up to the top but are not here. For example, Heaven Monarch Lu Yun is not here. When they saw Yi Tianyun catch up, they saw that it was a human again. They suspected he had some special treasure. Otherwise, how could he break the illusion so quickly? Many people have this idea. If it were any warmer race, no one would doubt him, mainly because he is a human, so he is suspected. Yi Tianyun never cares what they think. He cares for himself. When he rushed more than 70 miles, another cold voice came. What do you mean by that? Yi Tianyun looked up. The one who questioned him is an 8th-layer Heaven Monarch expert. He looks handsome and extraordinary. He is also a genius of Heavenly Spring God territory. He seems to have just come out of the illusion realm not long ago, but what happened before, he did not go down to help, he just looked on. Nothing much, just a normal counterattack. Yi Tianyun looked at him and said indifferently, What's the problem? No problem, you can go back now. Heaven Monarch Zongyun waved his hand and said coldly. Why? Yi Tianyun's face was calm, but he did not show any anger, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Because I am your senior brother. Heaven Monarch Zongyun said coldly, in Heavenly Spring God territory, as a senior brother, you have the right to order junior brother. Anyone who disobeys will be sentenced to death. Yi Tianyun laughed on the spot. He looked at Heaven Monarch Zongyun and sneered. It has something to do with that Heaven Monarch Guyun. You are taking revenge for him, right? And as a senior brother, you have the right to order a junior brother. What a joke. I am not your subordinate, and I am not your person. With the name of a senior brother, you can bully people at will? Honestly, this is the most boring thing I have ever seen. If I am qualified to go to the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road, who do you think the Elder Council will punish? Yi Tianyun almost wanted to hit someone. This is the so-called power. If he is in danger, he can just give this order. But now it is a problem of the future. If he lets someone leave like this, doesn't it mean he has lost his future? Do you think you are qualified to go up? Heaven Monarch Zongyun said sarcastically. You climbed up here because you found a treasure from somewhere. If you want to go up, do you think you can go up if you don't have the ability? My good senior brother, I suspect that Qi has kicked all the heads. All of you think that I came up with a treasure? Which eye did you see that? Even I don't know. Yi Tianyun was not angry but smiled. Even if it is a treasure that I got with my ability. If there is this treasure, I will throw it out for you to pick up. I dare to say that you are like a dog and will immediately rush to pick it up. What do you mean by using your ability? It is just a bunch of bullshit. You think that you can't complete it yourself, and you think that others rely on external forces. You are a bunch of stupid people. If you look down on us humans, just say it directly, and don't talk nonsense in front of me. Time is very valuable here, understand? Yi Tianyun directly spat out many words, like a barrage of bullets, making the face of Heaven Monarch Zongyun livid. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this. Yi Tianyun is the first. Become a patron, read up to chapters 1302, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could chapter 112. Chapter 112, Heaven Monarch Zongyun was suddenly angry. He looked at Yi Tianyun and said angrily, very good. What a glib tongue. I don't like you. What's wrong with that? Who has the biggest fist is the truth. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I don't know why I am a senior brother and you are a junior brother. He angrily walked down from the top, wanting to fight with Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed and he clenched his fist, ready for the strongest explosive power. Even if he is such a strong Heaven Monarch, he is still confident he can beat him with one punch. Especially when the other party was careless, it was extremely easy for them to kill him instantly. Who would have thought an Earth Monarch would have the strength to stand above most Heaven Monarchs? Under the carelessness of the negligence, everything was over. Oh no, that Heaven Monarch Zongyun has been enraged. When Heaven Monarch Ziguan saw this, his face sank. Yi Tianyun is so far away from Heaven Monarch Zongyun. If they fight, Yi Tianyun will be in danger. It is not wise to fight here. The other cultivators of the god territory were gloating. They did not expect that there would be internal strife here. It was fine to fight outside. At least it would not consume the jade pendant. In this place, time is money. Every second is equivalent to cash. They did not cultivate well. Instead, they were ready to fight. It was really funny. They were happy to see this situation. Anyway, they did not lose themselves. They could watch the program and cultivate. They were happy. These idiots will die if they don't play high. Heaven Monarch Yuhua shook his head and said to the other side, Senior Brother Zongyun, please calm down. It is not a good thing to cause trouble here. We will make plans after we get out. How about it? They could not fly over. They could only shout from below. Heaven Monarch Yuhua wanted to persuade them. After they got out, he would find the elders to settle it. This was nothing more than a delaying tactic. It was not to let Heaven Monarch Zongyun choose a good place to take revenge. If they went out, how could the elders fight them? I want to solve it here. How about it? Heaven Monarch Zongyun looked at them coldly, ignoring Heaven Monarch Yuhua's persuasion. He turned his head and looked at Yi Tianyun coldly, provoking his dignity. He doesn't care what the situation is now. Even if enemies surround him, he has to deal with Yi Tianyun first. He has to protect his dignity, lest someone like Yi Tianyun will choose to resist him in the future. Just as Heaven Monarch Zongyun was about to make a move, a figure flew past him and said lightly, Oh, bullying the younger generation here. Is this style of you, Heaven Monarch Zongyun? Before, you even shouted at me that you wanted to fight with me, but now it seems that you are despicable. A snow-white figure floated down from the sky, and the beautiful figure that fell made Yi Tianyun stare. The person before him now was not a stranger. It was the previous god, Monarch Yuqin. After not seeing her briefly, she has already broken through to 9 refinements Earth Monarch. It seems that she is preparing to break through to Heaven Monarch, but in her previous life it was God Monarch Yuqin, and the data of the investigating eye has been refreshed. He hadn't expected that God Monarch Yuqin would appear here. This caused him to feel extremely shocked. He had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to see her. Who would have thought that she would appear before him in the blink of an eye? It was truly shocking. Heaven, Monarch Lu Yun, you've come. Heavenly Monarch Zongyun's gaze focused as he turned his gaze towards God Monarch Yuqin. His eyes were filled with a burning gaze. Heaven Monarch Lu Yun? Yi Tianyun almost swallowed his tongue. Is this person Heaven Monarch Lu Yun? But she has not broken through to Heaven Monarch, so how can she be called Heaven Monarch? However, if you feel it carefully, just by sensing it, it is similar to Heaven Monarch's aura. If her cultivation is improved, her soul will awaken more and more, and then the aura she reveals will naturally be similar to Heaven Monarch. It is not a problem to be misunderstood, as Heaven Monarch, Yi Tianyun's investigating eye, can see everything and naturally cannot hide it from him. It is just that she has another identity. It seems that she has joined another god territory and can successfully come here. It seems that it is not the first time she has gone here. Otherwise, she will not be able to fly up immediately. Heaven Monarch slowly landed 80 miles away. She was even taller than Heaven Monarch Zongyun. She was the Heaven Monarch Lu Yun, rumored to have the highest chance of reaching the top. Now that she had returned, she had attracted the attention of many people. Is Heaven Monarch Lu Yun trying to reach the top this time? It's possible. This time, she might be able to reach the top. Even if he can't reach the top, getting close to the top would be amazing. If she can reach the top, that would be the 9th name. I would also like to carve a name on it. All of them shook their heads, feeling extremely envious. It would be great if they also possessed this ability. Heaven Monarch Lu Yun, become my woman. Heaven Monarch Zongyun looked at her and said in a deep voice at this moment. It was like a thunderclap that exploded from the ground, causing everyone to cry in alarm. They never expected Heaven Monarch Zongyun to say such words at this moment. However, no one was jealous of Heaven Monarch Lu Yun. He can't be jealous of women. One day, he can also become the woman of another Heaven Monarch, or his own woman. Therefore, he doesn't need to be jealous. He just needs to conquer them. This is overbearing because Heaven Monarch Zongyun wants to conquer her in front of so many people. Yi Tianyun looked at Heaven Monarch Yuchen, wanting to see something from her expression, but he could only see calm, not interested in this. Become your woman? Heaven Monarch Yuchen glanced at Yi Tianyun and said lightly, if you want to be my man, beat him first. She pointed at Yi Tianyun, and in an instant everyone's eyes gathered on him, making him the focus of everyone. Yi Tianyun was suddenly stunned. It seemed that Heaven Monarch Yuchen wanted to use him as a shield so that he could stop these idiots. Defeat him? Heaven Monarch Zongyun sneered. This guy still needs to win. Yes, I don't need to win. You have already won. Yi Tianyun looked at Heaven Monarch Yuchen and said, he has already won me. According to the rules, he can become your man, right? Yi Tianyun's answer stunned them. How could they admit defeat in the blink of an eye? Heaven Monarch Zongyun was stunned and laughed. What a good junior brother. You are very flexible. I am starting to appreciate you a little. Heaven Monarch Yuchen clenched her fist. Her heart was about to explode. She did not expect Yi Tianyun to play according to the routine. She admitted defeat without any dignity. Yi Tianyun shrugged. He just did not want to be a shield. Become a patron, read up to chapter 3002, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could, ma. Chapter 1113, chapter 113. Don't you have any intention of defending your dignity? God Monarch Yuchen clenched her teeth and looked at Yi Tianyun. She was a little disappointed that Yi Tianyun didn't succeed. This was a man who had won against her. She was very unhappy that he admitted defeat. No, I just don't want to be a shield. Yi Tianyun shrugged and said, this is not a shield, I just want them to make a comparison. Even you can't win, and you want to become Dao companions with me? God, Monarch Yuchen shook her head. Even if the other party won Yi Tianyun, she would not be a companion with the other party. How can her ambition be compared with the cultivators here? She just wanted to give them a standard, not even reaching this standard, and want to marry her. That is a fool's dream. If it is really like this, you will not be able to marry in this life. Yi Tianyun shrugged and said, no one can beat me, including you. After saying that, he grinned, and his tone was full of infinite dominance. After listening, everyone suddenly became angry and began to spit at Yi Tianyun. He just has a little ability, but he is so arrogant. Yi Tianyun's words undoubtedly indicate that he is not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash. If he is the standard, God Monarch Yuchen will be single for the rest of her life. How can his arrogant words not anger everyone? Heaven Monarch Zongyun had originally changed his opinion of him, but now he suddenly became angry. He is arrogant. I know this is Earth Monarch Yi Tianyun. God Monarch Yuchen was not angry. She covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling very happy. She likes this kind of thing. Yi Tianyun's previous behavior made her very unhappy. Everyone looked at their conversation and immediately knew they must know each other. Otherwise, they would not have had such a close conversation and would not have directly set this standard. Seeing the two of them looking at each other, Heaven Monarch Zongyun said angrily, as long as you win him? No problem. Come to the duel now. Heaven Monarch Zongyun rushed before Yi Tianyun, looked at him coldly, and said, let's fight over there. Heaven Monarch Zongyun seemed crazy. He wanted to fight with Yi Tianyun and beat him up to win the heart of beauty. More than that, he still felt humiliated. He didn't expect the woman he liked to have such a good relationship with his junior brother. Wait, do you think I'm discussing this duel? God Monarch Yuchen looked at him and sneered. I'm talking about the Heavenly Venerable Road, not martial arts. Before I leave, let's see which of you scores more. I can stay here for 2 months. The final result will depend on which of you can defeat him. God Monarch Yuchen wasn't referring to any martial arts competition. The difference in cultivation level was so great that there was no meaning. Moreover, this was the Heavenly Venerable Road. If they wanted to compete, they would have to go further. So it's to compete with the Heavenly Venerable Road. This is even simpler. Heaven Monarch Zongyun withdrew his gaze and turned his gaze to the front once more. It was better to use this to decide the victor. In any case, he would also climb up and see who could go further. I'm not interested. However, this Heavenly Venerable Road is something that I want to climb up. You guys can do whatever you want. Don't drag me down. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to care about them. Are you planning to retreat? Heaven Monarch Zongyun stared at him with burning eyes. Retreat? Yi Tianyun sneered. I have never retreated. I just want to say you can do whatever you want. If you can surpass me, then come. After saying that Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to him, he raised his foot and walked forward, bypassing Heaven Monarch Zongyun. Boy, I want to see how long the treasure in your hand can last you. Even if he died, he still thought that Yi Tianyun came up with treasures, not relying on his strength. This annoyed Yi Tianyun. This guy is an idiot. No matter how many times he said it, it would be useless. Immediately, Yi Tianyun climbed up and sent a message. How can you come out of here and even change your identity and join other gods' territory? You know how to find resources to cultivate. Don't tell me I don't know? God Monarch Yuchen sent a voice transmission. The Heavenly Venerable Road is a good place. In my previous life, I almost reached the peak. Now, I've fought again. If I can reach the peak, my chances of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable Road will greatly increase. Is the Heavenly Venerable Road that amazing? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. That's for sure. Don't think that only the 5 great gods control this place. There is often 3rd grade god territory coming to ask for a place. 2nd grade god territory can't stop it, so we can only obediently give it to them. Yukin God Monarch said indifferently. According to legend, this heaven-stealing divine land is a treasure lost by an invincible supreme expert. 3rd grade god territory regions have always been eyeing it, but they can't take it away, so they can only send people over. You can't even take away a 3rd grade god territory? Yi Tianyun was shocked. It seems that this heaven-stealing divine land is not simple. A 3rd grade god territory is not invincible unless a stronger existence is coming. However, stronger existences probably don't like this heaven-stealing divine land. They have even more amazing treasures. Yuchen God Monarch laughed at himself, feeling that everything was so small. Yi Tianyun nodded. There are mountains beyond the mountains. To them, this is a treasure ground. For some peerless, powerful figures, this is only trash. To climb to the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Road, Yi Tianyun felt a bit motivated. He wanted to see what the truth was. Following him, he continued to rush forward, chasing straight to the limit where Heaven Monarch Zongyun was. Heaven Monarch Zongyun also sped up, but he did not dare to rush too far. He would stop to break the illusion whenever he walked a few hundred meters. Yi Tianyun is very rough. Every time he sprints a mile, he is much faster than Heaven Monarch Zongyun. Similarly, God Monarch Yuchen is also not slow. Just like Yi Tianyun, she rushes up a mile. She almost reached the finish line in her previous life, and now, with the sole support of her last life, naturally, her speed will not be slower than Yi Tianyun or even faster. Looking at this chase, the people on the back can only be left far behind, unable to catch up. Only the geniuses in front can participate in this chase. However, some cultivators are not interested, they just take it slowly. Some of them participated in this chase. They did not confess to Heaven Monarch Zongyun, but they wanted to win against Yi Tianyun and then chose to confess. This is undoubtedly the best choice and is more low-key and reliable. Yi Tianyun did not pay attention to them using himself as the standard. He kept rushing forward, falling into the illusion repeatedly, feeling that he had spent one world after another, becoming a different existence, comprehending 100 states of life. If you want to break through to Heavenly Venerable, you must comprehend the 100 states of life. When Yi Tianyun woke up from the illusion, he felt everything was not so simple. Become a patron, read up to chapter 3002, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could feature 114. Chapter 114. When Yi Tianyun walked the Heavenly Venerable Road, he did not simply break it, but carefully comprehended its emotions. Since he will take this test, he must have his reasons. Otherwise, how can he come here now? The road to becoming a Heavenly Venerable is very difficult. If you want to succeed, the price you have to pay is extremely high. There are many ways to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Road. If you want to choose that kind of breakthrough, it depends on the individual. Yi Tianyun believes that the Heavenly Venerable here must be one who engraved his breakthrough method here so that the later generations can carefully comprehend it. This Heavenly Venerable is an extremely kind existence, but the real meaning is unclear. I guess I will know what the Heavenly Venerable is thinking after I finish climbing the Heavenly Venerable Road. Yi Tianyun smiled and continued to climb forward. His speed remained the same. He gradually began to catch up with others and was about to catch up with Heaven Monarch Zongyun. Heaven Monarch Zongyun was very anxious in his heart. If this continued, he would be caught by Yi Tianyun. At that time, he would be extremely humiliated. Before, he shouted at Yi Tianyun to get rid of him easily. Who knew that now he was getting closer and closer? He was about to be caught up. This kid is so strange. What kind of treasure does he have? How can he break it so quickly? Is he relying on his ability to get up here? It is impossible. Human beings cannot be so powerful. Human beings have always been at a low level, and their talent is very low. How can they rely on themselves to get up here? Heaven Monarch Zongyun never believed that Yi Tianyun could have this ability. The human race has always been at such a low level. How can they turn over? Salted fish can't turn over. It will only worsen. In addition to his disbelief, Yi Tianyun has gradually approached him. From the originally not short distance, he quickly closed in. Ultimately, the distance between the two is less than 100 meters. Heaven Monarch Zongyun is completely panicked. It has only been a short time. Yi Tianyun has already caught up. This speed is amazing. You, what kind of treasure are you using? It is cheating, Heaven Lord Zongyun shouted. Cheat? Yi Tianyun's tone was extremely disdainful. Only this guy could think of this. That's right, you cheated. Otherwise, how could you be so fast? You cheated. Heaven Monarch Zongyun could only retort like this to cover up his shortcomings. What a joke. Even if you use a treasure, it is still his ability. If you have a treasure, it is also your ability. You think that you have lost, so you start to find excuses. I despise this kind of man the most. I can't afford to lose. The key is that it is not the end yet. It is boring to admit defeat now. God Monarch Yu Qin shook her head in front. She felt that Heaven Monarch Zongyun was really funny. The way she looked at him was becoming more and more disdainful. Even if she had a little good impression of him before, it would disappear completely. Let alone now, he had no good feelings in the first place. Now, he was even more disgusted. There is a saying about cheating nowadays. As long as it is something on me, no matter how I use it, it is not considered cheating. There is no need for trickery in war. Why is there fairness? He would immediately use it without saying a word if there was such a treasure for him. It was simply disgusting. Heaven Monarch Zongyun's face turned green and white. He had not expected to be mocked by the woman he was chasing, making him feel like he had eaten a fly. I don't even know who will be the winner. Heaven Monarch Zongyun clenched his teeth and began to rush forward crazily. It was much farther than before. Yi Tianyun looked behind him and shook his head. This idiot is courting death. They are charging within their own estimated range, not acting rashly. Heaven Monarch Zongyun is acting rashly, completely angered by God Monarch Yu Qin. You don't have to speak for me, Yi Tianyun said to God Monarch Yu Qin. I didn't speak up for you, I just feel that he is very disgusting. He has already cultivated the Heaven Monarch and still said such childish words. Even I can't stand it. God Monarch Yu Qin is telling the truth. She is very unhappy with Heaven Monarch Zongyun. There is no other reason. Okay. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulders. This Heaven Monarch, Zongyun, is not qualified to be his opponent. The only one who can be his opponent is God Monarch Yu Qin. Of course, there is no opponent here. It depends on his own ability, there is no quota limit, and there is no saying of first place. Yi Tianyun continued to rush forward. Although the other cultivators did not speak, they still silently rushed forward, but their speed was not as fast as Yi Tianyun's. Not only did they not catch up with Yi Tianyun, but he left them behind teasingly. I can't see through you more and more. You seem to be not a reincarnation. How can you break the illusion so quickly? God Monarch Yu Qin felt that this was the most confusing thing. After all, she has a soul from her previous life. What does Yi Tianyun have? A soul from her last life? She can't feel it. As for what treasure it is, she also can't see it. I don't know. I can break this illusion at will. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulders, and his walking speed began to slow down. He began to feel that the illusion here was difficult and had to slow down. Break it at will? God Monarch Yu Qin rolled her eyes at him, knowing that Yi Tianyun would not tell the truth. Of course, Yi Tianyun did not tell the truth. He can break through so quickly. Naturally, he has all kinds of titles, abilities, and experiences, and combined, he can break through so quickly. As for the treasure, he doesn't have it, completely relying on his strength to rush up. Soon after, they didn't talk much. Yi Tianyun continued to climb up. There was not much time left. The more he got to the back, the more time he needed. Compared to God Monarch Yu Qin, he needed more time. The gap between the two of them gradually began to show. God Monarch Yu Qin lived for many more years than Yi Tianyun. He had lived for many years, and he had also passed this place once. He almost reached the peak. He would be safer than Yi Tianyun and even faster than him. Yi Tianyun didn't compete with her. Anyway, he didn't intend to compete with her anyway. It was not the Battle of God territory. So what if it was faster than him? Anyway, he would not get any reward. He followed the two of them, leaving the others far behind. The third one was several miles away from them. They were not on the same level at all. As time went on, they would only get farther and farther. At the back, Heaven Monarch Ziguan and the others looked at the two of them in a daze. Junior brother Tianyun is amazing. Compared to that Heaven Monarch Lu Yun, he is completely unyielding. I think the most interesting one is still Heaven Monarch Zongyun. Looks like he is stuck there. If the Jade Pendant is used up, who will save him? I think that Junior brother Tianyun will not make a move. Heaven Monarch Yu Hua laughed. He felt that Heaven Monarch Zongyun deserved it. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1302, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could Chapter 1115. Chapter 115. No one knows whether Heaven Monarch Zongyun can wake up quickly from the illusion realm. If he exceeds the time limit, he will be finished. Yi Tianyun is too lazy to save him. As for whether other people will help or not, that is unknown. Heaven Monarch Ziguan and others can't help. Even if they want to help, they have to get close to help. They are so far away that it is impossible to save them. Yi Tianyun is too lazy to care about these things, but he keeps walking forward and the distance is gradually shortened. Looking up, 3 miles are ahead, and he can successfully climb to Heavenly Venerable Road. This is not too difficult for him. Jade Zither, Divine Lord, is also the same. The distance between them is less than a few hundred meters. In front of me is the place where I am stuck. The test is too difficult and completely different from the previous one. Of course, everyone's situation is different. I hope you can pass this hurdle. God Monarch Yuchen stepped into a special area, surrounded by a special light. At this time, Yi Tianyun was surprised that the area she entered was safe. The jade pendant on her body was no longer consumed, as if she was entering a safe place. There is such a situation. Yi Tianyun thought momentarily, then rushed up with 2 or 3 steps. He thought he could get past the place where God Monarch Yuchen was. When he was side by side, his whole consciousness was instantly swept in without any resistance. He was swept in. It was completely different from before. If he forced himself to hold on, he could walk a distance more. Now, it was completely impossible. It was as if he was stuck at this point. When he stepped on it, he was immediately swept into the illusion. When the people below saw it, they were very shocked. They did not expect that when they went up, they would not consume the jade pendant, which meant that they could stay on it all the time without worrying about the consumption of the jade pendant. This made them envious. As long as they did not consume the jade pendant, they could stay on it to cultivate. Even if they were stuck, it did not matter. As long as they could stay here, their bodies would absorb star power and slowly become stronger. However, the key point is that they are so close to the finish line. For them, every step is so difficult. How can it be so easy for them? They have reached the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road. They can get it after walking for a few more miles. Walking to the finish line, this is something left behind by the Heavenly Venerable. It makes people envious. They all imagine why Yi Tianyun climbed there by himself. They don't know how much energy it takes to climb there. After experiencing too many illusions, it seems that they will be broken soon, but he has been in illusions for thousands of years. It can be said that it is 1,000 years. At the same time, Yi Tianyun felt that he entered a strange space. What kind of space is this? Yi Tianyun looked around and found himself in a withered forest. The plants around him have withered, and many spirit medicines have withered. This made Yi Tianyun feel a bit painful. These spirit medicines are relatively precious. Although it is just an illusion, why does it look so real? He felt like he had entered the real space, not like before, becoming a farmer or a little soldier to participate in some things. He is sucked into a strange space. The difference is that the soul comes in, not the body comes in with it. Is this independent space of heaven-stealing divine land? Yi Tianyun guessed this was not an ordinary illusion. It was very different from the previous one and a completely different test. After Yi Tianyun walked for a while, he wanted to fly up and observe the surrounding situation. However, he found that he could not fly at all. He was completely blocked from flying, which made him a little surprised. He immediately understood that it was normal to have this kind of phenomenon. After all, this was another space, and restrictions were normal. However, this way he could not completely see this area. Just as he was about to leave this place, he suddenly heard a deep voice. It has been a long time since a suitable person came here. I don't know how many years. The voice was very low and hoarse, like a 100-year-old man speaking. Just as he was wondering, the withered plant in front of him instantly recovered its life and returned to its original appearance. Only a small part of the area was restored, just a road leading to the front. It seemed to guide him forward. Yi Tianyun did not doubt him. Even if he were careful, it would be useless. This space belonged to this person. According to this situation, as long as the other party does not let him go, it will be difficult to leave here. Since it is difficult to escape, it is better to see what is happening. He walked along this recovery road. When he just stepped on the grass, Yi Tianyun immediately felt a comfortable life force surging up, making him feel comfortable. Compared to just now, it is heaven. This made him feel that this was the real space, just that his soul was moved in. As he went deeper, more and more spirit medicines appeared before him. His life force also became more and more concentrated. It was no longer that strange energy. Finally, after walking for a while, he saw an old man sitting at the table before him, pouring tea and drinking by himself. The tables and chairs he sat on were all grown from tree vines. They just happened to become tables and chairs. After Yi Tianyun walked in, the old man turned his head and looked at him. I didn't expect that the person this time was so young. The old man looked at him, and Yi Tianyun also looked at the old man. Instead of saying that the old man in front of him was an old man, it was better to say that he had white hair and a youthful face. In addition to his white hair, his face was no different from that of a young man. It surprised him. What surprised him was not the appearance, but the strange energy emitted by this person, forming a weird aura around him. Tool spirit? Yi Tianyun looked at him up and down. The old man in front of him didn't feel like a person, but a ball of energy. Among the top treasures, there must be a tool spirit, a soul born from a treasure. To obtain this treasure, you must tame this tool spirit. If you don't have enough strength to subdue it forcefully, you will instead suffer a backlash. This was the same as the tool spirit in the three realms. His current rebirth level weapon did not have a tool spirit. The tool spirit was nurtured. It could not be casually produced when the grade was high. It was too common. A truly powerful treasure had a tool spirit. Without a doubt, this was the inner space of a treasure. Become a patron, read up to chapter 3002, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could try C. Chapter 1116. Chapter 11:6. This is the space of a treasure. Yi Tianyun immediately gave a judgment, and the investigating eye also gave an accurate judgment, showing the old man's information in front of him. Hua Shu, able to revive all withered spirit medicines by force, simultaneously able to enhance the effect of spirit medicines by force, greatly enhanced. The real name of the old man before him is Hua Shu, turning rotten into magic. This ability is strong and can revive withered spirit medicines and the like. This ability is impossible. Only these treasures can achieve such a magical effect, especially to strengthen the impact of spirit medicines. This makes his eyes light up. The old man smiled faintly. You guessed right, I am the tool spirit of this space. You can call me Hua Shu. Compared to others, you know more. Hua Shu, this name is quite straightforward. Yi Tianyun looked at him and asked, Then what do you mean now? I was moved down from the heavenly venerable road, and now you want to test me? It seems this is not like an illusion. It is not the same as before. Yes, it is to test you. This is indeed not an illusion, but a real internal space. It is my internal space of me, a test specially set up by the master. You can come down to test as long as the conditions are met. You have met the conditions both in terms of physique and talent. Therefore, you can be my master. Especially in physique, you seem to have a strong vitality, which is very compatible with my attributes. After listening to this explanation, Yi Tianyun suddenly froze, subconsciously looking at the jade pendant on his body. Are you saying that not everyone will come down to experience the test you gave them? Yi Tianyun asked. That is for sure. Different cultivators have different tests. You are full of vitality, which fits the test this time, the old man explained. Yi Tianyun is silent. He has a long life set on his body that he has not taken off. When he is on heavenly venerable road, he can change it to a long life set to strengthen his soul. It seems that he can only heal his injuries, but he can also heal his soul, so he must be able to break through the illusion. Who knew that after changing it, it would become this kind of test, making him look strange? I wonder what kind of test it would be if he wore the ancient set. Yi Tianyun did not show any fluctuation on his face, but he said indifferently, Compared to this, I want to know, what ability can you give me? Hua Shu did not speak, but gently waved his hand, and a withered spirit medicine floated into his hand. Yi Tianyun judged from this withered spirit medicine that it should be a third-grade spirit medicine. This is another third grade of spirit medicine of God territory, not a mortal realm level of spirit medicine. Then Hua Shu's hand emitted a green light, and a surge of vitality rushed out, pouring into this withered spirit medicine. In the blink of an eye, this withered spirit medicine had returned to its original state. The recovered third-grade spirit medicine, not only did the spirit power not weaken, it became slightly stronger. This old man's ability is the ability of decay. It can restore any withered spirit medicine to its original state. It can improve quality if it is a normal spirit medicine. The rotten eyes turned into green light. It looked strange, but the wood spirit power coming out of its body was amazing. Yi Tianyun's eyes burst out a bright light. Although the investigating eye had already told him, he was still very shocked. After all, this was the first time he saw it. He will be shocked. To restore the withered spirit medicine, this is a heaven-defying existence. In reality, even if the ability to attribute wood is strong, restoring the withered spirit medicine to its original state is difficult. Some special spirit medicine has begun to wither since the picking. Even if put into a jade box, it can't reduce the withering speed. Therefore, it is necessary to make it immediately. There must be no delay. Otherwise, if the effect is greatly reduced after some time, the impact of eating it will be too low. This ability is powerful, and the key is to improve the quality, which is also attractive. This ability is good, but it is not simple to get this ability, right? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. There is no free lunch in the world. If it is suitable to come casually, it is too much to look down on these tool spirits. Which of these tool spirits, which one of them is not old and crafty? They already have intelligence. How can they give it away for free? Especially the test given by Heavenly Venerable, the difficulty must be high and not low. You should know that God Monarch Yuqin is stuck here, which proves how difficult it is. Although the test she experienced differs from his, the difficulty is not too different. Hua Shu took back the energy and, at the same time, threw the spirit medicine in his hand to the side, then sat down, took a sip of tea, and motioned Yi Tianyun to sit down. Yi Tianyun was not in a hurry. He sat down with him. The teacup next to him seemed to be prepared for him. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he sipped it. It tasted sweet and fragrant. It is a rare good tea. Tea is good, but I don't know if this process will be like this cup of tea, first bitter and then sweet. Yi Tianyun shook the teacup, looked at the rotten, and said, Hua Shu squinted and said, This depends on your ability. If your ability is not enough, it will always be bitter. Immediately, Huashu stood up, moved a few steps in the same place, and said, "Over the years, there have been many people who are suitable for me, but only a few can really have me. It has been too long since the last one. If you want to have me, you must have enough strength to control it truly. If you can't get approval, don't even talk about becoming my master." Huashu turned around and looked at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, "I don't know what question you are asking, but what about the previous ones? Can you tell me how they are doing?" Huashu looked at Yi Tianyun and said with a smile, "The number of suitable people who can become this master of this rotten space can be counted on one hand, but the number of suitable people who come in is not small. There are only two choices for suitable people to come in. The first choice is to become the master of this rotten space. The second choice is to be eliminated." Huashu's voice did not have any coldness or any hostility. It sounded very flat. "Eliminated?" Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. "Yes, eliminated. There is only one chance for this test. Next time you come here, it is impossible to try here again, so you can only change to another space test." The old man smiled. "This means that there is only one chance. Become a patron, read up to chapter 3002, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could see chapter 1117, chapter 1117. So, your master has already passed away? Yi Tianyun asked. If not for the master's death, why would he leave these treasures here? Each of them is so valuable, especially the heaven-stealing divine land. They are extremely powerful treasures. Even third-grade god territory wants them. We don't know whether our master has passed away or not. Our goal is to become a servant of the person who passed the test. It's that simple," the old man said in a deep voice. "The tool spirit will obey all the orders of the previous master. They don't need to pay attention to why it is doing this. They just need to know what to do next." Yi Tianyun frowned and thought, "This heavenly venerable's way of doing things is strange. He can't understand it. This is equivalent to giving a treasure. It will not provide it for free, right?" "Is your master choosing the inheritor?" Yi Tianyun asked. "Sorry, I have no comment on this." The old man shut his mouth and said, "If you want to know, you must pass my test. If you can't pass, you can choose to leave. Then you don't have to talk nonsense, just answer the question directly." Yi Tianyun didn't ask more since the other party would not answer, so there was no need to continue asking. Although he doesn't know what the mysterious heavenly venerable is thinking, there must be a meaning since he gave it out. In his opinion, he will likely choose a successor or help do something, otherwise it is impossible to give things for free. Unless it is an extremely generous existence. The problem is that he has never seen such a generous existence. At least, he has to recruit people to inherit his legacy, so it is credible. Huashu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "This question is not very difficult. You just need to make dishes that I like to eat." "Wait." Yi Tianyun raised his hand to signal him not to continue, but asked doubtfully, "You mean the test is cooking?" "Yes, what is the problem? Although you are in a soul state, you can still mobilize the things here, so you only need to make one dish, which is a test." "Huashu," the old man said. "What the hell? I mean, why do I test for cooking? Not a fight, or something else? But you tell me to cook?" Yi Tianyun felt like his head was about to explode. He's been cultivating for a long time. He doesn't need to eat anything to absorb the essence of the world. Now he had to cook. Letting him fight or carve a few hundred divine imprints is better. He knows a little about this. It is really bad to tell him to cook. "Yes, my test is to cook. If you don't understand, you can leave now." Huashu reached out his hand to signal Yi Tianyun to leave. "Did you think of this dish yourself, or did your master say it?" Yi Tianyun asked. "I thought about it myself. What's the problem?" "The dish was made by my master before, and I just want to eat it once. The dishes that my master made before." He stood up, and his face showed some nostalgia. "I want to eat that dish again. I don't know how long it has been since I last ate it." Yi Tianyun looked at him and said helplessly, "Well, what kind of spirit medicine is that dish made of?" As a tool spirit, he said that he can move outside. It is no different from a real person. He can eat and enhance his spiritual power. Tool spirit is half a living person, so eating is no problem. It had to be said that this heavenly venerable was different. He seemed to treat them as family. Otherwise, how could he cook for them? Huashu shook his head and said, "I don't know. How would I know what kind of spirit medicine is inside? I only remember the taste. It looks like honey, but it tastes sour and sweet. It has a different taste." He was immersed in his memories. It seemed that he had a special love for this dish. However, the feeling he said made people confused. This was too vague. Rather than a dish, it was more like a snack. However, many dishes had the same taste. All the information was too little. Instead of saying that the difficulty is not simple, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The description is so simple but not too detailed. There are thousands of spirit medicines. Who knows what they are used for? Making a dish he likes to eat is very straightforward but very ethereal. However, Yi Tianyun can feel that this is true. This requirement of Huashu is so simple that nothing is mixed in it. But the simpler the thing, the harder it is to do. There is so little information. Does it mean that other tests have the same conditions as yours? Yi Tianyun said helplessly. "No, it depends on the person," Huashu said. Yi Tianyun thought for a moment. It was indeed similar. There were 8 people outside who had successfully reached the finish line, which meant the first 8 people must have passed the test. I don't know what kind of spirit medicine to use, and I don't know how to make it. This information is too little. Yi Tianyun felt very helpless. The information given was so little, and it was no wonder no one had become his master. If it is simple, do I need you to do it for me? Huashu rolled his eyes at him. Yi Tianyun took a deep breath and said, Is there a limit to the number of times? No, just try it. You can take the spirit medicines around you. I will help you restore the spirit medicines to their original state, Huashu said. Hearing that there was no restriction, Yi Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty is too high if he only gives a few chances. The information shown is so little, how can it be easily done? No wonder all the people who came in before failed. The information you gave is too little. It reached a state that is not available. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Huashu said, This is my test. What other tool spirits test, that is their problem. As for me, this is the test. He is rigid except for eating dishes. The rest is not a test. This kind of thing is so troublesome that Yi Tianyun still feels that it is good to have a hard fight. After all, there are so many spirit medicines and spirit fruits. There are hundreds of thousands of them. Even if it is just one material, there are thousands of choices. If there are 2 materials, it is simply beating people up, and the combination instantly soared. It can be said that there are many kinds of things unless there is one material that is fixed, or if 1,000 materials are combined, it is not as simple as 1,000, but a terrifying number. Pa. Yi Tianyun slammed the cup in his hand on the table and said in a deep voice, No problem, you are mine. He wants this treasure. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1307, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1118, chapter 1111. Huashu looked at Yi Tianyun. He didn't know where Yi Tianyun got his confidence, but he was not surprised. It is good for people to be confident, but you can't be too full of yourself. All the suitable people who came here said that. Ultimately, they still couldn't find the dish I wanted to eat, and even some people wanted to attack me. Huashu snorted. If you attack me, I will give you a very severe punishment. I hope you won't do this kind of thing. If you want to be my master, you must show some ability. Huashu did not say the result of those people. He must be very strict. They felt they could not pass, so they tried to see if they could control it. As long as he can suppress a tool spirit, he can become a master by force. Yi Tianyun thought that those people were fools. This is a treasure of a heavenly venerable. How can it be so easy to control? Unless it is a weaker tool spirit, preventing this powerful existence at will is impossible. This is not arrogance, I think I have this ability. Yi Tianyun sat down on the side and began to think about it, to see what was suitable for this taste. Sweet and sour taste. Yi Tianyun closed his eyes and thought. Huashu sat on the side, slowly drinking tea, and did not say anything. Anyway, he has enough time. He does not have to worry about insufficient time. Is it that kind of thing? Yi Tianyun opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Immediately, he quickly got up and looked for spirit medicines nearby. He simply picked out 2 spirit medicines, which didn't take much time. When Huashu saw that he had only found 2 spirit medicines nearby, he had already taken them to the table. He was surprised. Just 2 spirit medicines? Yes, there are only 2 kinds of spirit medicines. Spirit medicines are not very delicious. And now you have to answer my questions. Just these 2 spirit medicines are enough. Yi Tianyun took 2 spirit medicines, not many, just 2 spirit medicines. Huashu saw these 2 spirit medicines and said, It should not be only 2 spirit medicines, but anyway, if it fails, continue to search. Yi Tianyun ignored him. He simply threw the 2 spirit medicines into the air and began to refine them with fire. It was similar to refining pills, but it was not as rough as refining pills. Under Yi Tianyun's careful refinement, the juice from the 2 spirit medicines gradually became thick and began to become solid. At the same time, a sweet and sour taste floated out from the air, completely cooking the essence of the 2 spirit medicines. The sweet and sour taste produced a fragrance that makes people reminisce. Smelling this fragrance, Huashu could not help but shout, too similar, really too similar to this fragrance. This is impossible. He didn't believe these 2 ordinary spirit medicines could cook the fragrance he was familiar with. He didn't know how many years he was young, but he could finally smell this fragrance. Yi Tianyun didn't answer. He poured the half-liquid, half-solid substance into the plate a moment later. When the thick liquid slid down, it pulled out a long, thin line that looked crystal clear. Then, Yi Tianyun immediately used netherworld fire. The cold aura made the thick substance cool down quickly, but it looked soft, like syrup, spreading around the plate. It's done. You can have a taste. This should be the taste you want to eat. Yi Tianyun smiled. Huashu could not wait to take the chopsticks. When he put them into the plate, the food immediately stuck to the chopsticks, and under his pull, it was pulled out a long silk strip. When it was put into the mouth to taste, the sour and sweet taste filled the taste buds, and the soft but not diluted sweet taste, like syrup, was beating on the tip of the tongue. No, I still feel a little bit. Huashu shook his head, but his eyes flashed strangely. Is that so? I still feel a bit, so that I will try this material. Yi Tianyun quickly replaced the other spirit fruit. These are not high-grade spirit fruits. The basic taste is sour and sweet, a bit similar to hawthorn. The range would be greatly reduced when locking on to the corresponding taste, so he did not need too many materials to find the corresponding taste. However, he did not succeed in one go, but immediately hit a similar taste, proving his choice was right. Soon he made it, which could almost be identical to the appearance. Hua Shu could not wait to try and then shook his head. It's not like this. It's still lacking. Then let's change it to this. Yi Tianyun tried repeatedly. He has more than a dozen similar tastes, so he only needs to try more than a dozen times to show it. Finally, after making it, he gave it to Hua Shu to eat, and his body froze. Yes, it's this taste. This taste. It's been many years since I last ate it, really many years. Hua Shu's eyes turned red instantly, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, falling down his cheeks. It was not that this dish was delicious, but it made him recall everything from before. It seems you like Master very much. Treat him like a father. To preserve this memory, you will imitate him whether it is his appearance or voice. Yi Tianyun picked up the cup of tea and sighed. Even this tea, learn to taste and get used to it. But with your current age, you can't get used to it. If you don't like it, you just don't like it. Why force yourself? He reached out and touched the head of the old man, sighing, You should put it down. Memories are beautiful, but you must remember them in your heart. Don't show it. Your master, the reason why he made this sweet and sour sugar, wants you to be happy. Hua Shu looked at Yi Tianyun in a daze. Tears kept falling down his face. He opened his small mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Yi Tianyun reached out and gently pulled the white eyebrows, beard, and hair on Hua Shu's face. All of these can be easily taken off, replaced by the faint green eyebrows, green hair, and a teenage girl's face. The tool spirit of this treasure looks like a 13 or 14-year-old little girl, young and childish. Those white eyebrows are decorated. This is the real face of the old man. The previous owner was able to make this little snack because the spirit itself was just a child. What it liked was not the bitter taste of tea or the extremely rich taste of meat, but the sour and sweet taste, which was the child's favorite taste. Father, Hua Shu man fell into Yi Tianyun's arms, and the black robe draped over his body fell, replaced by a green dress full of youth. Sometimes the dish is not the taste, but the familiar memory. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1307, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could ash chapter 119. Chapter 119 Hua Shu fell into Yi Tianyun's arms and cried, making him sigh in his heart. He knew this tool spirit had lived for a long time, at least thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, but it had always been like a child. He liked the taste and even more liked the memory. His feelings for the first master were the deepest, and the first master made Hua Shu so that the tool spirit could be born. After Yi Tianyun came in, he judged that Hua Shu was pretending to be an old man from all aspects. After all, it is too small and the skin is too tender, whether the lips or the eyes, it is not something an old man can have. He believed that the people who came in before should have found this point, but in this space, no one can touch her as long as she does not want to be touched. In this space, she is a god. Judging from the real situation of this dish, it was easy for him to think of this. For this reason, he made this snack. It was sweet and sour, basically. Children loved eating it. The tool spirit, who had just gained intelligence, also liked to eat these things. As long as he combined himself, it was not difficult to think of the answer. Coincidentally, there were the materials he wanted here. A person who liked memories so much must have kept the changes around him. The tree vines, tables, and chairs, as well as the surrounding vegetation, were carefully preserved. He believed that Hua Shu did not know what it was made of. The tool spirit was always the tool spirit. You are not father. Suddenly, Hua Shu jumped out of Yi Tianyun's arms and glared at Yi Tianyun with red eyes. Yi Tianyun said helplessly, Of course, I am not your father. I am your second master. He was not Hua Shu's father, but Hua Shu just felt something and directly rushed to vent. Hua Shu said, I haven't admitted that you are my new master yet. She wiped away the tears and seemed to have recovered a lot. Yi Tianyun smiled, You just need to make a dish you are satisfied with. Are you not satisfied with this dish? If you are not satisfied, I can make a variety of flavors for you to eat, but the taste is different from your original taste. After silence, he turned around and suddenly smiled. Then tell me, why can you see what I like to eat? Yi Tianyun smiled. It can be judged by age. The younger the child, the more he likes the taste of this side. He can try it several times even if he can't judge it for now. As long as he is careful, it is not difficult to find it. After hearing this, she was unhappy. She pouted and said unhappily, I have lived for tens of thousands of years, and you call me a child. In front of me, you are a child. Yi Tianyun said. Well, you old monster? Hua Shu didn't bother with his question and smiled again. There are so many suitable people, but they can't do it. You can do it as soon as you come in. They have been looking for a long time, but can't find the right one. You just found it by the side. Do you think they are fools? If the previous cultivators knew about it, they would be angry and return to life. Who would have thought that the relatively ordinary spirit medicines and spirit fruits around them were the main focus of the problem? The simpler things were, the more difficult it would become after being mixed up by themselves. This was all a problem of the mentality. They all thought that Hua Shu would give very difficult questions. The dishes that were said were all very difficult and delicious. Who knew that it was just snacks that ordinary children often ate? It was just that Huashu's description was unclear, and they did not know what it was, so they could not guess it even if they racked their brains. You are not a fool, it is just that your description is unclear. If you were to say it clearly, you would have got it already. Yi Tianyun smiled. If you know the materials, any cultivator can make it. Although he is not a chef, he can still make it if he has good control. Huashu's eyes, like green gems, turned and smiled. Well, you are qualified. You are very capable. You have made dishes that I am satisfied with and have the qualification to be my master. Yi Tianyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he can pass the test and complete one of the tests of the Heavenly Venerable Road, he still has to see her golden mouth. Now that she said there was no problem, he finally passed. Soon after, a light enveloped him, proving she had begun to recognize the master. In a moment, it was easy to recognize the master. Originally, it was not difficult to identify the master. It only took a few seconds. The hard part is whether the tool spirit will acknowledge the master. Master. After recognizing the master, Huashu's attitude immediately became more respectful. Huashu, this name sounds weird. Do you have any other name? Yi Tianyun asked. No, Huashu shook his head. You are a girl. This name is unsuitable. How about I give you another name? How about it? Yi Tianyun said. Good, good. I also think this name is too cliché. What name does master give me? The eyes of the decay lit up. She also felt that this name was a bit ugly. Then let's call it Kwikwi. How about it? Yi Tianyun simply thought of a name. Kwikwi seems to be okay. Kwikwi seriously thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and smiled. Then let's call you Kwikwi. It's very nice. Much better than Huashu. Now that I have become your master, can you tell me why they did this? Kwikwi thought for a moment and said, this is very simple. You go to the finish line and complete the final test. You will know what the father is thinking. He left something on it, but we don't know what it is. Only after you pass it will you know what it is. You don't know, Yi Tianyun shook his head and said, your previous master is not responsible enough. He told you nothing and let you see the right person to recognize him as your master. Isn't it a bit too hasty? Especially if you don't pass in the end, will you still be taken away? We don't know about this. It is the father's order. We can only fulfill it. Kwikwi shook her head, not knowing what it meant. Well, I will know what is going on when I go there myself. Yi Tianyun can only check it himself and know what is going on. However, he believes that the Heavenly Venerable Senior has his reasons for doing this. Become a patron, read up to chapter 3007, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could my chapter 120. Chapter 120, with Kwikwi's help, he quickly returned from this space. When he returned to his body, he felt everything was so beautiful. At this time, a special jade bracelet appeared in his hand. Without a doubt, this was Kwikwi's true body. This treasure was called the Decaying Jade Bracelet. It was a very simple name. Although it was a middle-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure, for a Heavenly Tao level character, using a middle-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure would be a loss of status. However, these treasures all had tool spirit, so the meaning differed. The tool spirit could be slowly cultivated. After cultivating it, there would be a certain chance of advancing. Put it bluntly, Kwikwi could become a high-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure. However, it takes a long time to raise the level. Generally speaking, it is very precious. A middle-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure with a tool spirit is better than a high-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure without a tool spirit. This means that after upgrading to a high-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure, the effect will far exceed that of a high-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure without a tool spirit. Of course, for him, the most valuable thing is the effect. The effect is very good. It can improve the grade of spirit medicine or help recover withered spirit medicine. This effect is undoubtedly the most valuable. Have you not passed yet? Yi Tianyun looked up and found that God Monarch Yuqin was still testing. This time, he was a bit faster than God Monarch Yuqin. It could only be said that he just guessed it. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would probably fail. Immediately, he walked towards the finish line, wanting to understand the real meaning of this Heavenly Venerable. Many things are not casually built, and they must have meaning. What is the situation of heaven-stealing divine land? As long as you walk this road, everything will be clear. When he walked, the cultivators behind him all exclaimed. They did not expect Yi Tianyun to have passed the test and began to walk towards the finish line. He is faster than Heaven Monarch Lu Yun. He is faster than Heaven Monarch Lu Yun. Too fast. I feel that he can easily break the second last stage in just a few days, so he has a chance to reach the end. God, a human reaching the top, this is something that has never happened before. They were all shocked. They thought that Yi Tianyun would fall behind God Monarch Yuqin, but now it seems he is even faster than God Monarch Yuqin. Junior brother Tianyun is amazing. He broke it so quickly. Look at that Heaven Monarch Zongyun. He hasn't even woken up yet. This is truly a sin. Heaven Monarch Yuhua's poisonous tongue came out again, and he couldn't help but mock Heaven Monarch Zongyun. That is his own business. It looks like our Heavenly Spring God territory is going to change. Heaven Monarch Ziguan shook his head and said, although it is not the first one to reach the top, a human has reached the end. It will explode if passed back. Elder Gu Huang sent Yi Tianyun here purely to let him cultivate, and he can even reach the end of the Heavenly Venerable Road. This was absolutely beyond his expectations, and it could even be said that he never thought about it. How is it possible to finish the Heavenly Venerable Road in a few months? However, Yi Tianyun often turned the impossible into an absolute possibility. Moreover, he still has a lot of time, and the 2 jade pendants he plundered can make him stay longer. He walked forward bit by bit. This time, his speed was not fast. It was not that he did not want to walk fast, but he felt that the more he stepped forward, the more amazing the pressure was. Feeling the pressure of the Heavenly Venerable, he began to pressure this way, making it slightly difficult for him to move forward. Every step he took felt like walking on a mountain, more like someone was patting him down. The pressure of this Heavenly Venerable is amazing, probably only a small part. Yi Tianyun felt this pressure and thought Heavenly Venerable's power was strong. This world is really powerful. I thought I could stand at the peak, but there was a higher mountain behind me, waiting for him to climb. I didn't expect you to be faster than me. God Monarch Yuchen's voice came from behind. Yi Tianyun turned and saw a jade bracelet in God Monarch Yuchen's hand. This Heavenly Venerable seems to like to make jewelry, otherwise it would not be made again. Just a little bit faster than you. Yi Tianyun shrugged. God Monarch Yuchen was extremely dissatisfied. Just a little bit faster? It's my second time here, and it was the same test. I didn't expect you to be faster than me. She felt incredible. She thought she was fast enough, but she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be faster than her. It just so happens that my luck is good. I chose a relatively simple test, and I passed it easily. Yi Tianyun shrugged. He was too lazy to explain more to her. How can it be simple? I am very suspicious of you now. Is it the reincarnation of some mighty figure? Although I can't feel the aura, it is still very likely. After all, the aura can be hidden. God Monarch Yuchen felt that Yi Tianyun must be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Otherwise, how could he pass so easily? You say it is. Yi Tianyun simply admitted it and walked forward. You bastard. God Monarch Yuchen clenched her teeth and followed Yi Tianyun. Her speed was not fast, just like Yi Tianyun. She also withstood the pressure of the Heavenly Venerable. When they saw them continue to climb up, they all looked envious. It seems that 2 people will soon reach the top. They are far away. There is still a long way to go to the foot of the mountain. The 2 of them walked up step by step. This time, they were not affected by any illusion. They just felt the pressure of the Heavenly Venerable. Yi Tianyun does not know what this means. He only needs to know one thing. The higher he climbed, the more experience he absorbed. If this continues, he can meet the experience of upgrading. Although the conditions for breaking through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch are not enough, he must first meet the experiences and then experience others. After the experience is satisfied, things will be easier later. The last part of the road is not far, only the next 1 mile. But they go up step by step. It is very difficult to go, but even after a long time, they can take a step forward. Originally, Yi Tianyun did not spend much time on the road ahead, but he spent more time here. Sometimes, walking 100 meters would take several days, far more than the time he used before. However, as time passed, Yi Tianyun felt that under this pressure, his body began to be stained with a special energy, and then it seeped into his body, strengthening it. This is the power of Heavenly Venerable. After Yi Tianyun carefully sensed it, he found that the energy transmitted was not ordinary energy, but the power of Heavenly Venerable. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1307. And bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could need chapter 121. Chapter 121. The power of a Heavenly Venerable began to pass through their bodies and pour into them. This feeling reminded him of the Slaughter God Tower from long ago. It was to pour their energy into their bodies and then take over their bodies. However, Yi Tianyun felt that the 2 were not the same. This power of a Heavenly Venerable was not evil energy, but a kind of good energy that let them comprehend this energy. If they do not comprehend it, the final result is that it will dissipate. After all, this power of a Heavenly Venerable does not belong to them. At their current stage, they cannot store it in their bodies forever. They can only feel it now, at most, strengthen their body a little. The other basic effects are not much. This is my father's aura. It's so familiar. Kuikui's voice entered his mind. As a tool spirit, it was naturally possible to communicate with him. Yes, your father probably wants us to feel the power of this Heavenly Venerable so that we can comprehend something from it. Yi Tianyun closed his eyes and walked forward step by step, more carefully trying to comprehend the power of this Heavenly Venerable. As a Heavenly Venerable, she naturally knows the value of this energy. If she carefully comprehends it, she can make a breakthrough. She came here to break through. Not every Heavenly Venerable is as generous as this Heavenly Venerable, able to let them comprehend their energy at will. Soon, Yi Tianyun finds that he can't continue to move forward, but he is stuck in front of him like an invisible wall, blocking him from moving forward. This is a restriction. Yi Tianyun looked up and down at the invisible wall and reached out to hit it. It felt so hard that it was difficult to take a step forward. God Monarch Yuchen, who followed him, also felt this invisible wall, making her feel strange. Why is there a restriction? Yi Tianyun felt very puzzled. The endpoint was just 100 meters away, but now there is a restriction. Master, you can't pass without comprehending Daddy's energy. Tui's voice came. Yi Tianyun was stunned. He only knew what the meaning was now. If he wanted to pass through this place, he needed to comprehend the power of a heavenly venerable before he could pass through this restriction. Comprehending the power of a heavenly venerable is like grasping a key. Otherwise, it is impossible to pass through here. If you want to pass through here, you need to comprehend this power to pass through successfully, so you must comprehend it well. God Monarch Yuqin reminded him. Yi Tianyun turned his head to look. God Monarch Yuqin was very kind. He reminded himself several times. Although he already knew, it was still good to remind the other party. Thank you for the reminder. Yi Tianyun thanked him. I have already reminded you. Why are you still not repaying me? Tell me about your situation. God Monarch Yuqin still chased after Yi Tianyun, wanting to know how he passed so easily. Yi Tianyun's head is about to explode. This God Monarch Yuqin is persistent, asking repeatedly. Didn't I say it just happens that I am lucky and can pass the test? Otherwise, I will be stuck there. Yi Tianyun reached out, patted the jade bracelet in his hand, and said, Kui, tell her, is it like this? Then Kui revealed a mini-body and landed on Yi Tianyun's shoulder. She looked at God Monarch Yuqin and curled her lips. Yes, he accidentally bumped into it and then solved it. God Monarch Yuqin looked at the tool spirit on Yi Tianyun's shoulder and said with dissatisfaction, I thought your tool spirit didn't have a tool spirit, but it turns out that it has a tool spirit, and I even reminded you, she has believed most of it, and the tool spirit won't lie. The treasure of a heavenly venerable is not simple. Isn't it normal to have a tool spirit? Yi Tianyun rolled his eyes at her. Now you finally believe it, right? You can solve it by accident. I don't know how to explain it. God Monarch Yuqin reached out and patted his head. Solving this puzzle took him 2 lifetimes. Yi Tianyun also solved it by accident. It has to be said that luck is a big factor. I don't know how to say it. Don't say it. Now be honest and break it. You must consume the jade pendant here. Yi Tianyun said, we have to continue to consume the jade pendant here, just like before. Unless we enter a special test, we still have to drink the jade pendant. My jade pendant can last for 5 months. There is no need to worry. God Monarch Yuqin said, I just don't know if you can hold on. If you can't hold on, go down and kill a few cultivators and then rob the jade pendant. Yi Tianyun took a deep breath. This guy was simple and crude, and his advice was accurate, but it was too much. If he does this, she cannot establish herself in Heavenly Spring God territory. God Monarch Yuqin is not afraid. She is originally a 3rd-grade God territory, and the pursuit of a 2nd-grade God territory is nothing. Forget it, I should be enough. Yi Tianyun didn't say much to her. He sat down and meditated to comprehend the power of the Heavenly Venerable. He began to extract the power of the Heavenly Venerable bit by bit, and read the corresponding information from the power of the Heavenly Venerable. God Monarch Yuqin also sat down to comprehend the power of the Heavenly Venerable. It was not difficult for them to understand it. They only needed a little more time to learn it. When Yi Tianyun comprehended it, he immediately fell into it and felt wandering in the power of the Heavenly Venerable. The time it was passed, day by day. Many people had time, so they could only choose to leave. The next time they accumulated enough contribution points, they could come over and reluctantly leave. If he doesn't leave, he will only die. Heaven Monarch Zongyun woke up, but the situation of the jade pendant had already arrived. When he saw Yi Tianyun and God Monarch Yuqin sitting at the peak, his face turned ugly. He did not expect that Yi Tianyun had already left him far behind when he woke up. It will take a long time for him to catch up. You brat, just you wait. Heaven Monarch Zongyun looked at Yi Tianyun fiercely, then turned and flew away. In the blink of an eye, more than a month, he was past. Yi Tianyun slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light shot out from his eyes as if he could see through everything. I finally comprehended it. Yi Tianyun stood up and stepped forward, easily passing through the restriction and stepping into the last area. The cultivators watching from below were stunned. They did not expect him to be faster than God Monarch Yuqin. Become a patron, read up to chapter 3007 and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal. If you could chapter 122. Chapter 122, Yi Tianyun is faster than God Monarch Yuqin. This has already happened once before. He didn't expect to continue to lead this time, and everyone was shocked. Nobody expected him to surpass God Monarch Yuqin repeatedly. They thought that God Monarch Yuqin would be able to suppress this human's arrogance when he came here, but now it seems that they are naive. Yi Tianyun can still take a step ahead of them, moving forward faster. He can be so quick naturally thanks to the investigating eye, but the data is too huge and difficult to analyze. This made him spend a whole month analyzing the power of the Heavenly Venerable. After thorough analysis, he began to mobilize the power of Heavenly Venerable here. Although it is only small, it has given him the qualification to control the power of Heavenly Venerable. He doesn't know why he did this, but to be able to control Heavenly Venerable's power in advance is equivalent to taking a small step into the Heavenly Venerable realm. At least he has the qualification to prevent it. As for God Monarch Yuqin, she is still struggling to comprehend. Not that her comprehension is too weak, but Yi Tianyun's probing eye is too strong. It is simply cheating. If Yi Tianyun upgrades his probing eye, he will be able to strengthen his probing eye greatly. After all, his probing eye has now evolved to the point of analyzing all kinds of medicinal pills and all kinds of martial arts, and he can easily analyze them. This is equal to those geniuses. Just a few moves with the opponent can secretly teach the opponent's moves, and Yi Tianyun is a little worse than their talent. If he continues to level up, he will be stronger than them. Of course, the investigating eye will crush some geniuses in all aspects. Master, you are too powerful. How did you comprehend Father's power so quickly? Kui was shocked when she saw Yi Tianyun pass through so quickly. She knows how powerful the previous master is. It is unprecedented to comprehend it so quickly. Is it very powerful? No one was able to comprehend it before? Yi Tianyun asked. No, it will take at least several years. You are much faster than them. Kui sighed. A few years, Yi Tianyun shook his head. He would have to come a few more times if it was several years. However, they are already at this stage. They will give more opportunities to come and comprehend God's territory. Immediately, he did not wait for God Monarch Yuqin. He walked to the finish line. With everyone's attention, he easily stepped into the final stage. When he had the last step and was about to step into the highest peak, he directly disappeared in place and was teleported away. When he reacted, he found himself in a special space. There was a unique courtyard in front of him, which looked delicate and beautiful. Trial challenger, come in. The voice came from the courtyard. It's Father's voice. Kui suddenly rushed out and rushed into the courtyard, not listening to Yi Tianyun's orders. She must listen to Yi Tianyun's orders, but she has her consciousness and can do some things. If Yi Tianyun asks her to come back, she must come back. When he went in, he saw an old man sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea slowly, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Yi Tianyun looked at him. This appearance is similar to the old man Kui played before, but this old man looked deeper. Those eyes, like a black hole, can suck him in. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han's divine sense is not physical. It has the power of a god monarch, belongs to the master of this space, and can control all life here. The investigating eye showed the information of the other party. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, indeed a Heavenly Venerable, but a trace of divine sense is here. This is not unexpected. The true body of a Heavenly Venerable cannot appear here. Yi Tianyun asked politely, "What is your name, senior?" The expert who created this heaven-stealing divine land must be peerless. He knew the other party's name, but still had to ask politely. It was impossible to wait for the other party to say his name. Just call me Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han stroked Kui's little head and smiled. You can pass Kui's test, proving your ability is extraordinary. Why are you still standing there? Come and sit down. Kui stayed beside Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, serving him tea and water. After Yi Tianyun sat down, the tables and chairs looked very ordinary, but when he sat down, he immediately felt very relaxed and wanted to sit there all the time, not wanting to leave. Senior, I don't know your intention. Let us go this Heavenly Venerable road. I don't think it is simply giving us benefits, right? Yi Tianyun smiled. This heaven-stealing divine land isn't a simple place. You will need these jade pendants to enter if you want to enter. What is the true purpose of your establishment here? He asked all of his doubts. He wanted to know what Heavenly Venerable Hao Han wanted to do. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled at him and said, "It's very simple. It is to recruit disciples. Other than that, there is no other meaning." He answered frankly, not hiding anything. Recruit disciples? But didn't you announce it to the outside world? Yi Tianyun did not expect that after spending so much time and effort, he would recruit disciples, give treasures, and give such a difficult environment. He must be recruiting disciples. The problem is that the people outside do not know. They think this is a good cultivation place. There is no need to publicize anything. I have always been waiting for fated people. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han laughed. Those who can climb to the peak are fated people. Senior, aren't there 8 cultivators outside who have successfully passed? Is this not enough? The 8 names carved on the outside were all cultivators who had ascended to the peak. No, they are not real disciples. They are just nominal disciples. If you want to be my disciple, you must break through to the Heavenly Venerable level before becoming my disciple. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. Become a Heavenly Venerable level. Yi Tianyun was speechless. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han himself is at the Heavenly Venerable level, so why would he want a disciple to become at the Heavenly Venerable level? Isn't this a big loss? He has become a Heavenly Venerable level. He should be qualified to be on equal footing. Do you think I am a Heavenly Venerable and my disciple is a Heavenly Venerable? What else can I teach you? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han seemed to see through Yi Tianyun's thoughts and said with a smile, even a Heavenly Venerable is divided into 3 major realms. Those who have broken through to the Heavenly Venerable realm have just entered the threshold. It is still far from reaching my level. Yi Tianyun frowned. It seemed that things were not simple. Become a patron, read up to chapter 3T12, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could pry. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Heavenly Venerable. Hao Han's words are still a bit exciting. Heavenly Venerable is also divided into 3 major realms. Isn't Heavenly Venerable the same as other levels, divided into 10 levels? Yi Tianyun did not ask much, but this standard for becoming a disciple is terrifying. He is only an Earth Monarch now, and it will take a long time for him to break through to Heavenly Venerable. After all, he needs a lot of experience, especially now that there is a condition limit and it is not easy to break through. Unless he breaks through to Heavenly Venerable now, there is no value if he really does this. Young man, don't be discouraged. You are still young, and your cultivation has broken through to the 9 refinements Earth Monarch level. It can be said that your future is boundless. No wonder you can comprehend the power of the Heavenly Venerable so quickly. It is not strange that you can comprehend it with such a good talent. I have seen a lot of 9 refinements Earth Monarchs, but I have never seen anyone who can comprehend them so quickly. Some geniuses will have a unique talent when they comprehend some power. You may be one of them. It was not surprising that Heavenly Venerable Hao Han saw through Yi Tianyun's cultivation at first glance, but his judgment made some mistakes. Thank you for your praise, Senior Hao. Yi Tianyun thought momentarily, then asked, That's right, Senior Hao. There is something I wonder if I can ask you. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to ask, Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said. Although it is just spiritual will, I still have some memories left behind here. Divine sense is always divine sense. It will not update any memory. Information, and at the same time, it will not be connected to the main body. I wonder if there is a saying about 10 refinement Earth Monarch, Yi Tianyun asked. 10 refinement Earth Monarch? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han was stunned. He immediately shook his head and said, I have never heard of it. At most, 9 refinement Earth Monarch cultivation. Where did 10 refinement Earth Monarch come from? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said very firmly. Yi Tianyun did not ask more. He just wanted to ask these seniors if they had heard of it. The mind seems to have been fixed. It is impossible to change it. Well, I don't know, Senior Hao. Is it simple to let me come in to talk about the recruitment of disciples? Yi Tianyun pulled back the topic. His purpose of coming in was naturally this. Of course, not only this, if you want to have my treasure completely and become my registered disciple, you still need to pass the last stage. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han narrowed his eyes, looked in the distance, and smiled. Looks like guests are coming again. I have never seen 2 people coming in simultaneously for so long. Soon after, a figure appeared in front of him. It was God Monarch Yu Qin. It seemed that God Monarch Yu Qin had comprehended it, and his speed was only slightly slower than his. After God Monarch Yu Qin came in and saw Yi Tianyun, she was shocked. I thought you left, but I didn't expect you to come in successfully. You are faster than me again. God Monarch Yu Qin's eyes were full of resentment. Yi Tianyun was like her heart demon, constantly surpassing her, pressing her down, and unable to surpass her. She wanted to go crazy, reborn as a reincarnated expert, but was always suppressed, making her vomit blood. She suspected this world had changed. How could there be so many geniuses? Fortunately, there is only one Yi Tianyun, otherwise she will go crazy. Cough cough, a little bit faster. When Yi Tianyun heard her voice full of resentment, he felt a bit embarrassed. Father! At this time, a little girl rushed out of her bracelet. She threw himself into the arms of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, just like Quiqui, who was extremely close to Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. Be good, be good. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han chuckled as he rubbed the little girl's head. When God Monarch Yu Qin saw Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, she said respectfully, Junior Yu Qin greets Senior. She was still aware of the general situation. Seeing that there was a senior here, she would not say anything else. What a good little girl. She is a God Monarch reincarnation. The higher your cultivation level is, the lower the success rate for you to reincarnate with your memories. You have successfully reincarnated as a God Monarch. It is a narrow escape from death. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han saw through God Monarch Yu Qin's situation with a single glance. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more difficult the success rate of reincarnation would be. This was defying the heavens. God Monarchs were already strong enough, yet they still had to reincarnate with such terrifying strength. Wasn't this defying the sky? Many people died there, but God Monarch Yu Qin succeeded. It could only be said that his luck was truly astonishing. Just as Heavenly Venerable Hao Han had said, she was still successful despite the difficulty of 9 deaths. This junior has indeed paid a price to be able to reincarnate successfully. There are more external forces, God Monarch Yu Qin said. Regardless of what it is, to be able to reincarnate successfully, your abilities are truly extraordinary. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han looked at them and said, It's a kind of fate that the 2 of you can come in together. To let you comprehend the power of a Heavenly Venerable is a way to pave the way for you. Even if you can't be my in-name disciple, at least it will help you a little in the future. Yi Tianyun nodded. Even if he succeeded in coming here, he might not be able to become his in-name disciple. The requirements of a Heavenly Venerable were not limited to walking the Heavenly Venerable Road. You can pass the Heavenly Venerable Road, which means you have a good temperament. However, the final test will still test your temperament. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said, I am very focused on the heart, which is the Tao heart. If the Tao heart is unstable, then no talent is useful. Therefore, Heavenly Venerable Road does not restrict any cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the easier it is to walk. Only those who have a stable Tao heart can successfully reach it. Yi Tianyun and God Monarch Yu Qin's Tao hearts are very stable, not reckless, and not exaggerated. Naturally, every step is so stable. I didn't expect that the last stage would still test the heart. I thought Heavenly Venerable Road was long enough, but it finally came again. As long as you pass the last test, you will be qualified to be my in-name disciples. You can contact me when you break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. At that time, I will take you back to my sect. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled faintly. Of course, this is a very long thing for you. There are thousands of worlds. I have arranged so many heaven-stealing divine lands. So far, only one palm can become my disciple. Senior Hao, you mean more than one heaven is stealing divine land? Yi Tianyun quickly caught the word. That's right, more than one heaven is stealing divine land. They are distributed in different regions. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled and said, Heaven-stealing divine land is a good treasure I have refined. It can absorb all the energy in the surroundings and fuse. However, you will be devoured if you can't resist the suction force. You can move freely here if you can resist the suction force. He wanted to try this, but there were some dangers, so he didn't dare to try. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1312, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could see chapter 124, chapter 1124. From Heavenly Venerable Hao Han's words, it was clear that he had set up many places. However, in the past 1,000 years, no more than a handful of people could become his disciples. It seemed that this was extremely difficult. How easy was it to become a Heavenly Venerable? If it were so easy to break through, the entire street would have already become a Heavenly Venerable. I created so many heaven-stealing divine lands to create an excellent trial environment. At the same time, it was to nurture these children. He reached out and rubbed Kwee and the others' heads, eyes full of benevolence. It's just that very few cultivators here can resist it. This is related to your abilities. It is not that simple to resist this suction force. When you can resist this suction force one day, this will be your cultivation holy land. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. This cultivation environment is enough for you to cultivate to the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Of course, I do not recommend staying here to cultivate. It is more important to use actual combat. Let's not talk too much. Are you both prepared to experience the final test of your Dao Heart? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han asked. He didn't explain too much. Moreover, he had explained everything more or less. The heaven-stealing divine land was used to recruit disciples, and it was also used to nurture these treasures. With so many treasures here, if they weren't nurtured, there was no way these tool spirits could grow up. Ready. They all nodded. Since there was nothing to prepare for now, they could just directly start. If you are ready, then you can start now. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han stretched out his hand and gently tapped on their heads. At the same time, he slowly said, I do not know the content of your tests. This is completely a test that touches the deepest part of your heart. If you pass, you can become my in-name disciple. If you fail, it can only be said that there is no fate. The meaning of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han is self-explanatory. That is, there is only one chance. If it fails, it can only be said that there is no fate and there is no second chance to try. Senior Hao, how do you become a success? Yi Tianyun asked. Success is to wake up. Failure is to let me help you wake up. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han explained. All of you only have a month. Any longer than a month will be considered a failure. Thus, all of you should wake up as soon as possible and not continue to sink into depravity. Understood. Immediately after, they felt a beam of light pierce through their bodies and fall into a vortex. They felt as if everything was so illusory. Shoo, a handsome young man waved his spear continuously. The snowflakes that fell from the sky were continuously pierced by his spear, turning into even more snowflakes that fell. His body was sturdy. Whether it was his talent or his blood energy, they were all vibrant and surging. He was an outstanding figure amongst his peers. Young master, you are cultivating again. At this time, Shaolian came in from outside. When she saw Yi Tianyun's strong muscles, her face was slightly red and a bit shy. Yes, I just finished cultivating. Yi Tianyun took back his spear and circulated his spirit energy to evaporate the sweat on his body. Everything returned to normal. There are other sects outside. They want to fight with you. Do you want to challenge me? No problem, I will go out now. Yi Tianyun followed Shaolian out. There was already a sea of people outside. Many female disciples of Jade Palace looked at him with eyes full of worship and even more passion. Tianyun, you are here. Shi Shuiyun came over, as cold as always and even more beautiful. Aunt, I am here. Yi Tianyun smiled. Leave them to me. They can be solved easily, like before. Beat up these sects who came to make trouble. Aunt believes in you. Shi Shuiyun smiled. Boy, this time, we brought people to challenge you. If we lose this time, this Earth-level martial art will belong to you. If you lose, you have to hand over the Earth-level martial art and the martial art that we lost before. At this time, the elders of other sects stood up and looked at Yi Tianyun angrily. It was not the first time that they lost. No problem. The premise is that you can beat me. Yi Tianyun held his spear and flew to the arena. His cold eyes swept over everyone, making many people not dare to look at him. Don't be arrogant. Let me meet you. At this time, someone flew up from the audience. His cultivation was not weaker than that of Yi Tianyun, who was holding a giant axe. The sharp axe blade was enough to cut everything. As he stepped on the stage, this person did not wait for Yi Tianyun to reply. He already swept his axe over, wanting to cut him in half. The overbearing momentum made everyone under the stage can't help but take a few steps back, not daring to get too close to the arena. Yi Tianyun's eyes focused. The long spear in his hand turned into a cold light and pierced forward, followed by a heavy hit on the giant axe. Dang. When the spearhead met the axe blade, the whole spear bent slightly, but the spear deflected the other side's attack. Yi Tianyun easily deflected such an unjust attack. He swung his spear again, bent into a half-moon, and hit the opponent heavily. Bang! The opponent was directly sent flying by the spear, vomiting blood in midair. When he fell, he was quickly hugged by the other party's elder. The considerable impact still made the elder take a few steps back, almost unable to stand steadily. Next, Yi Tianyun swung his spear, and his momentum was imposing. Young master won again. Young master won again. Young master, young master, young master. Young master, young master, young master. The blood below boiled and shouted, thinking that Yi Tianyun was a king of victory. No matter who it is, they can be easily defeated. Yi Tianyun suddenly felt a great sense of accomplishment. This was the feeling he wanted. Being admired by thousands of people, everything was so smooth. No one could compare to him. Nothing could disobey his idea. This battle soon came to an end. Yi Tianyun quickly challenged the entire sect and won this shocking battle. Everything went so smoothly. There were no obstacles, no dangers. It was just so peaceful. Soon after, Jade Palace began to expand its influence. It quickly rose to the 3rd rank. It followed the 4th Great Empire to dominate the world. Yi Tianyun became a great emperor at a young age. He has countless beauties and countless subordinates. He listened to his call. No one dared to obey him. Everything went too smoothly. It was so smooth that he was deeply trapped in it. When they wanted to continue to attack more forces, Yi Tianyun suddenly froze. Looking at the troops around him, he felt that he was missing something. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1312, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 125. Chapter 125. Yi Tianyun always felt that he was missing something. He couldn't remember anything. He felt as if he had forgotten something. His mind was blank. Heavenly Emperor, what are you thinking about? A beautiful woman next to him wrapped her arms around him. There were several beautiful women on the side, sprinkling petals on him. Countless petals fell into the water, making the pool smell so fragrant. Countless beautiful women, with one hand holding a powerful force. Everything was smooth. No matter which force they attacked, the other side quickly surrendered. Along the way, there were countless opportunities. He found many treasures and martial arts, making his cultivation rise considerably. But it was so smooth that he doubted, was this himself? I seem to have forgotten something. Yi Tianyun frowned. Don't overthink, leave these things to the subordinates to do. Emperor, you have worked hard for so long, it is time to enjoy it. Yes, your subordinates are all capable people, you don't need to worry about anything. No matter what, they can easily help you solve it. Yes, Empress Shuiyun is about to give birth, you should spend more time with her. The beautiful women who served him persuaded him not to overthink, and all kinds of delicious food was stuffed into his mouth, enjoying all types of treatment. Yi Tianyun frowned and felt that something was wrong. He pushed them away and said, No, I am not like this. I have experienced so many life and death situations along the way, so many obstacles. How can it be so smooth? These are my precious experiences, all the experiences of my firm Tao heart. How can I say no? This is not my world, and I don't want to stay here. Yi Tianyun's power burst out, scattering all the surrounding pools. He directly rushed out of the palace hall and flew outside. Outside was a luxurious palace. The ordinary people were very comfortable, and everything was perfect. However, it was precisely so perfect that there would be a huge problem. Perfect everywhere meant that there were problems everywhere. It could not be denied that this place was perfect. It was so perfect everywhere. It was the world he had always imagined. There were no disputes or struggles. There had never been any tragedies from the very beginning. However, all of this was just an illusion. What he had experienced could not be erased. All of this was his precious experience. Without these experiences, how could he have such a firm Tao heart? Many things could not be given to him by the system. After experiencing such life and death and so many dangers, it was proof that he existed and that he was still alive. Heavenly Emperor, what's wrong? A group of people flew over and saw Yi Tianyun rushing out. They were shocked and didn't know what happened. This included Shi Shuiyun, who flew over with a big belly and looked at him in a daze. Tianyun, what's wrong? Shi Shuiyun flew over and asked. It's okay. Yi Tianyun reached out and stroked her hair, smiled, and said, No matter when, you are still so beautiful. Shi Shuiyun blushed and said with embarrassment, Stop it, so many people are watching. What are you talking about? Everything was so real, no different from reality. He gently stroked Shi Shuiyun's stomach and smiled. It's a pity that I can't see the child's birth again. He glanced around and smiled. Thank you for your company. Goodbye. Shi Shuiyun grabbed him and said hurriedly, Tianyun, where are you going? Leave here. Leave this imaginary world. Although you are an imaginary world, I still thank you for giving me a beautiful dream. I haven't had such a beautiful dream for a long time, thank you. Yi Tianyun gently shook off Shi Shuiyun's hand, stepped into the void, and turned into a meteor piercing the world, leaving a group of stunned cultivators. Finally, this meteor slammed into the air, and the whole world turned into countless pieces. Such a wonderful world was utterly gone, turned into numerous pieces, and followed these pieces wholly into powder, disappearing from this world forever. At the same time, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a firm look. At this time, what appeared in front of him was Quichui's cute little face, directly staring at him. Great, I knew Master would wake up. Father, Quichui guessed right. Quichui threw herself into Yi Tianyun's arms and said happily, I didn't guess wrong, I didn't guess wrong. Wei Chunyun looked at Quichui in his arms, looked at Heavenly Venerable Hao Han in front of him, and smiled. Senior Hao, I passed, right? Everything was in a trance. It was just a short time. He stayed in this world for only a few days, but remained in the dream for dozens of years, or even hundreds of years, which was so long. You passed. If this doesn't count as passing, then no one will be able to pass. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. I didn't think you would wake up in 3 days. To think that such a perfect world would be given up so easily. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Your Tao heart is so firm that it is hard for anyone to match it. Yi Tianyun smiled and turned to look at God Monarch Yu Qin. She has been in a dream for a long time. He didn't know what kind of dream she was having, but she kept smiling. She felt very excellent and didn't want to wake up. She fell into a deep dream, and it was intense. There is no sign of waking up at all. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said, reincarnation may seem to be a memory that can last a lifetime. It is easier to sink into the Tao's heart completely. After all, the pain she has experienced is undoubtedly more, and she is more eager to go to that wonderful world. The more you experience, the better, especially that kind of terrible experience, the more painful you feel, and you don't want to wake up from the dream. I think she will wake up. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Oh, so sure? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. I will wake up. Yi Tianyun simply replied. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Many people are stuck in this stage, 1 foot in hell, 1 foot in heaven, all in a single thought. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han sighed with emotion and continued to taste the tea. Yi Tianyun got up and sat next to her, drinking tea with her and waiting for God Monarch Yu Qin to wake up. He believed that God Monarch Yu Qin could wake up so much because he saw that God Monarch Yu Qin was indifferent in her heart these days. Still, she was very kind, but as time went by, she began to become apathetic. That was to protect herself. But he believed that God Monarch Yu Qin still had that kind heart, not cold. This heart was equivalent to a firm Tao heart. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1312. And bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could pry chapter 126. Chapter 126. After Yi Tianyun rushed out of the illusion, he accompanied Heavenly Venerable Hao Han to drink tea. He didn't do anything else. At most, he drank tea while absorbing the rich star power around him to increase his experience. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han didn't say anything. He seemed to be waiting for the result of God Monarch Yu Qin. If God Monarch Yu Qin passed, it would undoubtedly be the two of them who could announce it together. This would save a lot of trouble. Moreover, it was only a month. There was no rush. The jade pendant was not consumed here. It was much safer than outside. This was a unique space. Naturally, there would be no big problem. The time it was passed, day by day. God Monarch Yu Qin was still immersed in her beautiful dream. She didn't want to wake up at all. She must have failed. There are only a few days left. Quichui no longer stayed with Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, but liked to be with Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun has a comfortable aura, but in fact he hasn't taken off the longevity suit. Nonsense, my master can pass. She is mighty and easily passed my test, the little boy retorted. He was naturally the tool spirit of God Monarch Yu Qin's treasure. Since he followed God Monarch Yu Qin, he would naturally side with his master. My master is still the most powerful. He passed in just 3 days. Quichui shook her little feet, her face full of pride. Yi Tianyun rubbed her little head and said, You are really like my daughter. You should play with my daughter. I think it will be more interesting. Is Master's daughter exciting? Quaiquai's eyes lit up, and she looked forward to it. Yi Tianyun smiled and wanted to go back. Of course, it's interesting. I will take you to see it. In the blink of an eye, his daughter must have grown up a lot. Staying here for a year is equivalent to many years. When he returns, he should have grown into a slender and elegant girl. When they were chatting, God Monarch Yu Qin slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were still full of nostalgia, as if she did not want to wake up. Everything is just passing clouds. God Monarch Yu Qin shook her head and sighed deeply. No one knew what she was dreaming about, but it seemed that she had already noticed it. However, she still did not plan to come out. She would only come out when it was almost time. Master. The little boy pounced on her and was extremely excited. Then he turned around and made a face at Quichui. See, my master has woken up. Humph! Quichui turned her head and ignored him. Congratulations, you have passed this test. It seems that your Tao hearts are indeed solid. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. Your Tao heart is indeed good. You can wake up at any time, but you are unwilling to wake up. Some good things are always in dreams. If you want to turn this dream into reality, you just need to become strong. Senior Hal is right. The nostalgia in God Monarch Yuqin's eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by a firm gaze. Yi Tianyun smiled. Just like Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said, everything is about strength. As long as they are strong enough, the dream they had before can be realized. Everything is a matter of strength. As long as you are strong enough, what dream cannot be realized? Both of you have passed my test, proving that you have a strong heart and meet my expectations. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han looked at them and said in a low voice, "Do you know why I always test my Tao heart? Talent is not the key. Diligence is also not the key. The real key is to have a firm Tao heart. Only in this way can I guarantee that all demons will not invade me and strengthen my cultivation heart." Yi Tianyun replied, "A Tao heart is more important than any talent. Many people can't do this. Without a firm Tao heart, many things are challenging to do. That's right, Tao heart is vital in the later stages. Some people who cultivate to the later stages feel that they are lost in it, unable to break through the bottleneck, or are addicted to power, causing them to stagnate. Tao heart is the most important existence." Heavenly Venerable Hao Han was delighted with Yi Tianyun's answer. So many true experts have a firm Tao heart, so if you want to become a true expert, you must first have a Tao heart. Therefore, if I choose a disciple, I naturally need a firm Tao heart. Without a firm Tao heart, you cannot become a disciple. Now that both of you have a firm Tao heart, it is enough for you to become my in-name disciples. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han revealed a smile once more. These two treasures will belong to you. I hope that you will treat them well and nurture them. They will be of great help to you in the future. If we don't pass the final stage, will we not be able to take them away? Yi Tianyun looked at Kwikwi and the others. Of course not. Even if you pass their test, you can't take them away. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said. Yi Tianyun was a little depressed. He wouldn't take it away if he didn't pass the test. I know that it is a bit harsh. First of all, you must obtain their approval before you can reach the final step. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said with a smile. All right, we understand. They all knew the meaning behind this. These were all treasures of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. They definitely couldn't be casually given to them. If he wasn't even being acknowledged by his treasures, then there was no need to discuss reaching the final stage. As for stripping them of their treasures, it was elementary. Although they had already recognized him as their master, Heavenly Venerable Hao Han was still a generation of Heavenly Venerates. He was their previous master. There was no pressure at all. Of course, other than them following you, I have other things for you. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. Since you are an in-name disciple, I won't mistreat you. Then he waved his hand, and 5 balls of light floated in the air, spinning in the air. Yi Tianyun looked up and saw that among these 5 balls of light were 5 high-grade Heavenly Tao martial arts, which was a big deal. It was a high-grade Heavenly Tao martial arts, worthy of being a Heavenly Venerable. There are 5 high-grade Heavenly Tao martial arts here, enough for you to cultivate to the Heavenly Venerable level. But even if it is a high-grade Heavenly Tao martial arts, it may not be able to let you cultivate to the Heavenly Venerable level just like that. Everything depends on your luck. With a heaven-defying martial art, it doesn't mean that there is no bottleneck. Still, with such an influential martial art, there will be a specific auxiliary effect, and the success rate will be much higher than others. High-grade Heavenly Tao martial art. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This was a treasure for him. His strongest is only a high-grade rebirth level martial art, while other Heavenly Tao martial arts, there is no such thing. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1312, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could number chapter 127. Chapter 127, high-grade Heavenly Tao level martial art. Not to mention Yi Tianyun, even God Monarch Yuqin's eyes lit up. She had a Heavenly Tao level martial arts, but only a low-grade Heavenly Tao level martial art. Middle-grade Heavenly Tao level martial arts were already her dream, and this grade was too challenging to obtain, let alone high-grade Heavenly Tao level martial arts. Initially, she was a God Monarch, but it did not mean all were rich and could have many Heavenly Tao level martial arts. She could only obtain a low-grade Heavenly Tao level martial arts, which she had spent much money on. Now that she saw 5 Heavenly Tao level martial arts before her, she was ecstatic. It was simply a dream. This was a Heavenly Tao level martial art, and she could take a step forward with a high-grade Heavenly Tao level martial art. There are 5 high-grade Heavenly Tao level martial arts here. They are all martial arts that I have created. The situation of each martial art is different. You can choose according to your own needs. Of course, the main thing is to see how strong your Heavenly Venerate power and your control are. As long as you are strong enough, take as many as possible. If you can't get one, I will still choose one. After all, you are all my disciples. Your control is not good, but it will improve. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han gave a shocking answer, which stunned God Monarch Yuqin. Senior Hao, no master, you mean that it can be yours if you can take it yourself? God Monarch Yuqin was shocked. He felt like a pie falling from the sky. 5 high-grade Heavenly Tao level martial arts. If he could get all of them, wouldn't he be invincible? Yes, as long as you have enough ability, take it at will. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. Yi Tianyun looked at the 5 martial arts floating in the air, smiled, and said nothing. Then this disciple will give it a try. God Monarch Yuqin couldn't wait to give it a try. Being able to get one was already a pleasant surprise. Of course, Heavenly Venerable Hao Han had already said that even if they couldn't get a single one, he would still choose one for them. This meant that there was a safe opportunity for them to choose. It was truly generous of them. Immediately, God Monarch Yuchen gathered her strength and quickly flew up. She reached out her hand and inserted it into the ball of light, wanting to take out this martial art. Who would have thought that the moment she touched this ball of light, she would be sent flying for dozens of meters before falling? This kind of rebound force was considered weak and only slightly sent flying. Although there was no limit to the number of times, this was not too good. This must be controlled well. It must be synchronized with this energy to be able to pass through. This is a relatively gentle method. You can also take it down if you are strong enough to explode it directly. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han explained. God Monarch Yuchen nodded. She knew that she couldn't succeed in one go. She had to try a few more times. She followed her and flew over again. She did not choose to use violence to break it. If she wanted to use violence to break it, it would be a joke to face the power of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. Thus, she could only choose the first method. It was not advisable to use violence to break it. It would only make her lose face. Bang! God, Monarch Yuchen was sent flying again, but she did not land. She spun her delicate body and quickly flew over. She promptly tried again. Bang! She was sent flying again, but it was clear that the small hand had stabbed in a little just now. It proved that there was still a chance, not without a chance. After trying again and again, God Monarch Yuchen had failed countless times. Her delicate hand stabbed into the shield increasingly, and it was visible to the naked eye that she was still far from the martial arts. As if she didn't know exhaustion, God Monarch Yuchen continuously tried, stabbing into the barrier repeatedly. Ultimately, her entire palm was inserted into the ball of light. She forcefully grabbed the martial technique and forcefully dragged it out. I finally got it. She got the martial technique. God Monarch Yuchen looked battered and exhausted. Even her slender hands had suffered some damage. She still seemed quite miserable. However, these were all superficial wounds. She just needed to recover a little. Compared to this, martial arts was the main point. When she got the martial arts she wanted, even if some lives were put on the line, she might not be able to obtain a Heavenly Dao level martial art. This was just a superficial wound. Naturally, it would not be a hindrance. She rested for a bit and continued to obtain more. After all, this was a rare opportunity, and she had to try harder. If you want to obtain the second book, the difficulty will increase. You should grasp it well, Heavenly Venerable Hao Han reminded. Sure enough, when God Monarch Yuchen continued to take the second book, she discovered that the difficulty was several times more difficult than before. If it had been a piece of paper that could barely be passed through before, it was now like an iron plate. It was not easy to obtain at all. The difficulty has dramatically increased, making her want to vomit blood. She thought that after getting the first book and getting familiar with energy control, she could get other martial arts. Who knew that the second time was even more difficult? If it was difficult to pierce through, they could only get one. This was like asking Heavenly Venerable Hao Han to give them martial arts. However, God Monarch Yuchen did not give up. She kept trying to get 2 martial arts no matter what. Yi Tianyun sat beside her and drank tea, watching her try again and again. Anyway, there is plenty of time, and he is not in a hurry, so he just casually tried God Monarch Yuchen. Soon, after a long time of trying, God Monarch Yuchen finally got the second martial art book, which was a significant breakthrough and significantly improved control. Master, you don't forget to continue to test us, Yi Tianyun shook his head. How could he not know the thoughts of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han? These are tests. It's just that the trial with rewards makes them more motivated. In the future, you can cultivate on your own. Naturally, you can teach some. You won't be able to see it in the future unless you break through to the Heavenly Venerable realm. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said with a smile. Yi Tianyun nodded. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han was a spiritual will here, so he could not teach too much. In the future, he would have to wait until his cultivation level broke through before he could see Heavenly Venerable Hao Han's actual body. I gave up. God Monarch Yuchen finally gave up the third martial art. She is not someone who gives up quickly, but she knows that it is impossible to succeed soon. This third is too tricky. I feel that I must break through again, and all aspects have to be improved. Why don't you try it again? Yi Tianyun said with a smile. God Monarch Yuchen rolled her eyes at him. Do you think it's easy to take? You can try it yourself and see how many books you can take. She knows her limits. Although she has a treasure mountain in front of her, she knows she is incapable, so she chooses to give up in the end. Okay, I will try how many books I can take. Yi Tianyun stood up and looked at the 5 lights above, revealing a smile. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1314, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Although God Monarch Yuchen took away 2 martial arts books, Heavenly Venerable Hao Han quickly restored them. These were all made by himself. If he wanted to add more, he only needed to use his divine sense to replenish swiftly one. Yi Tianyun came under the 5 lights and looked at these energy balls. The probing eyes were released, and their energy situation was checked. The probing eyes are almost omnipotent. Only material things can be analyzed and divided into highly detailed data. I want to see how many books you can get this time. God Monarch Yuchen sat down, took the teacup, and poured himself a mouthful of tea. How can the power of a heavenly venerate be so easy to break? Do you think you can pick up any cabbage on the street? Master will get a lot of books, Queechui retorted from the side. Looks like you like him quite a lot? God Monarch Yuchin looked at her from head to toe and said, It's rare for a tool spirit to stick to him just like that. I like Master. What's wrong? Queechui retorted. There is no problem if you like him. Then how many books do you think he can take? God Monarch Yuchin asked. At least 3 books. Queechui stretched out 3 fingers. No matter what, she had 1 more book than God Monarch Yuchin. 3 books? God Monarch Yuchin momentarily thought and smiled. It seems you don't know how difficult the 3rd book is. I was only a little later than him, so the gap was not big. If the gap is not big, can he still get 3 books? God Monarch Yuchin's deduction is correct. She is, at most, a little later than Yi Tianyun, but the gap is not very big. In this case, it means that their level is almost the same. If I say 3, then 3. The master will get 3, Queechui retorted. Still quite stubborn? God Monarch Yuchin shook his head. If you lose, why don't you choose to follow me? I accept treasures. No, you bastard. Queechui didn't dare to look at God Monarch Yuchin, so she ran to Yi Tianyun and looked at her. God Monarch Yuchin, no, it should be God Monarch Yuchin. Are you trying to steal my tool spirit? Yi Tianyun hugged Queechui and looked at her with a smile. He knew God Monarch Yuchin was joking. He just wanted to bully Queechui. Of course I want her. She is so confident in you. Don't you want to bet? God Monarch Yuchin smiled. What about you? Don't you want to gamble with that tool spirit? Yi Tianyun looked at the little boy and smiled. I don't bet on tool spirit. If you surpass me, I will tell you the secret. How about it? God Monarch Yuchin smiled. Correspondingly, if you lose, I won't ask too much. Let me rub her hard. How about it? She said, moving her fingers, wanting to rub Queechui hard to let her know the consequences of talking nonsense. No problem. Yi Tianyun rubbed Queechui's little head. However, I won't let you get away with it. Find out about your memories and make them clear to me. You make it sound like you can get 3 books. God Monarch Yuchin rolled her eyes at him. She still felt that Yi Tianyun could not get the 3rd book. She had already tried the difficulty. How could she not know? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han also looked over to see what Yi Tianyun was doing. Yi Tianyun stayed there for a while, ready to take down the martial arts. Master, do your best. Queechui doesn't want to be bullied by God Monarch Yuchin. She must wish Yi Tianyun to win this game. Yi Tianyun smiled at her, then jumped and reached into the light ball. God Monarch Yuchin's eyes lit up. She wanted to see Yi Tianyun fly away, but she saw Yi Tianyun reach out and quickly get one of the martial arts books. What? He succeeded in 1 try? God Monarch Yuchin was dumbfounded. He thought he had to try many times, but who knew he would succeed soon? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han narrowed his eyes and was shocked by Yi Tianyun's precise control. The 1st book is in my hands. After Yi Tianyun took this martial art, he jumped again, stretched out his hand again, quickly passed through the 2nd light ball, and promptly got the martial art again. The 2nd book is in my hands. Without any obstruction, he quickly got it. It felt as simple as drinking water before God Monarch Yuchin tried countless times and finally succeeded in obtaining the martial art. Yi Tianyun quickly succeeded, making her depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. So simple, he succeeded. It felt like what Yi Tianyun was trying to explore was not the thick shield but a thin layer of paper. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han's eyes narrowed. This was far beyond his expectations. It was so easy to surpass the time needed by God Monarch Yuchin. Although there was no time limit, it was shocking to get it so quickly. The second one. God Monarch Yuchin jumped up excitedly, clapping her hands and clapping excitedly. God Monarch Yuchin and the others were shocked and didn't know what to say. Yi Tianyun's eyes focused. He locked onto one of the martial arts books, jumped up again, inserted his hand into it again, quickly entered it again, and then pulled it outside, and the 3rd book was easily obtained again. There was no difficulty, just like flowing water, smooth to the end. The 3rd book is in hand. Yi Tianyun grabbed the martial art and looked at God Monarch Yuchin with a faint smile. You lost. This is too incredible. How can you get it so easily? God Monarch Yuchin widened her beautiful eyes, unable to believe the reality in front of her. She has always thought that Yi Tianyun is not much different from her, but now it seems she is overthinking. The gap is not small. It is like the difference between heaven and earth. She spent a long time trying to get the 2nd and 3rd martial arts book, and finally, she gave up. Yi Tianyun quickly got it in just a short time. It can be said that he is an existence that can ultimately kill her, but the fact is not at the same level. Isn't it the same as you? Put your hand in and control this energy to enter. What difference can there be? Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulders. Since he could get it so quickly, the secret is naturally the investigating eye. At first, when he watched God Monarch Yuchin try again and again, he had already observed the situation of the light ball and then recorded the situation of the energy. When he comes personally, he can easily succeed according to these standards. As for the 4th book, he has to try a few more times. After all, directly observing from below is far inferior to the energy fluctuations brought by God Monarch Yuchin, constantly testing. Looking at the constantly changing energy fluctuations is the easiest to get. Become a patron, read up to chapter 114, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could pry chapter 1129, chapter 1129. 3 martial arts books are easy to get. They are all high-grade Heavenly Dao level martial arts. If they are placed outside, it will attract a crazy fight. This martial art can give people a chance to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. How can they not be jealous? If it is known by elder rank of second-grade god territory, it is estimated that all of them are crazy. They do not have high-grade Heavenly Dao level martial arts. Even if they do, they only have 1 or 2 books at most. This is not the critical point. The key is that this is from the hands of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, and with detailed insights, what is better than this? Yi Tianyun has 3 Heavenly Dao level martial arts books that will make people crazy. 3 books, 3 books. Master, you are amazing. Kwikwi was excited again. This time, she did not have to worry about being ravaged, but she could go and ravage God Monarch Yukin. No hurry, I can continue to take it. Yi Tianyun's eyes focused. He jumped up, reached into the light ball, inserted a small piece, and bounced back. Seeing this scene, God Monarch Yuchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would be a miracle if he could continue to take it down quickly. Now that she saw that he was sent flying, the shield of light proved effective. He needed a more substantial control to take it down. Yes, this is the first try, and he can already go deeper into a small section. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han's eyes lit up. Even if he failed, at least half of it was successful. Yi Tianyun did not stop. He continued to fly over again, reached out and stabbed again. This time, it was more than before, but he was still sent flying. He still couldn't take it down easily twice, but he didn't give up and continued to try. After 7 or 8 tries, he finally inserted it and took out the martial art. It worked, the 4th one. Yi Tianyun fell from the sky and put away the 4th martial art with a smile. This situation made God Monarch Yuchen complicated. He tried it for a while and quickly broke the 4th martial art. It was much faster than her. Yi Tianyun did not stop and quickly continued to try the last martial art. Since he wants to take it, he must take all his martial arts. Otherwise, he will not give up. Again, he continued to grab it, but it immediately failed. The 5th martial art was even more challenging to pick up. It was not that the 5th martial art was too precious, but that the difficulty increased as the martial arts decreased. Yi Tianyun tried again and again. Every time he failed, he would notice the energy fluctuation of the light ball. At the same time, he could use the same energy to explore, but every time there is a difference, he has to continue to try. This ball of light is straightforward. It makes the ball of light think that he is one of us and then lets him in. The principle is straightforward, but it requires robust control to be able to match the energy fluctuation of the ball of light. God Monarch Yuchen can't do it for now, but Yi Tianyun can do it. He just needs to try a few more times to succeed. Bang! Yi Tianyun was sent flying, but before he landed on the ground, he jumped up in the air and stabbed into the light ball. Finally, he pierced the light ball and grabbed the Heavenly Dao level martial art. Come out! Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out and slowly fell to the ground. Everything was so light, and it was much easier compared to the previous god, Monarch Yuchen. 5 books, 5 books. Kwikwi rushed over, hugged Yi Tianyun, and said excitedly, Master, you are amazing. You got 5 books, 3 more than her. She has been full of worship for Yi Tianyun, and Heavenly Venerable Hao Han is too lazy to pay attention to him. You have shouted many times today. Yi Tianyun rubbed her little head and smiled. Master, I am sorry. I have taken all the martial arts I have. It doesn't matter, but these 5 martial arts are different. Cultivate according to your situation. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled, then his tone became serious. But there is one thing you must pay attention to. You absolutely can not spread it out. If it is spread out, you will be punished by the Heavenly Dao. Cultivating my martial arts is already equivalent to making a vow. You absolutely cannot spread it out. If it is spread out, you will be punished by the Heavenly Dao. There is no exception. If it could be casually spread, there was no need for this Heavenly Venerable Road to exist. It would be acceptable to spread the martial arts out at will. Whoever learned it and broke through to the Heavenly Venerate would be chosen as a disciple. How simple was that? Heavenly Venerable Hao Han would not do this. If others ruined it, it was not something he wanted to see. Master, I will not tell anyone. Yi Tianyun and God Monarch Yuchen nodded, their expressions solemn. This is not a joke. Very good. This is our gift to you. Of course, there is also this heaven-stealing divine land. As long as you cultivate well, you do not need those protective shields. You can easily enter and cultivate. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han said. Heaven-stealing divine land's devouring ability cannot be changed at will. It can only be offset by blocking the devouring ability. Otherwise, it can only be offset by these treasures. After giving the order, they were about to leave when Yi Tianyun suddenly remembered something and asked, Master, do we need to leave names outside? Leaving their names, naturally, there are 8 names on the cliff outside. Oh, this is all up to you. It doesn't matter whether you stay or not. Those who can climb up here are all geniuses. After they have mastered a little control, they will leave their names outside and publicize themselves. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han smiled. I didn't let them leave words outside, and there is no need for that. It's just a matter of interest. Yi Tianyun was speechless. It turned out that this was what happened. He thought that they would leave words outside, but it turned out that they were fond of face. They felt that they would leave their names outside. Well, I won't leave words outside. Yi Tianyun looked at God Monarch Yuqin and said, "What about you? Are you going to leave words outside?" "Not interested." God Monarch Yuqin's eyes were full of absent-mindedness, as if she was still immersed in Yi Tianyun's violent martial arts. "Then I look forward to you breaking through to Heavenly Venerable. The path of cultivation is not easy. I hope your Tao heart can become stronger and stronger." Heavenly Venerable Haohan smiled and waved his hand. 2 rays of light enveloped them and disappeared in the next moment. Soon after, both of them reached the peak of their current state, proving that they had wholly conquered the Heavenly Venerable Realm. 2 people at once. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1323, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. When Yi Tianyun and God Monarch Yuqin returned to their peak, everyone looked over. After all, this was too conspicuous. Standing at the highest peak, how could they not be conspicuous? Are they the experts who have reached the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Road? Many were newcomers and had never seen Yi Tianyun and God Monarch Yuqin, so they looked at them curiously. More than that, they were still looking forward to seeing them. Would they carve their names on this cliff? In this way, they can know their names. Who knew that Yi Tianyun and God Monarch Yuqin would fly away and not stay here too long? This place is too conspicuous. They don't like to be high profile, so they chose to leave as soon as they came out. Before Yi Tianyun left, he looked over and found Heaven Monarch Ziguan and others had left. They stayed with Heavenly Venerable Haohan for a long time, but Heaven Monarch Ziguan and others didn't have a jade pendant, so they naturally had to leave. What's going on? They left without carving their names? They were shocked and thought they would leave their names on the cliff, but they didn't do it. They went directly. This greatly disappointed them. They didn't know their names. Now, they couldn't even know what they were called after going out. However, this can only be known through scouting. After Yi Tianyun left, Yi Tianyun asked, "You lost just now. You are willing to admit defeat. Can you tell me your secret?" God Monarch Yuqin was silent momentarily, then looked up at the front and said, "Let's go down there. Since you are interested, I will tell you." Then they flew down from the sky and landed in the forest on the side, a relatively hidden place. When they found a good place, God Monarch Yuqin looked like he wanted to say something, and Yi Tianyun shrugged and said, "If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." He was interested in seeing how a dignified God Monarch would be willing to work for a second-grade God territory. Especially the things she did were not very honorable. Of course, he also wanted to know why she did this. There were too many doubts, but he would also be too lazy to see if he did not say these things. "No, I just want to say that the more you know, the more dangerous it is." God Monarch Yuqin shook her head and sighed. "It doesn't matter if you want to know, but with your current qualifications, knowing too much will be dangerous. Although you have accepted the inheritance of Master Hao and have obtained so many heavenly Tao-level martial arts in the face of powerful strength, it is still not worth mentioning. I am very clear about this. A person is tiny, and in the face of terrifying power, he was easily killed. A God Monarch can easily beat me to the ground. How could Yi Tianyun not know that a God Monarch can quickly suppress him? The difference in cultivation is so significant, there is no way to resist. Even so, I still want to know the situation, otherwise I don't know what will happen." Prevention has always been the principle of Yi Tianyun's cautious behavior. Indeed, it is better to know some things than not. God Monarch Yuqin looked at him and said, "I hope you won't reveal the following content. There is a conspiracy in the 3rd grade God territory, the War of God territory." War of God territory? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He could smell the aura of war. Yes, this War of God territory is not a God territory's war of ascending to heaven. The War of God territory of ascending to heaven is nothing compared to the War of God territory. War of God territory of the gods is a battle between many 3rd grade God realms, and more than a dozen forces are involved. It means that the people will be in great danger once the war begins. Even the 2nd grade God territory will be affected, but the 1st grade God territory will be better. They won't be affected too much. As for the 3rd grade God territory battle, you can imagine how fierce the battle will be. Many experts gathered together and fought crazily, with countless casualties. The sky is full of Heaven Monarch Realm experts, and many God Monarch Realm experts and even Heavenly Venerable experts personally participated in the battle. At that time, how small the Earth Monarch was, and even the Heaven Monarch was so weak. It can be said that below God Monarch, they are all cannon fodder. Yi Tianyun heard this and couldn't help but be moved. Why is there a War of God territory? Yi Tianyun frowned and said, "Is it for a treasure?" Yes, they are robbing the power to enter the 4th grade God territory. It can be said to be a treasure that allows them to advance. God Monarch Yuqin stretched a finger and said, "Among so many 3rd grade God territory, only one God territory can finally obtain the right to advance. The rest are all losers." Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, This is too cruel. There are so many god territories and only one can have the right to choose. So many are willing to join the battle? Of course, it is already difficult for these dozen or so god territory forces to take another step forward. They can improve only by entering the world of a fourth grade god territory. Otherwise, it is meaningless. God Monarch Yuchin shook his head and said, "There are many who have participated and even more who have not. So this time, the faction you belong to plundered the geniuses for this battle? Yi Tianyun roughly knows something. Yes, it's still early. It's still 1,000 years away from the War of God territory, or even 10,000 years. We will enter the absolute slaughter when we look at the heavenly treasure," God Monarch Yuchin explained. Yi Tianyun pondered momentarily, looked at her and said, "Then what about you? Have you always been a member of that faction? Why do I feel you are unwilling to work for your faction?" This could be judged by the fact that God Monarch Yuchin had let him off. They were the ones who helped me to reincarnate successfully. Logically speaking, they are my benefactors. I will repay them. God Monarch Yuchin shook his head. After that, I realized that this was what I deserved. However, I have already sworn to serve them for 10,000 years. There is no way to change it. Her eyes were full of anger and grief. Although Yi Tianyun didn't know the details of the process, he roughly judged that she was being played. This is like the 10,000 Starstone originally belonged to her. One day, it was stolen at home. She followed the thief and said he would give it to her and help her solve the urgent situation. She was grateful and said that she would repay the other party. This is a typical case of being sold and helping several people. It is simply a scam. Now, she has made a vow, and she can't disobey. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1323, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 131, Chapter 131. This is indeed a sad thing. Yi Tianyun coughed lightly. He felt that God Monarch Yuchin was a tragedy. She was completely fooled. However, she made an oath. She could not repent and could only choose to obey. After 10,000 years, this oath could be undone. Her goal would naturally be achieved when she finished participating in the War of God territory. As for whether she would retaliate or not, when the War of God territory ended, what would happen would be her problem. If they had succeeded in obtaining the qualification to enter the world of 4th grade God territory, God Monarch Yuchin would have been nothing. Of course, it was also possible that in the War of God territory, God Monarch Yuchin would die directly, and everything would end early. There's nothing to be sad about. This is my own choice. God Monarch Yuchin looked at him and said, "The best thing you can do now is hide or keep a low profile. At the very least, don't tell anyone about the martial arts that Master Hao passed to us. Otherwise, it will attract a fatal disaster. High-grade Heavenly Tao level martial arts. Even a 3rd grade God territory would be jealous of it, let alone a 2nd grade God territory. Of course, they made an oath, and there was no way they could say it out loud. If they said it out, it would be death. However, some insidious people would instead let them die than force them to say something. Before receiving the punishment, there is still a chance to take out some information. Greed is endless. Yi Tianyun and others are dead or alive. They just want to take out more martial arts. So they are going to come to 2nd grade God territory and forcibly recruit people?" Yi Tianyun asked. "Yes, we were a bit rough before. Some of us will directly go down and choose geniuses to come up. At that time, you will be participating in the War of God territory." God Monarch Yuchin reminded, "If you want to participate in the War of God territory, you can only keep a low profile. Didn't you say before that the War of God territory would affect the 2nd grade God territory?" Yi Tianyun asked. "That's right," God Monarch Yuchin nodded. "In this way, even if I keep a low profile, will I still be attacked by the flames of war if I stay in 2nd grade God territory?" Yi Tianyun asked. This, looking at the remote situation of the forces, some won't be affected. God Monarch Yuchin said, "In that case, there is a chance to be affected. Then why should I hide and lower myself?" Yi Tianyun shook his head. "Then you can hide in the 1st grade God territory so you won't be affected." God Monarch Yuchin changed his words again. "Hide in the 1st grade God territory? You might as well let me hide in the common realm. There will be no damage there." Yi Tianyun rolled his eyes at her and said, "Forget it. There is no need to do that. Let nature take its course. How can I be absent in the War of God territory? Do you think we cultivators can become stronger without experiencing this? How do you think so? If your cultivation is too low, you will become cannon fodder," God Monarch Yuchin said with hatred. "If we are sent to the 3rd grade God territory, wouldn't we focus on nurturing them? 1,000 years later, we can still have a place in the 3rd grade God territory with our strength." Yi Tianyun looked at her and said, "Compared to being taken away, I want to recruit disciples here personally. Isn't it better?" God Monarch Yuchin was silent. This war was indeed 1,000 years later, or even 10,000 years later, when their cultivation would break through a lot. They would not only be at the Earth Monarch level. Indeed, no matter what, you cannot join the St. Peak God territory I am in. God Monarch Yuchin said in a deep voice, "They will force you to become a slave and completely control you." St. Peak God territory. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed, especially when he heard that he would be forced to become a slave. It sounded chilling. That's right, St. Peak God territory. If you were caught in the beginning, you would only become a slave, not even committing suicide. God Monarch Yuqin said bitterly, "They are so overbearing, they want their disciples to be loyal to themselves, so they will forcibly become slaves. Unless they are a little valuable, they will not become slaves." Yi Tianyun frowned. It seems that he made the right choice to run away. If he didn't run away, he would become a slave. Of course, those people can't stop him if he wants to escape. No one can catch him with a teleportation godstone. Unless a restriction makes him unable to escape, he can escape. "You have been out for so long, if you can't find me, will you be punished?" Yi Tianyun asked. "I don't know about that. In any case, my mission is to cultivate here and make a breakthrough in my cultivation." God Monarch Yuchen said, "My greatest mission right now is to recover my peak cultivation and break through to the heavenly Venerate. This is the most important thing for them. The rest is not important." One more God Monarch was a solid support. If there was one more heavenly Venerate, becoming an elder would be even more impossible. He would have an extremely high status and influence. "When you reincarnated, what was your cultivation level?" Yi Tianyun asked. "Late-stage God Monarch cultivation. I must completely awaken my memory to know the details." God Monarch Yuchen shook his head. "But no matter what, I have to participate in the War of God territory. This is my value to them." "What was it that made you willing to serve for 10,000 years? Yi Tianyun was a little interested in this. Reincarnation soulgrass is very rare. "I found it with great difficulty. I waited to mature and use it to reincarnate, but several experts besieged me, so I was forced back. When I came back, the reincarnation soulgrass was taken away." God Monarch Yuchen looked at Yi Tianyun and said, "You should have guessed what happened next. I was in a terrible situation. Because I was in a hurry to break through to a higher level, my body was in a terrible state, and I was about to collapse at any time. Reincarnation soulgrass is my last hope. St. Pete God Territory took it out and made this request. I can't refuse it. After I was reborn, when my memory awakened, I went to find the truth. I found out who the person who attacked me was, and finally found that it was the expert of St. Pete God Territory, but it's useless. I have made an oath, which is deeply engraved in my soul and cannot be violated. Unless the person who made me swear an oath dies, there is no need to fulfill it." God Monarch Yuchen looked at Yi Tianyun with bright eyes, shook her head, and said, "Forget it. I hope you can help me. The opponent is a God Monarch expert, only stronger than me. God Monarch, I can't do anything about it. If it were a Heaven Monarch, it would be fine." Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "One day my cultivation will be stronger. I will help you deal with this group of scum and treat it as a punishment on behalf of heaven. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1023, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could tie chapter 132, chapter 132. Forget it, just focus on your cultivation. You won't listen to me anyway. The War of God territory is terrible, and you still have the mind to go there." God Monarch Yuchen suspects that Yi Tianyun is crazy. Most of the cultivators don't even have time to hide. Yi Tianyun still has the feeling of trying. Undeniably, the resources of the third-grade God territories are excellent, but so many resources are given to you to work for them. If you want to become stronger, you can only do this, right? Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "If I keep hiding in the corner, I definitely won't be able to become stronger. Moreover, if I can escape this War of God territory, what about next time? Unless I hide forever, I will always be affected." Even if he did not join any God territory forces, too many troops were involved in the War of God territory. Unless he kept hiding far away, he would be affected one day. "All right, I was convinced by you. These are all your thoughts. Anyway, just don't join St. Pete God territory. It's the most disgusting God territory." After speaking, God Monarch Yuchen shook her head and said, "It's almost time for me to leave this place. You should take care of yourself. Thank you for your reminder. I will remember it." Yi Tianyun nodded. God Monarch Yuchen's information was still beneficial. At least he would not join the St. Pete God territory when they came to recruit people. God Monarch Yuchen looked at him deeply and sighed. "Among all the cultivators I have seen, you can still maintain a warm heart. I hope you can persevere. You are now equal to my junior brother. Why don't you call me senior sister?" "Well, it seems that my grades are better than yours. I should be senior brother, right?" Yi Tianyun shrugged, saying he would not call God Monarch Yuchen's senior sister. "I am older than you." God Monarch Yuchen glared at him. "Cultivators don't count age, do they?" Yi Tianyun looked at her and smiled. "You are a woman. Is it good to say that you are older than others? If it's a woman, even if it's a cultivator, they are not willing to tell their age." On the other hand, God Monarch Yuchen said that he is older than Yi Tianyun, just to strive for the position of senior sister. "I like it. How about it?" God Monarch Yuchen looked at him with a playful look, hooked his finger and said, "Come, call me senior sister. You want me to call you senior sister?" Yi Tianyun shook his head and smiled. "This is impossible unless you break through to the heavenly venerable realm first. Don't let me call you senior sister. On the other hand, if I break through to the heavenly venerable realm before you, you call me senior brother. How about it? You will break through to the heavenly venerable realm before me?" God Monarch Yuchen looked at him and laughed. "How is this possible? I admit that your ability is not weak, even stronger than me now, but I have not fully awakened my memory. If I awaken my memory, my cultivation speed will be far inferior to mine. I have experience of God Monarch, only one step away from breaking through to Heavenly Venerable. Unless you are also a reincarnation of God Monarch, there is no way you can beat me. Yi Tianyun shrugged and said, Then, are you willing to make a bet with me? God Monarch Yuqin was right. However, he had the system. There was no pressure at all. At the moment, there was a bit of pressure. That was to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. He needed some standards before he could break through. There was a bit of difficulty, but he believed it would not take too long. No problem, let's bet. God Monarch Yuqin smiled. If you win against me, don't call me senior sister, even if I marry you. There is no need to marry me, just call me senior brother. Yi Tianyun waved his hand. He already had ch1051 and did not dare to be disloyal. You are quite arrogant. Do you think I'd like to marry you? I just want to say that I will not lose. God Monarch Yuqin looked at him angrily and said, You are not likable. So many people like me. Even if you don't like me, you should at least give me some face. Cough cough, it is not a problem. You are charming and talented. But I have a wife, so I naturally must be disciplined. Yi Tianyun explained, Oh, it's rare. For men like you, you should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You make me change my mind. God Monarch Yuqin looked at him as if he were looking at a rare animal. She smiled and said, It's rare to see someone as dedicated as you. I admire you very much, at least not like those stinky men with 3 wives and 4 concubines. They will be dumped in the blink of an eye if there is no benefit. It's rare for someone like you to have only 1 wife. God Monarch Yuqin shook her head. She felt that Yi Tianyun was strange. A man like him usually had 3 wives and 4 concubines. If he were a master with high cultivations, he would naturally have 3 wives and 4 concubines. In particular, talented cultivators were willing to pay more incense. It was extremely normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. He had to have more children. Not bad. Yi Tianyun quickly waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this topic anymore. I already know the general situation. This is the bet. Let's see who breaks through to the Heavenly Venerate first. No problem. God Monarch Yuqin looked at him and smiled. It's good to know you. The God territory world is full of changes. I hope we will still be alive the next time we meet. Yi Tianyun was stunned. This God Monarch Yuqin is pessimistic, but it is no wonder she is gloomy. Her cultivation is as weak as an ant in such a chaotic world. She is easily crushed. She is just struggling at death's door. After saying that, God Monarch Yuqin flew away and did not stay there for long. Yi Tianyun looked at her leaving figure. After silence, he found a place to meditate and cultivate. He began to absorb the experience here. Although he can't condense the core, it is not a problem to fill the experience first. The jade pendant on his body can still last for 2 months. With so much time, it is not a problem to fill up the experience. Soon after, he found a safe place, sat down, and absorbed the experience. As time passed quickly, a pleasant voice finally came after he had crazily absorbed for half a month. Ding, congratulations, player. I successfully reached the level up experience. Do you choose to break through to the Heaven Monarch now? No need. Yi Tianyun didn't even think about it. He directly refused. He wanted to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. It was impossible to be satisfied by breaking through to the Heaven Monarch realm. Core, there is still a core. Yi Tianyun looked around to see if there was a core here. The simplest and crudest way to build multiple cores in the body is to absorb another core, just like before. If you keep absorbing the life core, it will gradually accumulate and become a core. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1013-23, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. When Yi Tianyun carefully looked around, he quickly found a colossal core buried deep in the ground. It is impossible to say that there is no core here. Heaven-stealing land absorbs all the energy in the surroundings, including the core, and then condenses it to strengthen heaven-stealing land. Maybe this heaven-stealing land is not the best, but for him, if the core, it is the real key. There is a core, but it is difficult to go down. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han blessed the heaven-stealing divine land. Breaking through the restrictions Heavenly Venerable Hao Han set up was tough. Even if a Heavenly Venerable came, he might be unable to break it. The heaven-stealing divine land would have been occupied long ago if it was so easy to break. Although challenging, don't forget that Heavenly Venerable Hao Han gave them his energy to help them compend. From this point, it can be transferred to the end of breaking. Even if he can't dig out the core, he can get close to the core. He immediately took out a weapon, aimed it at the ground, and began to dig crazily. But just as he dug out a small hole, it began to fill quickly, as if it had a strong healing ability. When he dug out a hole, it was quickly filled up, and there was no time to continue digging. This recovery speed was even faster than his digging. What the hell? Is it so hard to break down here? Yi Tianyun frowned. According to this, he was afraid he would be buried inside if he dug himself. Of course, this is not difficult for him. He can come out with a teleport. It seems like I have to put in more effort. Although it is troublesome, at least I can go down. Yi Tianyun followed and dug crazily. His speed suddenly increased several times. A perfect rebirth level weapon was like a shovel, constantly digging. The soil dug out was directly moved into the inventory. Initially, he wanted to move into the inner world, but he could not move in, so he could only move the soil into the inventory. After the teleportation, he began to dig crazily, and under his rapid digging, he dug a path down, but his back began to be quickly filled up, wanting to wrap him up. Yi Tianyun just wanted to take a gamble, to see if the speed of wrapping the soil was faster or if he dug faster himself, but now it seems he always dug faster. However, the road behind him was blocked bit by bit. If it were anyone else, they could not dig it down. After all, the soil that was dug out had to be at least pushed to one side, but there was no road to the back, and it could not be stuffed into the storage space, so there was no way to dig the roots. Only his particular item column could store this soil. It had to be said that this soil was still very precious, and after he went out, he would try to transfer it into the inner world to take a look. "Master, what are you doing?" Quiqui materialized next to him, curious about what he was doing. "Can't you see, I am digging a hole, but the soil behind is troublesome. It constantly moves closer." Yi Tianyun explained while digging, "So that's how it is. It's elementary, and I will help Master block them." Quiqui released a burst of light, and the healing ability around her began to slow down, even stopped. When Yi Tianyun saw this scene, he was stunned. "You have this ability?" "Of course, I can revive the withered spirit medicine, but at the same time, I can also absorb the vitality around me." Quiqui smiled proudly. "Master, do you think I am powerful?" "Not bad, very good." Yi Tianyun is very surprised. This way, he won't be in a hurry, especially in the later stages. He can't even sit down and absorb it. He still has to dig and absorb it. With the help of Quiqui, the soil around him she no longer healed quickly, making him feel much more relaxed. Along the way, he smoothly arrived at the core of the bottom, where there were many restrictions, all so profound. The most important thing is still the power of the Heavenly Venerable. This is the most difficult to break. If the restriction wants to be broken, it will only take a bit of effort. But the power of the Heavenly Venerable, if it is casually attacked, it will be sent flying. If it is severe, it will directly crush the intruder. Yi Tianyun looked up and down at this thick energy. It was no different from what he thought. It was the power of Heavenly Venerable. Excellent. Begin analysis. Yi Tianyun used his investigating eye to analyze energy fluctuation, trying to integrate it into the energy completely. Soon he roughly analyzed it, which was no different from the previous one. Immediately, Yi Tianyun reached out and went into the energy, and after passing through the energy layer, he saw the colossal core, which has a vast life force. Compared to the core of life he encountered before, it was dozens of times more potent, and the energy it contained was purer and more unique. Yes, it's here. After coming in, Yi Tianyun sat down and began to absorb the core. Quiqui was next to him, and when she saw this thing, her eyes lit up, and she began to absorb it like crazy. One big and one small, all meditating to absorb the core energy, not polite at all. After Yi Tianyun absorbed it, this pure core energy began to flow into his body. Under his star power, the surroundings gradually solidified into a planet, gathering bit by bit. He must first achieve a non-conflict state if he wants to keep two planets in his body. It was initially a core of life, but now it is still absorbing the core of life. Under the same level, conflicts are relatively rare. If there is a fire attribute core, he can't absorb it. Fortunately, this is not a fire attribute core, otherwise he would have come down in vain. However, before Yi Tianyun came down, he knew it was not a fire attribute core, not because of the investigating eye, but because there were so many spirit medicines around and the vitality was so rich. How can it be a fire core? In this state, he gathered up little by little, and the planets in his body began to build slowly. It seemed that everything was so smooth. Soon, it didn't take long for him to condense a huge planet in his body successfully. When he was about to continue strengthening, some of the original core of life began to shake, and the whole inner world showed signs of collapse. What's going on? Yi Tianyun was shocked for a moment. How could it cause a conflict? Become a patron, read up to chapter 1323, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. Yi Tianyun thought everything would go smoothly. He didn't expect it not to go smoothly at all. It could even be said to be very bad. Some of the original worlds in his body began to collapse quickly. If it continues to accumulate, it will cause a conflict. At that time, the two planets will explode. At that time, he will directly explode. Even if he doesn't die, he will become disabled. The inner world is gone, which is equivalent to his cultivation is crippled. Everything will have to be done again. Immediately, he made a prompt decision. He immediately shattered the condensed planet and turned it into countless life energy. It circulated in his body. Soon, it was absorbed by the original core of life. It quickly expanded and became more significant. Absorbing so much core of life energy, can it not expand? This meant that he failed, ultimately failed. He initially thought that he couldn't forget in the same situation. It was just an effortless way to condense a planet. Who knew that he was wrong? It was not that simple at all. Not at all. Planets of the same attribute can't coexist. One Produti LSS, Yi Tianyun frowned, thinking about which side the problem was. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly slapped his thigh, scaring Quiqui next to him to jump up. What's wrong? What happened? Quiqui looked at him blankly, completely not knowing what happened. It's okay, Quiqui, you can still cultivate here? Yi Tianyun saw that her whole body was emitting green light. It seemed that she was in good condition. After absorbing the core of life here, her body had evolved. However, this process of evolution was highly long. She couldn't advance after cultivating here for some time. She had stayed here for so long but had not evolved. Not to mention staying here for some time, she would be able to advance. Of course I can. I like this kind of rich life force the most. It is very comfortable to cultivate, Quichwi said. But master, why did you shout just now? I just thought of something, so I suddenly shouted. You can continue to cultivate. Yi Tianyun signaled her to sit down. Quichwi sat down again and continued to cultivate. What Yi Tianyun thought of was naturally the matter of condensing a planet. There was no doubt that continuing to condense a second life planet was an awful thing. After failing, the solution he thought of was relatively simple, changing the attribute. The core of life was equal to the wood attribute. If he wanted to condense a planet that would not be suppressed here, then he would choose the water attribute. It meant that he needed to find a water attribute core. If it were condensed like this, they would not restrict or even give birth to each other. He guessed that this situation would likely occur in the inner world. It was likely that it could not condense a core of the same type. It had to be of different attributes. If it were the same, it would be rejected here. This was like a mountain that could not accommodate two tigers. It definitely could not be the same. Otherwise, it would be rejected. Water attribute core? Yi Tianyun frowned. He did not know where to find this thing. Many planets have cores, but they are not weak sex. It is impossible to let them absorb the core's energy. He thought momentarily, and his eyes lit up. Heavenly Spring God Territory. Maybe there is one. The name is not randomly named, but Heavenly Spring God Territory will likely be a water attribute core. How do you ask? That is another story. Then, after the matter ends, I will ask again. Yi Tianyun did not choose to leave immediately, but continued to cultivate here. Although he has enough experience, he can continue to accumulate significantly and strengthen the core of his body. Why is he in such a hurry to leave? The jade pendant on his body can last for 2 months, and it is not too late to leave after he has finished cultivating. In the next 2 months, he absorbed the core energy wildly, constantly nourishing the planet in his body, and then it became bigger and bigger, and it seemed to be many times bigger than before. In almost 2 months, he felt that he was about to leave, and with a teleport, he teleported out from the core. At the same time, he set up a coordinate here, and when he comes back to cultivate in the future, he can use the teleportation godstone to relax, and there is no need to continue digging hard. After coming out, before preparing to leave, Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and finally put the jade pendant away. Just as he put the jade pendant away, there was a violent devouring force, and he was sucked out. In the blink of an eye, a small part of Yi Tianyun's star power was sucked out. What a strong suction force! It is much more overbearing than the martial arts I used before. Yi Tianyun took a deep breath. After this attempt, he immediately felt how strong this violent suction force was. No wonder the Heavenly Lord could not easily resist it. As for the Divine Lord, the cultivation effect here is not very good for them. Therefore, this place can quickly suppress the level below the Heavenly Venerable. If there is no jade pendant, he will be sucked dry. Yi Tianyun is now frozen on the ground. He can't even move a step. No wonder Yi Tianyun must leave before the effect of the jade pendant disappears. Otherwise, he can't even run away. He was directly sucked dry by this place. When the time comes, he can only watch himself being sucked dry, but he can't escape. This is desperate. Then Yi Tianyun quickly took out the jade pendant, and the shield shrouded himself and protected him. This time, he can move his feet freely. It seems that I can't resist it for now. Yi Tianyun shook his head. He thought he could resist this devouring force, but it seems it is not enough for now. He has to break through further. Otherwise, he cannot offset this terrible devouring force. After feeling the force of the suction, Yi Tianyun left and did not continue to stay there. When he left heaven-stealing divine land and flew toward the transmission array, he immediately saw someone flying over. From his clothes, it is evident that he is the guard of Heavenly Spring God Territory. Earth Monarch Gu Heng, I will wait for you here. I hope you can go to him when you go back, the guard explained. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. The news had already spread out. Elder Gu Huang was looking for him, and he was not surprised. Okay, I will go now, Yi Tianyun said. Please come with me. The guard was very respectful, and he also heard something. Strong people will always be respected. I don't know what will you say if you call me over. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He didn't know if his situation would attract the attention of the third-grade God Territory. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1323, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could Chapter 135. As soon as Yi Tianyun came out, he was immediately called by the elders. He was not surprised at all. After all, he only had 1 month to stay before, and now that he has been there for so long, he must go out to pass on the message. Otherwise, they would think that Yi Tianyun died inside, so they naturally need someone to pass on the message. Under the guidance of the guards, he quickly returned to Heavenly Spring God Territory. His journey was unimpeded, and he directly came to Heavenly Spring God Territory's Elder Gu Heng. It was the most crucial place here. Not everyone could come in casually. With the guards leading the way, he went straight to the Heavenly Spring God Territory. This is Earth Monarch Yi Tianyun, whom Elder Gu Huang wants to see. Where is Elder Gu Huang? The guard asked. The elders are in a meeting, but since they are here, let me bring them over now. Another guard nodded and led Yi Tianyun inside. This meeting, take me in? Yi Tianyun asked doubtfully. Yes, you are the person the elder pointed out. Even if it is a meeting, I will take you in. The guard momentarily thought, then added, the elder said that no matter the situation, he will take you in. Yi Tianyun nodded. It seemed that Elder Gu Huang valued him, but thinking about it carefully, he could climb to the peak of the heavenly venerable road. How could they not pay attention to him? If they did not pay attention, a donkey must have kicked their heads. Under the guidance of the guard, he walked to the hall on the inner side and did not see anyone. The voice came from inside. This time, one of our human disciples successfully ascended to the heavenly venerable road. It seems like there will be a great chance for him to become a heavenly venerate in the future. You already said that it is possible. A human doesn't even know how to climb the mountain. Could it be that he has some special ability? Even if a human reaches the heavenly venerable road, it will still be difficult for him to break through in the later stages. He will still be stuck on the road, unable to advance. How is that impossible? He is a member of our divine fortune palace. I have seen his abilities. He is mighty. There is no pressure for him to become a heavenly venerate. Yi Tianyun can hear that one of them is Elder Dongyun. As a member of divine fortune palace, Elder Dongyun will come over for a meeting. Let's go in. The guard ignored what was going on inside. Elder Gu Huang has a very high status. He must be the leader. Yi Tianyun immediately walked inside. Just as he entered the door, all eyes focused on him. To be honest, he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't like to come in when others talked about him, especially when the person was himself. If he came in, he would start a discussion and directly target him. Earth Monarch Yi Tianyun is here. Elder Gu Huang's eyes lit up. They waited for a long time and finally saw Yi Tianyun coming. Initially, they were not in a hurry to hold this meeting, but Yi Tianyun did not come out long, so they planned to keep it in advance. The meeting was only halfway through, and Yi Tianyun returned, which surprised him. Those who do not know Yi Tianyun now know him again, staring at him, wishing to see through him. 9 Refinement Earth Monarch, one of the elders said, and the other elders were shocked at this time. They have seen the 9 Refinement Earth Monarch, but it is the first time they have seen the human 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. Of course, it is not that there are so many people in the clan, only Yi Tianyun broke through to the 9 Refinement Earth Monarch, but they have seen Yi Tianyun, a human, reach the 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. It can be seen that humans with 9 Refinement Earth Monarch is scarce. Human talent is not high, so it is infrequent to reach 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. 8 Refinement Earth Monarch is extremely rare, let alone 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. Now, Yi Tianyun is standing alive in front of them. Not only has he finished Heavenly Venerable Road, but he has also successfully broken through to the 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. 2 giant halos shrouded him, which is very conspicuous in the eyes of many elders. Especially Elder Xiaotian, his eyes are full of coldness. He did not expect that the one who provoked him was such a genius. These 2 giant halos have already crushed many Heavenly Spring God Territory geniuses, and they are incomparable to him. It is 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. You have just broken through to 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. Elder Dongyun was pleasantly surprised. He had to say that Yi Tianyun gave himself a long face. He just joined the team and now has such a record. How can he not be surprised? This is all taken care of by Elder Gu Huang. If I didn't go to Heaven-Stealing Divine Land, I couldn't break through to 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. Why? Yi Tianyun smiled and flattered. No, the reward for Heaven-Stealing Divine Land is what you promised before. You deserve everything. Elder Gu Huang smiled and said, I didn't expect you to break through in such a short time. It is not easy to break through to the 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. One by one, the elders have changed their views on Yi Tianyun. 9 Refinement Earth Monarch is a golden sign. It can't be wrong. Even if it is a good talent, achieving it is not necessarily possible. It means that those who break through to the 9 Refinement Earth Monarch, no matter how trashy their race is, cannot be an evil existence. Some of the elders who did not think much of the human race did not look good, especially Elder Xiaotian, who was extremely unhappy with the human race. But now it is not good to say something sarcastic. Some things cannot be refuted, such as 9 Refinement Earth Monarch. I heard that you have finished Heavenly Venerable Road. I wonder what reward you got on Heavenly Venerable Road? Elder Xiaotian went straight to the point. This was the most important thing for them. Although 8 geniuses successfully passed the Heavenly Venerable Road, it was embarrassing that there was no part of the Heavenly Spring God Territory, not even the other 4 God Territories. Those were all from 3rd grade God Territory, or some geniuses who came in after paying a price. To put it bluntly, Yi Tianyun is the first Heavenly Spring God Territory disciple who can complete the Heavenly Venerable Road. This honor is desirable. Obtain a bit of martial arts recipe, Yi Tianyun said half-truthfully. He couldn't say that he didn't get anything. With so many pairs of eyes watching, if he said he didn't get anything, who would believe it? He would be seen through, mainly when he used it in the future, so he just admitted it. He would get 5 books if he didn't say it out. What is it? Take it out and take a look. Elder Xiaotian's eyes lit up. Elder, it is impossible for me to take it out. When I took this inheritance, I already made a vow. I cannot reveal it at all. Yi Tianyun replied, neither humble nor pushy. Yi Tianyun has already thought of how to answer. Among these elders, there is no lack of people who eat meat and do not spit bones. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1323, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Number Sexter 1136. Chapter 1136, Yi Tianyun's explanation made many elders deeply agree this situation is not strange. If you can casually spread the martial arts, the name engraved on the cliff, you will know how many people have this inheritance. These people who have received the inheritance, if they can spread it, have already spread it. In fact, there is no news at all, and the evidence is clear that there is no way to spread it. This is impossible to spread. You can roughly tell the situation inside. Elder Gu Huang is a little interested in the inside of Heavenly Venerable Road. The other elders looked over with interest in their eyes. Elder Xiaotian's eyes became gloomy, as if he was thinking about something. On the other hand, I encountered the divine sense of Heavenly Venerable, which is generally meant to recruit disciples. Whoever can climb to the finish line and pass the test can become his registered disciple. In the future, if he breaks through to the Heavenly Venerable, he can become an official disciple. Yi Tianyun answered truthfully. This wasn't a secret. Moreover, they wouldn't believe it if they didn't say it out loud. He noted that it was impossible to take a detour inside. No one would think it. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han's in-named disciple. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other in dismay. They didn't think that there would be such a background there. Because they didn't have any disciples that climbed to the end, they had never known the truth of this place. It was indeed a type of sorrow. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. I have heard of this Heavenly Venerable. He is an extremely famous Heavenly Venerable. Among so many Heavenly Venerable, he isn't the strongest. At the very least, he is ranked in the top 5, one of the elders said in a deep voice. Top 5 Heavenly Venerates. Everyone's eyes narrowed. To them, a Heavenly Venerate was something they could only hope for. Even if they broke through to the Heavenly Venerable realm, they would most likely be at the bottom. A Heavenly Venerable, Hao Han, could rank in the top 5 Heavenly Venerables. This was something that no one could imagine how strong the top 5 Heavenly Venerable were. A Heavenly Venerable was already strong enough to enter the top 5. It could be seen how strong they were. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect his master to be so unique. He could be said to be one of the top 5 Heavenly Venerables. So, Heaven-Stealing Divine Land is established by Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. Elder Gu Huang and the others finally knew the situation. Yes, Heaven-Stealing Land is done by Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, and in so many God territories, he didn't only let one Heaven-Stealing Divine Land, but several Heaven-Stealing Divine Land to choose a disciple. Yi Tianyun said. Yi Tianyun explained. The elders suddenly understood what was going on, so that's how it is. You have become Heavenly Venerable Hao Han's registered disciple? Elder Gu Huang and the others' eyes brightened. Yes, this disciple has become the registered disciple of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, but the disciple still needs to break through to the Heavenly Venerable to become the official disciple of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. Yi Tianyun said. So you are the registered disciple. I thought you would become an official disciple, just a registered disciple. As long as you have not broken through to the Heavenly Venerable, you are not an official disciple. It is a waste of time. Elder Xiaotian leaned on the chair and felt full of disdain. The difference between an official disciple and a registered disciple is too significant. The life and death of an in-named disciple has nothing to do with Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. This means that even Master can't be found. How can he be a backer? Only an official disciple can enjoy this kind of treatment. If he becomes an official disciple, it can be said to be a walk in the park. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed and he smiled slightly. Yes, a disciple is stupid. Through hard work, I barely got an in-named disciple and became the first in Heavenly Spring God territory. I can reach the end and become an in-named disciple. How dare you? Elder Xiaotian's face sank. He slammed the table and growled, What do you mean by this? Yi Tianyun's words are valid. The registered disciples do not have any backers, but at least they are the number 1 in Heavenly Spring God territory. It is better than Elder Xiaotian's side. Not a single person has successfully reached the finish line. Wouldn't that be even more trashy? Haha, Elder Dongyun suddenly smiled, looked at Elder Xiaotian and said, Elder Xiaotian, I also want to ask you what you mean. So what if you are an in-named disciple? At least you have the inheritance of a Heavenly Venerable Master, and you will have a chance to become a Heavenly Venerable in the future. And Elder Xiaotian, the in-named disciple you speak of, is not worth mentioning. I wonder how many disciples you have under you and how many you can successfully reach. Elder Dongyun couldn't help but quarrel with Elder Xiaotian. Yi Tianyun is his disciple. He must be biased towards his disciple. Moreover, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to obtain such a great honor. This Elder Xiaotian was still mocking him from the side. If his disciple had finished his Heavenly Venerable Tao, he would probably have already told everyone. How could he still feel that it was meaningless? Elder Dongyun, this is a matter of fact. Do you think breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable is so easy? Even if you obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable, you might not be able to break through to the Heavenly Venerable, Elder Xiaotian said coldly. That is true. At the very least, there is a great chance for you to break through to the Heavenly Venerable compared to others, Elder Dongyun retorted coldly as well. All right, stop arguing. Elder Gu Huang looked at them and said in a low voice, "It's already quite good to obtain the inheritance of a Heavenly Venerable. We must increase our cultivation and let our disciples walk the path of a Heavenly Venerable. When we reach the end, we can obtain the inheritance of a Heavenly Venerable. What a pity. If we could leave, that would be for the best." A god monarch's cultivation could not walk the Heavenly Venerable Road. The Heavenly Venerable Road also had restrictions. If one's cultivation was too high, they could not leave. If they could go, they estimated that they would be able to finish walking the Heavenly Venerable Road. Elder Xiaotian's eyes lit up. In that case, can the distribution of the Jade Pendant be divided a little more? Elder Xiaotian, didn't you say you weren't interested? Isn't it just an in-name disciple? It's not like you're an official disciple. What's the use of taking it? Elder Dongyun returned the question. Elder Xiaotian's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, "Elder Dongyun, I'm thinking for my disciple." Didn't Elder Gu Huang just say that even if it's an in-name disciple, it's at least a heavenly venerable inheritance? I want my disciple to see the world. Is that not okay? Yi Tianyun listened and shook his head. This Elder Xiaotian is sour. When it is his turn to have a chance, he is like a dog and immediately rushes up. Okay, everything is up to you. Elder Dongyun looked at Yi Tianyun and nodded, indicating that he would never let Yi Tianyun suffer any grievances with him here. Yi Tianyun smiled. With this kind of elder protecting him, this is the absolute master, and he is not afraid to fight with other elders, and sometimes it is good to protect him. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1323. And bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1137. Chapter 1137. Elder Dongyun will help Yi Tianyun get back at him. Although Yi Tianyun is not good at arguing with the elders, he is an elder. He does not care about these things at all. Elder Gu Huang felt helpless, but Elder Xiaotian was too much. Elder Xiaotian saw Elder Dongyun's attitude and was about to explode angrily. He immediately thought of something and said, "By the way, I almost forgot to say, I am ready to go to the Imperial Palace tournament. I wonder if Elder Dongyun will let Tianyun and Dijun fight. After going through the Heavenly Venerable Road, his ability should not be bad. If he does not go on stage, wouldn't it be a pity?" Yi Tianyun frowned. He didn't know what Elder Xiaotian was planning and why he suddenly brought up the palace competition, but the palace was going to have a competition recently, which was the refining competition. There has always been this rule, and it is not because he came that he has it. He just joined not long ago and has not mastered the ability of Divine Construct Palace. How can he participate so quickly? Elder Dongyun immediately retorted. Yi Tianyun has just joined, and he hasn't wholly familiarized himself with the Divine Construct Palace, so he was pulled to heaven-stealing divine land. This means that even the Divine Construct Palace's proud forging martial arts have not mastered anything, and it is undoubtedly very disadvantageous for him to participate. It is undeniable that the inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable Road is not evil. He didn't know what Elder Dongyun had, but it was not a forging martial art. Heavenly Venerable Haohan does not specialize in forging, but mainly in combat strength. This means that he does not take any of the 3 significant professions into account. That is true, but there is still some time left. Since this is Heavenly Venerable Haohan's in-name disciple, he must be very talented, right? If he doesn't even dare to participate in this, wouldn't he be ashamed of this title? Elder Xiaotian began to praise Yi Tianyun. It would be a shame for Heavenly Venerable Haohan if he didn't participate. What do you mean a little bit of time? It's only less than a month or 2. How can I learn it? Elder Dongyun was furious. Elder Xiaotian, this is a public revenge. What public revenge? What public revenge? I just want to see his potential. Elder Dongyun, you can't say such nonsense. Elder Xiaotian smiled at Yi Tianyun and said, "How about it, Lord Tianyun? Are you willing to accept this challenge? Don't worry, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you just want to try and gain more experience." Yi Tianyun looked at him and smiled. Elder Xiaotian, well said, then I will participate, you can rest assured. He didn't know what Elder Xiaotian was thinking, but what was the problem with participating in this? It was not a problem for him at all. Good. Elder Xiaotian laughed loudly, his eyes full of success. He immediately looked at him and said, "This is what we call having ambition. Everyone has heard it. Earth Monarch Tianyun and the others will participate. Elder Dongyun, you can't not let him participate." Elder Dongyun's face sank. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to take the bait. Don't worry, since he agreed, he will participate. Elder Dongyun said in a deep voice, "With your promise, it will be fine." Elder Xiaotian's gaze was ice-cold as if he had already seen the result. Elder Gu Huang felt very helpless at the side. These 2 elders had always been fighting each other, never stopping. "Let me in, let me in." At this time, shouts came from outside. "What's going on outside?" Elder Gu Huang frowned inside. They were in a meeting. Why was it so noisy outside? Elder. At this time, a familiar figure rushed in from outside. Yi Tianyun turned his head and saw that this guy was not the same Heaven Monarch Zongyun who had been left far behind by him before. He also called himself Heaven Monarch Zongyun. Heaven Monarch Zongyun, when many elders saw him, they all recognized him. Heaven Monarch Zongyun has good talent. Among the many heaven monarchs, he can be regarded as one of the top because his talent is good, and his status is naturally not bad, so he let him enter the Elder Palace. It was just that no matter how good his status was, he could not casually barge in, or it would be disrespectful to an elder. Heaven Monarch Zongyun, what is it? Elder Guhuang frowned. He felt Heaven Monarch Zongyun was a little rude, but he still suppressed his temper and asked what he wanted to say. Otherwise, why would he be in such a hurry? You came back. When Heaven Monarch Zongyun saw Yi Tianyun, he told Elder Guhuang, I heard that he has successfully reached the Heavenly Venerable Road. I suspect that he used a treasure or something the elders gave him. I think it is a bit strange, so I came here to ask. Yi Tianyun was speechless. He had seen stupid people but had never seen such silly people. The elders looked at each other, not knowing what he meant, and immediately looked at Elder Dongyun, wanting to see what Elder Dongyun said. Heaven Monarch Zongyun, are you joking? If I had such a treasure, why wouldn't I give it to others but a new disciple? Elder Dongyun's face sank, thinking Heaven Monarch Zongyun was joking. But if he has no treasure, how can he climb the Heavenly Venerable Road? Heaven Monarch Zongyun looked at Yi Tianyun and said in a deep voice, and he is a human, he must have used some kind of treasure. Even if the elder does not give it, he can only climb up using this treasure himself. So I hope he will hand over the treasure and let the disciples share it. He can't be selfish. This is for the development of the Heavenly Spring God territory. What Heaven Monarch Zongyun said was magnificent, directly rising to the entire Heavenly Spring God territory, making Yi Tianyun feel like crying. He thought these elders were enough to make things difficult for him, but he did not expect that the one who would make things difficult for him would be this idiot. Under these words, many elders looked at Yi Tianyun with a strange expression, not knowing how Yi Tianyun could explain. I think that this treasure is heaven-defying. I don't even know what kind of treasure it is that can completely suppress the grand formation set up by Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. If it is, why don't I take it? Yi Tianyun retorted indifferently. What Heavenly Venerable Hao Han, Heaven Monarch Zongyun, didn't know the reason and felt it was a bit strange. Elder, Heaven Monarch Zongyun is a bit delusional. I think everyone will go into heaven to steal the divine land. Do you think I have a treasure that can even suppress Heavenly Venerable Hao Han? Yi Tianyun felt very ridiculous. In his opinion, Heaven Monarch Zongyun is just humiliating himself. Everything was over, but now he came to make trouble. Isn't this embarrassing for the elders? So many elders don't have a treasure, thinking that Yi Tianyun has it. It is like saying that the elders are useless. They can't even find this kind of treasure. What are they doing? Become a patron, read up to chapter 1323, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal, if you could. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. The most ignorant thing about Heaven Monarch Zongyun is that he didn't know anything and directly came to make trouble. He was angry with Yi Tianyun. When he learned he had returned, he immediately questioned him. Who knew that when he asked this, the result was that his face was swollen? If Yi Tianyun had a treasure that suppressed Heavenly Venerable Road, he would have flown into the sky. Heavenly Venerable Hao Han sets that up. It needs at least a high-grade Heavenly Tao level treasure or even a higher level treasure to suppress it. Yi Tianyun can have this level of treasure? Even if there is this kind of treasure, if the cultivation is too weak, it is impossible to display the effect. At least so many elders do not have this kind of treasure. They all know how powerful Heavenly Venerable Road is. It is ultimately a test of Tao's heart. To suppress this illusion, the treasure needed is more precious. Among so many treasures, the most precious type was the type to suppress illusions. After all, when one cultivated to the end, there would be a tribulation of heart demos. Having a treasure that could suppress heart demos or illusions was extremely difficult. Assuming that a treasure of the same level as a high-grade rebirth level treasure could suppress heart demos, it was comparable to 2 or 3 other treasures of the same level. This was its preciousness. Thus, when these words came out of Heaven Monarch Zongyun's mouth, they were already spat out as incredibly brainless. Saying such words would be humiliating when one does not know the situation. This Heavenly Venerable Road was set up by the Heavenly Venerable. Only then did Heaven Monarch Zongyun realize what he said. If not for a treasure the elder gave, Yi Tianyun wouldn't have this treasure. It means that from the beginning to the end, he was the one who thought Yi Tianyun was cheating. Heaven Monarch Zongyun, you broke into the Council of Elders without permission. The question you said is extremely ridiculous. Elder Guhuang's expression became serious. Now, I will sentence you to be imprisoned in the Reflection Tower for 2,000 years. During this period, you cannot come out half a step. If you sneak out half a step, the time will increase by another 2,000 years. Elder Rui Feng, I wonder if you agree to my punishment. Elder Rui Feng was the master of Heaven Monarch Zongyun, so he naturally had the right to ask about this matter. I agree to Elder Guhuang's punishment. Elder Rui Feng said expressionlessly. In his heart, he did not know how many times he had scolded Heaven Monarch Zongyun. He wanted to protect him. However, this Heaven Monarch Zongyun was too stupid. If he wanted to cause trouble outside, he would be fine. However, there were rules. He absolutely could not barge into the meeting of the elders without permission. Unless there was a crucial matter, who knew that the things that happened would be extremely childish. This made everyone suspect that a donkey had kicked Heaven Monarch Zongyun's head. He had gone crazy in front of so many elders. Even if he wanted to die, he should not do this, right? Elder Rui Feng, when Heaven Monarch Zongyun opened his mouth and wanted to shout something, the guards surrounded him, wanting to drag him into the reflection tower. Go and think about it properly. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Elder Rui Feng sighed. His disciple's talent was not bad, but his brain was not very good. No, don't, Heaven Monarch Zongyun cried out in pain. He would be dragged into the reflection tower for 2,000 years. He was going crazy. 2,000 years was not long, but he had been trapped in a place all this time. A genius like him, running around and enjoying that respectful gaze, would be unhappy. Elder Rui Feng did not even look at him. This was the only thing he could do. What could he do? Elders, I'm sorry. Heaven Monarch Zongyun has recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. That's why he made such a joke. I hope all of you elders do not mind. Elder Rui Feng stood up and apologized. As his master, he was willing to clean up his disciple's mess. It's fine. Elder Gu Huang waved his hand and continued. Since you have chosen to participate in the palace tournament, I look forward to your performance. You have obtained the inheritance of a heavenly venerable. I hope that you will cultivate well in the future. If there are any problems, you can come to me. Elder Gu Huang's last sentence is crucial. His position is very high here, equivalent to being Yi Tianyun's backer who dares to provoke him. Thank you, Elder Gu Huang. Yi Tianyun stood up and thanked him. After that, they left. Initially, they wanted to discuss Yi Tianyun's situation and the kind of treatment they wanted to give. Now, it seems that they have to observe for the time being. Before Elder Xiaotian left, he looked at Yi Tianyun with a sneer. I didn't expect you to finish the Heavenly Venerable Road. It's incredible. Elder Dongyun praised Yi Tianyun, which made him proud. I don't know if I can finish it. It's all luck. Yi Tianyun said humbly. If this is luck, then everyone else is unlucky. Elder Dongyun smiled, and then his face became serious. But there is one thing, you are too impulsive. I know you are good, but in the palace competition, this is too impulsive. It seems that the palace attaches great importance to this competition. Yi Tianyun looked at Elder Dongyun's expression and knew the matter was not straightforward. More than that, this is related to the changes in the palace camp, and many elders and even domain lords come to watch. Especially territory lords, they are often elusive, but the palace competition will appear. If you perform poorly, the territory lord will not appreciate it, and then you will be a wall for yourself. Elder Dongyun shook his head and said hatefully, Elder Xiaotian, I just wanted to kill you. I wanted you to make a fool of yourself in front of the territory lord. That's why I did this. So that's how it is. There is still the territory lord to watch. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. There was no territory lord in today's meeting. That's right. The palace tournament usually sends the most outstanding 3 people to compete with each other. You have one now, and the other are Hua Lian and Yu Long. The other party will send the most outstanding one. It is complicated to compete. Each person has a powerful demonic flame, and the ability to control fire is first class. Elder Dongyun said in a deep voice, especially that forging technique, it has reached the level of supernatural craftsmanship and forged a superb weapon. Weapons have always been the most important, so the territory lord is extremely concerned about the palace tournament. No wonder the territory lord personally came to watch. If the outstanding geniuses were raised, the Heavenly Spring God territory weapons would be settled. Elder Dongyun, I wonder if there is a water attribute core in the Heavenly Spring God territory, Yi Tianyun asked the main point. Water attribute core? Of course, there is, and it is specially divided to become a territory lord temple. Elder Dongyun said, I wonder if I can go in and cultivate. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. There is a chance. This is a bit difficult. Unless I get the approval of the territory lord, it is complicated to go in, even if I have to go through the Heavenly Venerable Road. Elder Dongyun shook his head and said, the personality of the territory lord is hard to fathom. No one knows what he is thinking. What if I get good results in the palace competition? Yi Tianyun asked. If you can get a good result and get the appreciation of the territory lord, then naturally there will be no problem. Good, then you can get a good result. Yi Tianyun smiled. This time he would fight. He must condense a water planet to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Otherwise, he really can't break through. This palace competition is the best opportunity. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1328, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal. If you could see Kai chapter 139, chapter 139, you want to go to the core to cultivate. Elder Dongyun looked at him from head to toe and asked in confusion, don't you have demon fire? Why do you want to go there to cultivate? Generally, those with demon fire had more or less a fire attribute physique. Even if they did not have a fire attribute physique, they couldn't be able to contact water attribute energy. After all, these two were in conflict, and there was no way for them to be connected. Yes, this disciple plans to go there to cultivate. Although it is a water attribute, it still benefits me. Yi Tianyun explained. He did not say he would go to the water core to cultivate and break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. If he had said it out loud, even Elder Dongyun would have thought he was an idiot. How could there be a 10 refinements Earth Monarch? The 10 refinements Earth Monarch does not exist. For so many years, it has been deeply rooted in the heart. Even many heavenly venerates think it is impossible to have a 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Hence, he could not be bothered to say more. However, if not for the fact, no one would believe there was a 10 refinements Earth Monarch. If you need it, you must obtain exceptional results in the Divine Construct Palace competition. Otherwise, the Territory Lord would not have allowed you to cultivate at the water core. Elder Dongyun said, "No problem. I will work hard to obtain exceptional results in the competition." Yi Tianyun nodded. He initially thought that he would be able to enter smoothly through the Heavenly Venerable Road. From Elder Dongyun's words, he understood that the situation of the Territory Lord was not simple. Just relying on this, the Territory Lord would not allow it at all. "All right, I'll take you to solve the blacksmithing technique of our Divine Construct Palace now." Elder Dongyun said sincerely, "Now the situation is urgent. You must cultivate a lot. You don't have much time, only less than 2 months. During this time, you have to add more time to cultivate." Immediately, under the lead of Elder Dongyun, they returned to Divine Construct Palace. He didn't directly take Yi Tianyun to the Scripture Pavilion, but directly took him into the Divine Blacksmithing Hall. He just arrived at the Divine Blacksmithing Hall. The flames here are much higher than the outside. If ordinary people come in, they will probably be burned to death. Even an ordinary Star Monarch will not be able to last long. Dang, 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 dang. As soon as Yi Tianyun entered, he saw a big man holding a giant hammer in his hand and smashing it repeatedly, refining the melted liquid into a perfect weapon. On the other hand, there are other blacksmithing techniques, such as directly smashing it with his hand, using the most straightforward and crudest way to refine the impurities, and finally leaving the essence. Another is void refining, using his own star power to refine the impurities inside. There are many different ways, all with various effects. Everyone stopped for a moment. Elder Dongyun clapped his hands to signal everyone to stop. Soon enough, Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and the others surrounded Yi Tianyun. When they saw him, they were all surprised. "Junior brother is back. How does it feel to go to heaven-stealing divine land?" "That's right, we were too focused on forging weapons now. We didn't even know that Junior Brother had returned. Quickly tell us, what is the situation in the heaven-stealing divine land?" "That's right, we have never been to the heaven-stealing divine land. We don't even know what it feels like." They surrounded him and were extremely curious about the heaven-stealing divine land. As they prepared to participate in the Divine Construct Palace competition, they all cultivated here. Furnaces surrounded this place, which was undoubtedly an excellent place to forge weapons. Well, let's talk about these things later. Now we have to talk about something more serious. Immediately after Elder Dongyun told them the general story, everyone was shocked. They all looked at Yi Tianyun and felt slightly incredible. Originally, 3 main forces were arranged: Huo Lian, Yulong, and Ji Shui. Now, Ji Shui cannot be the main force for now. Elder Dongyun shook his head. To participate in the Divine Construct Palace tournament, Heaven Monarch Ji Shui worked very hard to win the honor, but now Yi Tianyun has taken the place. How can he not comfort him? In the tournament of Divine Construct Palace, only 3 people are sent. The rest can only watch from the side or cheer, so each time only 3 people can be sent, at most 3 times cannot participate. Only 3 people can be sent. If the Territory Lord wants to improve, the Territory Lord personally comes to watch. If the level of the disciple is ordinary, it will make the Territory Lord unhappy. Heaven Monarch Ji Shui narrowed his eyes, and he did not expect to hear this result. Immediately, he looked at Yi Tianyun and said in a deep voice, "Junior brother, tell me how you feel at this moment. I will try my best to treat you. I will never drag you down." Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, "Good, this is enough. I will participate in it next time. This opportunity is yours." Heaven Monarch Ji Shui said in a deep voice, "If I find out that you don't treat me well, then don't blame me for being impolite. This is a severe competition. You use all your strength or don't participate, and there is no third choice. He will undoubtedly be angry if he finds out that Yi Tianyun is not paying enough attention. Senior Brother Ji Shui, if this happens, there is no need for Senior Brother Ji Shui to speak. I will take the initiative to leave Divine Construct Palace." Yi Tianyun said firmly, "This is what I will do next, so I will do my best to be responsible for my actions." Good. The others were delighted with Yi Tianyun's words. Yi Tianyun's previous performance was good, and he could see the other people's level, but he knew nothing about blacksmithing, so naturally he would be worried. However, seeing that Yi Tianyun is so confident, they won't be disappointed, and even if they lose, they will at least treat him seriously. For the rest of the time, you will cultivate here. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask them. Elder Dongyun said, "You can also ask me. The forging skills are all on the side. You can go and see. There are many books on the side, all related to blacksmithing. Compared to reading a dead book, it is more straightforward to look at the forging skills of other senior brothers." Elder Dongyun was well aware of the problem, so he directly asked Yi Tianyun to observe the blacksmithing of other senior brothers. Under normal circumstances, it is insulting to watch others blacksmithing. Since they are fellow disciples, it is customary to observe. The key is that there is not enough time. Elder Dongyun hopes that he can improve faster. His ability to control fire is good, and his demon fire is good. With these as the premise, it is not difficult to improve. No problem, sorry to trouble you, senior brothers. Yi Tianyun said with a cupped fist, no trouble, junior brother, we won a lot of starstones. Yes, what is there to trouble? You must get good results in the competition. Even if you can't get the front row, at least make Elder Xiaotian sick. They have no complaints, especially since the fact has happened. The best way is to make Yi Tianyun improve faster. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1028 and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could ma chapter 140. Chapter 140. In the following time, Yi Tianyun took those forging skills and looked at them individually, basically 10 lines at a glance. With the help of the investigating eye, he frantically scanned the content into his brain bag and firmly remembered it. This content is of great help to him. Although he was first a first-grade divine forging master and belonged to a relatively high stage, his comprehensive ability was not very high. When he read the blacksmithing skills here, he found that his learning was the foundation. The system provided only a foundation, and many things needed to be filled up. This was just like the advanced package provided by the premise. It was just an essential ability, not a very heaven-defying thing. Now, he was hungry and thirsty to absorb the experience here, constantly strengthening himself, and with the guidance of other senior brothers, he cultivated faster. He knew that if he wanted to obtain this victory, he still needed to learn many things, so he had to work harder to cultivate. I almost forgot, I still have an upgrade package here. Only now did he remember that he still had an upgrade package that had not been opened. When he came to God's territory, he had given it to him. However, it would require 9 refinements Earth Monarch to open it. After breaking through, there were too many things to do, so he forgot to open it for a moment. Immediately, he found a place to sit down and pretended to study carefully. Open the 9 refinements Earth Monarch upgrade package. Ding, open the 9 refinements Earth Monarch upgrade package. Get 300 experience cards, 100 crazy point cards, 100 mastery cards, 100 sin point cards, and Heavenly Venerable upgrade package. Only open when you reach the level of Heavenly Venerable. Deducting 1 billion crazy point, 50 million sin point, starting to upgrade data. In an instant, a large chunk of his data was deducted. The data that he had earned with great difficulty was directly dug up. Although he could not use it for the time being, it was still excruciating to have a large chunk of it dug up. Ding is starting to upgrade body data. When the system notification popped up, he suddenly felt the energy in his body start to change. Especially the energy in his body seemed to be rapidly evolving. And his body, he thought that his body had become highly compatible. He felt that he could absorb any energy. Previously, he could absorb other energy, but it was not as smooth as now. It was as if he had turned into an omnipotent body. Ding, successful upgrade of body ability, become Heavenly Tao Divine Body, can absorb all the energy into your use, regardless of any attribute or energy. At the same time, you can turn it into anybody, making yourself more compatible with martial arts and energy. Ding, beginning to upgrade experience data. Ding, successfully upgrade data. Experience data is compressed. 1 experience point is equivalent to 1 billion points. At the same time, the experience can be given to anyone, turning into energy to help them upgrade. Bestowal great technique. Please use it according to the other party's situation so as not to cause the other party to explode. Crazy and crime values are also compressed and cannot be converted to others but can be converted to each other. Ding, beginning to upgrade the data of the store, successfully upgrade the store's data to increase the store's function. If the item is sold once, the same thing will appear in the store to buy. Ding, beginning to upgrade favorability data. Ding successfully upgraded favorability data. Accurately separating male and female data, whether it is favorability or loyalty, can see the detailed data. Ding, upgrade complete. Yi Tianyun faced this pile of data and was immediately shocked. He thought he would give the data package, but now he found that not only did he provide the experience card, but his data and the whole face were upgraded again. Just like when he first came here, everything changed. For example, when the body is transformed into the Heavenly Tao Divine Body, it can contain all the energy and transform into each other. It was simply a heaven-defying constitution. It meant that there would be no conflict when he absorbed other energies. Moreover, the experience data was simply heaven-defying. He could train his little brother well. He could send the experience over. If he smashed it, wouldn't his level rise crazily? He had gained so much experience, but his cultivation level was low. He didn't need so much knowledge. If he smashed it, he could immediately rise dozens of levels. Especially his pets, which were easier to upgrade. When he returns, he can also help Shi Shuiyun and others improve their cultivation and strengthen themselves. Regarding the junior brothers' training, this is simply a divine help. Moreover, they can also convert energy to each other, which makes him very shocked. This means that proficiency can be converted into crazy points or sin points. Everything is opened up. This way, where it is lacking, it can transfer extra, which is a highly humane effect. Finally, the favorability effect can be upgraded. He thinks this is quite suitable. When he turned his head to look at senior sister Huo Lian, the detailed data came out. Love, 50 points, favorability, 100 points, loyalty, 50 points, 100 points to complete, 50 points to pass. He then looked at senior brother Yu Long, favorability, 100 points, loyalty, 50 points. This time, he lost his love. If a man like him, it would be a ghost. However, this loyalty of 50 points meant that he was still trustworthy. If he reached 100 loyalty points, he would need to deepen the situation. However, this loyalty meant that he would still betray him. However, he would stab him in the back if he were better than those who were at least 20 or 20 points. These data used to be favorable impressions, even if it was barely enough. But now it is completely divided in detail. Providing data at this time means that he will be able to see many things in the future. Although the previous favorability is high, it doesn't mean they will not betray. Loyalty is the only one, and there will be no change in a high state. Under the mark of loyalty, as long as it reaches 100 loyalty points, it will not drop directly. Unless Yi Tianyun does something that makes them sick, such as stealing their wife or something like that, they will not fall. This is an auxiliary, unimportant item, but it is always better than nothing. The most helpful thing is still the first 3 o'clock, such as the mall mode, which makes his eyes light up. Sell the things he needs to repurchase them. This sounds amazing. Long ago, he had been looking for soul-accumulating grass everywhere. Now, he was no longer worried about it. As long as he found one, he could sell it in the store. Then, he would be able to buy it crazily. It was expensive, but he didn't need to look around for it. This upgrade is too amazing. 1 billion crazy points. Worth. Yi Tianyun nodded, which made him look even more forward to the Heavenly Venerable upgrade package. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1328, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Yi Tianyun was very surprised. This was a surprise. He had been busy before, but now he opened the gift package. He didn't expect so many surprises. However, after the surprise, he still needs to cultivate honesty, but under the Heavenly Tao Divine Body, he can strengthen his attribute ability. He can directly turn himself into a fire attribute physique, the effect of which is comparable to the Sacred Flame Body, which is a first-class physique. Little brother, what is there that you don't understand? Is that so? If you have any questions, remember to ask. Don't just stand there like a fool. Yes, remember to ask, don't force yourself. When they saw Yi Tianyun, they felt very strange. After all, this is a big matter, and they can't be careless. No, senior brothers cultivate well, I will just watch from the side. Yi Tianyun didn't try to be brave, but with the help of the investigating eye, he could already absorb a lot of experience. It can even be said that he can draw according to the gourd and perfectly forge something of the same level as them. Many senior brothers here are first and second grade divine blacksmiths, and the highest is third grade divine blacksmith. For example, Hui Lian is a third grade divine blacksmith. Before this, they were not at this level. Recently, they have made a lot of breakthroughs, reaching third grade divine blacksmith. This is a very amazing talent. If you continue to break through like this, you will soon be close to the elder's level. Elder Dongyun is at the level of 5th grade divine blacksmith, able to forge low-grade heavenly Tao weapons. This can be said to be relatively easy to forge. His real limit is to forge a middle-grade heavenly Tao level, which is amazing. However, the failure rate will be higher to forge a middle-grade heavenly Tao level weapon. Unless he reaches the level of a 6th grade divine blacksmith, the success rate will greatly increase. So it's like this. They looked at each other. Yi Tianyun had been watching from the side. He had never practiced it, so they didn't believe it. Little brother, let's clarify that we are not too assured about your level. You can say it now because we don't know your real level. You can forge a weapon now. Let me see how strong you can be. This will make us feel a little relieved. This is about our honor. We must not be careless. Heaven Monarch Yu Long, as a representative, has to be straightforward. They don't know whether Yi Tianyun understands or pretends to understand, so they must ask clearly. Okay, I will try to refine the middle grade rebirth weapon that senior brother just refined. Yi Tianyun knows that he must show some skill. Otherwise, they will not be at ease. Let alone them. If it is him, he must know the situation. No problem. Let's try a middle grade rebirth weapon then. Heaven Monarch Yu Long nodded. Although a middle grade rebirth weapon wasn't the limit for stopping water, it could be considered able to display one's level. From this, one could see how skilled it was. They would need to be at a higher level to refine a high-grade rebirth weapon. A 2nd and 3rd grade divine blacksmith could be refined, but the difference in success rate was too great. Immediately, under everyone's eyes, Yi Tianyun took the materials refined by Heaven Monarch Yu Long and threw them into the alchemy furnace to refine them. They have seen this level before. Yi Tianyun's fire control level is very high. This is the most important thing to forge. Under the perfect fire control, the materials are quickly refined. This is not difficult. The problem is how to refine the back. Yi Tianyun has been here for a month. There is not much time left to prepare for the Divine Palace competition. Therefore, they are interested in the technique and seeing if it can be cultivated to the peak. Rise. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He quickly extracted the essence of the inner side and then turned in the air, landing on the iron plate before him. Then, he waved his fist and smashed it. The ability that Heaven Monarch Yulong displayed is to use his fist to forge weapons very rough. Generally, this rough forging method is suitable for the type of forging a giant sword. With every punch, this ball of liquid can be shaped and spread out bit by bit, forming the shape of a giant sword. Such a skilled technique is even better than Heaven Monarch Yulong. Although Yi Tianyun's level is only first-grade Divine Blacksmith, the level of his burst is no less than that of Heaven Monarch Yulong, who is in second grade. Everyone's eyes lit up. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be so good to reach such an amazing level. The ability to forge is already better than that of Heaven Monarch Yulong. Although what Heaven Monarch Yulong showed before was not his peak ability, it was close to a lot. Now that Yi Tianyun has demonstrated his ability, it is close to his level, so there is absolutely no problem in participating in the Divine Palace competition. Clang. With the final punch, a giant sword was punched out. Although it was only a simple and rough attack, it was not bumpy at all, even very delicate. The surface of this giant sword is very smooth, and it is impossible to have half a fist print. If there is a fist print, how can it be used? This method of forging uses the strength of the first surface to let the material spread out, and then the material is shaken to the point that it is smooth. It's done. Yi Tianyun slapped down, the giant sword bounced up, and after several rounds in the air, it fell into his hand, and then a crisp sound rang out. He immediately handed the giant sword to Heaven Monarch Yulong. This time he took the place that Heaven Monarch Yulong determined. Not bad, not bad. Your level is even better than mine. If your level were to rise a little further, you would be far superior to me. Heaven Monarch Yulong heaved a sigh of relief and said, in this way, there won't be any problems for you to participate in the Divine Palace competition. With this level of skill, I was worried for nothing. I thought that Junior Brother would be embarrassed to ask, but it turns out that he really can watch for a while. I've only seen people who can watch and watch. There's no need to cultivate at all. Junior Brother must be of this type. I remember, isn't Junior Brother very good at judging people? Then you can also see through our cultivation, so you won't be surprised. They remembered that Yi Tianyun could have seen accurate information before, so it had the same effect on this side. However, this is heaven-defying. Seeing people can see through the door, seeing other people cultivate, the effect can also be seen. This pair of eyes doesn't know how to grow. Yi Tianyun did see it, but saw it through the detection eye, otherwise he had to do it. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1428, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could, sector 1142, chapter 1142. The rest of the time, Yi Tianyun joined in the practice, constantly forging weapons. He was just trying his hand sense, using what he learned to see how effective it was. With the help of the investigating eye, combined with the movements of many people, he has learned most of the forging skills. He does not dare to say everything, at least most of them have been mastered by him. Soon he welcomed the competition of the Divine Palace, led by Elder Dongyun. Their group headed to the competition hall of the Divine Palace. When they arrived, it was already a sea of people. Most people sitting in the nearby audience were not from the Divine Palace, but from other Divine Palaces. Divine Palace is a treasure ground that can forge weapons. They want to see which genius will appear. When the time comes, they can ask someone to help forge it. The price will be much cheaper than outside. Therefore, the Divine Palace is extremely popular among many disciples. Those who came to watch were the Sword Palace or Spear Palace disciples. They hope that they can have a powerful weapon. When they come, the others who can't participate can only go to the audience seats. Only Yi Tianyun, Heaven Monarch Huo Lian, and Heaven Monarch Yulong can enter the venue. Only the participants can join, and the rest cannot enter. There are many people. Yi Tianyun looked around and saw many camps in front of him. There are at least 7 camps. With them, there are 8. Each camp has an elder leading them. This means that there are 8 elders. This is not surprising. They all have God Monarch cultivation. The God territory is so vast, there are too many disciples. They need more elders to teach them. Otherwise, there is no way to keep up with them. There are 8 camps and 3 people in each camp. There are a total of 24 people. They represent the strongest newcomers. Every time the Divine Palace competition, they will send new people. This time is no exception. Yi Tianyun looked around. Most of them are unfamiliar faces. He has never seen them before. Naturally, they are unfamiliar faces. The main point is that they are all at the level of Heaven Monarch. Yi Tianyun is the only one at the level of Earth Monarch. If Elder Xiaotian had not been so aggressive, Yi Tianyun wouldn't have participated. He has no interest in this and has already decided who to participate. If you want to participate, you have to be at least at the level of Heaven Monarch, not discriminating against the cultivation of Earth Monarch. Still, the cultivation of Heaven Monarch is more mature, therefore his appearance immediately became the target of everyone's attention. Among so many Heaven Monarchs, only one was at the level of an Earth Monarch, which was surprising. There is an Earth Monarch among the participants this time. The cultivation level is vague, and I can't tell what level it is. That's right, it's an Earth Monarch cultivation competition. This is amazing. Is there any amazing power? It seems he is still a human. It's really strange. Even a human race is participating, and his cultivation is also an Earth Monarch. It is really confusing. Everyone began to discuss. The original topic was the Divine Palace, and now the subject of discussion has shifted to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's identity and cultivation are special. How can he not attract attention? This kid is finally here. I want to see what he can learn in the past few months. When Elder Xiaotian saw Yi Tianyun, he immediately smiled. He thought Yi Tianyun was a fool, but Elder Dongyun was even more stupid. He let Yi Tianyun go on stage. If Elder Dongyun doesn't let Yi Tianyun go on stage, he doesn't think there is a problem. He would rather let Yi Tianyun lose face than let himself lose face. This is the whole camp, but Elder Dongyun still sent Yi Tianyun on stage. How can he not be a fool? Master, is this human boy who made you lose face? A handsome young man beside him looked at Yi Tianyun with cold eyes. Yes, he defeated your junior brother and made me lose face. Elder Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, in this competition, all of you have to perform well and let them lose even more miserably. Master, haven't they lost miserably enough in the past? Heaven, Monarch Shubo's eyes were filled with mockery. Thinking about it, it makes sense. All along, their results have always been average. This time, I don't know where their luck came from, but they ran into two outstanding disciples who were not bad. However, compared to you guys, they are still a step behind. Elder Xiaotian sneered. No matter what, you will suppress them in the competition. That's for sure. Not only will you suppress them, but you will also suppress everyone. They laughed, filled with confidence, as if they had some kind of secret weapon. While everyone was talking about them, Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent, not nervous. This is nothing for him to be anxious about. As for the eyes of others, he does not care. This is not a problem for him. He has long been accustomed to it. Junior brother, don't be so nervous and ignore their opinions. Prove yourself later. Senior sister Huo Lian comforted him. Senior sister Huo Lian, it's okay, I won't be nervous. Yi Tianyun smiled. It's good that you are not nervous. Just focus on the competition, no matter what others say. Senior sister Huo Lian nodded. Yes, it doesn't matter. Just show your best skill. Senior brother Yulong also encouraged him. Yi Tianyun nodded and followed them to their camp. They all had a fixed furnace. The furnace was fixed, there was no special furnace, and they could not use their furnace. The only things that could change were their abilities or demon fire. The rest were fixed, such as materials. There would not be any changes. After Elder Dongyun brought them to the corresponding seats, he went to sit at the side. They were not the ones hosting the competition. Elder Gu Huang and the others quickly flew over and took their seats at the front. The most eye-catching center was still empty. Without a doubt, this was the position of the Domain Lord. However, the Domain Lord had yet to appear. It was unknown when he would come. No one dared to complain to the Territory Lord. If they knew, it would be extremely disrespectful. When everyone was discussing when the Territory Lord came over, suddenly, the void was torn open and a beautiful figure fell from the sky, finally appearing in front of everyone. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1000-2028 and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could pry A. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. This woman was a Territory Lord, and the Territory Lord was a woman. Although it wasn't strange that a woman was a Territory Lord, it wasn't that they had never seen one before, but they were still extremely rare existences. In this male and female hierarchy, she had a lot of ability to make her sit in the Territory Lord position. Otherwise, even if her talent was higher than many people and her prestige wasn't strong enough, she definitely wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. This is a Territory Lord. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He didn't expect a woman to be a Territory Lord. No wonder Elder Dongyun said that the Territory Lord is soft but hard to get. Just because she is a strong woman, he knows she depends on her eating ability. If he wants her to nod and agree, he has to show her his true ability. Otherwise, he will not pay attention to her. Territory Lord Lu Li, Peak God Monarch level cultivation, one step away from breaking through to the Heavenly Venerable level. She has an extremely rare Heavenly Water Sacred Body. She has a strong affinity for water attribute and has a special talent. Wearing high-grade Heavenly Tao level equipment, she can release extremely strong power. Her overall combat strength is 30 million Star Force, normal state. 30 million Star Force. This kind of combat strength is rough. No wonder she became a Territory Lord. When Yi Tianyun saw this fighting strength, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Compared to other elders, it is a few streets away, but he has seen this type of strong woman many times. For example, there is Bai Shui Huang in the mortal world, and Ye Qingxuan is one of them, so this is not surprising, only when one is strong enough to manage many experts, otherwise there is no chance to be promoted. Territory Lord, many elders stood up and respectfully shouted, including the surrounding disciples. All stood up and dared not sit down. This is their Territory Lord, how can they not get up? Some who had never seen a Territory Lord before could now see their true appearance, especially when they saw that the Territory Lord was a woman. If anyone could marry a Territory Lord, he would have a meteoric rise. Sit down. The Territory Lord nodded lightly, indicating that everyone should sit down. Everyone sat down. After she sat down, her eyes swept over the participants, and she finally stopped at Yi Tianyun. Huh? Human? Lu Li Territory Lord was curious. She had seen so many competitions before, this was the first time she saw a human participating. And it's a 9 refinement Earth Monarch. This level is not bad, it's interesting. Territory Lord, this is a new disciple. He has just finished his Heavenly Venerable Road and has received the inheritance of Heavenly Venerable Hao Han. Elder Gu Huang stood up to explain. The Heavenly Venerable Road? The Heavenly Venerable Road? Are there any survivors here? This is a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect the human race to finish it. It's truly shocking. No wonder they sent someone on stage at the Earth Monarch level. They won't be sent if they don't have the ability. Elder Gu Huang was embarrassed. He didn't know how to answer her. Elder Gu Huang couldn't have said that Elder Xiaotian forced him. Yes, we are looking forward to his performance. Elder Gu Huang smiled awkwardly. Territory? Lord Lu Li nodded slightly and didn't say much. She continued to look around, wanting to see if there were any newcomers. After looking around, she nodded lightly. The Divine Palace competition that happens once every 100 years is for selecting outstanding newcomers and focusing on nurturing them. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. Now, it's your turn to show off your skills. I hope you won't disappoint me. We definitely won't disappoint Territory Lord, they all shouted excitedly. How could they not be excited to show off before the Territory Lord? If the Territory Lord took a fancy to them, it would truly be an explosion. It wasn't that there were no such things. Territory Lord Lu Li had taken a liking to a pretty good disciple before, so they took him to temper himself and then became an elder. Territory Lord Lu Li nodded and smiled faintly. Before the assessment, I'll roughly explain the rewards for this time. Those who obtain the top 3 will receive my guidance. At the same time, I can satisfy a small request of yours. For example, if you want any martial arts or treasures, or if you want to go to heaven-stealing divine land to gain experience, it won't be a problem. Territory Lord Lu Li's reward was truly generous. Apart from giving pointers, there was also a small request. This request could be imagined by oneself. It was already very tempting to provide examples. This kind of reward that wasn't explicitly stated was even more tempting. The group of participants were all excited. At least 3 of them would be able to obtain it. If there was only one, obtaining it would be very difficult. Then prepare to begin the assessment. The content of the assessment will be different every time. Most of the time, it will only be divided into 3 stages. Every time, it will be judged by the score. The lowest score is 0, and the highest is 10. Those who scored, let the Elders of Divine Palace evaluate this time. I will not participate in any score evaluation. When this proposal came out, everyone was suddenly shocked. Was there such a scoring method? It must be known that the Elders of Divine Palace were hostile to each other. Many allied with each other, but there were more hostile ones. For example, Elder Xiaotian and Elder Dongyun were hostile to each other and asked Elder Xiaotian to give Yi Tianyun a score. Maybe he would give Yi Tianyun a score or a 0. Of course, I hope that everyone will treat this fairly. If you want to give this score, you must give a corresponding reason. If you randomly judge, I think you will know the result. While everyone was discussing, Territory Lord Lu Li added another sentence, causing some elders to plan on giving their opponents a low score to wipe away their cold sweat. Territory Lord Lu Li's half-spoken words caused their hearts to race. It's all right, it's all right. If it were Elder Xiaotian, he would give us a low score. Heaven Monarch Yu Long heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to give points randomly, they would be done for. But this Lady Lu Li is really beautiful. Heaven Lord Huo Lian is concerned not about the competition, but about Territory Lord Lu Li. She is indeed beautiful, but the most important thing is that she can control one side and stand above so many experts with a female character. This is the most eye-catching thing for her, Yi Tianyun commented. Heaven Lord Huo Lian lit up, grabbed Yi Tianyun's arm, and said excitedly, "Junior brother, you can talk about sister's heart. This is the model for us female cultivators. We female cultivators have always been low in status. Territory Lord Lu Li is simply our role model. Don't worry, senior sister Huo Lian, you will also have a place in the future." Yi Tianyun smiled. He thought that his power in the mortal realm could be said to be controlled by women. If it were any other power, it would be unimaginable. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1329. And bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. See chapter 1144. Chapter 1144. She didn't say too much about the rules. She just gave all the evaluations to the elders of the Divine Palace and let them evaluate them themselves. Apart from being unable to provide their disciples with an assessment, the rest could be assessed. The final average score was their score. It could be said that each faction had 7 evaluations. They determined the score. That's the rule. I won't participate in any scoring. After all, I won't be able to forge any weapons. I won't be able to score this. Although I was the one who made the decisions in the past, I have decided to let the elders make the decisions this time. I will tell the elders in advance if there are any changes this time. This was the first time Territory Lord Lu Li had changed. In the past, she had always been the one to decide the participants' scores. However, her eyesight wasn't bad. She could determine the better weapon, but there was a change this time. Territory Lord Lu Li, why have you changed? Elder Gu Huang was rather curious about this. I just feel that some things are better to be changed, especially the contents of the test that I've decided on. There will be a greater change than in previous years. Therefore, I need the assistance of the elders. Otherwise, it will be difficult to evaluate. Territory Lord Lu Li's true opinion was that the change was too great and needed the elders' help. The participants widened their eyes. Could it be that the assessment this time was a bit more perverse? So that's how it is. Then I'll have to look forward to Territory Lord Lu Li's assessment. The content of each assessment is amazing, Elder Gu Huang praised from the side. The other elders all agreed. It wasn't flattery, but the questions from Territory Lord Lu Li were really good. It was amazing. The most important thing was that it would greatly help the assessment. It would test everyone's standards. When these words entered the ears of the participants, they felt a little unsettled. What kind of strange special wood would Territory Lord Lu Li produce this time? Territory Lord Lu Li smiled and looked at the elders. Then I'll have to trouble the elders of the Divine Palace later. I don't dare to accept it. I don't dare accept it. We are very willing to serve you. The elders of the Divine Palace all agreed. They all knew Territory Lord Lu Li's abilities, so they were naturally willing to serve him and had no objections. Territory Lord Lu Li immediately looked at the many participants and said, "Before the competition begins, let's make a simple rule. We can't interfere with each other. Everything is based on our strengths. If there is a violation, we will be sentenced to 10,000 years in the Reflection Tower." This was harsh. He had been sentenced to 10,000 years in the Reflection Tower, but hadn't gone crazy. Of course, this was still considered good. At the very least, it wasn't a direct death sentence. That was the true severity. Everyone nodded. They naturally couldn't interfere with each other during the competition. Although there was a competition, they absolutely couldn't interfere with each other. This was the scope of the rules. This wasn't a competition. There was no need to interfere with each other. There was no need for that. Next, prepare to begin the first test. With a wave of her hand, countless pieces of metal fell from the sky and rained down on them. They quickly threw the iron pieces into the sky and landed beside themselves. They didn't throw the pieces of iron to the side. This was a question given by Territory Lord Lu Li. How could they throw it out? When they received the pieces of iron one after another, they found that these pieces of iron were all very ordinary pieces of iron. They were similar to ordinary black iron in the mortal realm. It could be said that they were everywhere and were very worthless. It could be said that they were similar to the stones outside. This time, Territory Lord Lu Li threw out this piece of iron. Could it be used as a material for forging? Yi Tianyun took the piece of iron and looked around carefully. It was indeed ordinary black iron, without any bright spots. This is the question? Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes and looked around. He didn't know what Territory Lord Lu Li wanted. He didn't know what question Territory Lord Lu Li would give, but from the looks of it, it was not a simple question. However, thinking about it, if it were too simple, there would be no meaning to give a question. It must be a question with an abnormal point. The harder, the better, so that they can see their level. You all got this black iron. How long have you not seen this black iron? Territory Lord Lu Li looked at them indifferently. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Some of them had only looked at it once or not. How could they have seen this kind of scrap metal before? Most of the people present had grown up with gold keys in their mouths. They had never even touched a piece of trash like black iron. At most, they had seen it before. Of course, that didn't mean they didn't know how to forge artifacts. The materials were all the same anyway. If their techniques were strong, then there wouldn't be a problem. I think many of you haven't seen it before, or perhaps you have. You haven't touched it. Territory Lord Lu Li said calmly, "I know that none of you have ever used this black iron, but I am using something you have never used before as the test subject. Some people know about it, but this does not affect fairness. After all, even if it has never been used, it can be used with just a slight attempt. This is your most basic foundation. If you don't have this foundation, don't stay in the Divine Construct Palace." Everyone's eyes were solemn. These words were indeed true. Even if it were a stone, they must refine it into gold. After all, even if they couldn't, it didn't mean that the others couldn't. The topic of this round is very normal. You will use this black iron as the foundation and combine it with other materials to refine weapons. The higher the grade, the higher the score. First, it is not simply adding black iron into the materials, but using black iron as the main material. If the final weapon refined by the black iron is not the main material, then the results will be ineffective. If they were to simply use the black iron to refine weapons, even if the elders of the Divine Construct Palace were to refine it, they would not be able to refine a very high-quality gun. Thus, they had to add materials. However, adding materials was also very important. Not just adding any materials could crazily increase the grade. The capacity of the black iron itself was limited. If some materials were thrown down, the black iron would directly explode. It would be unable to accommodate these overbearing materials, or other fierce materials would dominate it. For example, adding a higher grade ore would instantly occupy the position of the black iron, and the black iron would undoubtedly be reduced to a supporting role. If he refined it like this, the questions given by Territory Lord Lu Li would naturally lose their meaning. She wanted to create high-grade materials for this fragile piece of iron as much as possible. This was a comprehensive test of their control over fire, understanding of materials, and research on the fusion aspect. Everyone felt pressured for the first stage to have such a difficult problem. Interesting. This is a difficult problem for Territory Lord Lu Li. It is a bit difficult. Yi Tianyun grabbed the black iron and smiled. This is not difficult for him at all. At first, he started forging the black iron, but no one knew this black iron better than him. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1333 and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. The fragility of the black iron gave many contestants a headache. They could only find out how to refine the best results through continuous attempts. When she saw that the contestants were having a headache, she smiled brightly, as if this was the happiest thing for her. The rules are roughly like this. Since you haven't touched the materials before, you have to give more time. It's half a month, she continued. Everyone nodded. Half a month was enough for them to try. So, the difficulty of refining the most ordinary materials was relatively low. What they needed to do was to try to merge the materials to the extreme. Little brother, you must work hard. Senior sister Hua Lian nodded to Yi Tianyun and encouraged him. Yi Tianyun nodded with a smile. In the face of their concern, he still felt very warm, at least not scheming and scheming. Not long after, the assessment began. Many participants immediately took out the black iron to refine it. They melted the black iron again and again. Then, they threw the materials of a high grade into the mix and began to forge it. Bang, 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 bang. This was just the beginning. There were immediately explosions coming from the side. It meant that someone had directly refined it. The black iron material was too weak. If someone casually smashed it down, it would naturally cause an explosion. The participants were covered in dust from the explosion. However, these were all small explosions. There were no problems at all. It was really embarrassing to refine an explosion among so many people. However, no one will laugh at him. In this period of time, no one will have the time to laugh at others. They all know that they may be the next person to refine the explosion. If they want to try to match the perfect material, they need to refine more. It is very likely that they will also refine the explosion. After all, they need to try where the real limit of the black iron is. Only when they are stuck in the limit can they have a limited space to accommodate more precious materials. Yi Tianyun calmly took out a large pile of black iron, not pieces of them. He does not need to do this at all. From the beginning, he knew where the limit of black iron was. Don't forget, in order to level up, he refined many basic materials. How can he not know the situation of black iron? Only these geniuses who grew up with gold keys will not see the situation of black iron and need to slowly explore. Under the eyes of everyone, they saw Yi Tianyun quickly refining the materials. A large pile of black iron was quickly melted into molten iron, and then he began to throw the materials into it. Because of the fast technique, most people can't see what it is. Of course, even if you see it, you can't copy it. Although the rules don't say that you can't copy the other party, but whoever does this will definitely be despised. This means that his ability is not good. It is really shameful to copy other people's refining method directly. The rules are not said, but the elders will definitely give low points. Seeing Yi Tianyun so bold to throw the materials, many spectators were shocked. Isn't such a rough method not afraid of explosion? This kid's refining method is really rough. Elder Dongyun shook his head, only hoping that Yi Tianyun can win this game. Because it is relatively rough, Territory Lord Lu Li quickly noticed that Yi Tianyun is the only one who can be so rough. It can be said that he is absolutely bold enough. The materials thrown in are also extremely rough. The materials thrown in are also not low grade, but it just doesn't explode, and it is extremely perfect to merge inside. Although the material thrown in is similar to the black iron, it can neutralize the rough effect of both sides. On the contrary, it can be integrated into the black iron material with a neutral effect. It seems that I am familiar with the mastery of the material. Territory Lord Lu Li commented from the side. She did not know how to forge artifacts, but that did not mean that she did not know anything. After hosting so many competitions at the Divine Construct Palace, if she did not even know this, she might as well smash her head against the wall. Yes, it seems that he is familiar with the black iron material, Elder Gu Huang added. Tell me about his identity and background. Territory Lord Lu Li was a bit interested in Yi Tianyun. He came from the mortal realm and joined the first-grade god territory. He won the god territory's War of Ascending to Heaven and finally joined our heavenly spring god territory. Elder Gu Huang thought for a moment and added, it can be said that they climbed up layer by layer from the bottom of the mortal realm. No wonder they are so familiar with the black iron. So they are cultivators of the mortal realm. To be able to climb from a human cultivator of the mortal realm to a 9-refinement Earth monarch, this is truly unimaginable. Territory Lord Lu Li nodded. There was no discrimination in his eyes. Instead, there was a bit of admiration. It's not easy to reach such a high level from the mortal territory. It's amazing to reach this level at such a low starting point. Yi Tianyun threw in the materials again and again. After throwing in more than a dozen materials, he stopped and didn't continue to throw in the materials. After merging into one, a ball of liquid floated in the air, and then he slammed the liquid on the iron plate in front of him, and then began to smash the liquid with a crazy hammer, and began to carry out the final refining. The audience on the side nodded repeatedly, thinking that it was quite good, at least not because his cultivation was low, and he was behind the other participants. Soon, under his crazy hammer, a long sword was forged by him. This kind of rough method was generally used to forge giant swords and giant axes. Who knew that this time it was used to forge a long sword? It was amazing. Dang! Under the last heavy punch, Yi Tianyun completely forged the long sword. It seems that there is no special luster on the surface, completely retaining the original black iron effect. It is simple and plain, everything is very low-key. However, under this low-key surface, it is actually a low-grade rebirth level weapon. With black iron as the main weapon, it can actually create a low-grade rebirth level weapon. The difficulty of forging it is definitely not low. It's done. Yi Tianyun looked up at Lu Li and said, "Territory Lord Lu Li, disciple has successfully forged it." Everyone was shocked. They thought that Yi Tianyun just wanted to try it first, and then continue to forge the second one to see if he can produce a higher grade. Who knew that he would immediately recognize this weapon as a tool for the competition? The hearts of many elders sank. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be so casual. He didn't even want to try it. He directly handed it over. After all, handing it over in advance will not give any additional points. In their opinion, Yi Tianyun is trying to win the eye. So many participants have not finished, but he is the first to complete it. Isn't it to win the eye? Become a patron, read up to chapter 1333, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could, ma. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Yi Tianyun naturally will not choose to complete the first one to win the attention, but he has a deep understanding of black iron, so there is no need to continue to try. No matter how he tries, the standard is like this. Unless he uses a more powerful flame, in his opinion, it is already the limit level, and it is difficult to continue to take half a step forward. As for what others think, that is their matter. Yi Tianyun feels that he has tried his best, and even if it is someone else, it is impossible to surpass his level. In the end, this is already the highest level weapon that Black Eye can forge, and unless the proportion of Black Eye is reduced, it is difficult to improve the grade. Only try once. Elder Gu Huang frowned, thinking Yi Tianyun was a bit hasty and not serious enough. Everyone else has been trying. Yi Tianyun is enough, and it is puzzling. One time is almost enough. If you know more about this material, then one time is almost the same. Territory Lord Lu Li has a different opinion, and at the same time, he signaled the elders of Divine Construct Palace to go over and check. Every mission should start soon. Although there are not many participants, they are all ready, so naturally, they will check first. Elder Dongyun cannot participate in the grading following the 7 elders, so he can only watch from the side. Elder Xiaotian took the lead, came to Yi Tianyun, picked up the longsword, checked it a little, and gently flicked it. The longsword vibrated slightly. The level of forging is not bad, but the grade is a little low. It took so many materials to reach the low-grade rebirth weapon level. Elder Xiaotian looked at Yi Tianyun and said, "I think it can be a little higher, not the extreme level. I will only give 5 points." "Well, we also think the grade is a little low. I think it can at least be refined to middle-grade rebirth. The level of low-grade rebirth is too low. I also give 5 points. The materials are harmonious in all aspects, and the forging method is good, but the grade is too low. Give 5 points." Each gave a low score, and the highest was only 6 points. The lowest was 5 points, a passing score. Elder Xiaotian was highly prejudiced against Yi Tianyun, but would still give a suitable score. Territory Lord Louis Li was watching from the side. How could he dare to give a 0 directly? He would be scolded to death. No matter how bad it was impossible to have 0 points unless it was the kind of failed refinement. Bullshit. At this time, Elder Dongyun shouted angrily from the side, "What kind of grade can be higher?" When the black iron is in the dominant position, to break through the higher limit, not only does it need stronger flames, but it also needs extremely rare materials. The materials provided now are completely not at the level of rare. The weapons refined by the Heaven Monarch can be considered at the highest level, only 5 points. I am very dissatisfied. Elder Dongyun jumped out at this time. He was very dissatisfied with this score. Elder Dongyun, what do you mean by this? Do you think that we are not professional enough? Do you think we can't even determine the limit of the black iron? Elder Xiaotian said in a deep voice. The other 6 people looked at Elder Dongyun with dissatisfaction. Elder Xiaotian did not bribe them. They only said what they wanted to say. That's right. I just want to ask you, have you understood the black iron? Elder Dongyun said sternly. I think you have never touched it before, just like the participants here. Most of them have never touched it and do not know the limit. I have touched it before, although I do not know it very well. The level of refining from Earth Monarch Tianyun is not low. Elder Xiaotian and the others were said to have a sore point. They did not carefully understand the material of black iron. Only from observation do they have a little understanding of the situation. For example, Yi Tianyun knows a little about refining and thinks they can take a step higher. Are you going to score now, or will we score? Elder Xiaotian retorted coldly. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Elder Dongyun and directly asked the biggest question. The person who scored wasn't Elder Dongyun. Elder Dongyun was at a loss for words for a moment. It was indeed not his turn to score now. Interjected was also against the rules. They all looked at Territory Lord, wanting to see what she would say. Elder Dongyun, if you want to comment, you'll be able to comment on the next contestant, said Territory Lord Lu Li. Territory Lord Lu Li's words meant Elder Dongyun shouldn't interrupt and just watch from the side. Elder Dongyun could only remain silent. Elder Xiaotian's pleased expression finally allowed him to turn the tables. Yi Tianyun looked on coldly. He did not refute, he just stood there. The eyes around him were full of ridicule. They did not expect him to be so tragic. He looked very strong. In the end, he ended up with a low score. Yi Tianyun immediately sat down in the same place. His score was already finished. On average, it was only 5 points. It was too low. Heaven Monarch Jishui and others felt it was a pity in the camp. How could he get such a low score? His performance seemed good, but why was his score so low? They were all very unhappy, but they could only accept their fate. With mocking eyes, soon there were explosions on the side, attracting everyone's attention. One after another, they failed, and it was good to keep it from exploding, not to mention succeeding. As time went by, the explosions became less and less, and they were more and more skilled in refining, but everyone was surprised to find a big problem. No matter how they refine it, the grade is lower than the low-grade rebirth level. Other weapons of the Mortal Realm level cannot be upgraded to the high level by Yi Tianyun's refining. The 7 elders who had scored before now felt extremely embarrassed. Were they wrong? Now that more than half of the time has passed, the weapons they refined are better than the previous ones, but no one can reach the lower level of reincarnation. However, with a sound, someone successfully refined the low-grade rebirth level weapon, letting them see hope, but soon they were disappointed again. The participants who successfully refined the low-grade rebirth level weapon cannot continue to improve the level when they continue to refine it. After refining repeatedly, the level remains firmly locked on the low-grade rebirth level weapon, and we cannot go up to the next level. This is still good. Among the 24 participants, only a few can successfully refine the low-grade rebirth level weapon. Most of them stay on the other mortal territory rank. This is not a very awkward problem. Yi Tianyun, meditating on the side, does not need to refute anything. The score they give is equivalent to a slap on their face. If Yi Tianyun's score is like this, their score is also the same. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1333, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could. Chapter 1147. Chapter 1147. The time of the competition is getting shorter and shorter. Currently, there are only less than 7 people who can successfully refine a low-grade rebirth level weapon. Yi Tianyun is one of them. Heaven Monarch Huo Lian takes up one of them. Heaven Monarch Yulong has not refined it for the time being. He is still working hard. All of them are sweating. It is several times more difficult than letting them refine a high-grade rebirth level weapon. Most of them are still lingering at the level of Divine Tool, but they are not called Divine Tool in God territory. Instead, they are called Star Weapons, which are extremely common weapons. All of them are proud sons of heaven, but they are not even as good as Yi Tianyun, who was ridiculed before. The highest grade is to refine star weapons. Before, other participants looked at Yi Tianyun and felt that Yi Tianyun was very ridiculous. Now it seems that the one who is really ridiculous is himself. They don't even have the qualifications to laugh at Yi Tianyun. They are all stuck at the star weapon level. No matter how much they refine, they can't get up. Now their head is full of sweat. Their requirements are not high now. They just want to be able to refine low-grade rebirth level weapon. It is enough. Ha ha ha, those participants can only refine star weapon. Junior brother is not the worst, even the best. That's right. I thought junior brother has no chance of winning. Now it seems that little brother is very confident. Elder Dongyun smiled and looked at Elder Xiaotian. His face was ugly. The highest score they gave was 6 points, which meant that if they used this score, it could be said that they could not even reach 4 points. Thinking back to what they had said before, they felt extremely awkward. They even thought that they could refine a higher level. Who knew that the highest level was the low-grade rebirth level? What middle-grade rebirth level? What are you guys doing? Hurry up and refine a higher level for me. Elder Xiaotian gritted his teeth and shouted from the side. Right now, he was urging his disciple to refine a stronger level. Heaven Monarch Shubo was drenched in cold sweat. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This black iron is too trashy. It is even worse than stone. Disciple has tried his best to refine a higher level, but he still can't refine it. The difficulty is too high. Heaven Monarch Shubo is already at his limit, unless he is given more time, but in this time, he really can't refine a higher level. Elder Xiaotian was so angry that he almost exploded. He didn't expect the difficulty to be so high. Yi Tianyun also succeeded in one go. It is obvious that he is familiar with black iron, so he can forge it so quickly. Damn, how can this be? Elder Xiaotian's expression was extremely ugly. The other elders were also not much better. This was a slap to their own face. Either they had to bite the bullet and continue to beat the score down, or they would change the score again. But if they changed the score again, wouldn't they admit that they were wrong? For a time, many elders were thinking about how to reply more appropriately. Elder Dongyun laughed from the side. This was to see what they said. It was absolutely impossible to back down. Soon, someone successfully refined it and let the elders score it. This was already their limit. They could only let the elders score it. Elders, what is the score for this weapon? Elder Dongyun looked at them with a face full of ridicule. Many elders looked embarrassed. This is the second one to let them score except Yi Tianyun. They will not let the elders score until the end. After all, they don't know how high quality they can refine until the end. Maybe in the end, they can refine a higher grade and get higher scores? Who knew how to refine it? It was still the same grade. There were no changes. It proved that it was too difficult to refine a weapon with black iron. It was simply a nightmare. From the level of a star weapon, then 3 points. Elder Xiaotian braced himself and gave a score. He did not want to be slapped in the face. He would rather be stubborn and get a higher grade than give a higher grade. This way, his face would be swollen from the slap. This was something related to face. They would not admit it no matter what. Yes, yes, yes. The grade is too low. We will also only give 3 points. All of them chose to lie through their teeth. All of them agreed. It was still more important to have face. They were grand elders and so many people were watching. Even Territory Lord Lu Li was watching them from the side. No matter what, they could not lose face. 3 points? Elder Dongyun snorted. It seems that Elder Xiaotian's standards are really high. It seems that in order to obtain a high score, one must at least refine the black iron into a high-grade rebirth level weapon. Only then can one obtain a full score, right? Or can one only obtain a full score from other levels of the Heavenly Tao? He did not mind slapping his face at all, especially when Elder Xiaotian had refuted him earlier. Now it was his turn to get back at him. Elder Xiaotian straightened his neck and said, "That's right, even if it is black iron, it can still be refined into a high-grade rebirth level weapon. It must be treated strictly. That's amazing. Now, Elder Xiaotian, show me if you can refine a high-grade rebirth level weapon and use these materials." Elder Dongyun sneered. They provided materials for many participants. They did not need to bring their own materials. Only in this way could they ensure fairness. If someone took out extremely rare materials and threw them in, it would no longer be a strength. It would be a competition of whose wealth was more abundant. Elder Xiaotian's face sank. Although he knew that his abilities were not small, seeing the situation at the scene, it would definitely be hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Without high-grade materials, it was impossible to forge a high-grade weapon, unless it was an extremely heaven-defying technique, such as triggering the heavenly tribulation to temper something, then this was already beyond their scope. There's nothing else to say. Even you can't forge it yourself, yet you still give such a score. It's truly laughable. Elder Dongyun waved his hand, and he wasn't polite in retorting at all. He was simply going to fight to the death. Elder Xiaotian was like an enemy who had killed his father. His words were extremely vicious. This wasn't Elder Dongyun being vicious. Elder Xiaotian was the first to be heartless. Then, don't blame him for being heartless. Elder Xiaotian, is that true? Territory Lord Lu Li looked at them with great interest. Elder Gu Huang shook his head. How could they not know what was happening inside the Divine Contract Palace? Their relationship could be said to be extremely chaotic. It was time to properly rectify things. However, they weren't too clear on how to do so. No, it's not like that. I feel that I can at least forge a middle-grade rebirth level weapon. That's why I gave such a score. Elder Xiaotian's tone became weak. There is a difference of 5 points between a middle-grade rebirth level weapon. This score is really strict. Elder Dongyun snorted. In his opinion, even if he can forge a middle-grade rebirth level weapon, he can at least get around 7 points, not 5 points. Yi Tianyun shook his head and smiled. Elder Dongyun is so protective that even he is afraid of himself. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1333, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could proc chapter 148. Chapter 148. Elder Dongyun's sarcasm made Elder Xiaotian's face look increasingly ugly, but he couldn't refute anything. Everything comes down to one point. They are too rash and overestimate the limited effect of black iron. Although they are elders, it doesn't mean that their eyesight can see the limit every time. They have to refine a little to know their general ability. Yi Tianyun has refined before, and he has the investigating eye, so he doesn't need to try. Just one time is enough, not too much. Elder Dongyun, the gap between low grade and middle grade is like the difference between clouds and mud, and it is normal for the score to be low. Now, we are all using this as a standard, and we are not biased. Elder Xiaotian still stubbornly retorted, not backing down to say that he had made a mistake. Since that's the case, then it's about time. Elder Gu Huang advised from the side. He knew that there would definitely be no result if they continued to argue, so he could only stand up and persuade them. Since Elder Gu Huang has already said so, then I have nothing to say about this. Then you can score well. Elder Dongyun flung his sleeves and snorted coldly. He still felt very unhappy. Following Elder Xiaotian and the others, they could only bite the bullet. One by one, they scored lower than the other. In the end, some people could only get 2 points. It was even more miserable and pitiful. Although everyone scored like this, it seemed that the score was really embarrassing. To the outsiders, did they think that this group of people were all trash? The highest was only 5 or 6 points. They did not even get 8 or 9 points. The geniuses of the Divine Construct Palace this time were all crippled geniuses. They knew the reason for this. It was just that they were unwilling to say it out. This batch of participants is very bad. Even the elders' requirements are less than half. That's right. I don't know if it's because their talent is too bad or if their teaching is too bad, but their scores are all so low. That's right, they are much worse than before. They haven't been able to refine the results that the elders need. For a time, everyone began to discuss. The discussion of the Spear Palace and the other divine palaces was extremely noisy. They could even hear it. Every word was more unpleasant than the last. It made Elder Xiaotian and the others feel ashamed. They wanted to dig a hole and dig a hole. However, if he says it out loud, he will kneel and make a round. Soon, the score was finished. Yi Tianyun actually got one of the highest points and was tied with the others because he was the first one to make it. It was even more impressive. Territory Lord Lu Li looked at him more and looked forward to him. Territory Lord Lu Li, the score is finished. Elder Xiaotian and the others stood in front of Territory Lord Lu Li with their heads lowered. Only Elder Dongyun raised his head. Elder Dongyun wasn't ashamed. He knew what was going on, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid to meet Territory Lord Lu Li Lord's gaze. The performance of the participants this time is pretty good. Most of the participants are still able to forge such a good weapon without touching the black iron. It's quite outstanding. Territory Lord Lu Li didn't say that the elders were wrong, but instead praised the participants. Although Territory Lord Lu Li wasn't a professional, she still knew what was going on. There was no need to talk about the elders' schemes and intrigues. In his opinion, the performance of the participants was still something to be sure of, that's for sure. Our disciples are all very outstanding. Elder Xiaotian hurriedly said. If his disciples' performance was bad and Territory Lord Lu Li was unhappy, they would definitely suffer. Of course, I know this. Your performance is good, so that I won't say anything else. Territory Lord Lu Li was indeed capable, but some things couldn't be done too forcefully. Moreover, Elder Gu Huang and the others would deal with it, so she didn't have to do everything herself. She had to do everything herself, so why would she need someone of Elder Gu Huang's level? Although they were all known as elders, there were only a few who were truly at a higher level. Among them, Elder Gu Huang was the oldest. He could call out his full name, and he could also call him Grand Elder. As a Grand Elder, he could be said to be the greatest existence beneath Territory Lord Lu Li. Who dared to refuse? All the elders nodded and didn't say anything. What else could they say now? Then, they all returned to their respective camps and prepared to go to the next round. This round did not open a particularly large distance. If the main score were too low, Yi Tianyun would definitely be able to open a long distance. Yi Tianyun has no complaints, and these things are not things he can control. He just does his assessment on the side. This time, Yi Tianyun Earth Monarch's performance is very good. It can be said that I vented my anger. Elder Dongyun thought about how Elder Xiaotian had been repeatedly defeated just now and felt very comfortable in his heart. That's right, Junior Brother has quite a deep understanding of this black iron. It was completed so quickly. I've tried many times, and only then did I barely manage to reach the level of lower grade rebirth level. Heaven Monarch Huolian shook his head, but he really wiped away his cold sweat for himself, almost falling behind by a step. That's right, the difficulty is really high. I almost couldn't complete it. Heaven Monarch Yulong also nodded and wiped his sweat. I almost couldn't rush up. I needed to study it for a long time. I was just lucky, and I just put down the questions I have seen. Otherwise, I really can't get it. Yi Tianyun smiled modestly. Luck is also a type of strength. This is called being knowledgeable. Elder Dongyun smiled. I heard that you came from the mortal realm. No wonder you are so familiar with the materials of the mortal realm. You are also knowledgeable. You only know a bit about low-grade materials. What's so amazing about it? Elder Xiaotian mocked. Elder Xiaotian mocked from the side. Their camp was relatively close, so Elder Xiaotian naturally heard their conversation. He couldn't help but mock them from the side. You're saying that there's a problem with Territory Lord Lu Li? Elder Dongyun snorted coldly and threw out a single sentence, ruthlessly blocking Elder Xiaotian's mouth. Elder Xiaotian was speechless. If he continued, it would be the same as saying that Territory Lord Lu Li was in the wrong. When the time came, he really would have to bear the consequences. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Let's see what the next stage is like. Elder Xiaotian looked at Yi Tianyun and sneered, I hope that your luck will be so good in every game. Let's meet the materials of the mortal territory. After Elder Xiaotian left, they all felt extremely unhappy. Little brother, don't mind that guy. You can still lead the next round, Heaven Monarch Huolian said. I will. Of course, Yi Tianyun will not pay attention to Elder Xiaotian. He has never put these people in his eyes. They are all jealous people. Why should he pay attention to them? His current goal is to rush forward 3 times, and the rest is not worth thinking about. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1335 and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could see chapter 1149. Chapter 1149. The first round was finally over. Many people were very interested in the second round. They didn't know what kind of questions Territory Lord Lu Li would continue to issue. In the eyes of the audience, the more abnormal, the better. They just wanted to make the competition a bit more interesting, especially the first round. A piece of black iron allowed everyone to refine explosions one after another. Normally, it was a very rare thing. However, these geniuses were put in a difficult position here. There were people outside the mountain. There were mountains beyond the hill. They still had a lot of things to learn. Otherwise, they would refine explosions like before. This was based on the fact that the materials were relatively ordinary. If the materials were rare, then refining failure meant a great loss. Therefore, eyesight was especially important. They absolutely could not make a mistake. Otherwise, it would be a failure. If they failed, it would be considered good. However, they were afraid that a serious explosion would directly blow them away. At that time, not only would their weapons be damaged, but they would also need to recuperate for a long time. The first round of the competition has already ended. All the participants were outstanding and did not disappoint my expectations. I believe everyone has seen it. They have failed many times, but they still managed to refine a good weapon in a short period. I believe that if they were given a little more time, they would be able to refine a better grade weapon. In this round, I will test the participants' ability to adapt and their familiarity with materials. Everyone seems to have failed many times. In fact, their performance has already exceeded my expectations. Therefore, everyone should not think that they have failed. In fact, comparatively speaking, they have already performed very well. Territory Lord Lu Li didn't scold him directly but praised him instead. She didn't think that the participants were weak but rather felt that they were pretty good. Then, let's begin the second round of the competition. I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time. Territory Lord Lu Li's words caused the hearts of all the participants to jump. The second round was finally about to begin. Many people wanted to win a second round. The difference in scores was too low. If they didn't pull away the points, it would be difficult for them to make it into the top three. The top three were the highest honor, and only then would they be able to enjoy a good reward. The audience perked up and felt that a good show was about to come. Territory Lord Lu Li's questions were often unexpected and interesting. I'll let you refine pills for this round, Territory Lord Lu Li said. Refine pills? The participants were all dumbfounded. They wondered if they had heard wrong. It was actually pill refining. Territory Lord Lu Li is this stage of pill refining. The first row of participants braced themselves and asked. The other elders wondered if they had heard wrong. They were from the Divine Construct Palace and specialized in forging weapons. Why were they refining pills? Although both of them were refined from flames, the difference was extremely great. They were on a completely different level. That's right. Did Territory Lord Lu Li make a mistake? Elder Lian Gohuang stepped forward and asked. They all wondered if they had heard wrong. The pill refining palace was among the other spectators. They were all dumbfounded when they listened to this question. Was this a question for them? Territory Lord Lu Li soon shook her head. There is no mistake. It is pill refinement. This pill refinement does not require you to refine any high-grade pills. It is to see what grade of pills you can refine. These are the materials. With your abilities, the higher the grade you can refine, the higher the grade. Everything depends on the grade you refine. There was a large pile of materials already prepared on the side. They were basically all medicinal pill from mortal territory rank to medicinal pill material from god territory rank. They were placed here for them to choose from. However, they did not provide any very precious materials. After all, they were all disciples of the Divine Construct Palace, and their ability to refine pills was basically zero. All along, those who could forge basically did not know how to refine pills. Those who knew how to refine pills basically did not know how to refine weapons. What this place said was not that they did not know anything at all, but that they only knew a portion and would not be particularly deep. The two were not on the same level. To be able to cultivate one of them to a very good level was already very good. As for cultivating both to an extremely high level, the energy required was extremely shocking. Most of them would find it difficult to achieve this. Of course, this didn't mean that there weren't any. In the end, there were still a few people who could do this. Territory Lord Lu Li wanted to dig out their potential and see if they could produce one or two super geniuses. I'm done for. I don't really know how to refine pills. I know some simple ones, but I don't understand those that are too difficult. Heaven Monarch Yulong was on the verge of tears. Who knew that such a perverse topic would appear in the past? I do know a little, but not a lot. Huolian frowned as well. The others were the same as well, their faces full of worry. They had put all their energy into forging weapons, so how could they have the extra power to refine pills? When they heard this question, they all wondered if they had heard it wrong or if Territory Lord Lu Li had made a mistake. Reality proved that there was no mistake. It was true. Yi Tianyun laughed. What do you mean by not taking the test? Do you actually want to take the refining test? Although his level of refinement is not very high, it is definitely a lot higher than that of all the participants present. That's right, it's a lot higher, leaving them far behind. Territory Lord Lu Li didn't make a mistake. The fault was that she thought she could test the participants hard, but in fact, it gave Yi Tianyun a great chance to surpass her. The upper limit of the second stage is relatively high, with a full score of 20 points. This means that the higher the rank you get, the higher the score. This will increase the distance. As for the score, it will be judged by the elders of Refining Palace. The words of Territory Lord Lu Li were one, and the other elders did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they had no choice. The elders of Refining Palace joined in one after another. Originally, it was a special area of the Divine Construct Palace, but even the Refining Palace joined in. Originally, Refining Palace and Divine Construct Palace were like fire and water. The reason was very simple. That was to rob people. The two were essentially the same. They needed to have a good flame to join. Therefore, with a good flame, they would all request to join. Now that they joined the battle, the elders of the two sides became hostile to each other, both looking at each other unhappily. Originally, the elders of Divine Construct Palace were hostile to each other, but now they suddenly united and looked at the elders of Refining Palace. Yi Tianyun saw this situation and smiled. It seems that Territory Lord Lu Li really has a set of things. Through the topic of foreign enemies, many elders have formed a group. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1335, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal. If you could pry chapter 150, Territory Lord Louis Li, we will definitely score well. The elders of the Pill Refining Palace spoke up one after another. However, there weren't many elders coming down. There were only 3 of them. It wasn't that the elders of the Pill Refining Palace were young. It was just that they didn't need that much. The 3 of them would be enough to score. The Divine Construct Palace needed to score all of them for the sake of fairness. The Pill Refining Palace was different. They were completely outsiders. The score was absolutely fair. Thus, there was no need for too many people. Then I'll leave it to the elders of the Pill Refining Palace. Territory Lord Louis Li smiled faintly. The Pill Refining Palace elder turned his head to look at Elder Dongyun and the others, a cold glint of disdain in his eyes. I didn't expect to give your disciples a score here. Let us see how many pill refining masters have been delayed by artifact forging. The one who spoke was Elder Wu Yuan, the chief elder of the Pill Refining Palace. Although he couldn't compare to Elder Gu Huang and the others, he was already very close. According to the current situation, he wasn't far from becoming someone like Elder Gu Huang. A refining master who has been delayed by artifact forging? I still think that he is an artifact forging master who has been delayed by pill forging. Elder Dongyun snorted coldly. He immediately pointed his spear at Elder Wu Yuan and retorted back without any trace of politeness. That's right. Some geniuses should have joined the Divine Construct Palace, and artifact forging would have been able to unleash their potential even more. Yet they are going to the Pill Refining Palace. Elder Xiao Tian also spoke from the side. For a moment, the 2 of them actually stood on the same side. Let's first look at the level of the disciples you have taught. They've basically forgotten all about their ability to refine pills, right? Elder Wu Yuan laughed. I wonder if there are any more high-grade medical pills. Perhaps even the higher-grade pills of the mortal realm will not be able to refine them? If we can't refine it, then we can't. We specialize in artifact forging. If you have the ability, then let your disciple refine a rebirth-level weapon, Elder Dongyun retorted fiercely. Elder Wu Yuan was speechless. This really was impossible to refine. Just like them, they had basically forgotten all about artifact forging. It wasn't advisable to be two-minded. Thus, they had basically forgotten everything they had learned. This is the question that Territory Lord Louis Li has given us. If you have the ability, go find her and discuss it with her. Elder Wu Yuan retorted with a sneer. He suddenly remembered that it was a question given by Territory Lord Louis Li so that he would do it according to this matter. They felt helpless and could only see if their disciples could get a high score. While they bickered, every disciple was ready. They kept thinking about the refining method of pills. At the same time, they were reading the pill recipes provided by the surroundings. It was like they were preparing for an exam. They were temporarily holding Buddha's feet and constantly reading the pill recipes. Only Yi Tianyun was very calm. He didn't need to look at anything. He just waited for the competition to begin. Junior brother, don't you need to check the recipe? Huolian asked in confusion. I happen to know a little about alchemy, so I don't need to check the recipe, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Even if you know a little, you have to be gentle. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage. Heaven Monarch Huolian hurriedly said, there is no need for that. I still have some confidence. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, and even if you see some pill recipes, it won't help you much. You still need your foundation. Well, then I will go to see it first. Heaven Monarch Huolian is not very good at this, so he has to see those pill refining methods. So many geniuses went to see it, but Yi Tianyun didn't look at it. This situation quickly made people notice the problem here. One by one, Yi Tianyun felt a bit of pain. Looks like I have to put on an act. Yi Tianyun shook his head and finally chose to go to the bookshelf to look for some pill recipes. Originally, he didn't want to go to the book, but there were too many people looking at him, so he could only choose to do so. Although he had to be high profile later, at least he didn't want to be like a precious demon beast, and he had been watched all the time. Territory Lord Lu Li didn't give them a long time to watch. At most, 3 days. 3 days later, the competition would begin. 3 days was enough for them to read a lot of pill books and understand a lot of content. 3 days it was passed in the blink of an eye. They all returned to where they were. Some directly brought the books over. This wasn't against the rules. Territory Lord Lu Li only gave them 3 days to read. It didn't mean that they wouldn't be able to read them after 3 days. They could read them casually after 3 days, but the time to refine pills was already inside, so it depended on the person's confidence. Since you are mainly focused on refining weapons, you don't have enough experience in refining pills, so that I will give you more time. The time is 1 month. After 1 month, you will only choose the highest grade pill to score. Elder Wu Yuan stood up and announced the rules. After looking at the many participants, he said in a low voice, "Then the competition will officially begin now." As soon as he finished speaking, the participants immediately began to refine the pills. They had to start from all aspects, so that it would take more time. Soon, they were all immersed in refining pills. One of them immediately began to refine pills with great familiarity. It seemed that the method of refining pills was not simple, and it could even be seen that he was quite skilled. To refine a Mortal Territory 7th grade medicinal pill with ease, there was no difficulty at all. The one who did this was Heaven Monarch Shu Bo. He had not expected that he would still have some ability in alchemy. Unfortunately, I know how to refine pills. Heaven Monarch Shu Bo laughed out loud, extremely happy. It wasn't just him. Other participants also had relatively high grades, but they were all at the Mortal Territory and not the God Territory. This was not their speciality, but it was already quite good to be able to refine such a standard. Most of the participants had bitter expressions on their faces. They felt like they wanted to die. Their refining abilities seemed to be completely useless here. First, they refined the most ordinary profound iron, then they refined pills. They just wanted to have proper competition in artifact forging. They really didn't know much about the rest. Elder Dongyun, didn't you say that your disciple is experienced and knowledgeable? What about now? Elder Xiaotian said smugly from the side. Our Heaven Monarch Shubo is the one who is truly knowledgeable and has outstanding abilities. Not only is he skilled as a blacksmith, but his pill forging skills are also not bad. I wonder which of the three people you sent out is stronger? They haven't been united for a while, and now they are showing off to each other. Elder Dongyun's heart sank. He knew very well the level of Heaven Monarch Huo Lian and Heaven Monarch Yulong. He was absolutely not too high in refining. As for Yi Tianyun, he was not very clear. Boy, can you still make a miracle? Elder Dongyun looked at Yi Tianyun, and his heart was filled with a little expectation. Become a patron, read up to chapter 1350, and bonus 5 chapters every month. Good deal, right? Help us to reach first goal if you could, ma.